Good morning, everybody. Welcome along to Silverstone for day 2 of this Silverstone finals weekend on the Silverstone International Circuit, where we have got a busy day of racing. Day number 2 of finals weekend. Day 1 was certainly drama-filled, and we're expecting much more of the same now in day number 2. Still a handful of championships yet to be decided, and we will be doing our best to keep you fully up to speed with the situation across all of those classes as the day goes on. We've got 2 races in particular to look forward to. The final 2 rounds of the TCR UK Championship, that going right down to the wire seemingly after a dramatic opening race yesterday. We'll also have action from the likes of the regular TCR UK Support Series, Miltech Sport Civic Cup, the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240s, Fiesta Junior Championship, and we will also have the Nankang Thai BMW Compact Cup joining us today for the first time. They were not out here yesterday, they just finished their qualifying session this morning. That is a very close championship fight as well. And we will also be looking forward to some mini Melia races later on today. Andy McEwen here in the commentary box, here overlooking the start-finish area, getting ready and raring to go. I'm going to be joined by a number of co-commentators throughout the day. Richard John Neal will be with me for all the BRSCC content. We'll have Paul O'Neill joining me for the Miltech Sport Civic Cup and TCR UK races later on. I'm afraid he is, Richard. I'm afraid he is. One more day we've got to deal with him. That's then we can have a nice, quiet, peaceful winter. But Richard, delighted to have you here alongside me.
Nice to see you, Andy.
And yeah, this is yesterday was exciting. I'm really looking forward to today, actually. The Compact Cup Series in particular, that have just finished their qualifying session. A really close championship fight incoming there, and hopefully today slightly less in the way of unpredictable weather too.
I hope so. Yeah, we had the threes yesterday. Say things come in threes. We had 3 cars hitting the pit wall, which wasn't good. They're going to stay out of the pit wall today. That's all done and dusted for the event.
Yep, things come in threes, as you said.
They do.
Yep.
I've had a difficult start for the day. I saw Charlie Ellis in his pyjamas in the paddock. So did everybody else. Yeah, strange attire.
It's a little bit chilly to be out in your pyjamas, isn't it? Really. So, and that's from a northerner. So you know, it must be cold if I'm complaining. It is rather chilly here, isn't it? It's overcast. It was very bright actually when I arrived here this morning. Not a cloud in the sky, but this was sort of the story yesterday, wasn't it? The weather seemed to be coming in quite quickly. There is a breeze around at the moment, which seems to be blowing the weather through quite fast. Hopefully, though, as we saw from that forecast, there's no rain scheduled. We should have a dry and straightforward day of racing. And that's good, because this is the kind of track that I think, particularly with some of the categories we've got racing today, that to benefit really from dry weather racing. Lots of slipstreaming, good overtaking opportunities, a nice wide open circuit. And in the dry, it is one of the most exciting racetracks in the country. First race coming up is for the minis, as I said, the Mini 7s actually taking to the track first. The Mini Melias will be out later. We'll have 2 races from the 7s today, just the one from the Melias, and for both of those classes this is the final event of the 2024 season. They both raced yesterday in a joined race early on in the afternoon, which was actually a replacement race from Cadwell Park earlier on in the season, and a race that unfortunately wasn't able to take place at the time. Then we had one separate race for the Melias, and as I said, both classes back out again today, with championships now for the most part seemingly more or less wrapped up. The 7s perhaps still mathematically open, but certainly in the Melias, Jeff Smith and Josh Evans in the Mini Libra class appear to have done enough to wrap up the title provisionally, but as I said, still plenty more champions to be crowned over the rest of the day. Silverstone Wing are home for this final day of racing for these championships. Not the final BRSCC event of the year, though. There is still more to come. We have the Formula Ford Festival in a week's time, always a highlight of the calendar. Richard, are you joining me for the festival this year? I forget.
Yes, we're on the festival. It's the Gerrit Van Cowen 40th anniversary event. We lost Gerrit earlier in the year, sadly, but many of his friends and family are there. People that helped him along the career are going to be setting up some interviews on Friday to sort of flush that out. We've got Mazdas as well next weekend, but
yes,
good entry. I think entries already higher for this year's festival than they were last year.
Yes,
not back to the heydays of 5,000 cars, but a really good entry, and lots to look forward to there.
Yeah, excellent stuff. So that's next week. We'll have live action from Alton Park the week after as well with the Fun Cup. But for now, all eyes on Silverstone. First race of the day coming up now.
Can't hear you very well.
So the green flag lap then underway here at Silverstone for the Mini 7 Challenge, their first of 2 races today, and the cars that were running, as I said, alongside the Melias yesterday, they now get an opportunity to have the spotlight all to themselves for their 2 races today, as normally would be the case, in fairness, for this championship. The grid, which is sort of split across 2 classes, so you've got the Mini 7s and then the Mini 7Ss, which is the more sort of entry-level route into the championship, a big grid of cars, and this 9th race of the weekend will see Damien Harrington starting on pole position alongside Joe Thompson. Those 2 were doing battle in yesterday's race as well, I seem to recall. And yes, the 7 class won by Joe Thompson in the M7S is by Michael Winkworth, who was well ahead in the 7S class and then was caught by Matthew Ayres in the closing stages. Held on to the win, but Matthew certainly was applying the pressure in the closing stages of that first race, while the 7Ss will again likely move their way up through the regular 7s field as the race goes on. The car's just starting to line up on the grid, and Damien Harrington, as I said, will line up at the front of that grid. Joe Thompson alongside. In qualifying, separated by 9/10 of a second, so a big advantage for Harrington, although that could have largely come down to the toe, I suppose. Row 2 then for Mike Jordan and Kane Astin, with Ross Billison and Dan Bell together on row 3. Ross Billison, championship leader coming into this weekend in the 7s, in a battle with Joe Thompson, but Joe, of course, has out-qualified him for this race. Connor O'Brien then and Stephen Hopper are together on row number 4, with Glenn Woodbridge and Darren Thomas completing the top 10. And then row number 6, Nigel Davis and Andrew King, with Jamie Payne lining up at the back of the 7s. Then we move into the 7Ss. There'll be a 10-second delay before the S's leave the line. They are headed by Matthew Ayres. Matthew Ayres already the champion before this weekend, so we don't need to worry too much about the 7S championship standings. Matt Ayres on pole position, a qualifying time that was only a 10th faster though than Oliver Burkitt, so that's set to be quite a close battle, I think. Winkworth and Matt Page then together on row number 2, with the 3rd row shared by Joel Wren and Arnold Duncan. Jonathan Page and Alfie Glennie are on row 4, and on the 5th row Philip Anning and Jack Vanner. Bertie Woolard and Giles Page are next, ahead of Andrew Hack and Dave Rees together on the 7th row of the 7S grid. Bradley Jordan and Callum Perfect are on the next row, ahead of Tony Ayres and Tony Perfect, with John Hobbs, Mal Dickinson and Louis Burkitt at the back. Although Louis didn't set a time in qualifying, do we have the 745 car at the back of the grid? The last row hasn't quite made it into sight out of Club Corner, so we'll see when the race gets going whether he is there and what sort of race pace he has got once we get underway. So the front of the grid in position. It takes quite a long time to get this big grid of minis onto the grid, and when they are in position we'll be away in racing for 20 minutes the distance, and we expect, Richard, a slipstreaming frenzy, and if it's anything like yesterday's race, the winner to be decided in the final 15 seconds or so.
Very probably, yeah. It was interesting to get Andrew Jordan's perspective on it yesterday. He felt he was in the wrong place on the last lap, but he still won anyway.
Yes.
So if you haven't seen mini racing before, I don't believe you. But you're in for a treat.
Yeah, this is the perfect venue, really, isn't it, for old-school mini racing. You can fit easily 3 or 4 abreast down the Hanger Straight, and they were on multiple occasions yesterday. And we're expecting another lively race here this morning to kickstart the final day of Silverstone Finals weekend. Still, they're coming into position at the back. I think that's Bradley Jordan, who's a bit late on show, actually. He should have been starting a couple of rows further forward than that, and also the 785 car at the back, Tony Ayres. So there's a bit of jostling. There is the 745, though. Louis Burkitt is going to be there, the green and white car starting from the tail end of the field. Mal Dickinson, number 748, for reasons best known to himself, is reversing away from the grid and not pulling into his original starting position. As they're towards the front of the grid, we see the rather small wing mirrors. To be fair, I don't think they use them too often anyway, Richard, so I don't think they need to be enormous, do they?
They'll be on the side of the track after the first corner anyway.
Yes,
so.
almost certainly.
It's amazing just looking at the screen on the left-hand side, you can see the bridge that goes over the track, and I didn't realise what a great viewing place that was, and loads of people using it yesterday to watch the first TCR race.
Oh, were they?
It's not something I've spotted here before.
It is a good view, actually,
yeah.
Yes, and I think there are more people up there than in the grandstands, and I don't blame them because it's warmer in there, isn't it? And they've got just as good a view of the cars on the start-finish area. Right, green flag waving, so we have to do that all again now. We have a green flag lap, then they arrive on the grid ahead of the start of the race, which gives us a bit more time to talk about the points situation. Haven't actually had an official update from the Mini 7 Racing Club updating the points from yesterday, but coming into the weekend, Ross Billison was 10 points clear of Joe Thompson at the top of the championship standings. Well, Joe won the first race yesterday, and Ross Billison was a non-finisher. That would have made a big difference to the drop scores, because Ross was, I think, had finished every race so far. Yes, he'd actually been on the podium, or no worse than 4th anyway, in any of the races so far this season. So that will have become a drop score. He scored back 17 points that he was previously dropping. And then in race number 2, Joe Thompson was once again up there in the lead battle, I seem to recall, and managed to at least score some reasonably good points from that second race of the weekend. The championship situation basically unchanged when I did the maths earlier on. I've now very helpfully lost my race 2 result. But anyway, I'm sure Joe Thompson came out of that still about 10 points clear, behind Ross Billison. So Ross Billison can't afford a bad result, really, like he had yesterday. That was a rare bit of misfortune for Ross, who has been so consistent all season long. And that race, the race that was cancelled from Cadwell Park earlier in the year, just didn't quite go to plan for him. He almost made it at the end, retiring a couple of laps from the finish with mechanical issues. So hopefully Ross will have those sorted for today. And just needs a clean final pair of races of the season, really, in order to wrap up the title. Matt Ayres, like I said, has already won in the 7S class, but Michael Winkworth and Callum Perfect were only 10 points apart in the battle for second. Arnold Duncan not far behind either in 4th position, so that is another battle worth keeping an eye on. But Richard, it's very difficult for us, even let alone the drivers, to keep track of the championship situation when the positions on track are changing almost by the corner. So you do sort of feel in a championship like this especially, the points kind of have to go out the window, don't they? Try and win the race and the points will sort themselves out.
Yeah, I mean, it's about the race anyway at the end of the day we were talking about, and it's about what happens at the time. We might get... weren't any significant amended results yesterday as well. I was going to... normally what happens is I go away and there's an amended result and you think, oh, OK, we've got to catch up with it. How do we do it on the stream? But there weren't any from yesterday.
No.
There were a few bits and bobs. But, yeah, call it as it is. We'll do the race and work the maths out a little bit later on. Come the next election, the late night party are, by the way, electing to... our manifesto is do away with drop scores.
Yes.
Make them illegal.
Please do. Please do.
So, and there'll be more money in the budget for racing. So
I think that sounds like a plan. You get my vote, Richard.
Thank you very much.
Right, and out of the window there for reasons unknown for the pole sitter, Damien Harrington. He's pulling into pole position, so I think maybe just waving to his fans, perhaps, who are probably stood above us, actually, on the Silverstone wing balcony. There are lots of people in the hotel opposite as well with a good view of the start-finish area, and this could be a particularly good vantage point at the end of the race, because yesterday's races were all decided, really, certainly the minis, in the last couple of corners, and in a way the first 19.5 minutes of racing really just all about positioning yourself where you want to be to make your move on that final lap. And there was some discussion yesterday about whether you want to be in the lead, second, third, fourth. Second place, I think, got your vote, didn't it, on the run down the Hanger Straight? That seemed to work. So we'll see if they've learned the lessons from yesterday, and I'm sure we'll see a bit of tactical driving creeping in at the end of the 20 minutes.
Who are you going for?
Oh, don't do this to me. Mike, do you know what? I don't think Mike Jordan's won a race for a little while, has he, in this category? So why not? Let's have Mike. He won. He's won 3 times this year, and he's only done about 5 races. So yeah, I think he definitely gets my vote. What about you?
Mike Jordan. Am I there?
That's why you made me go first, wasn't it? Right then, well, we'll see, won't we? Because I think the green flag is about to be waved at the back of the grid. And finally, we're going to get our first race of the day underway. Green flag waved, and all eyes now to the starting gantry then. Damien Harrington, the green number 29 car on pole. Joe Thompson, the red and white number 80 alongside him, trying to keep his championship hopes alive. Red lights go on. Out they go now. We're away and racing at Silverstone. Oh, and one of the 7S's didn't get the memo, I'm afraid, and has gone with the 7s. Did they make contact with the car ahead? I don't think they did, so we'll focus on the 7s, where Joe Thompson is on the inside line and sweeping through into the race lead. Now the 7S's get going. I think it might have been Joel Wren, maybe, who went early, and will almost certainly be facing a penalty for that. As a result of that, perhaps he's had a really poor start and dropped out 4 or 5 places anyway. They turn into the first corner with, I think, Matt Ayres still holding on to the lead on the outside. The 7s, meanwhile, head through the link. Joe Thompson, the leader. Harrington second. Mike Jordan third. And in 4th position, Kane Astin, doing double duty then this weekend. Kane Astin getting plenty of mileage under his belt, and up there in the lead fight again. We'd expect nothing less, really.
Absolutely right, yeah. A very accomplished mini racer. The interesting thing for me is you don't always get a chance to study all the entry lists, and this is the first race for the sevens other than the Cadwell race, so we've got different people here, but fascinating to speak to people like Joel Wren, who came through the junior for me, and Alfie Glennie was a Fiesta Junior driver back in the day, and I was going to say I wondered where they'd gone. I didn't, but it's fascinating to see that they'd come still racing and come into minis.
Well, exactly. It's a young man's game again now, isn't it, really, Mini 7 racing? And it's partly because of the extra exposure it gets from being on these live-streamed events, I suppose. And, lots of the youngsters see this kind of racing and think, yeah, that looks like good fun. I might give that a go. And there are certainly more expensive ways of going racing, so I'm sure that's quite attractive as well. Harrington then leads the way. Joe Thompson going after him in second, pulls to the outside on the run into Abbey Corner, and is about to move into the lead of the race again, I think. He led briefly into turn 1 on lap 1, doesn't lead on lap 2, actually. Harrington sticks it out on the inside line and manages to hold on. That delayed Thompson on corner exit, and so Mike Jordan in car number 1 moves up to challenge as well. He's looking to the inside into Village, but decides ultimately that he's too far back. Meanwhile, in the S's, Michael Winkworth there in second position, 746 in third. That's the pole sitter Oliver Burkitt, so it is number 700 Matt Ayres that leads the way, and Matt Ayres, the champion-elect really in the 7Ss, resuming what really has become his regular position out in front. Yeah, doing an absolutely grand job of it as the race leaders head towards us once again. Now, for those of you who said that me picking Mike Jordan, he does tend to have a win when I'm doing the honours down in pit lane, to be perfectly honest, and he's just gone up into P2 around the outside of Damien Harrington. Can he hang on to it? I don't know. The other reason I picked him, and I'm going to back this up because people say, oh, favouritism, because you know him from Dunn. He's more relaxed, and Andrew was more relaxed because they're not doing the full championship. It does make a difference to the driver's psyche. Absolutely, yeah. They drive a lot looser, a lot more freely, don't they, when they're not facing the pressure of a championship battle. And we know Mike is a talented driver. He's won championships in minis before, of course. That's why he's got the number 1 on his car. Not going for the full season campaign this year, but always a factor whenever he does take to the track. He runs in second place at the end of lap 2. We might be about to have our first lead change, at least on camera, in the S's, because round the outside goes Oliver Burkitt, the pole sitter. Matt Ayres stands his ground on the inside, though, and in third place now is Matthew Page, getting a double slipstream past the wing, and he decides to take advantage of that. Goes to the inside of both of them, not 4 abreast into Abbey. Surely that won't work. Thankfully, the 4th car in line backed out of it, but it is Page that gets the lead. That 4th car was Winkworth, and he might now end up losing ground. Widescreen television was actually invented because someone was trying to cover mini racing. It's a fact. Yes, we could do with a bigger monitor and about 6 pairs of eyes, I think, to follow all of the battling going on. There is Joel Wren coming up the inside. Haven't yet seen any notification of a jump start penalty, although he most definitely jumped the start, but maybe jumped it by so much that they decided, okay, he didn't really gain anything from that. He actually lost ground, as I said, off the start line in the end. Mike Jordan, though, to the lead, so he's just sort of steadily worked his way through the order. I doubt, though, even Mike Jordan will be able to stay there for long. Damien Harrington and Joe Thompson will be at him, won't they, for sure? Look at they're not going to let him go. This could go any way of 3, and we were just taking our little pot, weren't we, of pot shot at what we thought might happen with Jordan out front. Will he be able to break a toe? It's doable minis, but not something you see particularly often. No, you kind of need the cars behind to start scrapping, don't you, and tripping over each other, especially on a momentum circuit like this one. As long as they're single file, they will be able to slipstream back up to you, which is exactly what's happening. Right, take your pick, anyone. Who's going to lead this time in the 7Ss? That's Burkitt on the outside again. This is actually an action replay almost of a lap ago. It didn't really work out for Burkitt last time. It worked out quite well for Matthew Page, I seem to recall, who suddenly finds himself back in third position. Winkworth nipping up the inside again. There's a bit of a squeeze down the pit straight. Winkworth going for third, and Matt Ayres trying to defend the lead in the grey car on the inside line. He will successfully do so. Page slips through into second-ish. It will have changed again by the time they arrive at Village. This is proper Mini 7 racing. Burkitt with the inside line here. The switchback will take him to the outside. Safety car board ready on the inside there. We don't want that, thank you very much. Put it away, put it in the box. But Burkitt does get P2 as we go back to the leaders. Interesting to watch Ross Billison trying to close in with this lead trio who go 3 wide again, or so it looks. Yeah, pretty much they did. Harrington back into, but look at Joe Thompson, sized down the inside, saw the gap, great opportunity. Yeah, read that situation well, didn't he? Harrington came storming through on the inside, couldn't stop the car, ran wide, shuffled Jordan with him, and Joe Thompson said, thank you very much, I'll have the race lead. So 3 went Thompson, Harrington second, then Jordan third. That's sort of bringing Ross Billison back into play now. So Ross Billison, who remember is battling Joe Thompson for the championship this weekend, it's important really that he's in this lead group, and if he can't beat Joe Thompson, at least limiting the damage being done. Oh no, 3 abreast through the Vale. On the inside, still Matt Ayres, who through all of this madness consistently seems to be in the lead of the race somehow. That's Joel Wren in the reddy orange car coming up into 3rd place perhaps, around the outside of Page. And yes, I think maybe a bit of a dodgy gear change actually for Joel Wren. Page goes back through. Everyone else in this group, and oh look, they're catching the back of the 7 grid as well, as if this wasn't entertaining enough. We've got a 7 or 8 car battle for the lead, and they're soon going to have some traffic to contend with.
I don't know where they find all these cars from. It's absolutely incredible. But if you want to come racing in a, forget the big. I remember we did a thing at Mallory Park race day, and we had the guy from Shane Lynch from Boyzone, and all he wanted to do, he wanted to drive a big motor. He didn't want to do the legends. But stick with the small cars. Racing is always so much better.
100%, 100%. You don't need a lot of power. You don't need a lot of grip. You don't need a lot of aerodynamics. You just need cars that will race closely, such as these, and that is why we enjoy Mini 7 racing so much. Now, that was Damien Harrington running very wide at Stowe. The car looked to be behaving in a slightly odd way as he picked up some damage at the front. Now, it seems okay, but he suddenly seems off the pace. So through, well, back into the lead has gone Joe Thompson, Mike Jordan 2nd, and Billison crucially 3rd now. So Billison picking his way back through the order, but that looked a little bit odd there, didn't it, for Harrington?
It did, yeah. He'll regroup, still got over half the race to go as we nip back to the Mini 7 S-Class, and again, the absolute swathes of them could really do with a standalone race, couldn't we?
Yes, to be honest, these days, yeah. Maybe that's a plan for next year, I don't know, because it is a big grid and there are more, I think, on the way. But they made it's a bigger grid, actually, than the 7s. I suppose the problem is the 7s would have quite a small grid in comparison. 13 of them entered this weekend. And actually, the mingling of the 2 classes certainly adds an extra dynamic to the racing, doesn't it? So, yeah, no complaints from me. Up towards Abbey they go. Burkett leading in the 7Ss this time, by the way. Matt Ayres dropping down to 2nd. And here, side-by-side, well, was a side-by-side battle further back with Andrew Hack, I think, losing a position. This for the lead of the S's, though. And for the first time, really, it is not Matt Ayres out in front. No,
cracking battle going on and plenty of changes. Again, difficult for our guys at Alpha Live to capture both right. And, indeed, there's battles all the way down. A lot of people say, well, we didn't see what's going on further back. Massive slide from Harrington. That car doesn't look happy, does it? He'd got back into 3rd place there, but it just does not seem happy. So I wonder whether he's developing an issue of some sort. He's locking up again, in fact, they're all locking up. Is there fluid on the track? That looked like there was a slight lead. That's a good thought, Andy, yeah. Yeah, I wonder whether, and it could even be coming from Harrington's car, because look, a mistake there for Joe Thompson as well. All of a sudden, someone else is off in the background. I think there's fluid on the road through that final sector. Great spot. Wonder who that is. They won't be thanked for it, whoever they are, as Mike Jordan pops out of the slipstream, looks down the inside. We were overdue a change of leader, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, Joe Thompson was making this a little bit boring, wasn't he? But that little slip on potentially some fluid has changed all of that. Mike Jordan to the lead. Mike Jordan has set the fastest lap of the race as well, and that is the 701 car off. 701 is Jonathan Page, and again, that's down at the club chicane, which does suddenly seem to be presenting a bit of a challenge. Yellow flags there, no slippery surface flag, so you spotted it. We need to get you on a Marshall Day as well. We're going to do the same one. I'll come up to Alton or something. Only if it's on a nice warm summer's day. I'm a fair weather. Yeah, you'll be in the middle of the season then. You'll be in demand. No, that's true. That's true. I'm sure I would rather find a free weekend in the summer to do it. I think it's why I really do have all the respect in the world for the marshals who don't just come out when the weather is nice, but even on a bitterly cold early winter, late autumn's day like this one, they're out there as enthusiastic as ever, and they do a tremendous job. Now, they might have some more work to do shortly because this lead battle's heading back down towards the slippery zone. Are they all going to get through this time? Mike Jordan, look, modifying his line slightly, look, going in a bit tighter because I think that fluid is just there on the racing line. You've got it. I think that's why Mike Jordan, as the leader, was avoiding that line there and might have to do so until the checkered flag. It's fascinating to watch someone like Mike Jordan with all that experience at work, and amazing that those guys come. So many people said to me, we'd love this to be a permanent support on the touring car package. Colin Peacock said to me it'd kill it because it would ramp the costs up, and they enjoy having the guest slots when they do. Matt Ayres, oh my word, and that's Joel Wren. We harmonised then on Matt Ayres, didn't we? That was beautiful, that. Yeah. Maybe the voice next year. They're doing duos now. Oh, are they now? Oh, we'll take the world by storm, Richard. That was Matt Ayres dropping down to 3rd place, I think, now in Clay. In fact, no, 2nd place in class. That was Joel Wren to the lead, actually. So
What's happened to Burkitt? Burkitt's dropped a number of places, hasn't he, within the 7Ss? So they're starting to mingle with the 7s just to confuse things. But the ready orange TBR car, that is Joel Wren. No sign of a penalty yet for that jump start, and he's found his way into the class lead.
Yeah, it'll come at the end. That's imperfect, not T-perfect.
Very good, very good. 766 is which of the perfects, because there are two.
And I apologise for that, because they've probably heard that many times. Well, Joel Wren was a contemporary of Joseph Lake, if I remember correctly.
I think he was,
juniors.
Yeah. I think he was.
And he was good.
He was very good.
Scott
Tony
Woodward's
perfect, by the way. Yes, it was.
Sorry, Tony. Feel free to come and moan at me in the paddock. I'm so sorry.
I'm sure he will. They do frequently.
Good, yeah.
Not the perfects specifically, just to put that out there. But drivers in general. Anyway, let's move on. So the Marshals, as I sort of predicted, did have some work to do down at the Club Chicane. They go out to retrieve the Tony Perfect car. Further back, never mind, further forward in the 7s, it is Joe Thompson. No, it's not. It's Mike Jordan out in the lead. Joe Thompson's second, and Damien Harrington's car in third. So I don't think it was a problem for Damien. I think he was just the first to find the slippery surface, and the others perhaps were able to learn from what they saw from his car. He's back on the pace now and back on terms with the leaders.
Kane Astin's kind of become the wild card for this, hasn't he? Because it was 3 for the lead, then it became 4, and now 5. And in a position here with 8 minutes still on the clock, that he could be in a good position by the end here to have a go. But Mike Jordan has actually got an un-7-like gap at the moment over Joe Thompson in P2.
For now. But they're going on to the hanger straight, Richard. So by the end of that hanger straight, I suspect that lead will have evaporated completely. We have just lost pictures in the commentary box, so we'll tell you in a moment what's going on.
Evaporated as well.
Yes. But something exciting is happening down at Stowe Corner, almost certainly. And we'll see out of the window, if we have to in a moment, exactly who comes out of this with the race lead. But we're getting towards crunch time now. Two-thirds race distance, 7.5 minutes to go. And I think we're going to have drivers now starting maybe to think about where they want to be on the final lap or so. Darren Thomas, by the way, pulling into the pit lane as well last time. I don't think I mentioned that, but Darren Thomas in the number 20 car is in. And out of the window, Richard, we can tell you that...
Mike Jordan still there.
In the lead. Yes, he is. There we go.
Closing up. Told you.
Yes, they're all back together again, aren't they, basically?
That was the voice blind edition we were just having a look.
The blind edition. Very good, very good. So, Jordan with the lead. Thompson second. Harrington third. Small gap back to Ross Billison fourth and Kane Astin fifth. Conor O'Brien in sixth position, a bit lonely, with Dan Bell next, and Stephen Hopper will inherit eighth place with Darren Thomas pitting. Joel Wren, by the way, into the top 10 overall. And bringing with him Matt Ayres. Stephen Hopper actually between those two and the rest of the 7S field. So I think those top two now starting to detach themselves slightly from the rest of their classmates. But the 7 leaders themselves heading down the hanger straight. Lead change this time, maybe, Richard?
It looks like it could be. Here they come, getting into the toe. They break ranks. I love like the red arrows, isn't it, when they do that split. And here we come. Is Mike Jordan going to hang on to it? Meeting the Sarni. No, he's got the momentum, hangs on. The number 1 car still out front from, could be Claire Grogan in the second car, altered image.
Yes. Yeah, could be. Mike Jordan so he got on the brakes, wasn't he, there in Stowe Corner? Carried a lot more speed into Stowe than the cars around him. Now, of course, there's a yellow flag zone down at the Club Chicane, so no overtaking there. Let's hope that's dealt with by the end of the race, because, as I said, that's more or less where the races tend to get decided through the final few corners. But I'm sure the Marshals will have that Tony Perfect car out of the way in time for the last lap. 5 3/4 minutes left in the race. Here come the 7S leaders, and yeah, 2 for the lead now all of a sudden, so I'm not sure where they detach themselves from the rest of the field, but this was a 7 or 8 car lead group only 5 minutes ago, and now these two looking like the class of the field.
And incredibly 8th and 9th, so dealt with a few of the A-Class 7 cars. Joel Wren, that was definitely track limits.
Do you think?
It was, yeah, I was at one of the briefings yesterday. It was very definitely track limits, but did he gain an advantage?
No, which rather should be the point in my opinion, but there you go.
I agree.
No, I don't think he did he? And even if he did, to be honest, by the end of the next straight, Matt Ayres would be right back with him, which he is. So less than a mini's length in it as they turn through Abbey. Less than that even in the 7 class, because Joe Thompson is now up alongside Mike Jordan. Tried the inside a lap ago into Stowe Corner. Now he tries the outside, which becomes the middle, because Damien Harrington has a run on the pair of them, sweeps around the outside of one, but he can't clear Mike Jordan, who does seem the most confident under braking, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. Mike Jordan still there. And remember, racing for fun, no customers, no distractions of customers, just here to enjoy himself, relax. And if you can relax and enjoy yourself in a frantic mini race like this, and he is at the moment, because most of the squabbling is over P2 and the rights to have a go at him.
It is indeed, isn't it? And that is what can win you the race as the leader on the final lap. We did see it in one of the races yesterday. I forget which mini race it was now. It might have been the first race, I think, where, yeah, the second and third place cars started battling down the hanger straight on the last lap, allowing the leader to continue unchallenged. Joe Thompson round the outside of Damien Harrington and Abbey Corner. That's a brave move. He ends up the curb. And again, this is the kind of side-by-side racing that could allow Mike Jordan to pull away. Matt Ayres, meanwhile, back ahead of Joel Wren here to the lead of the 7Ss as Joe Thompson backs the car into Village. Did not go past Harrington, but that bit of side-by-side racing, Richard, has sort of let Mike Jordan get away.
Yeah, that's what he wanted. Side-by-side racing here for the S-Class as well. Continues Joel Wren on the outside. Not the line that he wants coming down into the corner. So it's Matthew Ayres still there in the 700 car. Fine battle between these two, though. Brilliant stuff.
Oh, now look at this. This is all getting rather tasty. Harrington back alongside Joe Thompson, who moves over to side draft him down the back straight, pulling Harrington's car back. Doesn't speed you up, but it slows the other car down. And, well, really, it slows you both down, to be honest. That's why Mike Jordan is getting away. And this is not the time of the race to be losing touch with the race leader. They've dropped back into the clutches now of Billison and Astin, who are 4th and 5th, respectively. They all descend upon the club chicane, which is now under green flag conditions again. Harrington gets assaulted there by Ross Billison, and that almost opened the door for Kane Astin to wriggle through. But Kane couldn't quite find the gap to use that momentum. These two are still side by side. I think they have been for over a lap now. It is on the inside line Joel Wren, the outside Matt Ayres, and Matt Ayres still can't find a way back through. So Matt having, I wouldn't say looked comfortable in the lead earlier on, but he was very regularly, every time we cut to him, out in front. Now can't seem to find a way back ahead of Joel Wren. He tries to the inside into the club chicane, nothing doing, and Joel starting to look more and more confident with every lap.
He is, he still did. One mistake, though, could undo all that completely. Kane Astin getting it nice and sideways, but collecting it all up. Lovely, great close-up shot. You can see the drivers working hard at the wheel as they go with 2 minutes 20 on the clock to go. So we're very nearly heading for our first podium of the day. Here's the run down the straight, lights ablaze from Mike Jordan as he comes down the hanger straight. A little bit of traffic for him to be able to deal with. This could scupper things, possibly for him, possibly for the drivers behind in second and third place. And here comes the move from Joe Thompson, looks down the inside. Are they going to be able to deal with the 711 car? Yes, they are. Great driving from the a 7S class car that moves right out of the way of the leaders. They didn't really have much choice. There'll be blue flags showing, and of course Mike Jordan's lights were on big time as well, so the lead battle doesn't get affected too much. So Damien Harrington in the mix, Ross Billison trying to get on the back of them, but struggling to do that at the moment. Jordan, though, still out front. We are now due another change of lead.
Yeah, 2 laps to go, though. Do you want to make the move now, or is Joe Thompson just quite content that he's caught back up to Jordan, and now he'll bide his time until the last lap? Matt Ayres slides around the outside of Joel Wren, meanwhile. He wants to lead in the 7Ss, no doubt about that, and he does lead again as they drop down through the Vale and into the club chicane. So Matt Ayres back out in front of Joel Wren, and will now have to defend for a couple of laps or so. I didn't spot how Joe Thompson and Damien Harrington have managed to catch Mike Jordan quite so quickly. They both did personal best laps. In fact, Harrington did the fastest lap of the race last time around, but that's impressive. I really thought Jordan was on the verge of breaking the toe, but they're right back with him again.
Maybe they know, maybe they've read your memo, that they have to work together.
Surely not. Racing drivers work together? No, that'll be the day. These two aren't working together, are they? Matt Ayres and Joel Wren, but they've no need to, really. They've already broken away by about 6 seconds from the rest of the field. It's 3 abreast for the lead of the 7 class, though. Jordan on the inside, Harrington on the outside, and Joe Thompson stuck in the middle. Remember, Joe is fighting for a championship, desperately wants the win, and Harrington pulls the same move from a few laps ago, gets the switch back on the pair of them. This time there's a bit of paint traded, but it gets him the lead.
It does. That you could see that. He teed that up. He could see there was going to be a gap, or he was hoping there was going to be a gap. Slotted the 29 car into the lead. That's the... Look at Mike Jordan throwing that. He wants the lead back.
Yes, he does. Well, it's now or never, isn't it, really? We're on to the final lap this time. When and where and how do you make your move? The same story, really, in the 7Ss, where it's Joel Wren back in front now of Matt Ayres. Matt Ayres, though, is up the inside into Stowe Corner, and he is going to slip back through, I think. Oh, Joel Wren tries to stand stand his ground on the outside. We'll pick those up in a moment. The 7s, though, head through farm into the braking zone at Village for the final time. Harrington the leader, and side by side for second. Just as I was saying, if these two start battling on the last lap, that will hand it to the leader, and Damien Harrington hasn't yet escaped, but he will love seeing that battle going on in his mirrors. Joel Wren, by the way, somehow is back into the lead of the 7S class, but is that the place you want to be on the final lap? Only time will tell. They go through then to begin their final lap of racing. They are separated by only a quarter of a second. It may be less than that by the time they get to the checkered flag as Joel Wren moves over to cover the inside line, and Matt Ayres can't find a way through. Right, into Stoke Corner for the final time. Joe Thompson looking for the lead, can't get to the inside, daren't go to the outside because Mike Jordan is already there, and Mike Jordan sensationally late on the brakes. Can he go right round the outside of the pair of them? Well, Damien Harrington's going to try and squeeze in wide. That might open the door for Joe Thompson. There's a touch between the two of them, and they're 3 abreast into the club chicane for the final time. Joe Thompson backs out of it, thinking championship maybe. Mike Jordan leans on Harrington. They both run out wide. Harrington's still there, though. There's going to be more contact. Both sideways, and Thompson's involved. Joe Thompson involved. That opens the door for Ross Billison to come through it all, and Ross Billison, the championship leader. Well, what a stroke of luck that was for him. Billison picks up the win. Astin second, Mike Jordan third, and Joe Thompson in fourth position. Disaster that for Joe Thompson. He was in a position to outscore his championship rival, and through no fault of his own, really, that all went wrong at the final corner. Right, what about the S's? It's Joel Wren out in front. I'm not convinced Matt Ayres is going to be close enough for any heroics into the chicane. No, he's not. And so Joel Wren should be good now for the race victory. They picked their way through the debris field that's been left from that lead pack incident, and Joel Wren heads for the checkered flag. It's a maiden victory in the Mini 7Ss. He had a podium at Brands Hatch earlier in the season, and Joel Wren manages this time to hold on to the win. Matt Ayres comes home in second position in the class, and Michael Winkworth picks his way through into third position. Well, not for the first time this weekend. The club chicane proves the decisive point on the circuit on the final lap. We saw it in the TCR UK race yesterday, after all, didn't we? And in the Mini 7s, absolutely the same story. I've got to feel, though, for Joe Thompson, because Joe Thompson did everything right there. He backed out of it going into the corner because he could just see that that was going to end in tears. And even then, he still ended up getting caught up in it when the two leaders got themselves sideways, and he had absolutely nowhere to go. So, Ross Billison, who was probably starting to feel a little bit nervous about the championship situation until those final couple of corners, ends up coming through with the race win, and that could be a race win that maybe hands him the championship. We'll have to do the maths before race 3 later on, race 2 I suppose, later on, and see what that means, but he will certainly have extended his margin over Joe Thompson, and Joe won't be very happy with that at all. It's Billison, remarkably, who picks up the race victory. That his third win of the year. Kane Astin comes home second, and Mike Jordan in third. Joe Thompson and Conor O'Brien complete the top 5, then Damien Harrington and Dan Bell. Joel Wren was the winner of the 7S class ahead of Matthew Ayres and Michael Winkworth, with Matthew Page, Oliver Burkett and Arnold Duncan completing the top half dozen in that class. Stephen Hopper was 14th at the checkered flag, 15th position for Glenn Woodbridge then, and he came home just ahead of Philip Anning and Jamie Payne. Callum Perfect was 18th, Jack Banner and Brad Jordan complete the top 20, ahead of Nigel Davis, Andrew Hack, Jonathan Page, Bertie Woolard, Alfie Glennie, Andrew King and Louis Burkett. In 28th place, Dave Rees, Mal Dickinson and Tony Ayres were a lap down. Giles Page was a non-finisher, so too John Hobbs. Darren Thomas retired to the pit lane, and Tony Perfect slipped off into the gravel at the club chicane early on in the race. Well, brilliant start to the day. That woke everyone up, I think, didn't it? What a cracking first race of the day. The good news is we get to do that all over again with the 7s later on, about 10 to 5 in theory. Penultimate race of the day will be our second Mini 7 race. We now turn our attention to the BRSCC Fiesta Juniors in a moment. Their championship already wrapped up yesterday. Then it will be the turn of the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Championship, which I think mathematically is still alive, just about, between Brad Burns and Matt Luff. And then the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240, the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup and Miltech Sport Civic Cup. That's your morning's entertainment. If you want to find the timetable, head over to the BRSCC website, www.brscc.co.uk, and you'll be able to follow the links to this event, from where you can find all sorts of information, really. Information on all of the championships, timetables, entry lists, results, all of it there on the BRSCC website. Right then, lots to talk about after that race. Let's head down into Parc Fermé. We've got just the man for the job. Richard, over to you.
Hi everybody, let's go down and see our race winner, Ross Billison. We're going to nip across here. Hey. Ross, congratulations. Minis never ever disappoint. You never know what's going to happen. Talk us through I was going to talk us through the whole race. We haven't got time, but the last few corners.
Obviously, the front three, they had a bit of an edge on us today. I was just trying to keep it clean, keeping their toe, but I said to Kane, every time they sort of, we were squabbling, they sort of cleared up in the, a few cars in the front, and then we called them back in, and then they gapped us again, we called them back in, and then I sort of was thinking there's going to be a bit of contact along the way here. So I just kept, leaving the options open, and then last corner they all hit each other, and I found a gap, come around the last corner and saw the checkered flag. So well happy with that.
I mean, you were in that lead group, and it was, it could go any way, and sometimes you have to be a tactician, sometimes it can come to you.
Definitely. I've been on the wrong side of that, but it worked really well today, so I'm well chuffed.
More in the tank for race 2?
Yeah, perfect, yeah.
Have a good one, mate. We've got cars on track. I don't know if we can get in. I think everyone else is going off for their podium. I'm going to grab a very quick word with Joel Wren, if we can. Joel, can we have a quick word? You got your helmet on. Congratulations on the class win. Good to see you. Haven't spoken about you since Fiesta Junior days, but lovely to see you in the minis. Cracking race that you had with Matt there.
Yeah, no, it was good. Really good race. Unfortunately, at the start, I jumped the start, so I went when the 7s went. Just a bit of inexperience, really, where I'm not used to racing against other classes. But yeah, no, apart from that, good racing. Went pretty well, I think.
I mean, you did move before, but I don't think there was an advantage gained out of it, so you're waiting to see what the clerk says.
Yeah, wait and see what the clerk says. I suppose I'll be upstairs in a minute.
You got the win. We had some great racing. Well done, Joel. Lovely to see you. Congratulations. See you on the podium later on. Joel Wren, our winner there. Just time to talk to our 2 winners, unfortunately, because we have got the BRSEC Fiesta Juniors on track, and they will be under the auspices, of course, of Andy McEwen. So Fiesta Juniors coming right up now.
Thank you very much, Richard John Neal. Yes, Fiesta Juniors heading out onto the track now, where we have, as I said, already crowned a champion, provisionally anyway, after yesterday's first race of the weekend, in the shape of Jensen O'Neill going. And Jensen now will be gunning for race wins, if possible, after the championship pressure has sort of been lifted off his shoulders a little bit. The cars lining up on the grid then ahead of this penultimate round of the championship. Still lots of things, though, worth looking out for, including a battle for second in the championship and the champion of Silverstone. We'll get onto that in a moment. The grid, though, as follows. Jensen O'Neill going the champion-elect, starts on pole position, with Jacob Hodgkiss, one of the drivers, going for second place in the championship alongside him. Alfie Garford and Archie Davis are together on row 2. Jack Sant and Tom Merritt will share row number 3. Fourth row of the grid then for Henry Foote and Jensen Mason. Callie Clifford and Billy Blockley complete the top 10, ahead of George Foxlow and Oliver Heron. Seventh row of the grid for Jack Burgess and Aaron Beattie. Hayden Gray and Finn Leslie next. Finn Leslie came into the weekend mathematically a title contender, had a disaster yesterday, just didn't seem to have the pace in the mixed conditions. He'll be very happy, I think, that it's dry today. Ben Doughty and Atlanta Le Breton are together on row 9, and the 10th row shared by Jake Wardle and Maggie Webster, who was on pole yesterday in the lead, or the second place battle anyway, all race long, only to get caught up in an accident late in the going. That was such a shame. She will start 20th, but has good pace this weekend, one to watch definitely. Bobby Holmes, Harry Lindley and Josh Jarvis make up the back of the grid. Green flag wave then from the back of that grid. Are we going to get a green flag lap, or is this going to be straight into a race start? I think it's straight into a race start, because the red lights are on, and Jensen O'Neill going starts from pole position. The lights go out. 15 minutes of Fiesta Junior racing gets underway, and they accelerate towards the first corner, with Jensen O'Neill going the race leader and making his way down into Abbey Corner, ahead then of Alfie Garford, who slots through into second position. Where was Jacob Hodgkiss and all of that? Did Jacob fall into third? Yes, he did. So Hodgkiss there in third position. Hodgkiss, oh, hang on. Oh, that's Maggie Webster again. And another car pointing the wrong way. Is that the 69, I think that is, isn't it? Harry Lindley. Oh, and a third car, which entered stage left, had been involved in that as well. So 3 cars involved at the first corner. What a shame for Maggie Webster, though. She just can't buy any luck, can she, this weekend? And yeah, she's unfortunately going to have to come from the back of the field, where she was already starting at the back and now has even more work to do to get into contention. Jensen O'Neill going, though, continuing much as he left off yesterday, really, in utterly dominant fashion. Jacob Hodgkiss, that blue and white car there on the outside line, about to lose his newly gained second place. Well, he is one of the drivers going for second place in the championship. Coming into this race, Jacob Hodgkiss, by my maths, is a single point behind the number 26 of Finn Leslie. Now, Finn is the red car, one of the red cars, in that sort of second group gap further back, but the blue and white car of Hodgkiss at the moment in a position to take that second place away from him. Leslie has gained a few places, I think, and there's another little tap in the tail there for the 87, was that, getting tapped sideways. Archie Davis. It's been a lively opening lap, Richard.
It has. We expect nothing less from the Fiesta Juniors. Scholarship upcoming if you're watching this and you've got a youngster who's of age to be able to do it next year. Basically need to be 14 at the start of the season to come in and do it. It's the half term. Look in the BRSCC website to come and have a go. Having a go that at the moment are those drivers battling it all out. Jensen O'Neill going, the champion is away. Ooh. And down the road.
Oh, can he stop it? Can he stop it?
Henry Foote. Oh, no, he can't.
Jack Sant and another, I think.
Henry,
Callie
that's
Clifford
a
was
shame.
that.
Yeah.
We saw a few situations like that at Thruxton last time. When you get on the grass, it's cold, it's wet, it's damp, you just can't stop the car. It was Jack Sant, whose car looks remarkably undamaged, actually, given the assault that it just had. But both cars continuing. That was a shame, though, wasn't it, Richard? As soon as a car gets on the grass at that sort of speed, there's very little the driver can do. Yeah,
the glue-back car for Henry Foote hasn't had the rub of the green, very, very sadly. This weekend had I think it's probably his lowest qualifying, I think.
Might have been,
for yesterday, so I'm a little bit frustrated, but we know what he can do. He had a class win, of course, at Thruxton, but bitter disappointment for him in that one. Jensen's not getting any coverage because he's away, but these boys are.
That's the problem, though, isn't it? When you're so much quicker than the rest, you don't get much TV time. So he's won the championship.
Is that what you say to sponsors? We haven't seen you on TV, but well, it's because I was down the road. I was ahead of, that's why.
Yeah, it is a complaint we get quite a lot from drivers, isn't it? Oh, you never feature me on the live stream. Well, stop winning by 15 seconds then. Oh, George Foxlow. And that is Billy Blockley into the gravel trap. Foxlow and Blockley tangling at the final corner. Billy somehow digs his way out of the gravel and gets going again, but both cars are wounded. Foxlow, I think, is out, and Foxlow is leaking fluid. Look, you can see the fluid pouring from underneath the George Foxlow car, 144, and into Abbey Corner as well. A very high-speed turn. Not a good place to have slippery surface, is it?
What does it say about the end of term at school? And, I hesitate to make the comparison, but these young people, of course, many of them involved in their studies, and Esther, the championship coordinator yesterday, saying how proud she was of them. Come on, guys, let's try and just temper it a little bit. Safety car wouldn't hurt, actually, to slow it down. I'm sure we probably don't actually need one, but sometimes you just need to take a breather.
Yes, I think that is definitely the case. Dear, bits of bodywork go flying. And see, that got stuck underneath the number 3 of Jake Wardle, didn't it? That came off Callie Clifford's car, the 169, which is actually in the process of making an overtake, would you believe, up the inside of Ben Doughty in the pink Parrot car. I still want to call it Pink Carrot. I'm sure it is Pink Parrot, which goes round the outside. It looks like a C. The Parrot looks like a C. I've been saying this all year long. Anyway, that number 28 car hanging on just about around the outside to 9th position, I think. Jensen O'Neill going leads, but Alfie Garford sets the fastest lap of the race. Jensen O'Neill going, he's not having this all his own way.
No, he's not. So the Mark 7s will be very keen to. There's been this little rivalry, isn't there, between the Mark 6s and the Mark 7s. The club last year obviously tried the best and did a good job trying to make the cars equal, and we've seen wins for Mark 6, we've seen wins for Mark 7. The thing you can't do, of course, is equalise all the drivers' performance and abilities in the cars. So we've got very good drivers like Jensen O'Neill going in the 6s. We've got terrific drivers in the 7s as well, get involved in squabbles. Alfie Garford, proof of the pudding there in terms of being equalised. Fastest lap, as you said, for him, and a good P2 at the moment.
Indeed so, and don't forget we do have separate championships these days as well for the Mark 6s and Mark 7s too, but it's all about the overall championship battle, and that is the championship that Jensen O'Neill going has already wrapped up. In the Mark 7 championship, it is a little bit closer actually. Finn Leslie and Jacob Hodgkiss battling the second overall in the championship, and therefore also fighting for the Mark 7 title. Jensen, of course, having dominated in the Mark 6s, but it's pretty close still in this fight for second place. Finn Leslie going better today. He's up to 6th position, picking his way through some of the incidents that have been going on in the midfield, and up there into 6th position now, trying to go after Jacob Hodgkiss if he can. And a wild Scott Woodward has appeared behind me, and I'm very glad he has, because I'd quite like him to double check I've got the champion of Silverstone points right. I think 2 points between Alfie Garford and Jacob Hodgkiss after yesterday's race, but I'll let Scott be wrong about that rather than me. I'll let him double check that and see if that is the correct situation. But yes, Richard, Finn Leslie going much better today, which is nice to see.
He is up into 6th position, good stuff. Newcomer Oliver Heron in 7th place, having a very good run. Actually, do we know if we got the other newcomer out on track as well? Josh Jarvis didn't start yesterday. I don't know whether Josh has done this one or withdrawn from the meeting. Let's have a quick look. He's on the grid, wasn't he?
Yes, 16th.
Great, okay, that's good. I put him on the spot. If you get to see the Doughty, I see what you mean about the carrot.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
Yeah,
up close, less so. From a distance, which you often are here at Silverstone.
It's a good striking livery, and it's a talking point, which is even better.
Exactly. Yes. We're not getting the sponsor's name right, but we are at least talking about them. So yes, the pink Parrot entry, one of the best-looking cars on the grid, quite frankly, and it's going quite well at the moment. Involved in this battle, a little bit further down the order. Where are they? Just at the back of the top 10. Ben Doughty, Callie Clifford dropping to the back of this group now. Actually, so it's number 30. Number 3, sorry, is that Wardle that's got himself to the front of the group. No, there is Wardle on the outside of Callie Clifford, hanging on to a place through Stoke Corner. There are bits of Fiesta littered around the track, aren't there, at the moment? But things for the time being calming down, which is good. And Jenson O'Neill going, also sort of steadying the ship out in front. He's stabilised that gap now, hasn't he, at about 1.5 seconds back to Garford.
That's that's an image. Jensen on a boat, isn't it?
Yes.
Steering the ship. I like that.
Well, there were times at Thruxton where they probably felt they should be on boats rather than in cars. It got that wet, but none of that this weekend. So, well, certainly not today anyway. It was damp yesterday, wasn't it, for race 1? And I do wonder if that was the issue for Finn Leslie, really, because his pace deserted him. He qualified on the front row, finished 16th. He wasn't involved in any contact. He didn't appear to have a mechanical issue. The car just didn't seem to have the pace. But today in the dry, he's charged through the order. He's into 4th place now.
Yeah, he's got himself together. That's the sign of a good driver, isn't it? Where you can sort that out in your head. And I'll be honest, I don't think there's too much that get into Finn's head that will bother him anyway. But if he's got the car, he'll deliver. We saw that from day one, didn't we? And was it Donington, his debut?
Yes, it was.
Last year?
Yeah. Yeah, I think he qualified 2nd row, I think, for that debut race at Donington, and was quick immediately. Won, of course, at Silverstone last year as well, only his 2nd event. And, he has been very, very strong all season. Not going to be a champion this year. Well, he might be a champion yet, I suppose, in the champion of Silverstone, although he's not doing particularly well in that because he had a disqualification on the national circuit earlier this year, which has knocked him down in the order. So realistically, it's Alfie Garford, I think, pending Scott Woodward's confirmation. It's Alfie Garford versus Jacob Hodgkiss for that one, and of course that is the battle for 2nd place, so that's an extra significant battle, and Hodgkiss has just taken himself the fastest lap, so that's worth an extra 2 points and gets him back on the tail of Alfie Garford.
Yep, so a nice little battle will ensue there. Good stuff. Thomas Merritt in the 12, busy chasing Finn Leslie at the moment. Leslie trying to catch up with. He's on for a Mark 7 podium. Remember Jensen in the Mark 6. So Garford the Mark 7 lead. We won't have to worry about that next year. We have to invent a new class so we can have some more pots. Here are the leaders coming through though. Jenson O'Neill going, as Andy said, not really having things all his own way. And I guess it can go 2 ways when you've wrapped up the title as he did yesterday. It could be that he maybe takes things a bit cooler. I know Jensen reasonably well and think he'll be racing to grab another win, because what he wants to do is go out in the record books. A little bit like Deegan Fairclough did in F4, and Jensen will want to extend any records that he's got here and come out with a win. But as you said, it's not going his own way at the moment. Alfie Garford and Jacob Hodgkiss here are going to have a race with him. We've got 5 minutes to go, potentially in for a grandstand here.
I think so. I mean, he lost 6/10 on the previous lap. He's lost about the same, I think, on this lap. So for whatever reason, his pace now starting to evaporate as well. Garford steals the fastest lap back. There are no fastest lap points within the champion of Silverstone Championship, by the way, for those of you interested.
I didn't know that.
So the count towards the overall I didn't know that either. The count towards the overall championship, not champion of Silverstone. So that won't help him in his battle with Hodgkiss, but it does help him close in on Jenson O'Neill going the race leader, who's that typical Mark 6 Fiesta driving style, the right rear wheel bouncing around in the air. I will sort of miss that when the Mark 6s are gone. The Mark 7s probably a little bit more compliant, possibly easier to drive, but there's something very spectacular about those Mark 6s, the way they hop and skip their way around the track. Right now, though, Jenson O'Neill going is going to have to make it a very wide Mark 6 Fiesta if he's going to hang on to the race lead.
Finn Leslie for the win. He's away back, isn't he? But
Richard?
Minis.
Yeah, well, that's true. That did all end up going a little bit wrong, didn't it, in the last few corners? But the juniors, I'm sure, are going to show them how it's done. And we're going to have a good, clean battle between these three in the closing stages. 4.25 minutes to go. Who's your money on? I mean, Jenson O'Neill going doesn't seem to have the pace, but he's defending well so far.
He is, I wouldn't really like to. I tipped Jordan for the last one, didn't I? The mini race, so I'm not going to make any. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, Mike. Won't bother with that. Jake Wardle, though, he's been an impressive newcomer, and the way he handled himself after the role that he had at Snetterton was absolutely brilliant. Callie Clifford having a good run here as well. The damaged Mark 6s having a good run. Is it Maggie Webster still going as well? Let's have a quick look at the time. She is. So Maggie Webster in 13th place, down behind Callie Clifford. So the damaged cars running well. There is Callie.
Yes, and up on the curb went the number 33 of Aaron Beattie, and that opens the door for Ben Doughty, which he closes. Ben was never going to just disappear, was he? And unfortunately, a little bit of a collision there through the second part of the club complex. No real harm done, I suppose. Beattie loses the place. I don't think either cars are particularly badly damaged, but you've got to be careful of the car coming up the inside. It's easy for them to slip into your blind spot, so you don't know they're there. I think Jensen O'Neill going is probably painfully aware of the fact that Jacob Hodgkiss and Alfie Garford are with him. They are going either side of him down the Hanger Straight.
Yeah, Jensen moved across. There was still room on the tarmac there, but Jacob Hodgkiss was going around the outside. Jensen's down in third.
Yeah, look at that. Garford to the lead, I think. Hodgkiss, is Jensen O'Neill going to keep him behind? I think he will, so he now splits the Mark 7s. But Alfie Garford, with that brilliant run, a double slipstream, just found a gap. There's a tiny bit of paint traded between Hodgkiss and O'Neill going. Jensen goes to the outside. How late on the brakes can he be? Jacob Hodgkiss steaming through on the inside. Doesn't want to let Garford go, of course. But Jensen O'Neill going isn't going to relinquish second place without a fight. He bounces his way over the curb and holds on to second position. 2.5 minutes to go. Is Garford going to get away, or can Jensen O'Neill going now find a bit of pace, use the slipstream and come back at him?
Yeah, some classic BRSCC Fiesta Junior racing, and I've been lucky enough to have been in and around it most seasons since the Mark 6s came in, and it's a nice send-off for the Mark 6s. There is Maggie Webster dicing hard with Aaron Beattie, so the Jellyfish liveried car goes through, makes the move. Webster, that puts her into 12th position now, ahead of Aaron Beattie.
Yeah, so I wonder whether Beattie's car is a bit wounded after that contact a lap ago, because it does seem to have lost quite a bit of pace. Mind you, Maggie Webster's car isn't in showroom condition. It's going quite quickly, isn't it? So, for the penultimate time, I think, we go down the Hanger Straight. Finn Leslie inventing his own line further back, has broken away now from Thomas Merritt. He's taken about 3 seconds out of the leaders in the last 5 minutes or so, but I don't think he's going to get there unless it all goes a bit wrong, which could happen, but let's hope not. Jensen O'Neill going to the outside of Alfie Garford, sideways into Stowe as he pitches the car in on the nose, getting plenty of rotation there in the 272 car, but can't get up alongside Alfie as they drop down the hill and head for the club chicane for the penultimate time. To the inside again, in fact commits to the inside out of nowhere really there. Jensen O'Neill going for the lead. They've rubbed panels again. He's going to sweep round the outside, goes through, and that really delayed Alfie Garford, so Jacob Hodgkiss sees a chance to get through on the inside line, and Jacob Hodgkiss will try and follow Jensen through into second position. So Jensen O'Neill going with a brilliant overtake there, found a gap where I didn't really think there was one, and he is in the lead as we go on to the final lap. Who's going to be second into Abbey Corner? Both of them is the answer. They're absolutely level at the apex, but Hodgkiss on the inside line, you would imagine, will prevail when all is said and done at Village Corner. The problem is they're running side by side. They're losing time to the leader, and I don't think they're going to have time now to chase down Jensen O'Neill going over the remaining half a lap. Hodgkiss through, but Garford immediately coming back at him. Looks to the inside into Chapel Corner. He's going to commit to that move, isn't he? And this now, I think, surely has let Jensen O'Neill going off the hook. Quite how he survived this race in the race lead, I don't really know. His pace suddenly disappeared halfway through, but even having lost the lead, he fought his way back through. It's been the drive of a champion, this, from Jensen O'Neill going, and he looks pretty secure now in the race lead. Who will be second, though? It is absolutely neck and neck. Into Stowe Corner for the final time. Garford to the outside line. Jacob Hodgkiss defends on the way into Stowe. Does he run wide on the exit? No, not really. So it will all come down to a battle on the brakes into the club chicane. Hodgkiss won't give Garford the inside, but Alfie could try and go around the outside here through the left to get the inside for the right. It's fraught with danger, but it can be done. Not on this occasion, though. Jacob Hodgkiss sees off that particular challenge, and I think should now hang on for second place. Jensen O'Neill going, though, is going to come through and claim another race win in the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. Jensen wins, second for Jacob Hodgkiss, and Alfie Garford third. And Finn Leslie, what a drive that was from Finn Leslie. Took another second out of the leader on that final lap. And bear in mind, the leader wasn't battling on that final lap either. Jensen O'Neill going. That was a genuine pace advantage for Finn Leslie. If only he'd started closer to the front of the grid. He'll have another chance, of course, in race 3 later on. Callie Clifford here battling with Ben Doughty. We'll get the better of Ben for 10th position. And Maggie Webster was with them by the flag as well. Maggie Webster's got some serious speed this weekend, and again, she'll be relishing the chance now to start a little bit closer to the front for race 3 later on. So, the second race of the weekend done. And looking at the maths done by Scott Woodwist, I repeat, done by Scott Woodwist, not by me, we have Jacob Hodgkiss 4 points clear of Alfie Garford, we think now, in the champion of Silverstone. So that's definitely going to go down to the last race. But that all was decided by that move for second place at the end. If Hodgkiss had finished behind Garford, it would have been Garford 4 points ahead, because they were pretty much in a position where they were tied going into that race. Some of the stragglers coming through a bit further back. Josh Jarvis there involved in a good battle with Harry Lindley by the looks of it. Jack Burgess wasn't that far ahead. Atlanta Le Breton will be the last driver home. And then we'll have a result for our second BRSCC Fiesta Junior race of the weekend. There is Atlanta, the number 14, and completes the race at the back, but at least damage-free, trouble-free. Every lap turned is a learning experience in a junior category such as this one. And yeah, that was another cracking race in the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship, saving some of their best till last. They've got another race to come later on, and that will be the deciding round for the champion of Silverstone in the battle for second place in the championship, by the way. Well, let's see what happens there. So it was 50 points for Jensen O'Neill going. Finn Leslie for fourth will pick up 38. And Jacob Hodgkiss for second picks up 46. So I think Hodgkiss is now ahead of Leslie by 7 points in the fight for second place going into the final round. We'll get that double checked for the third race later on as well. Jensen O'Neill going, though, no doubt about that, claims another race win in the Fiesta Junior Championship over Jacob Hodgkiss in second and Alfie Garford in third. Finn Leslie fourth, Tom Merritt fifth, Oliver Heron sixth, then Archie Davis, Jensen Mason, Jake Wardle and Callie Clifford completing the top 10. Doughty was 11th, Maggie Webster 12th, and Aaron Beattie and Jack Sand 13th and 14th positions respectively. 15th position went the way of Bobby Holmes, and in 16th place was Jack Burgess, Harry Lindley 17th, Josh Jarvis 18th, Atlanta Le Breton, as we saw, the last driver home in 19th. Hayden Gray was a lap down in the end after a pit stop, and we lost, unfortunately, George Foxlow after that contact at the final corner. Whilst Henry Foot and Billy Blockley were also early retirees after their dramas at the start of the race, or early in the race anyway, up at Village Corner. So, as I said, provisionally 7 points the difference between Finn Leslie and Jacob Hodgkiss in the fight for second in the championship, and we think just the 4 points in it between Jacob Hodgkiss and Alfie Garford for the champion of Silverstone. That will be a fascinating battle to watch in race 3 later on. We'll get to that in good time, though. For now, let's get all of the reaction from our podium finishers by heading down to Parc Fermé and catching up with Richard John Neal.
So those juniors had a frantic race. Let's have a quick word. Mrs. has moved away. Proud mum. I said I'd talk to you after. It was a great day yesterday, wasn't it, with your boy with him?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, we're quite overwhelmed. Jamie has worked so hard for him since he's 8 years old, so it's testament to Jamie and to Jensen. Yeah, I mean, what a race that was, though. Bit hair-raising, but yeah, amazing. I'm so proud.
I've just got to get Jamie on the mic sometimes now, haven't I? Whether I don't know. Let's go down and find Jensen O'Neill going. That was Jensen's mum, by the way. I didn't do the... There he is. We're going to run away. I can't get away. Nobody can get away from Jensen O'Neill going. Had the lead, lost it, got it back, and some great moves, Jensen.
Yeah, no, I just halfway through the race, I was just starting to back off, and obviously I backed off a little bit too much. And I could hear my rear wheel bearing starting to go just a little bit. Luckily, it only went on the last lap. But no, we had a really good race with Alfie, to be fair, and Jacob. But yeah, thankfully we got the win.
What's the mindset like coming in? Because obviously championship wrapped up yesterday. You want to get some points for the Silverstone if you can get up there and get a little bit more silverware for the team. Are you going for records, going for wins, or are you just more relaxed? Did it make it easier to be more relaxed because the championship's done?
My mum kind of forced me to race. I didn't really have a choice.
Your mum forced you? We just spoke to her.
I didn't really want to race today. I wanted to watch it from the outside, but no, I'm quite happy I raced now. But hopefully if we get the last win, hopefully some other people have less of a good race than us, and hopefully we can get the Silverstone Cup.
Nice one. Well done. Congratulations. Another fine win. Jensen O'Neill going takes it. Jacob Hodgkiss is next up. We'll move round here. I'm sorry, Laura, I'm having to squeeze you through all the cars. Jacob, well done. I mentioned this yesterday on camera. Jewellery. Yeah. Bling bling.
Thank you.
That's good. Not many drivers do that. That was a tough race, wasn't it, again?
Yeah, it was a difficult one. Wanted to work with Archie to catch back up to Jensen because he got a gap at the start with us scrapping. So we caught back up to him, had a good battle, managed to get past Archie in the end. Not Archie, sorry, Alfie. Alfie in the end, yeah. happy with the result. Puts us in the lead in Mark 7, so that's all that matters.
Yeah, and the Silverstone trophy, of course, you got a little bit more. I know you're more interested in the second position for that. But cracking racing, one more race to go. What's left in the car? You always look calm and collected in. Not necessarily calm, but you always look like you're not overly flustered.
Yeah, always ready to go. I'll get back in it now, so yeah, we'll see what the next race holds.
What's typical prep for you between races? I mean, obviously the last day of the year for you, but what do you do in between?
Just calm down, because a lot of adrenaline in the car, obviously. So calm down, look at some data, look at what we did wrong, look at what we did right, and then go again.
Very clinical stuff. Nice one, well done, Jacob. Congratulations. We'll see you a little bit later on, I dare say, for another podium. The other place in class went to Alfie Garford. Alfie, just grab a quick word. If I can, I know cars are out on track. Alfie, well done.
Thank you.
That was a race, wasn't it?
Yeah, another good race again. Unfortunately, I weren't able to get there at the end. I thought there was a gap going into the chicane, but the move was on, and fair enough to Jensen, he got past. But yeah, another good race.
You can blame me because I have to come down and do the podium interviews. I write down the positions that it looks like, and I wrote the pen of doom. Andrew was P1, mate. I'm so sorry about that.
It's all your fault then. It's all your.
I thought you were on for a second win.
I'll blame it on you.
Please do, Alfie. But a cracking
last race of the season.
I hope so. Have a good one, mate. Yeah, that'll be cool. Very good stuff in the Vera Tools car. Is Ollie Heron here? See if we can get Ollie Heron quickly. Ollie Heron. Ollie. Oliver. Very, very quick one with Oliver. A debut this weekend and a Mark 6 podium, second position in the race. How do you feel about that? Good?
Yeah, incredible. I can't believe how much I've come on with the car. It's just incredible. I'm speechless. The car felt amazing. I think everything just got put together that race and managed to get on the podium with the Mark 6. You know, it's the last time for them, and I'm happy to be on the podium for them.
Nice one. Well done, mate. A quick word because we've got cars on track. Many congratulations. Wanted to grab that with Oliver Heron. Debut man, the 306 car. Top job. Let's look forward to our next race.
Thank you, Richard. Yeah, next race is incoming. It is the second race of the weekend for the Audi TT Cup Racing Championship, their penultimate round of the season. And I think that the championship was wrapped up yesterday in the hands of Bradley Burns. I don't think there's much now that Matt Luff can do to beat him, unless, of course, Brad Burns were to pick up penalties across these final two races. But I'm sure he'll want to go out with another couple of wins. He's starting from pole position. That's the perfect place from which to try and go and win a race, of course. Sam heading alongside him. Matt Luff and Carl Swift, row 2, with Adam Blair and Ross McCarr on the third row together. Row 4, Will Stacey and Jason Pelosi, with Charlie Bird and Paul Luty completing the top 10, and David Robb and Ryan Edgecombe, row 6. 7th row, Sam Meagher and Luke Handley, Steve Foden and Dan Budd together on row 8. At the 9th row, Patrick Booth and Jonathan Williams. 10th row for Brad Kaler and Joe Weaver. On the 11th row, Joe Moss and Oliver Devine King, receiving coaching from former TCR UK race winner Max Hart this weekend. Paul Savage and Tim Gray are together on row 12. 13th row, Andrew Rogerson and Dave Richardson, with Morgan Root and Richard Forber at the back. Morgan's car actually caught fire briefly after a mechanical issue yesterday. Not sure if he'll be out there or not for this second race. Hopefully the black number 38 car was repairable and will be able to take the start of the race. It is a 1x1 staggered grid this time. They've been starting side by side, 2x2, the TTs ever since its inception, really. But now they have made the decision today to go to a single file, or not a single file, a 1x1 staggered grid, which I think is a much more sensible option. We've had a few start line issues in this category over the years just because of the sheer number of cars on the track at any given time. So yeah, they are keen to avoid that happening again. Not that it did yesterday, but yeah, precautionary measure taken to have them 1x1 staggered, and that means hopefully we'll have a guarantee of a clean run through the first few corners. Brad Burns then, as I said, won the race yesterday. That means that as far as I can tell, even if he didn't bother racing in the two races today, which quite clearly isn't the case because he's out there on the grid for this one, but even if he didn't race and Matt Luff were to pick up 2 wins with fastest lap, I don't think he can beat the 714 points that Brad Burns would end up claiming. But we will, as I said, await final confirmation of that from the club. But yeah, it does look as though Matt Luff has unfortunately dropped out of contention. He has still got Carl Swift to deal with, though. And of course, he'll want to try and win a race if he can. Well, let's see if he can, because the race gets underway, and it is Brad Burns from pole position, I think, who will hold on to the advantage heading into Abbey Corner for the first time. Yes, it is. And sweeping round the outside, Matt Luff gets the better of Sam Heading. So Luffy into second position, and will immediately set off after his season-long rival. Carl Swift, though, not having a great start. He's been overtaken by Adam Blair and might lose a couple more places now. Ross McCarr at the inside, and Will Stacey. Swift is out wide on the dirty side of the road, loses traction and drops down a few more positions. So a disastrous start for Carl Swift. He's had a couple of those this year, in fairness, although at least he's still going on all four wheels, unlike Alton Park. But he has a lot of work to do now if he's going to be able to get up there and challenge for a podium. Down the hanger straight they go, 3 and 4 wide further back, as you would expect, but a clean run through the first few corners. Swift already trying to get back up the inside of McCarr, and that is Paul Luty, isn't it, coming round the outside, also joining in the fun, number 52, yes it is, and he will get past McCarr as well. Number 22 behind them is Jason Pelosi. Leaders, though, down at the club chicane. Matt Luff doing his best here to go after Bradley Burns and put the pressure on the championship leader. Stacey up the curb, getting the better of Carl Swift. There's lots of curb being taken by some of the drivers further back. They have sort of shrunk that curb on the inside of the left-hand element of the club chicane in recent times to make it a little bit safer and therefore a bit easier to run over. Luke Handley through the gravel, bounces his way back on, does he? He's on the grass, I think, still halfway down the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight. Eventually gets back on the road, but he'll have a grill full of grass and gravel and dirt all over his tyres. That won't help his performance over the next lap or so. But a big moment there as he got elbowed out wide through the gravel trap and just kept his foot in it all the way down the pit straight. Lost a few positions, but it could have been worse. Oh no, and now there is drama, and that is the number 40 car, Joe Weaver, who's tangled with one of the Martini cars, and that is number 47, which is Daniel Budd, but also I'm sure I just saw Luke Handley involved in that. Now remember, I said he was going into the first few corners with dirt on his tyres. I hope that he didn't end up losing control and getting involved in another issue. The number 40 car is going no further by the looks of it, Joe Weaver. What about the other car? I didn't quite pick out which of the 2 Martini liveried cars that was in the incident with him. It's either Patrick Booth or Ross McCarr. I think it's probably Booth, because McCarr was a bit further up the order than that. The leaders, meanwhile, nose to tail at the club chicane, and it is still Brad Burns out in front. There you can see that car, I think, of Patrick Booth, still stationary at the side of the road through the exit of Farm Curve. That will mean yellow flags are out at that part of the circuit for the time being. Whether Joe Weaver got his car out of the way, I'm not so sure. But lead pack goes through, and another one in the gravel now. That was the 1-2-3 car, and that was Joe Moss, who finds himself running wide. So lots of them understeering wide, seemingly, into the gravel coming off the final corner, and then struggling on the damp grass to get their way back onto the track anytime soon. So
we'll let Joe Moss off because it's his first meeting.
It is, yes.
Yeah, big step up, isn't it, from City Car Cup?
It is, isn't it? Yes. But we've seen a few people doing that, really, moving up from City Car Cup into some much more powerful machinery, including TCR cars, actually, of late. So it's proving a good breeding ground for front-wheel drive tin-top drivers. But yeah, Joe Moss with a bit of a moment there. Bounces back on the road, though, thankfully. There is Ross McCarr, so it must be Patrick Booth who was involved in the issue. No, it can't have been Booth. Somebody else, maybe. Sam Meager looks like he's not coming through, and Joe Weaver, maybe it was Meager then, who was involved at Farm Curve. Luke Handley still going after his big gravelly moment, battling with Daniel Budd, and we do get a safety car now. Safety car scrambled, unsurprisingly, with at least one car needing recovery after what was, Richard, a fairly lively opening few laps of racing.
It was. Unfortunately, I was back on coming up the stairs when they all went off, so I'd rely on your summary for that. But yeah, early safety car, that will calm things down. Bradley Burns will be reflective of the start. Interesting to see Sam heading in third. Also, for me, interesting is Adam Blair up into 4th place. Had not a great qualifying, but really made progress in yesterday's one, up to 4th position in this one. So I know the team that he races with said yesterday when I was chatting to him, "Are you coming back next year, Adam?" That's the boring question that I ask everybody around the paddock at this time of year. And he said, well, it depends on the team. The team said if he wins, he'll be back. So let's hope that Adam Blair can at least maybe get a podium.
Yes.
If not a win. He was a winner last year in the championship, and a very capable driver. Nice to see him back up into the top 4.
And it will mean more this year, won't it? Because as we've said at length a few times this year, it is so much tougher this year. It's not that the drivers competing in it last year weren't competitive, it's just there's more of them now this year who are all capable of running at the front of the field, particularly as the year's gone on, because really the first couple of rounds it was all Carl Swift and Matt Luff, wasn't it? They were quite clearly faster than the rest, and then Brad Burns started to get into it from Alton Park. He was on the pace, and then all of a sudden there's been this explosion at the front of the field with people like Sam Heading, Adam Blair, Ross McCarr's been getting faster. Will Stacey's had a few moments where he's been in the battle as well, so it bodes well going into next year. If a good number of these drivers stick around again, I think it could be an even closer championship fight, hopefully among a bigger group of drivers next year.
Yeah, you've got people like Andrew Rogerson having his debut in it this weekend. Paul Luthi we've spoken about many times, not just because of the chocolate biscuits that brought up to the commentary box, but a very, very capable pilot is Paul Luthi. So many drivers that we could expect to be up at the front. Look at yesterday's result. Ryan Edgecombe got fastest lap. I think he was in 10th place. We've got Steve Foden, who will be getting back on the pace as well. You've got Joe Moss moving up from the City Car Cup, as we've mentioned. So many great drivers making their way in, plus newcomers. Richard Forber, he's won lots of races last year as well. It is in terms of national racing, a star-studded class without a doubt. Richard Forber off the back in this one. We'll have a quick look at the timing screen. Hasn't made too much progress at the moment. Richard up into 23rd position as things go, but yeah, absolutely stellar lineup. And unfortunately, when you get that, I say unfortunately when you get it, some people, for whatever reason, maybe it's they can't get to grips with the car, they go back, maybe want to do rear-wheel drive instead or do something else, will move off, because when you've got a field like that, inevitably there will be some disappointed drivers.
Yes, well, and there is one driver who springs to mind immediately, and I suspect maybe the same one that sprung to your mind then, and that is our reigning Mazda MX-5 champion, Steve Foden, who I spoke with at length yesterday evening, actually, and he said basically exactly what you just said. He can't get used to the car. He's never done front-wheel drive. He said it's just not clicked with him this year. It's been very tough mentally on him as well this year, because he's used to winning. You know, he won almost every race last year.
That's a good point, isn't it? Yes, a totally different... That can drag you down as well.
Exactly. Some drivers, less so maybe. Some drivers are just here because they want to fight. You know,
but he won, didn't he? He won at
drivers.
Snetterton. He got the win at Snetterton.
He did get the win at Snetterton, yeah, and he's had flashes of brilliance this year, but it's just not been consistent enough. He says, you know, we suddenly feel like we're there with the setup, and then we stick some new tyres on it, and the setup goes away completely. Very frustrating. But he was very keen to emphasise the point that the championship's great, the cars are great, they're just not for him, and that is absolutely fair enough.
That sounds like he's going away next year, is he? Or?
He's still very much in discussion. I think there's a few options on the table for him. I'd like to see him stick around, actually, because I think if he really had a good go at this, he probably would get there. I think a first year moving from rear-wheel drive to front-wheel drive is always going to be a challenge. But ultimately, he has to be doing something he's enjoying, and I think that's the key. He's not one of those drivers who enjoys finishing, maybe. Doesn't really enjoy finishing 10th to 15th. He wants to be up there winning races, and you know, maybe rear-wheel drive the thing for him. But there are other drivers who will relish that challenge, and they'll say, no, I'm going to stick at it for a few years, and it makes it all the more rewarding when you do then find yourself at the front. And of course, on the flip side, probably adding to Steve's frustration, you've got people like Sam Heading, who have come from MX-5s with far less experience than Steve Foden, and immediately on the pace. So some people click with the car, some people don't.
It could be about, you know, getting a bit of coaching, a bit of mindset, all sorts of things. Yeah. You don't know what's going on in his head business-wise. So many different factors. Yeah. Just a bit of coaching could maybe.
Quite possible. Quite possible. You know,
yeah. And with coaching, sometimes it's the right coach that you need.
So not Paul O'Neill, you mean?
I hope he's not listening. He's a great coach.
Yes,
he's a fantastic coach.
I'd never tell him to his face, but yes, I have heard good things about him. He hides it well, but he knows what he's talking about, does Paul O'Neill.
Actually, the thing about Paul, and again, I'm going to be nice, but for a change, but he's just got a lovely manner, and he's a lovely guy.
He really is. Yeah. Well, genuinely one of the nicest people in British motor racing, and yes, as I say, don't tell him I said that. Everyone, viewers at home,
other
don't be
coaches are available. Bobby Thompson.
Yes,
Bob's
that's
always
true.
here, and
yeah, and as I was saying, I think before you came upstairs, Oliver Devine King is receiving coaching this weekend from Max Hart, who
is he?
Former TCR UK racer, second at the moment in the TCR Asia Championship as well, going into the final round at Macau. I was chatting to him yesterday. So this is one of those championships that will, of course, if you want coaching, you want a touring car driver, really, because they are mini touring cars. We've had a few drivers saying that this year, and a great stepping stone perhaps into things like TCR, for example. It's been great to have them on the support package for TCR UK this year, and I'm sure lots of drivers on this grid, you know, your Brad Burns and Matt Luffs may well be looking to make a move, well, in Brad's case, back into TCR racing. In Brad's case, Matt Luff up into TCR for the first time. Maybe that's their plan for next year, having proven that they've got what it takes in the TTs.
They very definitely have got it in here without a doubt. So yeah, it'd be good to see where they go, or indeed if they stay. I mean, Sam Heading said he wants to do a full season. Checked him on the podium yesterday. Matt Luff wants to become an accountant. As soon as he's looked at that sheet and worked out how much it's costing him, he'll be away. We won't see him, will we?
Yes. I'd forgotten that's the career path he was trying to go down. Now, you wouldn't necessarily put him and accountancy together at a glance, would you? But
no.
But yeah, he's a nice guy, Matt Luff, won that Civic Cup Championship a couple of years ago in incredibly exciting fashion. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to take this one down to a last race decider, unfortunately, but he has learnt a lot. Had a year in the Fiestas last year. I don't think he really got on with the Fiestas quite so well, but came into this championship and was immediately a front runner. And to be going toe-to-toe with someone like Brad Burns, and in fairness, Carl Swift. Carl's one of those quite underrated drivers, I think, who has a lot of front-wheel drive, tin-top, touring car style experience. Did a couple of years in TCR UK himself, Carl Swift, and I think to come into a championship and be on their level is a pretty big achievement.
I'm wondering what's going to happen with the driver base, because some of them are here because it is with TCR and maybe looking at that. And obviously, we're sorry to lose TCR for next season. It'll be an upheaval, and it will change the driver base again. Unfortunately, and I'm wondering. We'll get a load more in.
Yes,
but we'll probably lose. That's racing anyway, isn't it? Lose some, win some, and.
Yes, it is a sort of stepping stone championship. Lots of championships like these are, I suppose, and drivers will do it for a year or two and move on to other things. But the great thing is, in this country, there is always a new group of drivers waiting to come in and take their place.
And a new championship ready to...
Well, yes, it's always very often the case. Although in this championship's case, it was at least a success. It wasn't one of those new championships that came in and struggled along for a few years before disappearing. The TTs immediately caught everyone's attention, and that's why we've still, even at the end of the year, when grid sizes sometimes drop off, we're still knocking on the door of 30 cars entered. So a really
good, isn't it?
Great success story for British motor racing and indeed for the BRSCC. Right, that's enough waffle from us. We've got 3 minutes of racing still to go. The safety cars coming in this time. Brad Burns and Matt Luff, the two at the front of the field. What is going to happen then in the final few laps? It did look like Matt Luff maybe had something to take to Brad Burns before the safety car, but he's not had the best of restarts. Brad Burns has gone already, gets a couple of cars lengths over Matt Luff, heading even further back in third, really. And Matt Luff will need to get his skates on now if he's going to challenge for the race win.
Not much time left.
No, 2.5 minutes. Yeah, it is really. 15 minutes aren't long enough when you get a safety car, are they? That's
not really, no.
Yeah, let's campaign for that maybe as well. If you have a 15-minute race with a safety car, let's add 5 minutes back on at the end.
We'll legislate that.
Yeah, thank you.
That's going into the manifesto.
So the leaders up towards Village. Battle on for fourth place. Will Stacey, who almost found a gap up the inside of Adam Blair, and Carl Swift has braked at a very different point to the other two. A bit too late, as it turns out. Couldn't make the corner, and just about keeps Paul Luty behind. Good to see Paul solidly inside the top 10 at the moment as well. Haven't seen a lot of that really this year, but he's up there battling away with those two. Here comes Luff though for the lead out of nowhere. Matt Luff is alongside Brad Burns, and Sam Heading wants to make it 3 abreast. He's on the grass at the inside line. Fantastic! Sam Heading keeps on coming. Luff might well have the lead, but Heading is later on the brakes. He's got the inside line. Surely Sam Heading hasn't got the lead. I think he might. He shuffles Matt Luff out wide. They're both slow off the corner. Brad Burns comes back up them, and they're 3 wide through the Vale. Luffy on the inside line should come out of this on top. They lean on each other. Fantastic racing.
That was brilliant, was it? Just a little touch. They back out of it, didn't follow it through, doesn't wind up with any massive damage. They kiss and cuddle again. This is what we want to see, isn't it? And it's not forcing each other off track. It's just a little bit of muzzle flex in there. No!
Oh, 10 out of 10 for car control. That was a bit unnecessary, but brilliant car control from Sam Heading. That unfortunately takes him out of contention for the win now, you'd have to say. He's behind Adam Blair and has Carl Swift up the inside, but Matt Luff comes out of all of that with the race lead after some of the best racing we've seen all season in the TTs. Some drivers have been saying it's hard to overtake in this championship, but Sam Heading, Matt Luff and Brad Burns just put on a great display of side-by-side racing.
Jason Pelosi dicing it out there with Will Stacey and Paul Luty up in the mix as well. Adam Blair must have been watching that thinking I'm going to get a podium here.
He may yet, to be honest. Well, he is on the podium at the moment. He's in third place ahead of Sam Heading, but Sam's coming back at him now as they head into Stone. Now, in all of the excitement, I didn't notice how long was left when they started this lap. This may be the final lap. There may be one more. Sam Heading up the inside of Adam Blair here for third place. In the end, made that look quite easy, didn't he? That car is performing well, but I don't think he's going to have any chance now to fight for the win. I reckon they'll just about have time for one more lap after this. So Matt Luff hasn't yet got this one in the bag. Brad Burns is coming back at him. And yeah, I don't think that time will have quite ticked to 0 when they get to the line, Richard.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So we've got one more tour here to go. Adam Blair back down in 4th position. So it's Luff, Burns, Sam heading back up into 3rd, head of Adam Blair. Carl Swift in the mix there as well, and will be fighting for the podium. Carl's having a quick look. Then Paul Luthi up battling for a podium technically here.
Yeah, into 6th place. So he's gained a place since the restart, I think, against Will Stacey. Yeah, got past Will on that previous lap. Pelosi, McCarr and Edgecombe complete the top 10. As for the final time, they head into Village. Adam Blair on the inside, Carl Swift to the outside again. That outside line just isn't really working for Carl Swift, who won the first 5 races, I think, of the season it was this year. Certainly the first 4, and hasn't won since, unfortunately. He'd love to end the season with a win in race 3 later on today. The leaders, though, head down towards Stowe Corner for the final time, and Matt Luff, it might be a bit too little too late for the championship, but he will be very pleased to have finally got one over on Bradley Burns. Matt Luff's last win in the championship came at Alton Park, would you believe, back in June, the second race of the weekend. He's not won since then because Brad Burns has done most of the winning since that point in the season. And now as they head through the club chicane for the final time, it's finally going to be the former Middlesex Sports Civic Cup champion on the top step of the podium in the TTs again. Off the final turn they go. Matt Luff to the checkered flag. Matt Luff wins race number 2 here at Silverstone after a brilliant battle there. A short-lived battle after the safety car, but a brilliant battle nonetheless between he, Brad Burns and Sam Heading. They're the top 3 with Adam Blair and Carl Swift to complete the top 5. The Masters category, by the way, I think Patrick Booth is going to get the victory there. He'll be the next car through. Well, no, he won't. That's actually number 24. So we've had a change. Where's Patrick Booth gone? Patrick Booth has vanished on the last lap from the lead of the Masters category, so it's actually going to be the number 24 of Paul Savage, by the looks of it, who picks up the Masters win. Booth still hasn't come through. And that's not him either, so I'm not sure where Patrick Booth has got to. But the number 33 car vanishes on the final lap, and that is a shame because he was on course for a Masters class victory, but it will be Savage from Tim Gray. And 3rd position, number 55 of David Richardson. Not sure where Booth got to, but hopefully nothing too serious. You're right. And we have the 3rd race, of course, to come for the TTs a little bit later on. So hopefully that car not too badly damaged and he'll be able to get back out on track. Results then as follows, and it was a hard-fought win for Matt Luff. A fantastic win, though, for Matt, getting the better of Brad Burns and Sam Heading after that thrilling fight in the closing stages. Adam Blair and Carl Swift complete the top 5, ahead of Paul Luthi, Will Stacey, Jason Pelosi, Ryan Edgecombe and Ross McCarr. David Robb was 11th, ahead of Steve Foden and Charlie Budd. Oliver Devine King 14th, and in 15th position was Brad Kaler. In 16th place then was Andrew Rogerson, Luke Handley 17th, Joe Moss 18th, Daniel Budd 19th, and Paul Savage in 20th place getting the win in the Masters category. No idea what happened to Patrick Booth at the end, but Paul Savage ends up inheriting the class win. Tim Gray 2nd and Dave Richardson 3rd. Booth a non-finisher, so too Richard Former, Sam Meager and Joe Weaver after their part to play in the early race shenanigans up at Farm. So, Luff gets the win. Now, what that will do, I think, is pretty much solidify his 2nd place in the championship, I reckon, over Carl Swift. I don't think Carl Swift's really going to be able to beat him now. Carl picks up 5th position. That's 42 points, quickly doing the maths. And yes, Carl Swift can no longer beat Matt Luff, I don't think, to 2nd position. So I think the top 3 in the championship pretty much secure now with a race to spare, which means that, well, I was going to say the gloves will be off. They were pretty well off in that race, weren't they? But with absolutely nothing now left to play for in the championship, I'm sure race 3 is going to be an all-out battle to claim that final race victory of the year. Richard John Neal jogs into view and is there almost in time to receive the race winner into Parc Fermé, but the drivers will drive through the garage, they'll pull into Parc Fermé, and then they'll get out of their cars, they'll have a chat with each other, with their teams, with their family, and then they might eventually venture over to the pit lane again to speak to Richard. In fact, I think he's going to take matters into his own hands, isn't he, and walk through into the Parc Fermé area on his own. 3rd TT race of the day, remember, the last race of the season for them will be up in theory at about 10 to 4, but of course this timetable very much subject to change. It is currently 11:15, so we are already running, I think, about 15-20 minutes ahead of time, so there's a very good chance that if we don't have any more dramas throughout the day, we will continue to gain time through the middle part of the day. We've got still 3 more races before lunch. The Fiesta ST240 the first race of the weekend for the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup, and the final race of the season in the Miltech Sport Civic Cup still to come. Right then, let's head down into Parc Fermé, shall we? Hear from our podium finishers after what was a thrilling battle between the 3 of them. Matt Luff, Brad Burns and Sam Heading ready to catch up with Richard John Neal.
Right, it's going to have a quick word with Matt Luff. Matt, we'll get you over here. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We had a chat here about yesterday, wasn't it, after qualifying, and it finally got the win.
Yeah, it's a nice result. I mean, I like to work for it. It was a good scrap. But yeah, I mean, in the end, we got a win. That's what we need for the championship. I think Brad has now definitely done enough to seal the championship. So yeah, I think that's over. But it's nice to get a win. It definitely helps the fight with Carl. I think that's probably solidified now as well. So yeah, this means the next race I could go out and enjoy.
The racing was really good to watch.
Yeah, no, it was. That's what I've been hearing. I mean, from where I was, it was great. But apparently further back, it was even better. So it'll be interesting to watch the live stream later and see what happened.
The championship really continuing to develop. We've got great drivers, you know, like yourself and Bradley Burns and Carl, but we've got new people coming in, getting to grips with the cars. From our perspective, it just, I think it's going to get more competitive still.
Yeah, I think that's, I mean, like you said, this is its inaugural year. We've got at least 5 or 6 guys in the championship that can win races. So I think next year it's only going to grow. We're going to get more guys coming in from other championships. I think I'm going to probably try and stick around for next year because I think it's going to be quite interesting.
That's great news. We look forward to seeing you for that. And maybe another podium later on. Well done indeed. Let's have a quick word with Bradley Burns. Congratulations, provisional champion.
All right, yeah. It was a. Yeah.
All right. Oh, had you worked out? Matt seemed to know.
No, I haven't worked out. I was literally out there just to have a race. But yeah, it was a bit of contact to get in, and then also the safety car. After the safety car, come out to like turn 3, and they put the board back out. So I slowed back up, but I don't know. They left the board on for some reason. The Matt came straight past. So yeah, I don't know what happened there, but yeah, they left the safety car board on. So I was back off, and then yeah, unfortunately got past.
Yeah, that was going to be my question on that one. I've got another race to go yet, but technically pressure off. You don't have to do the race, but I'm guessing you're here certainly from your reaction just to enjoy the racing, so you'll be out?
Yeah, definitely I'll be out, yeah. Bit of work due to car from a bit of damage then, and then yeah, be straight back out for the next race.
What's happened on the car?
Oh, I think it's just a bit of damage just all around, just a bit, it was good fun racing though, that's what it's all about, isn't it? The steering's out a little bit, so we'll sort that out, and then yeah, good to go.
I called it in the race and Andy McEwen did as well. There was contact, but it wasn't get out of the way contact, it was just close racing contact.
Yeah, it's just close racing. I stayed where I am. I think I had a bit of contact down the straight, but yeah, I was staying straight and then hadn't decided to come across the front, and then yeah, I think I had a bit of a moment, but yeah, it was good.
You guys are a good bunch with racing, and we look forward to next year. Matt said he wants to come back. What will be the story for you for next year? Looking at different options?
No, I'll definitely come back and do it again. It's been a great championship. Definitely come back and do it again next year.
Bradley, that's great news. Congratulations on the championship, and we look forward to seeing you defend that next year. What a great way to finish out. Let's see if we can grab Sam Heading. I don't know where Sam is around. The other guy we need to talk to, of course, is Paul Savage, who took the Masters win. And when the drivers get out of the cars, totally lost. Lindsay, have we got Paul Savage? I'd like to have a word with our Masters winner. Thank you, Lindsay Close, for doing a great job sorting us all out. Let's get Paul over, because we did loads of Sean Smith interviews over the year. And well done, Paul, Masters winner. Last lap job as well, mate, which is really good. So congratulations on that. Enjoy the race?
Yeah, fantastic race, and I'm a little bit emotional. It's the first trophy I've ever won. So.
Mate, superb. I'm glad we caught it. Glad we got you over for the interview.
Yeah, but I'd like to thank my wife, Motorsport. And
his wife's name?
Mel. So she's over there in the corner.
Well done, Mel.
But yeah, it's really good. Really enjoyable race. A great paddock.
And it was on the last lap, because I write the positions down as I come down.
Yeah.
And then as you cross the line, you've got it. Talk us through that last lap.
Yeah, so I had a poor safety start after the safety car, and it was a poor start. And Patrick was just in front of me, who's in the other Masters, but unfortunately he pulled off with a mechanical. But you know, lucky for me, unlucky for him. So, but you know, really great paddock, and everybody that's driving is you know, a true gentleman, and you know, it really means a lot to me. And thanks to the BRSCC and everybody for organising this championship. It's been a superb year. This just tops it off.
Fantastic. Another race to go yet, so make it 2.
That would be lovely if I could. No, thank you very
Congratulations.
much.
Thank you for talking to us. Enjoy the celebrations. Come back and do it again.
Will do. Thank you.
That's our Masters winner. What a race that was. Great bunch of gentlemen we've got. Paul Savage, well done, first win. Lovely to get that emotion on camera. I think we have cars coming out for our next race, so we'll sign off from the Demon Tweaks Audi TTs for now and catch up with the next race.
Thank you very much, Richard. Good to hear from our podium finishers there in the Audi TTs. As I said, they've got one more race still to come a little bit later on. There might be a small delay here. I think that lap 1 incident up at Farm might have resulted in a little bit of barrier damage, so they're just investigating that, the Silverstone staff at the moment, and they'll make a decision shortly. Oh, yep, there goes the van. That's always a bad sign, isn't it? That probably means we're at least 5 minutes, maybe more, away from releasing cars onto the grid for our next race, which is for the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship, another championship that was wrapped up yesterday. That was always a bit of a certainty, though, really. It was just a formality for Alistair Kellett this weekend. He just needed a solid, trouble-free result yesterday. Well, he got a good result. It wasn't an untroubled race, though, because he ended up getting sideways on the opening lap at Village, went backwards into another car, fell to the back of the field. Then there was a red flag for another incident on the start-finish straight, after which the track had dried out. And actually, he said that was really what saved him, because his car was set up for those conditions. He was on the slick tyres, others had gone for wets, and he was able to carve through into 3rd position, narrowly missing out on the win. He caught the battling Zach Lucas and Gary Miller on the final lap of the race, and fittingly, it was the top 3 in the championship who ended up finishing 1, 2, 3 and only half a second apart. So we're hoping for another equally close and competitive race here today, as we have this small delay before race 2 gets underway, but it will be worth the wait, I'm absolutely sure. In the meantime, we're going to take this opportunity to step aside for a quick break. We'll be back with race 2 for the Fiesta ST240s before too much longer.
No, now the cars are well evenly matched, you see that, so should be good racing.
It shows that the young kids can still get in it and show what we can do.
I'm feeling like I can really push it in the corners and get the most out of it.
And these cars are just fantastic. They really are fantastic to drive.
They're just coming out here, having fun, being fast, really.
Performance for money, you can't beat the value. I mean, the nearest thing you're going to get to a mini touring car.
It's great to be able to welcome you along to Blyton Park, the first ever BRSCC Fiesta Junior Scholarship.
Seen the smiles on the faces of all the drivers getting out, and the coaches as well are really enjoying their time in the Fiesta Junior Mark 7. So I want to sort of work with these drivers, find that next person that's going to be the next big driver in the Fiesta Championship.
Scholarship
championship like this, if I'd have had the opportunity, I would have been so over the moon. And, you know, these lads and the girls are so humble, and they really make you feel privileged to sit alongside some of the best talent, I reckon, in the country, if not in Europe. It's good to see how much it means to some of them. I'm just loving being around it. It's really good.
The Fiesta Juniors is where I started. Such a spread of varying different experiences, so much potential and so much talent.
Been a part of a number of scholarships over the years, and this has just been head and shoulders above the rest.
Welcome back to Silverstone, everybody. Cars out on the track. They're making their way to the grid for our penultimate round of the season in the AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. After, as I said, very exciting race yesterday. Battle between Zach Lucas, Gary Miller and Alistair Kellett. We are expecting a resumption of that battle between really the three form drivers of the season, it has to be said, in this second race of the weekend. Zach Lucas, because he won yesterday, gets the pole position, the grid for race 2 based upon the results from race 1. So Gary Miller starts alongside him. Alistair Kellett, the champion-elect, starts 3rd, and Charlie Ellis starts alongside him in 4th. Graham Colfer is 5th on the grid, doesn't score points, Graham. He's a guest driver, but a very quick one. And Connor Blackburn, who started on the front row, I seem to remember yesterday, going from 6th this morning. Then Henry Howarth and Dan Lewis, row 4. Henry Howarth moved, I think, into the championship lead in the AM category yesterday after a really good result. Henry was 2nd of the AMs yesterday, and Archie Johnson had a bit of a difficult race down in 6th, so I think Howarth is now the points leader, but that's nip and tuck coming into this final day of the season. Dan Lewis for company on row 4. 5th row, Morgan Kidd. Felt a bit sorry for Morgan yesterday. She faded, maybe on the wrong tyres. She went for the wet tyres, the track dried up. She ended up 9th, but she qualified right at the front of the grid yesterday, so should be able to move forward from there. Caitlin May completes the top 10 alongside her, with James Pope and erstwhile AM Class Championship leader Archie Johnson on row number 6 with him. Row 7, Harry Hayes and Christopher Blackburn. 8th row, Joseph Knight and Marco Ricci, with Luke Moore and Matt Chambers on row number 9 together. And then those who had issues yesterday, we may or may not see Simon Horrobin. His car, remember, unfortunately met its demise in the pit wall on the start-finish straight. One of 3 drivers to suffer that fate yesterday. If they've got the car fixed, it'll be a bit of a miracle. And he'll be out starting from 19th alongside John Cooper, with Adam Clark and Lucas Hayden on the back row of the grid together. So, Richard John Neal, yesterday's race was very exciting. Alistair Kellett, I think, very grateful, really, for that opportunity. Not grateful for the red flag, but the opportunity it gave him to race on a drier track. I think he was on the slicks, he had a drier setup on the car, he was saying to you after the race, and he was comfortably the fastest driver on track after the restart. Ended up having to settle for 3rd, but with the championship now won, I think we'll see Alistair Kellett unleashed here and keen to go and win some more races.
Yeah, for me, I mean, a lot of drivers want to win championships by going off from the front qualifying pole and disappearing the distance, but that's kind of one I'll remember, that he came through and did enough to secure it with the drive from the back after problem qualifying. That says a lot about him. He's a great... We've got so many great competitors in this. It's being fed by the Junior Championship nicely. Other people want to come in as well. Loads of Masters that we spoke to on our grid walk yesterday. Grid walk threw a few people out because they had to make the call on tyres an hour or so before the race. True, yeah. Obviously, we still had teams coming on to it. Didn't make it easy, the weather conditions yesterday, but it was lovely to do the grid walk. Didn't quite go to plan. We didn't talk to everyone we wanted to, and apologies to those that we didn't. I think we caught up with some in pit lane. Simon Horrobin's car still in Parc Ferme damage, so that was pretty much, I think, written off in terms of meeting, and if not literally written off yesterday. So Simon sadly not out there. Race winning driver Simon over the years, and big loss to to our grid today.
Yes, I'm sure he'll be back again, though, ready to do it all again in 2025. For now, though, eyes to the starting gantry. 2x2, they line up on the grid, with Zach Lucas on the right on pole, Gary Miller on the left, starting second, and the champion-elect Alistair Kellett from third. Lights out, off they go. Good start made by Lucas, I reckon. John Cooper's away well from further down in the order. Looks storming up the inside, nearly in the pit wall, but he's gaining ground. It is Lucas that leads. It is Miller, not second. It might be Alistair Kellett, actually, in second place. No, it is Miller who sweeps around the outside, and that looks to me like Graham Colfer up in fourth place. Now, Graham went really well yesterday, didn't he, Richard? And he's gained a place already off the start today.
Yeah, he was on the AM class podium yesterday, so a good result for him. Driver who largely does rallying, but the car was available today. He's tended to do one round here, so come back, do some more next year. Travel over. Really great to have the Irish lads over.
Yeah, you'd imagine he would be a championship contender for the
without
full
doubt.
season, wouldn't he? The pace that he's had this weekend. Qualified yesterday. Let me remind myself. I can't find the grid sheet. Anyway, he didn't qualify where he finished. He qualified a lot further down. Raced well up the order. He's got Charlie Ellis alongside him now. And Charlie, who we know was up bright and early this morning, is up for the final snatches a break there around the outside into Stowe. And might now lose a place, I think, to Henry Howarth, who, remember, is battling for that AM Class Championship with Archie Johnson. Howarth needs every place he can get, because in this championship, unlike many others... Oh, that's Blackburn through the gravel at Stowe Corner. Conor Blackburn bounces his way back on. But yes, unlike in other championships where you score points within your class, in this championship it's your outright position. So the AMs are racing the pros for exactly the same points, and every car that Howarth can get between himself and that man there, Archie Johnson, in the number 10 car, will help him in his quest for the championship.
Oh, we got Flappy Mirror there.
Oh, yes, we did. Who was that? Dan Lewis. Oh, a former junior racer.
Yeah.
Doesn't need
mirrors. There you go. No, clearly not.
He almost wasn't the only one in strife there. We had another car wide. Christopher Blackburn. Oh, that's Morgan Kidd. Off she goes. That's not a nice place to have a spin, is it?
We didn't harmonise on that one. We need to work on the harmonies. And there's no harmony out on track because Lewis, who'd lost his mirror, is off the circuit with Caitlin May, sadly.
Yeah, that's a biggie. That's a biggie, isn't it? That might be race stoppage, I'm afraid. Dan Lewis backwards into Morgan Kidd's, to Caitlin May's car. Morgan Kidd avoided that because she was having an accident of her own. And is that Archie Johnson? Is that Archie Johnson pulling off at the top of the shot? I think it might be. I don't know whether he was involved in that, but Archie Johnson, I fear, could be out of the race. Now, he may have drop scores to fall back on in this AM Class Championship fight, but he could do without that, really. And, yeah, the safety car, I think, is being called for as a bare minimum. Certainly yellow flags on the start-finish line. No sign of a safety car. Yes, now the safety car boards are out and the race being neutralised, but that's not what we like to see. Nasty-looking incident up at Village, and Archie Johnson perhaps involved in that as well, which means Henry Howarth now is in a very strong position for the AM Championship.
Yeah, Archie Johnson had, I think, on my count, 16-point drop coming in yesterday.
Yes.
So that's not going to help him massively, is it?
He had 3 non-finishes. Oh, sorry, that's Howarth. Hang on.
Yeah, Henry Howarth
has
2 non-finishes.
Yes, so yeah, he will score back 16 points from the second race at Croft. He non-finished race 1, came through, finished in 15th in race 2, so that's his current drop. So he will score 16 points from this race, but there's a very good chance Archie Johnson will score, Henry Howarth will score quite a few more. He's in 5th, currently scoring 36, so that would pretty much seal the deal, I think, in the championship. The safety car is out. Marshall's in attendance, of course, to make absolutely sure that the drivers involved are okay. They're already moving Dan Lewis's car out of the way. Caitlin, understandably, the one needing some attention. That didn't look pleasant at all. And we hope that both drivers are okay. Scary part of the track. We had a near miss in one of the earlier races, didn't we, really? Once you get on the grass there is nothing the driver can do. And especially early in the race, always a danger. That will include a few more drivers. But they've got the best people on the job to look after them. The Marshals, as we said yesterday, give them a big shout out. They do a splendid job dealing with things like this. And I'm sure they'll have that dealt with as efficiently and safely as they always do.
Give a quick shout out to marshalling if you're stuck for something to do. Racing finishes, doesn't it, in a few weeks? So apart from the odd winter championship to come down, I apologise for repeating yesterday. We've got Driven by Racing, the BRSCC's open day or open event, for want of a better cause. Red flag, sorry, on that one. So end of racing, I say fair bit of damage to do. It does give us the opportunity to talk a little bit more about Driven by Racing. Middle weekend, is it 16th and 17th of November?
Oh, no, you're asking.
Luckily, Andy's got his Paul McKellan will be busy texting me. Oh, Scott's here. Driven by Racing. Dates. Scott 16th, 17th. I guessed correctly.
Well done.
Which is good. So, and it's a great event. Come down either day or both days. You can see cars from all over the BRSCC championships. Come and talk to drivers. If you're interested in finding out a little bit more, because a race weekend itself is not always the best place to come down and have a look. Sure, you get the vibe. There's a good vibe in the TT. Parc Fermo, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
So many positive drivers wanting to come back. Really
good.
Really good. But yeah, so Driven by Racing, lots of different formulae will be on offer for you to have a look at. Maybe get some drives on people coming down last year and getting passenger rides and having a look at cars. But in addition to that, you've got things like marshal training goes on as well, so you can come and sign up to or talk to the marshalling club and work out if it's something for you to get involved. You know, if you're paying to come and race or come and watch the racing, marshalling is a good way of getting into the event, getting closer to the event and helping out. And, you know, obviously you've still got to drive here and everything else, but the BRSCC, in my experience, do like to look after their marshals. Yes. So come down to that. There's also ARDS course. You can come down and take your ARDS. They may be booked up though. I've seen a lot of people booking ARDS courses for next year. But have a look. But you can come down and, you know, if you can't get your ARDS course, come and talk to the guys. And the motorsport school is the one that we advocate. Right. They will be here running that. My boy might be coming having a go. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really?
Well, now he works. I don't have to pay for it. So.
I was going to say, is he now of that age that he's going to start costing you even more money? But
no, not at all. No, he's working and do it himself. And he's, you know, he wants to race. Wants to come and race something.
Yes.
When he was a kid, his aspirations were, oh, why can't I do Ginetta Junior? Well, you know, look at my wallet, and that's probably why he can't do it. But now, you know, he understands the value of money, and he's looking at things like starting off, come and race, share a car, C1 Endurance Cup or City Car Cup, something like that, and fantastic entry-level stuff that he could get involved with, and you know, many people that watch these streams could do the same thing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the great thing about club racing, getting this increased exposure that it gets these days through live streaming mainly, and a much bigger presence on social media. The championships that, you know, like the C1s, for example, or, you know, seen some championships out this weekend, things like Fiestas and the TTs, which are not super expensive to get involved in, that maybe used to fly under the radar a bit, and drivers, you know, new drivers to motor racing wouldn't necessarily have considered them, and they felt that they had to go for the more expensive option because that's the only one they'd seen. Well, actually, the joy of live streaming, bringing club racing to a much bigger audience these days, means that everyone is aware of just how many great championships there are in the United Kingdom. Right then, we are going to take another short break here from Silverstone because we know that we're going to have a little bit of a delay here before the resumption of this AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship race. So, racing to resume very shortly. We'll be back on the other side of this quick break.
No, now the cars are well evenly matched, you see that, so should be good racing.
It shows that the young kids can still get in it and show what we can do.
I'm feeling like I can really push it in the corners and get the most out of it.
And these cars are just fantastic. They really are fantastic to drive.
Just coming out here, having fun, being fast, really.
performance for money, you can't beat the value. I mean, the nearest thing you're going to get to a mini touring car.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, it's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
It's great to be able to welcome you along to Blyton Park, the first ever BRSCC Fiesta Junior Scholarship.
Seen the smiles on the faces of all the drivers getting out, and the coaches as well are really enjoying their time in the Fiesta Junior Mark 7. So I want to sort of work with these drivers, find that next person that's going to be the next big driver in the Fiesta Championship.
Scholarship like this, if I'd have had the opportunity, I would have been so over the moon. And you know, these lads and the girls are so humble, and they really make you feel privileged to sit alongside some of the best talent, I reckon, in the country, if not in Europe. It's good to see how much it means to some of them. I'm just loving being around it. It's really good.
The Fiesta Juniors is where I started. Such a spread of varying different experiences, so much potential and so much talent.
I've been a part of a number of scholarships over the years, and this has just been head and shoulders above the rest.
He's all the way around the outside, miles for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
Got so much weight on my shoulders, and have to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again.
The driving standards have just been absolutely outstanding this weekend throughout the whole field.
Whichever package it is, Mark 1, Mark 3s, it offers fantastic close racing.
They're all quite even, the cars at the front, so lowish power.
These boys are incredible to race against. They don't give you an inch.
They're not overly expensive to run. Again, will draw people to it.
It's not just about the racing, it's about the experience as well.
It's affordable, you know, anyone can come and have a go.
Wow, yeah.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Welcome back to Silverstone, everybody, where we are ready to restart, or nearly ready to restart, our second race of the weekend for the AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. Marshals have dealt with the incident up at Village, and we've got the remaining cars left on the grid ready for a resumed race. At the moment, the clock still showing 20 minutes. I reckon that might well change once we actually do.
It will once the race
closer.
gets underway, because it will go down to 19 and then 18.
Oh, is that how it works?
Exactly.
Ah, right. They all make sense now.
Sorry, I don't make any sense.
Thank you, Richard, for clearing
Concept
that up.
of time.
Yes, yes. I suspect they may amend that duration before the race starts.
Yeah.
Although we were running well ahead of time, so maybe not actually. We are next race. Well, this race was due to start at 11:05. Well, that was 10 minutes ago. But it's all right. We've got a 45. No, we've got a. Hang on, I can't tell the time now. We've got a hour's lunch. Yeah, right?
Not anymore.
Well, not anymore, no. But my point is they can eat into that, which I
like that. See what you did there. Very good.
Yeah, they will. I'm sure that will get slightly shorter than originally planned, which is often the case. But hey-ho, we will have a grid walk, of course, for TCR UK during that lunch break as well.
I'd much rather have racing than lunch break, to be honest with you. That's another thing I'm going to legislate.
I don't often disagree with you, Richard, but having not had chance for lunch yesterday, I can definitely tell you I would prefer to have had some lunch, but there you go. Anyway, it was, yes, we should hopefully get plenty of time for Paul O'Neill to go down and do his thing on the grid and to chat to some TCR drivers. I think Paul eventually made it here today.
He is here, yeah, I've seen him.
Yes. He was on the phone to me on the way down.
I heard him first and then saw him.
Most people do, yes. Yes. No, I spoke to him on the way down. I gave him a ring this morning and he said he was chatting away and then he said, I've just been talking to you and I've just wondered why the M6 has gone down to 2 lanes. Oh, I'm on the A14, not the M1. So he was at one point heading for Snetterton, not Silverstone. He won't thank me for telling that story, but it's all right. He never listens to me anyway. So, but yes, so he has made it. I'm relieved to say. So don't worry, we will have him down on the grid to talk to some TCR drivers during the lunch break, and he'll be then here to talk through the 2 races and the Civic Cup race still to come a little bit later on today. So the cars gridded up. They're not yet going anywhere. I don't really see too much sign of activity either. There are no marshals out on the grid, but still some drivers with doors open. I'm not convinced engines are running yet either, so I think they're still a few minutes away from perhaps getting the race restarted. And as the sun now starts to break through the clouds, drivers will be starting to get quite warm and toasty in their cars. And eager to get on with this and get the race back underway. So,
Could
Zach
have
Lucas.
Could have done another grid walk, couldn't we?
Could have done, yes. Yes, you could have started at pole position this time, maybe. And who was it you...
I never start on pole position, do I?
I suspect, though, that the people you missed on the grid walk, you probably interviewed on the podium later, did you not? It would have been about the same people.
We did, yeah. And also when we had the stoppage yesterday, we caught up with a couple of people in pit lane because the cars came into pit lane for yesterday's stoppage, went to the end. That was a long walk. Poor old Laura, who's carrying the heavy kit.
Yes.
Laura looking after our camera duties in Parc Ferme and giving you these shots, actually, that we have now.
Getting right into the eyes of one of our drivers. I confess I missed who that was then.
Matt Chambers.
Oh, was it? Right, okay. Yes, and I always wonder what's going through the mind of a driver in a situation like this, waiting for the race to restart. There is Caitlin May's car. Caitlin was taken out of the car in the end. The marshals just wanted to make absolutely sure she was okay. She'll be taken to the med centre, I'm sure, for some checkups, but the car on the back of the flatbed truck and heading back to the paddock. So that's good news. It means that the track is clear. They'll have to do another green flag lap, of course, and then we'll be away and racing as quite a number of people taking advantage of maybe the best seat in the house, actually. Bet there are guards up on that bridge on Formula 1 weekend, aren't there, to make sure no one's getting a free view of the... yes, that's, I'm fairly sure, is a certainty, but quite relaxed as always at an event like this, club-level events in the UK. It's a nice, relaxed feel. As long as you're not getting in people's way, you're pretty much free to have a wander around anywhere. And Silverstone does offer some great vantage points. I don't think it necessarily gets the love that it deserves from motorsport fans, but it always creates good racing, no matter what layout you're on. Now, what does that mean? Do you? That's Harry Hayes, is it? Gesticulating at someone. Us, I fear. Oh, okay. Oh, it can't be towards us.
He's a bit of a lad. I don't know if you remember the Croft podium interview we had with him, and he was like, what do I do? Because he hadn't had... But he's a great newcomer. He's back next year. We mentioned a couple of times. Apologies for doing it. His family company were sponsoring Toby Trice.
Oh, were they?
In Sprint Cup, Porsche Sprint Cup. And they loved it so much they decided to come and race this out. And Toby no longer has them as sponsors. So, but he was actually genuinely thrilled that they came in, that he's introduced them to it.
Oh, good.
Which is what it's about. And we had a nice chat with him on the... Not Toby. Mr. Hayes, we had a nice chat with him yesterday on the grid, which was good. But loves it. Really, really larger than life character, which is great.
Good. We need more people like that in
motor
racing, don't we?
Yeah, very definitely.
Sure, we've had that conversation.
I was asking him about the what it's like to go to the clerk's office. He said, "Well, I've been several times, to be fair." But it's just a really nice, honest interview.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? This is what you want. Love that.
No, absolutely. Well, that's what real motor racing is like. Really,
yeah,
isn't
for sure.
You know, certainly at this level, it is all very genuine. People are, they don't mask how they're feeling.
It's
for
not
better or for
corporate,
worse.
is it? We don't get all the corporate nonsense.
No, exactly. Oh, right now. How many brooms and marshals does it take to sweep up a corner at Silverstone? I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 brooms, I think. There are slightly more marshals. Oh, well, that's quite a big broom on the front of the tractor, which was going quite quickly, in fairness, in wrong direction. So I'm hoping that means it was going back to where it came from. And we are maybe not that long away from having the track cleared. But, yeah, marshals going to work. Of course, it's not just... Oh, there we go. There is quite a bit of gravel on the road. Which needs to be swept away before the racing resumes. And, yeah, a lot more to marshalling than just picking cars up out of gravel traps. You've got to have driver safety in mind. You've also got to make sure the track is race ready before each session. So they will go out, won't they, between every race. Even if their corner didn't have an incident, they'll still go out every race to check the track, sweep it, make sure there's no fluid or debris down on the road. And it's a full day's work for the marshals.
They're still picking up bits from the junior race, apparently. So Esther was really funny because Esther was at the driver briefing yesterday for Esther Crook, the championship coordinator for the Fiesta Juniors. Yesterday, went to their briefing and did the speech about how proud she was, and this. And then after the last race, she said, "Is that microphone off?" Yes. And I can't say what she said. I said, so we're not the proud mum anymore. Not at the moment. And that's part and parcel of, again, being a coordinator, you'll get races that totally infuriate you.
Yeah.
She loves all the youngsters that race, but sometimes you just get a race and you get all that happening. And no malice in what she was saying at all, but just frustrating. She wants to see everyone get to the race with no damage, as we do.
Of course, yeah. And that's not just junior racing either. We've seen some of the senior categories guilty of that as well. It's always the case. You get to the end of the year and the gloves come off and the pressure's off and everyone just wants to end their year with a win. And
this is great stuff from Laura, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? Yes. Very good at her job is Laura, and spent many a weekend roaming up and down the pit lane with her. And yes, never off duty, always searching
No,
for something
superb
artistic to bring us. As indeed is the case with the whole Alpha Live crew, and it's a good opportunity as we get towards the end of the year, I suppose, to give them a bit of a shout out as well. They've been busy this year.
Laura made a short film earlier on. I don't know if it's out yet. Have you seen it? Is it
no,
out?
she was telling me about it yesterday. I don't know if I don't think it's out yet. No,
Right.
no. But she said it was all going very well. So that's
so I look forward to
positive.
seeing that. A mate of mine did the short film show on Amazon Prime, so it had lots of shot, and it was a great little program because the way stuff's served up these days is, if you've got a feature and you're not that keen on it, you maybe not watch it because it's at least 90 minutes generally, aren't they?
Yeah.
Always, but shorts, there were some really good ones in it.
Oh, really?
So maybe that would be one to go there. But yeah, definitely be interested to see it.
Absolutely.
And funny, again, sorry to bang on about how good Laura is at the stuff. Last year at the festival was the first time that I worked with Laura on the Saturday. Got home Saturday night, and people were nicking bits off of the screen grabbing interviews because the visuals were
really?
good. They were
Really?
they didn't say, it's because the visuals, but that was clearly why they were doing it, because it wasn't just the standard fare. And it was the first time I'd seen that.
Yes.
People putting lots of stuff up.
Good. Well, that's a compliment, isn't
really
it?
good,
If ever there was
It
one.
was quite funny though, because I didn't know Laura works in film. Anyway,
right.
And then it's on the Saturday. So, what do you do outside of this? Oh, we can film. Oh, well, that would be why.
That's it. Yes.
That's why you're good at your job.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And again, there is a lot more to filming motor racing than just pointing a camera at some cars. There's one of the great things about working with Alpha Live. We're often in the same room as the production team, and so we really get to see what goes on behind the scenes, stuff that we're normally blissfully unaware of, actually, as commentators, normally locked away as we are this weekend in a completely different part of the circuit. But yeah, they do a brilliant job. They're a small team, a hard-working team. Luke Austin and his whole team really put in the effort, and they are very busy for a reason, so they're a great team to work with. They're still going to be back for a couple more BRSCC live streams this year. The festival, as I said, the final round of the Fun Cup Championship at Alton Park, and hopefully we'll have the chance to work with them again next year, because they are a great bunch and they have brought us some fantastic coverage all year long. So long may that continue. Right, we are still waiting for this race to restart. I don't really know why it's taken quite so long. There must be a lot of debris down on the track, lots of gravel as well, and there the tractor still hard at work sweeping the gravel away. I think that's pretty clear now, Richard. I'd be happy to go and race on that, wouldn't you? Do you want it cleaner?
No, I'll be out there.
Oh, yeah,
but the marshals know better. I mean, they're keeping everyone safe and making sure that tractor does a bit of speed, doesn't it? Really,
it does, doesn't it? Yeah. Not sure about its line it was taking there, though. I think it was going a little bit the wrong way, but not the fastest way through Village Corner. But anyway, they will hopefully be back in position trackside shortly, so that we can get the green flag lap underway. Still showing 20 minutes the restarted distance, but whether that will prove to be the case or not, I'm not so sure. Certainly, Zach Lucas isn't going anywhere anytime soon. Lots of them keeping their doors open. You might think, well, it's a cold winter's day. They can't be that warm in the cars. Well, it's surprising how toasty it gets in there, even on a cold day like this, because you're wearing all of those different layers, your helmet, you're cooped up inside what's a very confined space, actually. Even in a four-door hatchback such as a Fiesta, it's not particularly spacious in the car. And yes, they will just be very keen to get going with this, I think, but Marshall's keen to make sure the track is 100% race ready. People watching on underneath the Silverstone wing. And
it's interesting. This is only the third time I think I've been on this part since it's been done.
Oh, okay.
And you spot something new every time when you come in. Even this morning coming in and having to come up through the hotel, and so much to see.
Yes, there is, isn't there? Yes. I've spent many an hour wandering lost in the Silverstone wing over the years. I spent most of my time in this building trying to get to where I'm trying to go, but it is a fantastic building, and there are so many massive spaces that are used probably for conferences and corporate events such as that all the time. But it really is, it's not just a racetrack anymore, Silverstone, is it? It is a venue that will serve any purpose you need it to, really.
It's nice being the Grand Prix venue, and mentioned it yesterday, for any driver really sitting there on the grid, on the same piece of tarmac that the F1 drivers at the very pinnacle of our sport race at. And yesterday, drivers briefing in the auditorium. I don't know if you've been into that, and of course that's where the F1 events go.
That's right,
to do, and it's a lovely facility, and nice for the drivers to get that opportunity.
Yeah.
For the juniors, obviously, they've been in there twice this year, so they'll be blasé about it next year.
Yeah, same old, same old. No, it is. It's. You can quite easily get a little bit numb to stuff like that when you spend enough time in motor racing. But yeah, when you speak to the drivers, it really does mean a lot to them, doesn't it? To be lined up on the Lewis Hamilton straight, you know, and to be racing around corners like Stowe and Club and Abbey, and yeah, part of the Formula One track. And of course, every now and again, we get the opportunity to race on the full Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, which gives me the perfect opportunity to remind everyone that we will be returning to the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit next year for a very popular event that we sadly didn't get the chance to take part in this year. The C1 24-hour race is making a return in 2025 on the Grand Prix circuit here at Silverstone. That is something that I know everyone was really lobbying for and working very hard behind the scenes to make happen. So if you are interested in taking part in the C1 24 hours next year, the dates are...
It's sold out already anyway.
There probably is. 100 cars signed up already. Anyway, head to the BRSCC website. The dates are on there, and you can get your entry in as well. We'd love to have you out there. A lot of people were very sad, myself included, that event couldn't take place last year, and it will be on the 2nd to the 4th, bank holiday weekend, 2nd to the 4th of May in 2025. In May? Okay. Yes. Don't know if you're free for that one, Richard, but it'd be good to team up with you on that one.
I'm fully booked until tomorrow.
That's good going, isn't it? That's about the most you can hope for in this business.
It's the most I can ever hope for, to be honest.
Yes, so no, we'll be back on the Grand Prix circuit, and I'm sure we'll have a host of support series joining them for that event as well. So a chance to race on the full GP circuit is a real treat. Right, I see movement on the grid. I see doors closed. I think I hear engines firing up. And I see a 16-minute restarted race now being scheduled. So 16 minutes on the timing screen, plus, of course, a green flag lap beforehand. And I think we are now getting close to movement. The tractor I'm hearing with the big brush has left the circuit. 1 minute board look being held aloft on the starting gantry. Did I spot Luke Sout from BRSCC being given charge of the red lights yesterday? Yes, I thought I saw that. Were we missing someone who was supposed to be doing that job? Did he just force his way in there and have a go? He was there, right, so he was there to stand in. Well, he had to be a stand-in, I'm sure. They must have been desperate for Luke to be given that responsibility. But yes, he's not there today. He'll be off somewhere else causing mischief. But Luke, one of the many people who work behind the scenes of the BRSCC, who we give a hard time to, but without them we wouldn't have events like this. And he certainly has been integral to the real success of the BRSCC at the moment. It won't stop us taking the mickey out of him, of course, but he's done a lot of hard work, and we thank him for that. Right, cars on the move, Richard. Thank goodness, says everyone, because we're about to go racing again, and drivers have now got one green flag lap, not only to check out the track conditions, but get themselves back in the zone, as they would say, ready to go racing.
Yeah, we've had a bit of a break, haven't they? It'll work for some people, it won't work for others. Let's see what Alistair Kellett can do in this restart. And completely back to where we were. So he's got a little bit of work to do. The story here, of course, is all about P2 probably in the championship now, isn't it? With the likes of Gary Miller dicing hard for second position with Zachary Lewis. Zach did a good job yesterday. Had a belter of a start to the season, had a little bit off the boil, and he seems to be getting back into the throes of it at the moment with that great win yesterday. But he needs to defend from Gary Miller. I'm wondering, obviously Gary is travelling mate of Alistair, so will Alistair, now he's got the title, help Gary? I'm not saying teammates or team orders or anything else, but you do, don't you? That's what you do.
He would need a bit of a miracle, if I'm honest, Gary Miller. He finished, second yesterday, so he got 46 points for that. So he is quite a long way back. I'm not even sure it's mathematically possible for him to beat Zach Lucas. But he'd like to win. Gary Miller, when did Gary last win a race? It would have been here on the National Circuit, I think, wasn't it? Yes, won the first race on the National Circuit, did Gary. In fact, that's his only win of the year, would you believe? And yet he's been a constant feature at the front. So, he's running second. He's got good pace, clearly likes Silverstone, and he'll be up for the fight, I'm sure.
Yeah, and actually, having said that, with that points gap, Alistair Kellett's going to be going for the win anyway.
I suspect so. There's a big...
I did like the comment from the juniors as well. Did you hear Jensen saying that he was only out there because his mum told him he had to?
I did hear that, yes. He also sounded a little bit hoarse, I thought, this morning. I suspect there was quite a bit of celebration last night in the Jam Sport awning. Possibly a late night for all concerned, but hey, they deserved it. It's been a good season for Jam Sport, hasn't it? Of course, they've got interest in the senior championship as well, but to win a junior championship with a Mark 6 car, the last year that the Mark 6 can race in the Junior Championship, and the car that carried Aaron Thompson to the championship 9 years ago as well. Very, very special season for Jamie Going and his team, and yeah, they deserve to celebrate after what has been a very hard-fought year. So, cars weaving around very vigorously on this green flag lap, but they have to. They've only got one lap. It's not a particularly long circuit, 1.8 miles, the Silverstone International Circuit. They've got to try and get some heat into the tyres, and not just the front tyres, but the rear tyres. And that's why we see them weave so vigorously, because they're actually trying to drag those rear tyres across the ground and try to generate a bit of surface temperature, at least in the tyres. And if they sort of accelerate and stamp on the brakes as well, that can help heat the tyres up too. Sure they were doing quite a bit of, but hopefully they've managed to do that well, because otherwise it could be a very lively restart here. 16 minutes, as I said, is the distance. Zach Lucas and Gary Miller on the front row of the grid, and the champion-elect, Alistair Kellett, starting third on the grid. Keep an eye on Graham Colfer, though. Colfer started 5th on the initial start of the race, moved up to 4th. Looked like he had the pace to go with the leaders as well, so he could be a factor. That sort of grey and green number 77 car on the inside of row 2. Pole position here for a standing start, always on the outside line, because that's the grippier racing line. So Zach Lucas on the outside of the grid is on pole position. Right, green flag wave from the back of the grid. We're good to go racing once again here in the AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. The red lights will go on. When they are extinguished, we'll get the race back underway. Who's going to make the best of the starts? Lights out, and a good start made by Gary Miller, I reckon. Gary Miller, as he was really the first time round, way better than Zach Lucas. Much better this time, though. Colfer briefly moves up ahead of Alistair Kellett, but Kellett comes straight back at him up the inside into Abbey Corner. They're 3 abreast, and Kellett forces his way through on the inside line. He's cleared Colfer. I don't think he's quite going to get Zach Lucas. Now, careful on cold tyres, everyone leaning on the right rear tyre for the first time through Farm, and then onto the brakes, into Village. Henry Howard there steaming round the outside of John Cooper. Charlie Ellis a little bit wide. Morgan Kidd also beyond the edge of the track, trying to stay away from the number 7 car of Adam Clark. They're all through safely, and it's Gary Miller with the advantage.
Zachary Lucas will be ruining the restart. He had the better of it first time around, but he's got some work to do now. Gives us a race to have a look at, though. Alistair Kellett back in 3rd position as they come down Hanger Straight for the first time. Are we going to get a sort out? Zachary Lucas looks to the inside. He's got the pace going down into the corner, but there's more momentum on the outside line for Gary Miller as they find a little bit of rare undulation in the Silverstone tarmac. Downhill now. Here they come side by side. Miller on the inside in red, should hang on to position for the moment. He does. Zachary Lucas trying to get the lead back, but we'll start looking in his mirrors now for Alistair Kellett.
That, by the way, we've had some real changes further back, haven't we? Because I noticed John Cooper is in this group, having started 20th on the initial grid. Oh, Zach Lucas for the lead here with a really good exit from Abbey Corner, and he's going to challenge for the lead into the right-hander. He will go through, I think, there. I don't think there's much Gary Miller can do about that. So Lucas for the lead, Miller second, Kellett third. Joseph Knight is in 4th position as well. Ooh, there was a switch of tyres, wasn't there? I think they're all still there, just about. But yeah, Joseph Knight from 15th on the original grid is into 4th. So he and John Cooper, the big movers here, and they may yet gain more ground because this lead battle is showing no signs of letting off.
No, it isn't. Miller was going for a burn-up on the outside, gets the switch back on the inside. He'll run wide here. Zachary Lucas will go back down the inside. Alistair Kellett coming up to play as well, as too is Joseph Knight. Quartet for the lead, sorting themselves out. Knight in the Delphi car goes to right of shot. He's in the blue. Alistair Kellett, the champion in yellow, is shadowing his countryman. Breaks ranks, goes wide. Zach Lucas has lost the lead. Is he going to lose P2? Gary Miller back in front here. Super stuff from the Fiesta Championship, which in a couple of seasons' time will enter its 30th season with the BRSCC.
Wow, that's fantastic. This is, and it continues to go from strength to strength with the introduction of the ST240 a few years ago, and great breeding ground for fantastic talent, and also producing some great racing for us to enjoy. Joseph Knight with the 3rd place. Remember, Joseph yet to win a race in this championship. Former junior racer, yes, best result 2nd place at Thruxton last time out, so he's coming on song at the end of the year, and Morgan Kidd is doing the same. Now she's going up the middle here of Henry Howard and Charlie Ellis. That is not advisable, I'd say, into Abbey Corner, but she's going to give it a go. Goes past Howard, shuffled a bit wide. Cooper's even wider in front of them, though. He's going to have to take the shortcut and rejoin up at Village Corner, but has Morgan Kidd got the better of Henry Howard? Not yet. Late on the brakes into Village. Cooper is around here somewhere. There he is, rejoining just behind them, and they all somehow come out the other side in one piece. But yeah, Joseph Knight, 3rd place, Richard, gunning for that maiden victory, and I think he's got a real chance.
He's capable of it.
Oh, no. That is a biggie.
That'll be Reds.
One of the race car consultants' cars, that. I couldn't see who, but yeah, that'll definitely be a red flag for the second time. Lucas Hayden, maybe that might have been, but I would be very surprised if we let the race continue after that one. What a shame, because again, we've got a great battle going on up at the front of the field, but yeah, the Fiestas, unfortunately, getting themselves in a few scrapes here this afternoon. Down into Vale we go. Still racing for now. Joseph Knight up the inside of Zach Lucas. Has he gone through? Not yet, because Lucas has got the inside line for Club as they run their way now towards the end of another lap. This is the third lap of the restarted race. No sign of a safety car or a red flag yet, so they come across the line still at racing speed. Miller the lead. Kellett second with the fastest lap of the race. Third, Joseph Knight. Fourth, sorry, Lucas second, third Joseph Knight, fourth Kellett with the fastest lap, then Graham Cole for fifth, and that is good news. That is Lucas Hayden. There's not a lot left of his car, but he's out of the car and appears to be absolutely fine.
As you say, the primary thing, driver okay. The cars are built with safety in mind. We always say that. You never quite know what can catch it out. So to me, still, yeah, red flag now. Red flag,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, because the cars are in a dangerous position, if nothing else. They can't leave those there. It's going to take a long time to get them moved, and they'll want to check the drivers over as well. I think it's Adam Clark he's tangled with there. So Adam Clark, the number 7 car, the other one who is stranded at the side of the road. So a second red flag in this AirTech Motorsport Fiesta Championship race. Sorry?
Are we going to get a podium here?
Well, I don't know if it'll be called a result, because they haven't done 50%, or, well, what is it, three-quarter race distance for points, but 50% for a result, I think, isn't it? So I don't
Probably not.
We will.
Pit lane gates open for get them through into Parc Ferme, so we can get them off track. But that will be, I think they've had 2 stabs. We're due timetable-wise to have the BMWs out, aren't we?
Yeah.
So
they've not been directed into the pit lane, but you're right, they've opened the gates in the middle of the pit straight, which they can use to usher the cars in. See whether that's what they decide to do, but that's a shame, that, because that was building up to be a really good race. And we are hoping that this is going to be a fairly brief pause again. Where are the cars going to go then? They're coming out onto the grid. Do they then hang a right into the... No, they're being stopped on the grid for now, so we'll await news of what the plan is going to be now moving forwards. And yeah, for the second time, unfortunately, we have a red flag in the AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship after a big accident for Lucas Hayden and for Adam Clark up at the top end of the circuit. So marshals go to work again. They're passing some sort of message on to the drivers there. What are they saying, I wonder? No movement yet from the cars at the front of the grid.
any decision on a stopped or started race has to go through a process, so there'll never be an instant thing. It's a relatively long lap, which is why the race officials, from the viewer's point of view, I mean, we get to see the incident straight away, so our thoughts are, oh, red. And this is very easy for us in this position to be able to do that, privileged position. The organisers, of course, they see it in real time as well, but they will take the time and use the time on a lap to make sure that the reports from the marshals that come in are properly assessed and that they can make the right decision in a timely manner, which they could very clearly have done there. And in terms of, you know, what are the marshals saying to the drivers on the grid, they'll just be saying, well, we'll let you know as soon as we know what the process has decided. We're hearing that both drivers appear okay, and that as Andy said, is the absolute best thing to hear. Never like seeing. No. We've had far too many this weekend. Actually, we've had too many in the pit wall. And,
The driver, as long as that doesn't get compromised, then you're basically okay. We saw a big accident, didn't we, in the Fiestas at Snetterton earlier this year. Multiple barrel roll, driver absolutely fine. So
Marco was funny, and he actually wanted to go out and jump in another car. No. He sort of checked out. Marco Reach, we spoke about that yesterday. But yeah, and it's great when people can do that. That they feel up to going out and
exactly, and the fact that we can laugh about it, you know, it wouldn't have been the case a number of years ago, would it? So
that was one of my quotes of the day yesterday. What's the plan for this weekend? Just to stay the right way up, he said. And you know, great character, Marco Reachin. Long may he continue and get back. Looks like we might be having some word as to where we're proceeding with this one. As you look across, just out of shot to the left is the pit wall gate, which I thought the cars were going to disappear down there, but they're not. They're actually being regridded. So fair play to the British Racing and Sports Car. That's why you've got to come racing with the BRSCC, because even with the problems thrown at them, they're going to try and get this race underway again with a restart.
they'd rather have racing than lunch, obviously. I think I'm outvoted on this one, but you know, the drivers are paid for it, and we prefer to see racing, really. So yeah, we're going to get this race in for whatever duration it will be. A much shortened race now, I would imagine, but we did have a bit of time in the timetable. We were finishing not too late either, I don't think, today, just before 6 o'clock, so we should have time to get everything back on schedule. We were gaining time quite rapidly this morning. We can do that again this afternoon. And yeah, we'll await news on length of restart for this one then. So cars then start to regrid. Of course, they'll have to go back. No, they won't go back to original grid order, I don't think, because they'd completed 3 laps. So I think this should just be the order they were running at the time of the red flag. But the reason I paused there is that Joseph Knight was reversing back down the grid. Now, I think he should just restart 4th, but he doesn't seem to agree with that. Or someone's told him that he's not anyway. So, BRSCC start line official goes down to chat to the marshals to figure out what's going on, and Joseph Knight will eventually be sent to the correct grid positions. I can hear, I think, the Historic Sports Car Club event on the Silverstone National Circuit. I suspect maybe it's the Derek Bell Trophy race that's just started, because that was very, very loud. I could hear that even from over here. I messed with my head momentarily, but I don't think Fiestas sound quite like that, so no, they haven't missed the restart of this race just yet. But yeah, it'll take them a few minutes to grid them up, of course, and then we will have, hopefully, the race getting back underway.
Yeah, it's going to take a few minutes to get the cars back into order, particularly when they're debating where they need to go. But the first 3 are sorted out. Hopefully, yeah, Joseph Knight should be next up. Yeah, I think we were due to start the BMWs at 22, so we're 5 minutes over at the moment. So not hugely concerned about that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take my leave, see if we can maybe use this opportunity to grab a few more if it's going to be elected today. So I'll have a quick whiz out. And do you want me to get you a sarnie or anything while I'm out there, Andy? But I'll show you.
I'll take my chances. I've been reliably informed I'm going to get a lunch break today, so we'll see. We'll put that to the test. But
okay.
No, but
yeah,
you go see what you can find out. Definitely. In the meantime, we'll wait and see what the plan's going to be. It really looked like we were very quickly moving towards a restart, and then all of a sudden all of that progress has sort of stopped. So I don't know whether they're now rethinking their decision as to what the plan will be. Joseph Knight isn't even in a grid position, actually. He's just sort of abandoned his car in the middle of the road. There is Lucas Hayden's car, what's left of it, being recovered. But again, the roll cage inside did its job and managed to keep him safe, which is the main news. Not sure what really Adam Clark's part to play in all of that was, but looked like he just got tangled up in it, picked up a bit of damage, but largely emerged unscathed, so that's good news. So Zach Lucas and Gary Miller on the front row of the grid together. Alistair Kellett will eventually, if we get a restart, start from 3rd. They've now moved the time on the timing screen down to 0, which is actually normally a sign that they are going to have a restart. They have to reset the clock. So yeah, they sometimes will reset the clock by taking it down to 0, then restarting. And if we do get a restart, it could be a fascinating battle, because it really looked like we had at least 4 drivers who were capable of fighting for the win, and possibly some others further back as well that could get involved. Graham Colfer, Charlie Ellis, Morgan Kidd moving up the order nicely as well. Morgan started 9th, she was running 7th at the time of this latest red flag, and Morgan, who really has found some form. Thruxton, something clicked at Thruxton, of all places for it to click. Probably the most challenging circuit in its own way that we've raced at this year. She just seemed to find something that worked well for her, and she certainly seems to be one of the front-running drivers now. Qualified really well yesterday, of course, for the first race. Had some engine issues earlier in the season, I'm informed, which they now seem to have sort of figured out. And that means that the car is performing better. She's now able to demonstrate exactly what she's capable of doing, and we can enjoy seeing another quick driver up at the front of the grid. So, still no sign of movement. I think Richard John Neal has made it downstairs. They're now haggling with the marshal, I think, as to whether they're allowed out onto the grid, but I'm sure they will be. There's no reason why not. Drivers clearly aren't going anywhere just yet, and we will hopefully therefore get a chance to hear from some of them. Yes, there we go. Richard is wandering out onto the grid, and I think we will be able to hear from Richard John Neal and get in position, shall we? He's going to make his way down towards the cars and start off with some of the front runners then. And those who are looking to contest the win as and when we get the race back underway. And amongst them, of course, Alistair Kellett, who, when he last was interviewed by Richard John Neal, didn't even know whether he'd won the championship or not. We're pretty sure he has won the championship. So, Richard, if you get up there, you can let him know about that. And I think Richard is almost in position. So let's head down, shall we? Hear from Richard John Neal and whoever it is that he can catch up with down on the pit straight.
We just had a quick chat with one of the marshals. Not sure what Andy's relayed to you while I was coming downstairs, but the officials are just trying to work out, as I said, when the stoppage happened, what they can do in terms of timetable and getting things sorted out. We're hoping that we may get a restart, but just in case, we've got the cars here, which is the good news, but we might get cleared off the grid. We'll wait and see. I'm going to see if we can have a word with Joseph tonight. You okay for thumbs up from Joseph as ever, which obviously never like to talk to anyone in these circumstances, but I did miss you yesterday, Joseph. So first of all, is this where you're starting? We thought you should be P4 on a restart potentially.
Well, I was hoping for thirds because obviously I was third when we crossed the line with Zach. I had a little nibble into the final chicane. I've heard third, I've heard fourth, I've heard 10th. Honestly, at this point, if we start, I know I've got the pace. We proved it on that first lap. So, even if I start 10th, I'm not going to be too worried. I can make the pace up quite quickly.
I agree, you were third. What they tend to do is put it back a lap.
Right.
So the last complete lap before the incident, but you were in third place, so we're expecting you, I think, to start P4. Just in case, I don't know what you've heard over the radio, but we heard the drivers are out of the car, which is good, which is the key thing. We're starting to see some pace now, really getting to grips with this car and championship.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming. We've been doing it this is my second year in it now, and I guess last year you could sort of say it was a learner year for us. We was learning a lot about the car, about the drivers, and I was progressing as well. Last year I think was my 4th year in cars.
Yep.
And it sounds like a lot, but every year you're learning something else. There's always going to be someone quicker or something else you can learn, and it's really good because it pushes me to be better. And I think this weekend we're really proving that. Yesterday's first half of the race was a bit up and down, but the second half of the race we was blisteringly quick. And it's the same again here. We started 15th up to the first lap. We was 10th, and then after one lap we was in 4th on the restart. So we're showing we've got the pace. It's just hoping we can continue it into next year if we do continue with the ST240s, and hopefully we can. I want to go out with this year with a bang. I'm aiming for that win in that final race. Even if I can do it this race, I'll be over the moon. But yeah, that's the goal for now.
That'd be good. It sounds like you're keen to come back. What are I guess usually the financial implications about coming back, yeah?
Yeah, it's obviously it's been amazing to have Delphi on with me this year. They've helped me so much. And I'd like to continue either doing this or maybe go out to something a little bit quicker, but like I say, it's all financial related. It's a very money dependent sport, and but we're proving we've got the pace now, so I'm hoping we can continue into next year and hopefully go for that championship result.
Hope so too. Just a question on mindset. Obviously, our first concern is that the drivers are okay in the incidents that happen, but it makes it disjointed for you because this is the second time, isn't it? How do you approach that? Does it affect the way you think about the race upcoming?
Yeah, it's you sort of have to think about who's around you, and I'm not saying like anyone specific, but it is a very close competitive grid.
Yeah.
And we've seen now twice today already how close it gets, and sometimes it gets too close. I don't know if you can see it on the TV, but on that first restart there were people around me, and I was very sort of trying to be very cautious of where I was. I had Morgan spin in front of me, and I sort of backed off a little bit. It was like, where do I go? Do I go left? Do I go right? And you can see the cars behind me just flew past. But at that point, I was more concerned about keeping the car in one piece. But we're keeping the car in one piece, and we've got the pace at the same time, so we're looking good at the moment.
Nice one. Well, good luck for the restart if we get it. If not, good luck for race 3.
Thank you very much, Richard.
Thanks, Joseph Knight. Good to have a chat with him. We're hearing now there isn't going to be a restart, which is a shame, but if you're okay with Laura and me just having one round, make Laura walk backwards and go down, which she does really, really well. And I should go backwards really, give you a break. I'm going to have a quick word with Alistair Kellett, because it was a very quick chat with him yesterday on the podium, so we're going to have a little bit more reflective. Alistair, how are you? We'd like to have a quick word. Yeah. Firstly, I wanted to apologise for not having a proper chat with you yesterday when you secured the championship. Many congratulations on that. It gives us the opportunity now to maybe get your reflections on that.
Yeah, well, I still think we had to finish 5th today to win it. I don't think we had won yesterday. Okay. So let's finish now, I think. So that's it, I think now. Definitely now.
I better let you go, but we think you're there. Good luck, and we'll catch you a little bit later on. Alistair Kellett there. Car's going off. As you can see, we were referring to the gap in the pit wall a little bit further down, but there's another one here. Such a well-thought venue, this. And I mentioned on the chat that we were doing on commentary earlier on, every time you come to the wing, which is what they call this part of Silverstone, you spot something new and something different. So we're going to go, I think, into an early break. We've got some interviews teed up. Early lunch break. Plenty happening in the lunch break. Paul O'Neill obviously will be doing the grid walk with the TCRs. But from Laura and myself down here in pit lane, thanks for your patience. Enjoy the lunch break. Enjoy the content. Oh, I've been told not to throw yet. So let's just wait for a few more cars to come back to do. Oh, we're hearing the grid walk might have gone, but we do have some interviews that we did yesterday. And we may indeed do a little bit more grid walking and pit walking a little bit later on. Having a quick look over there. If we look over there, we've got Jack Werrell, the circuit commentator. Give us a wave, Jack. His dad's on holiday. A lot of people will know Mark Werrell. Jack is second-generation commentator. We get second and third-generation drivers now, but we've also got second-generation commentators. You'll be relieved to know my son is not going into commentary. Okay, we are going to throw back to Andy in the commentary box. Thanks for your patience. Hope you've enjoyed the interviews that we've done, and we'll let you know what's happening in terms of a restart time in a few moments' time. Bye for now.
Thank you, Richard. Yeah, cars being sent back to Parc Fermé then. Whether or not that race will be called as a result, I'm not so sure, because we didn't really get a huge amount of racing in the end. But yeah, that race then unfortunately not going to be resumed, but we are expecting to resume racing at 12:30, so 35 minutes, just under 35 minutes time. We're going to kick off with the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup, so we're just going to run as per timetable from that point onwards. So Compact, then the Civic Cup, and then straight into TCR UK. Because of that, we're not going to have a grid walk for TCR UK, sadly, which is a real shame, because it was it's always a highlight of these events. Last one of the year with BRSCC as well, of course. So shame that we can't have the grid walk, but obviously moving lunch forward means that that's not possible. But we will still have TCR UK racing. Timetable obviously changing now fairly frequently, although if we're restarting at 12:30, that's going to put us, what, about 50 minutes behind time, I think. So yes, it will be a slightly amended afternoon schedule, I'm sure, but that is the only decision that can be made under the circumstances. So a brief pause here. We will maybe hearing from Paul O'Neill down in the pit lane, I believe, in the relatively near future, catching up with some TCR drivers ahead of the penultimate round of their championship, of course, still to come later on. And that championship very much still alive. It could be wrapped up by Carl Boardley today, but the way that things went yesterday, it's not looking all that likely, really, is it? Given the fact that he doesn't seem to have the pace of his title rivals, both of whom are starting, are looking quite a bit quicker. They'll be starting behind him on the grid, of course. That will be the partially reversed grid, though. The top 10 finishers from yesterday's race reversed to form the grid for race 2, which means, if I grab my TCR grid sheet, that I haven't been given, but I've got a race result, and so I can tell you it will be Matt Wilson and Sam Laidlaw on the front. I'm sure Matt Wilson's had a pole position here at Silverstone before because of a reversed grid race. So Matt Wilson on pole, Sam Laidlaw will be second in that new Cupra Leon VZ run by Area Motorsport, the new Cupra, as I was calling it yesterday. Luke Sargent and Darren Lewis will be up there. Boardley will be starting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th on the grid. Hutchison 8th and Newsham 10th, having snatched the victory from Adam Shepherd at the very final corner of yesterday's race in a thrilling finish. Adam saying that he had a misfire, possibly a result of the fuel pickup issues that have plagued him all season long, returning. And unfortunately lost the lead right at the end. He was absolutely furious with it, as you can imagine, but Callum Newsham, as you can also imagine, I'm sure was pretty delighted with the way that worked out, because it means he comes into the final races of the season. Well, Newsham 47 points behind the championship leader, and Brad Hutchison 41 points behind the championship leader, with still 82 points available. So it is still very much up for grabs, and you won't want to miss that first TCR race of the day, second of the weekend, coming up a little bit later on today. So the Marshall's given a little bit of a break here, as well, not all of them in fairness, because there is a bit of, I'm trying to figure out what they've done. I wonder if one of the cars ended up in the wall up at the link. I think that might be what it was, you know, because there seems to be some work going on to the barrier, so I think that's probably what's instigated the flip for Lucas Hayden. I think they've got into that barrier between Village and Chapel, that little left-hand kink called the link, and I think that's where the car's gone off, and that's why we've got this delay. So it's just because of the barrier damage, which is not something we usually associate with Silverstone, really. Often joked before, it's quite hard to go off and actually hit anything here at Silverstone. We've had a few drivers have managed that this weekend, sadly, Richard, and I think because that barrier needs fixing, that is why we are into our early lunch.
It is a bit of a shame. Interesting what Alistair Kellett was saying. He reckons he's got to get another 5 points. Did you hear that?
Oh, does he?
Yeah, I was chatting to Alistair. I thought he'd won it.
I think he's comfortably won it.
Well, that's what I thought. But so I've gone up. He's in the car, and thought, you know, it was and the way the meetings work. Obviously, when you get into, it's about providing racing, so we don't always get the chance to do a lengthy podium interview. Sometimes there's a gap like this, and I thought it'd be nice to go and have a quick chat with Alistair. We only had a quick one yesterday. Get his view, you know, his reflections on having secured it. Gone, and he said, "No, I haven't won it yet." He didn't think he had. I'm pretty sure we got the maths right. So
yes, I think yes.
Maybe he's being overcautious.
I think quite possibly. Yes, sure. Quite possibly.
I'm going to expect a big celebration from him.
Yeah.
From the third race, so he needs, he needs to do a Jensen, doesn't he? And get out and jump on top of the car. I'm joking, Alistair Kellett. So yeah, it's. We'll see what the reaction is, but he either way had a superb season. But yeah, did have a big lead coming into the weekend, and difficult with drop scores. As I say, something that I would probably ban, drop scores, but that's easy for me to say. It's about encouraging people to come into the last round, isn't it? We don't want to do it stateside, like the winner of the last race is the champion. We do need a season long points champion, but very difficult. I think it's whichever way you do it, there are lots of different ways of making sure it's right. I think as it stands at the moment, the regulations say that you can still drop the score, but you have to be at the last round. So there's every encouragement in the regulations to make sure that you are on track. That's the way it works presently.
Yes.
Rather than you can't drop scores at the last round.
I'm sure we will see Alistair Kellett going for it in that race a little bit later on in the day. In the meantime, I'm going to step aside for a second here at Silverstone. We'll have some action down in the pit lane with Paul O'Neill, hopefully before too much longer. But for now, we're going to take a quick break here from Silverstone, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them.
Welcome back to Silverstone, everybody, with the lunch break, early lunch break, well in underway now. We've got some barrier repairs going on out on the circuit, so an early lunch. We will resume racing at 12:30 if you're just joining us with the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup, and then we'll be racing through the rest of the day. So go and get the kettle on, get yourself some biscuits, quick lunch maybe, and we'll be back racing again in 25 minutes. In the meantime, though, we get to enjoy some of Richard John Neal's finest work, because he's been busy catching up with drivers all weekend long in the paddock, and we can now hear from a few of those before we go racing again in about 25 minutes' time.
One of the things the youngsters are so good at is social media, and I think, Bobby, you just posted something about what happened at Thruxton, so tell us where we can find it and then talk us through.
Yeah, it's on my Instagram. It's at BobbyHolmes55, and yeah, that Thruxton didn't really go to plan. Had to rebuild the car from the ground up, straighten it all out, long nights.
Okay, so we gather there was an accident. What part of the circuit, what speeds were you doing, what happened?
I think it was turn 4. I was doing about 70 miles an hour when I went into the barrier. And Thruxton, it's literally, I just went on the wet grass. There's no gravel traps there or anything. And it was one tyre wall, so it sort of just obliterated the car.
And was that race or was that quali?
That was qualifying. I didn't even get a chance to race.
Oh, mate, no. So you itching to get back at Thruxton in some form and sort it out?
Yeah, I really hope it's on the calendar next year, just because I feel like there's unfinished business there for me. I want to show them what I'm made of.
You can always get a track day there at some point, but you're not daunted by the track.
Yeah, I'm not daunted by the track, and I think a track day's not the same. I think if I'd have to race there just to
touring cars.
Yeah, that's the one.
But the car's been put back together, loads of work done, looks mint, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does look really good. I want to thank all the guys here, as you can see. They've all helped putting it back together. I want to thank Mark, who's not here yet, from Downtown Designs, who does all the stickers. Yeah. Where's my granddad? My granddad over there. He has spent the most time straightening this car. And Matt from B Stapleton as well, giving us the garage space and also helping out.
We don't normally get to see all the people, but Laura's just having a quick pan round and seeing everyone involved. It is a team thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that puts more pressure on you.
Yeah, it's just as well, when I did crash it, I felt so bad for the people around me as well, just all the time they put in, and I've binned it at qualifying.
You're doing the right thing, though. You're making the most out of it on your social media. You're back, you're smiling, and you're chatting to us, so well done. Stay safe today. Good luck.
Thank you. Cheers.
It's great to be able to welcome you along to Blyton Park, the first ever BRSCC Fiesta Junior Scholarship.
Seen the smiles on the faces of all the drivers getting out, and the coaches as well are really enjoying their time in the Fiesta Junior Mark 7. So I want to sort of work with these drivers, find that next person that's going to be the next big driver in the Fiesta Championship.
Scholarship like this, if I'd have had the opportunity, I would have been so over the moon. And you know, these lads and the girls are so humble, and they really make you feel privileged to sit alongside some of the best talent, I reckon, in the country, if not in Europe. It's good to see how much it means to some of them. I'm just loving being around it. It's really good.
The Fiesta Juniors is where I started. Such a spread of varying different experiences, so much potential and so much talent.
I've been a part of a number of scholarships over the years, and this has just been head and shoulders above the rest.
It's just starting to rain here. The good news is, got Daniela Sutton here with us. More bad news, Daniela's not racing, so you had an unfortunate incident at Thruxton, so you're not able to race. Talk us through that process.
So my licence gets suspended for however long until I get cleared by, it's minimum 21 days, until I get cleared by a specialist consultant, like neuro consultant, for head injuries, because it's really important that you don't go out and have a secondary concussion, because that can cause all sorts of problems. So it is unfortunate that I'm not racing, but it's good for my health, and not a positive, but it's not great that I'm not back out. But
it's good you're here. I mean, you know, your own health is the most important thing, and fantastic. You're the scholar, you're the BRSCC Fiesta Junior scholar, and you're here promoting that and promoting yourself, which is great, so fair play to that, and I hope you feel better soon. What do you remember about the incident? I mean, were you knocked out in the incident at Thruxton?
So I was knocked out in the incident for about 3 minutes, I think it was. So even though I didn't have the nystagmus like you do in a normal concussion, they said because I was knocked out, they have to class it as a concussion because of the symptoms and stuff that I was showing. So I don't remember too much. I remember the initial impact, and then I don't remember anything after that. I just remember being woke up by the paramedics and then taken down to the medical centre where they assessed me.
Medical care's first class, isn't it? I think we've got some good news. You're hoping to be back next year?
Yep, definitely hoping to be back next year. Fingers crossed. It takes a lot of hard work off track as well as on track. So hopefully I will be back next year.
Whoever you end up working with is going to be very lucky. I know you work really hard, as most drivers do on their business partnerships, but you're here, you're not racing, but you're supporting the championship. It's great to see you. Hope the recovery continues to go well. Look forward to seeing you on track real soon.
Thank you.
The driving standards have just been absolutely outstanding this weekend throughout the whole field.
Whichever package it is, Mark 1, Mark 3s, it offers fantastic close racing.
They're all quite even, the cars at the front, so lowish power.
These boys are incredible to race against. They don't give you an inch.
They're not overly expensive to run. Again, will draw people to it.
It's not just about the racing, it's about the experience as well.
It's affordable, you know, anyone can come and have a go.
Wow, yeah.
It's the last weekend for the Mark 6. What a lovely send-off. That we've got Maggie Webster on pole in the Mark 6. You must be dead chuffed.
I honestly, I can't believe it. I'm so happy. We've spent so much time over the past few weeks trying to get to the car to where it needs to be. I want to thank my uncle Jason, my brother Albert for all the data he does with me. It helps me so much, and obviously my dad who funds it and helps out with the cars. I can't believe it. I'm so buzzing.
What a difference to the Maggie we spoke to. I remember this meeting in March, we were here over the back there, and the confidence has grown. Obviously doing your autocross driving as well and just enjoying your racing. But the great thing about that is whatever happens in the race, you've got a pole, an outright pole.
I'm just hoping I don't think about it too much. I'm just going to drive it like a normal race and try and stay ahead and not drop too far back. I just want to have fun. It's the last race meeting of the year. I just want to have fun and try and do my family proud. So yeah.
One of the things we do on touring cars is get the pole position driver to talk round their lap. Can you remember what you did?
Honestly, I don't even know which one was my fastest one. I had 3 really quick drivers ahead of me in the Mark 7s, and the draft I got from them was just insane. So, yeah, I think that definitely helped out. My brother Albert made sure to put me out from the pits onto the lap between some quick drivers so I can try and keep up with them, and I think, yeah, it definitely helped loads. So, yeah, I'm very happy.
How many outright poles has Albert had this year?
Do you know what? None.
Congratulations, we'll see you for the race.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, Maggie wins now.
Qualifying just complete for the Demon Tweaks Audi TTs, and a chance to catch up with someone we haven't spoken to before, David Robb, one of the longest travellers, I think. Aberdeen, you were telling me?
From Aberdeen, yeah, so this actually is not too bad. This is only 8 hours for us, or 8.5 hours it took, so I think Brands and Snetterton are about 12, so yeah, it's a lot of travelling. But it's worth it, you know, we enjoy the series and it's fantastic racing, big grid, so we really love it. It's worth the journey.
What was it enticed you in?
Really, it was just the cost of it. You know, it's a one-make series, which my background's in kart racing, so very much similar to that. I used to race an old classic Mini and various other championships, particularly up in Scotland, and we had so many reliability problems, so we thought, you know, we'll try out a TT and it'll hopefully be reliable, and it's proved to be so. You know, last year was a bit of a learning year as far as reliability goes, but we seem to have sorted it this year and we've not had any issues, so yeah, fantastic. Yeah, I really enjoy it.
Notice you're running the iconic My Name's Doddy Foundation tartan and livery on the car. It's a great cause.
Yeah, exactly. I'm a big rugby fan, and obviously Doddy Weir, Scottish rugby legend. We thought we'd get the foundation on there, and obviously the Just Giving link there, so I don't know if the camera can zoom in on that, and if anyone wants to donate, then that'd be very gratefully received. It's a fantastic cause. Yep.
I'm sure people will, David, having seen that. Incredibly, we're in the last round of the year. I don't know where it's gone. If anyone does find it, let us know where the year's gone. But what are the plans for the winter? Are you going to be back next year as well?
Yeah, I think we'll be back next year. We just need to see the calendar, and obviously travel comes into it for us. I've got a young family as well, so we kind of need to take that into account. But hopefully, I think I'll do the start of the season, see how it goes, and then take it from there. So yeah, and say hello to my wife Megan and my son Finlay, my daughter Nancy.
Do they come down, or are they watching on the stream?
They came to Knock Hill. Anything past that's a bit too far for them. So yeah. So this is just a bit too far, but maybe next year.
Yeah, that'll be good. Fingers crossed that the calendar works out for you, and the racing as well. And any issues in qualifying?
Not really. I think we were a bit slow compared to yesterday, but I'm just sort of not quite putting a full lap together. I'm getting bits of the lap right, but just there's some bits that I'm not quite getting right. So if I can string a full lap together, it'll be there. But obviously that's a qualifying problem. I think in the race, hopefully it doesn't rain and we can get a bit of clean racing and pick our way through the grid a little bit.
It's been interesting watching the TTs because we've got some big teams in it who are doing well. We've got some other people that have done well in other formulas that have come in and not struggled but still finding their feet. Do you run with anybody, and how are you getting support?
Well, up until this weekend, it's just been my dad and the guys that help us, Colin Laird and Alan Garfanini, and we've just come down as a team of 4 of us and done it on a fairly budget level, changing tyre pressures, and that's about it. But this weekend we're running with ARC Motorsport, who's Andrew Dyer, who's one of the other TT drivers in TCR this weekend, and his guys are helping us out, and they've been a great help. We've changed things that we've never changed before and found bits of time that we wouldn't normally have found, so it's been really helpful. Yeah, really good.
Excellent. I hope that progress continues in the racing. David, thanks for chatting to us.
Perfect. Thanks very much. Nice to meet you.
Cheers. Mate. decent start to the day and the weekend to Matt Love pole position. That obviously went to plan?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can't ask much more. We're in a pretty tense championship sort of battle this weekend, so that's the first hurdle complete. I knew I had to get on pole. I need to get a jump on Brad, and that's it. Like I said, that's the first hurdle complete. The next sort of point for me is race 1 and trying to get ahead and break a lead.
Not easy to do in these, though, is it?
No, that's been proven many a time so far this season. I mean, Brad's very very fast guy, so I know he's going to put up a fight. But I think I need wins now, and I need to put cars between myself and Brad. The gap's 14 points, so it's not out of reach, but it's a tall order. So I need to put cars between me and him, ideally.
How many places does 14 points equate to in a race? Is that 4 or 5? Or?
I haven't done the exact maths, but in my head, I think if I win every race and get fastest lap and Brad comes second in every race, I will lose by 2 points. So in one of those races, I need to have 1 car between me and him. And then I think he wins it on countback. So I need 2 races where there are at least 1 car between myself and him, I think. So that's the plan.
Winning's always the plan anyway, if you're at a different stage of the season. Does the mindset change? So obviously we're in the last round, but if this was a mid-championship race, do you have a different mindset?
100%, yeah, definitely. I think in the early races and the midpoint of the season, you don't think of like the end of the season. You just think, okay, let's get this race done. Like second place is good. I'm more willing to settle for second place or third place to try and save the car and keep the consistency up. But this round is more about I need to just do it. Like I have no choice. I need to win races. So that's the aim.
But would the last round Matt tell the mid-round Matt actually get your finger out and get the win?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, you bang on. That's literally the mindset. Like now it matters. So. Yeah.
When you guys are pretty close racing, obviously, team-wise it's close as well. How do your setting changes? Can you keep that sort of thing secret?
What do you mean in terms of like a car setup?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, in area, everything's open. Like no one keeps secrets. Not so that type of team. Everyone knows what everyone's doing. We'll all make our own individual changes as we feel fit. But I think we'll all end up on near enough the same point. Funny thing is, you normally start the test day with one setup, and you make all these different changes, and you end up in the same place you started. So it doesn't really matter. It's an even playing field. We all share data and that stuff. There's no sort of secrets. So I have every chance that Brad has, and vice versa.
So is there a like standard area setup that you all adhere to, or does anyone drive something a completely different type of setup car?
There is I think there's a base setup that we know is good, and we all kind of start around there. And some people go one way, some people go another way, but we all end up around about the same point. It's margins. Like Brad might prefer more oversteer, I might prefer more understeer, and we'll change that to suit our needs. But like I said, it's margins. It's whatever's comfortable for you. So the net difference is minimal.
I'll let you crack on with the racing. Good to chat to you, Matt. Well done on pole. Great start to the weekend.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analogue switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumbnetworks.co.uk.
I think British Touring Cars is sort of in everyone's mind at the moment because we had the finals last weekend at Brands Hatch, and club racing wise, wonderful to see Andrew Jordan here. Always enjoying the meetings, always spectacular. The smile on your face whenever we see you in these cars is great. Tell us about what you've been up to and how it's been going.
Yeah, the mini racing is fantastic. You never really get a boring mini race, or you don't get many of them just because of the slipstreaming effect. They're not the most aerodynamic things, so they make for good racing. So I've only done maybe 3 or 4 events this year, won quite a few races, which is good. So no championship contention or anything this weekend, but it's nice. It's family affair. So Dad's racing in the 7s, my brother's racing in the S classes, which he's really new to racing. It's his first season in it, so which is really nice to see the whole learning process and how that's going. So it's a nice family affair. We're very busy with our historic work, so we don't really do as much racing as we'd like sometimes because of that, and that has to come first. So for us to do the odd race through the season together as a family is good fun, and there's loads of good people do it, so you're always in for a good hard race.
And there's a lot of people from, sorry to harp on about BTCC, but a lot of people talk about it and respect what you guys do, and that raises for me the level of this. You've got the likes of Jess Collins having a go this weekend as well, yourself and your dad. so much respect in this mini championship from that level.
Yeah, and there's good people. Probably when I first came into it, some people did make the comment, "Oh, why would you go and do that? You'll go and win all the races." And I knew I wouldn't, because I'm not that silly. There's good people in everything, and in any series, you know, you go and race in any of the series racing here this weekend, and you'll have a good race. There's always good people. So that was what I really wanted to do. I'd always had a thing for Mini 7s, Mini Miglias, from when Nick and Joe Tandy were doing it. When my dad was racing in British GT on the Power Tour, they were all to support in race. And when I was younger, that was my thing. I wanted to be a Mini 7 driver. I didn't really realise you can make a living from that, so I had to go and do different things. So kind of come full circle, and after a long time in British touring cars, which was great most of the time, not all the time, but most of the time, you kind of, there's a lot of politics and all that sort of stuff, and eventually that gets a little bit draining sometimes. So I just wanted to come and have racing for fun, which is why you always get into racing, is to have fun. So get rid of all the politics and all that sort of stuff, and just go and have some good racing, which is what we do. So I love it. I love there's no kind of BS. It's just good fun, good racing, and as I say, there's lots of good people. You know, we've won quite a few races this year, but had to work for pretty much all of them. Castle Combe last time I had 2 fantastic races with Jeff. I've known Jeff for years, and, you know, we used to run him in British touring cars, so you can get out, and luckily I beat him both times, but he was still smiling just as much as me after such a good race. So that's what I like. You know, we want to come racing, have fun, have good races, and hopefully win the odd race here and there.
Generally, cars are getting, I think, a lot of cars are getting too big. Formula cars are getting too fast. We've got GB3, the current car, replacing GB4 next year, and then they're saying we can't go to tracks. There's a lot to be said for the old specs, the old size cars as well, because these jostle, don't they, properly?
They do, and although they're small little cars, you actually sit in my car, you know, they're bespoke cars, you know, and they're like little mini touring cars inside. I spent far too much money building that, but it's so I probably won't ever sell it.
I won't ask you how much.
No, you know, it's eye-watering. But it's everything to where it should be, everything to where you'd want it to be, and so it is like a mini little touring car. But then you look at the grids we had when we went and did the British Touring Car Support at Thruxton this year and last year, by far the best racing of the weekend. You know, it is. You can't get away from a slipstreaming formula like this. Somewhere like Thruxton, you will not get a boring race. And it just shows that's been brilliant for the club, getting that on the live TV, and people actually see, yeah, they're little old minis, but they don't race like little old minis. You know, they're proper little race cars. So that's why I love it. As I say, I've always had a thing for this club and these cars because of how good the racing is. So I'll be doing it for the next few years. It's our kind of release from work, just come and have some nice fun. You know, 9 out of 10 people are nice people in the club, so I really enjoy it.
Are you running anybody else in this?
No, we don't do that. No, that's very much that.
Is it not the temptation though, because you've got your customers on the historic side, as you mentioned, and do people come and knock on them and say, Andrew, Mike, can you sort us out?
We've had a couple of people, but it has zero temptation, just because it is in the nicest possible way. It's our weekend away from customers, and you know, we've got a race here next weekend, and we've got, I think, 8 cars here, customer cars, so we couldn't possibly. We could race there, but you wouldn't enjoy it, so then what's the point? Because you'd be focusing on the customers, rightly so. So no, this is 100% no customer racing at the Mini 7s. It's our bit of fun, really.
That's brilliant. I hope you enjoy it today. Thanks for the chat. It's been great to catch up with you.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, thank you, mate.
Have a good week.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Silverstone for the resumption of racing here at this BRSCC finals weekend. An all too brief lunch break has come to a conclusion, an early lunch break, and we are ready to get racing underway again, and it is the turn of the Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup to take to the track. Richard John Neal is here and ready to get another championship decider underway, Richard, because the 2 races left in the championship. 2 races left in the championship, and we have got 3 drivers who could still win the championship going into this final round. Just 15 points between, sorry, actually less than that, 13 points between the top 3 drivers. Joe Doble, the leader, Conor Grady and Gordon McMillan tied for second. And it's all to play for coming into the last 2 races, Richard.
It is. We used to commentate on what was going on, a subtext of what's going on in the commentary box, and I was going to tell everybody that Andy was frantically looking. He arrived literally just on time, because how you get a comfort break as a commentator is, look, here's the grid, we'll come back to that.
Yes, I've caught my breath just about. Stephen Daly on pole position. Stephen Daly, remember him, he was multiple former champion in this category over the years. Joe Doble alongside him, the championship leader, so he's outqualified his title rivals, which is significant. Conor Grady and Alex Reid together on row number 2. with Mike Doble and Gareth Clayton on row 3. 4th row, Max Noble and Adam Wright. 5th row, Thorburn Astin and Richard Sutherland. And on the 6th row, Matt Flowers and Dan Mountford. Paul Massell and Rod Langham together on row number 7. 8th row, Gregor Pryor and Barney Lauer. And then Alex Corkwell and Javier Ross together on row 9. The 10th row is Mark Grady alongside Tim Seaford, with Martin Corkwell at the back of the field. Then a 10-second gap and a lovely grid of BMW 116 trophy cars, and it's so nice to see, or Super Cup cars, sorry, nice to see so many of them lining up at the back of the Compact Cup grid. This is one of the series that the BRSCC are trying to kickstart and hopefully get a full grid of cars together for next year, and we've got 6 of them out for this race. Matthew Parks, former BMW Compact Cup race winner, has Ed Lynch alongside him on the front row of that grid. Ian Howes and Danny Wilkinson are next, then Tim Evans and Darren Meadows on row number 3. Although we may only have 5 one series. Actually, now I'm looking at the back of the grid. I think we may be missing Tim Evans, possibly. But we'll figure that out when the race gets underway. We don't have actually Gordon McMillan racing here this weekend. It's all coming back to me now. Gordon McMillan joint second in the championship, not racing at Silverstone. So it's actually Joe Doble versus Conor Grady, really, for the championship. 13 points between them after drop scores. Doble starting second, Grady starting third. And the green flag's been waved at the back of the grid. So 15 minutes on the clock. And we are ready to get this penultimate round of the championship underway, and Conor Grady's job is simple. He's got to try and beat Joe Doble here if he can, and try and take some points out of him. The lights go out then. Good start made by Daly and by Doble, really. They're on the inside of row 1. Absolutely neck and neck they run towards the first corner, and who is going to get the advantage? Daly with his nose ahead will chop into the inside line, and I suspect will emerge from Abbey Corner with the race lead. Joe Doble second. The 1 Series cars launch off the line behind them, with Ed Lynch, by the way, by the looks of it, getting the better of Matt Parks on the run to turn 1. Leaders in the Compact Cup, they arrive at Village. It is Daly the leader. It is sideways further back for Max Noble. Thorburn Astin ends up getting eased out wide as a result, but Stephen Daly with the race lead, and the championship contenders Richard right behind him.
They are. What a super start. Great sight. Wonderful to see the next generation coming in as well at the back. Looking forward to seeing them. Hopefully they can run in parallel as well and have 2 really healthy series, which is the great aim. I've got to say, like I did in the mini race, normally it's a Mike Jordan winner's interview for me. Normally it's a Stephen Daly winner's interview for me, but that's probably the kiss of death for him.
Well, yes, although in fairness, I think most of us would say that. He does tend to win more often than he doesn't win, really, Stephen Daly. Hasn't done a full season with us this year, which is why he's not a title contender, but he's been at the front all year long. He is at the front again now, with the championship leader Joe Doble right behind him. You score 50 points for winning a race in this category, 47 for second, 45 for third, then down in 1 point increments. So really, Conor Grady wants to try and win the race and hopefully have Joe Doble third or lower at least, just to keep his title hopes alive into the final race. But Joe Doble at the moment has ambitions, I think, of taking the race lead away from Stephen Daly. He's on the tail of the former champion as this leading group of 4 breaks away. Daly, Doble, Grady and Alex Reed, the leading group. 5th position then for Mike Doble, father of Joe and Mikey, British touring car.
Did you know Mrs. Doble had raced as well?
I didn't know. What was that in?
Yeah, just I think a parents' race at
really?
FKS, Formula Kart Stars.
Oh, I see. No,
and she won, so she's the only unbeaten. Bit of tea time trivia for you. The only unbeaten member of the family. I did run that one out the other week, but I won't mention it again. But
yeah, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I had a nice natter with Lee over at the National when the BTC was there.
Okay, yes. Well, and of course, Mikey Doble making a real name for himself now in that championship. He, of course, a former champion in this series as well. That's why Joe, really, now younger brother, has decided to come out, and I think in Mikey's old car is on the verge maybe of wrapping up the championship as well, but he isn't at the moment in the lead of this race. I think he'll be quite happy though in second position. Conor Grady is the man that needs to put the pressure on, really, in third. The multicoloured car, yellow, purple, pink, bit of everything really, on the number 25 car, which is hunting around behind them but hasn't yet been able to step out and make a move. Daly holding on to the lead, but equally not really getting away.
It'd be great to see Stephen Daly, wouldn't it, back full time in this championship. And what a fantastic grid. Look at this shot on the previous lap. All of the cars, including the new machines, really giving us a superb vista. Really good sight. Great cars, great racing. You have to say it, all the Formula that we've had so far, terrific numbers and super sight.
Yeah, BMW Compact Cup is a championship that I've got a real soft spot for, and this is why we always get good racing. It's a nice, friendly paddock as well, generally, and yeah, always enjoyed covering this championship. Now, for second place and the championship lead, Conor Grady is now starting to ask some more questions of Joe Doble here, I would say. They drop down through the link into the right-hander at Chapel Corner, all about getting a good exit from here, trying to carry the speed down the Hanger Straight. Grady's had a good run, I think. He's less than a length behind Joe Doble, but of course Joe's getting a bit of a slipstream from Stephen Daly out in front, so it won't be an easy overtake this for Connor, especially when you factor in the fact that Joe Doble wants to try and outscore him for the championship.
Here he comes, just has a wee look, goes back to the outside. That should be Stephen Daly, wouldn't it, having a wee look, really? But there were Daly out front, Doble still in P2. I think Doble and Conor Grady, I think, are near geographic neighbours relatively. Doble's obviously on the Merstrom area, just ahead of the M23, and Connor is one of the first stops on the M23, just near Smallfield, just north of Gatwick Airport, that kind of way.
Yeah, interesting, okay.
So whether they meet for coffee or not, I don't know, at the Starbucks on the A23.
Well, they met in Ginetta, didn't they, when they both did Ginetta GT5s for a year, maybe 2 years, actually.
Yeah.
And that's where they met. And so the story goes, I can't remember who told me this now, but when Stephen was talking to Connor about what he should do next year, he suggested the Compact Cup. Connor came along, Stephen's been tempted back as well, and now they find themselves racing each other once again. But that is where they met. They were both
Doble
very
and
quick.
Grady are the geographic neighbours, not...
beg your pardon. I did wonder that with Stephen Daly. He's opposite end of the country, isn't he? Yes, sorry, my mistake. So, but yes, Daly and Grady got to know each other there. The Dobles, well, Mikey Doble, of course, actually did race against Connor in the GT5 Challenge as well. So lots of parallels between Ginettas and Compact Cup. At the moment, though, the former Ginetta racer, one of them, Conor Grady, about to lose a place maybe here to Alex Reid. Alex Reid with a good exit out of Chapel, looking to the inside line down the Hanger Straight, and I think he's going to try and commit to a move here into the braking zone at Stowe. This was not in the script for Conor Grady. He wants to be moving forwards, and now finds himself falling out of the podium places. Reid slips through, and Grady, I'm sure, will try and fight back as they head down the hill.
He does. He goes to the inside there. What he might do is work with Alex Reid, if he's got your memo, and try and close up. And he might see that if Alex Reid's got the pace, I don't think, they're squabbling, aren't they? It's not going to work. Yes. They haven't read your memo.
No, they haven't. No, and guess what? They're losing time to the leading two as a result. Who'd have thought? And now Grady's out over the edge of the curve. He's sideways. He's not got the place. He's dropped another second to the leaders, and that's his fight. His fight isn't really with Alex Reid. He needs to be beating Joe Doble, and Joe now finds himself in a pretty commanding position, really, out in front. Certainly a healthy little lead, over his title rivals. Anyway, he's in second place overall, a second off the lead, but 1.2 seconds clear of Alex Reid in second position. And then this good squabble going on further back. Richard Sutherland's in the middle of all of this, and who's he battling away with? Max Noble and Adam Wright and Thorburn Aston. I think Adam Wright's gone through, actually. Thorburn Aston trying to do the same thing. Richard Sutherland, who was out, I think, in this very car in the Club Sport Trophy race yesterday, and stole a class win, Richard, on the final lap. He came from third to first, got past Chris Van Tanner's MX-5 and Phil Adcock in the compact.
What was the news from the Adcocks on that? Were they?
I haven't actually heard from Phil, No, I think, maybe, I'm not sure why. I need to drop him a message, but I don't really know what happened. Something strange happened anyway that ended up costing them the class win, and it was Sutherland who came out with the victory.
Didn't have their apprentice driver on board, did they? For that,
that's
what they needed. Richard Sutherland there in the number 8 car, getting great value for money. 2 days racing, Club Sport yesterday, BMWs today. Of course, we had the round that was abandoned due to the bad weather at Donington Park. Doesn't count as a drop score, null and void, so they'll work this way. Just points-wise, it was 12 points, isn't it, between Doble and Grady, so Joe Doble can't wrap it up in this one if things stay the way they are.
Depends on drop scores, doesn't it? Let me have a little look. They've only got 2 races. Yes, 2. Oh, no. Yes, 2 races this weekend, so only 2 more chances to...
So he could opt out of the last race, couldn't he? And then, I'm guessing it's the standard BRSCC 50 points for the...
It is 50 for a win, yes. So as it stands, Daly scoring 50, Joe Doble scoring 47, and Conor Grady, of course, down in 4th, only scoring 44. That would leave them, by my maths, 15 points apart. If then Doble were to not do race 2, and it would be a maximum points haul for Grady. Yeah, no, Grady couldn't catch him anymore, so Grady needs to beat him in this race, and doesn't look that likely to do so at the moment. What about the 1 Series then? Well, they've caught the back of the Compact Cup brigade now. Matt Parks, the blue car, is the class leader. Matt, as I said, a multiple former race winner in Compact Cup, so he's well used to racing against some of these drivers, although there's been actually quite a changing of the guard in Compact Cup of late, so quite a few new faces out there, but good to see Matt Parks back on the track, and he moves past Richard Sutherland and Thorburn Aston there. So the 1 Series does look a little bit quicker. I think I'm right in saying Matt Parks was fastest in qualifying. Yeah, so he was 1.5 seconds quicker than the best of the compacts. So that car should be the fastest car on track. Whether it can win the race overall, I don't know. But definitely it had some good speed in the qualifying session earlier on today in the hands of Matt Parks, and he's demonstrating that now, carving his way through the order. He's into the top 10 now overall.
Yeah, good performance from him. So, sorry, I missed the point because I was scribbling. So Joseph could, if he finishes ahead of Connor, that's game over, is it?
Yes, as it stands, he is, I think, the champion. Connor, I think, needs to beat Joe in this race in order to stand a chance. My word, Max Noble and Adam Wright, that is getting together.
Oh, Matthew Parks, so I'm going to get out of the way of that one.
Yes.
That's very wise too. The pristine new model looks absolutely brilliant, doesn't it? Yeah.
Good looking car. And a very similar ethos, I think, to the TTs. I think we might have mentioned this yesterday, but it's basically the Audi TT Cup Racing Championship. This is just a rear-wheel drive version of it. You get your donor car, you go to SW Motorsports and get the kit, which will cost you a few £1,000s, but not a huge amount of money in the grand scheme of things. And then that's it. You're good to go racing. It's just a rear-wheel drive version of that. And given how successful and popular the TTs have proven to be, you would imagine the 1 Series will pick up just as well.
Yeah, I think it will. Did we see Close racing on the side of the car? Is that Mike Close's?
Must be, yeah.
Prepare. I knew he was involved in building one, so
there we go.
Got great teams involved too.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And yeah, as I say, they look good, they drive well, they're clearly quick, and I think maybe the idea in the long run is that they will replace the compact, but there's still clearly a lot of love for the compact as well, though, out there. You know, there's still a big grid of compact cup cars, and as I said, it's been a real staple of British motor racing for a long time.
There's no reason for that to go away, as these guys here are getting stuck in the same way as the older Fiestas. The Final Detail Championship has been mega this year.
Yes,
really
absolutely, absolutely. Right, that is Joe Doble running wide, losing second,
Alex
but
Reid.
Crucially, through will go Conor Grady as well. So 2 places lost for Doble, and that might now start to change things in the championship. I said Joe Doble needed to beat him,
Out
and
comes
he's
the
now in a
abacus.
position where he might be able to do it.
Welcome to another edition of Andy's Abacus. That'd be a good BBC series, wouldn't it?
That'll be a
Andy and his
terrible
Abacus.
series.
That'd be a great series. It could be the new Johnny Bald, if you remember him.
I'm afraid I don't know.
Rich Hayden does. Anyway, so Alex Reid then. Nobody can do anything about Stephen Daly. 1.399 seconds to the good. Alex Reid with a super run through, and Conor Grady following him. That's kind of what I was hinting at earlier on, you know, when he did that if Alex Reid could do the work, that Conor could go through, and that's kind of how it's played out. And now Conor's having his own go, optimistically looking at the outside run here as they come into the final corners of the lap, tries to tee it up the inside. The gap's not there. Reid keeps it safe, but Joe Doble fighting to secure the championship in this race. Got a good lead, doesn't need to do anything too rash, but of course you want to win the championship by beating your nearest rival on circuit.
You do indeed. As it stands, I think Grady needs at least 1 more position. Right now, he's not doing enough. I think he needs a car between himself and Doble in order to keep the fight going. Provisionally, that's my maths, so I would take them with a big pinch of salt. Matt Parks sets the fastest lap of the race, by the way. Now, that won't actually have an impact on fastest lap point for the Compact Cup, because he's in a different class, so we need to work out who the fastest compact driver is and who's getting that bonus point, but we'll get to that in a moment. Conor Grady, though, having got past Joe Doble, now needs to try and go after Alex Reid, but Alex is quick, isn't he, today?
He has done a super job so far, Alex Reid, and really you could argue that Conor's made him do the hard work there, but I think he did actually decide to let him do the work and realise that he could close in on Joseph Doble, who's back in 4th. And Joseph has a mega season. I'm guessing he gets to take over the touring car drive next year by winning this one.
So, yeah. That's how that should work, isn't it?
Either that or Mike's got a fork out for 2. And then we'll have 3 Dobles, because Isaac Doble is doing the scholarship in a couple of weeks as well.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Interesting. Right, okay. Yeah, they really are. They're all annoyingly talented, the Dobles, aren't they? Everything they do, they seem to do quite well in. And Mikey, particularly, stepping up into the BTCC, even I, as someone who knows Mikey quite well, was sort of a bit like, well, that's a big step to be making, and yet he's absolutely not shown himself up. He has been...
Do you know what? I mean, having won 2 championships in 1 year, that, for me, was never, ever going to be a doubt. I mean, how many other drivers have done that?
Well, very few. I think that was...
I mean, 1 championship's hard enough to win, 2 on the same year.
Yes, and 2 competitive championships. Compact Cup was tough that year. Ginetta GT5's always competitive back when they were a thing. So, yeah, anyway, here comes Conor Grady going for 2nd place. He's caught back up to Alex Reid now. Of course, what he doesn't want to do, though, in going past Alex, is open the door for Joe Doble to follow him through, because that wouldn't help him at all. So, Joe actually ran a bit wide there at Village. That's given Conor Grady maybe a little bit of breathing space to attack Alex Reid now, in the hope that Alex would then be able to get back in line in front of Joe. There are other cars coming behind as well, Mike Doble and Gareth Claydon. Now, Mike Doble obviously isn't going to make life too difficult for Joe Doble, is he? He's going to be keen to help his son to the championship. But then you've got Gareth Clayton, I should say, who really hasn't got an axe to grind in this fight. So I wonder what he would do. Grady to the outside here into Stowe. That's a brave move. It might just work. He's got the speed, Richard.
He has. He's going to hang it out there. Is he going to be able to hold on to the line? We wait and see if we can get it. He has. He's got the inside run here. It's going to be very, very close indeed. Joseph Doble just keeping a watching brief on this one as well, but Alex Reid hangs on to it.
Oh, and Grady needs to be careful. He's on the outside line. Richard could get hung out to dry. He has, look.
Joseph Doble read that superbly well. Conor Grady knows that. He had to have a go. Faint heart never kissed a pig.
Yes. Yes. Sounds about right, Richard. That's a new one. Yeah, Conor Grady will now not be very happy because he is definitely not in a position to keep his championship hopes alive. And he is on to the final lap of the race now as well. So running out of time, he's back up alongside Joe Doble. But this we don't think would be enough. He needs to get past both of these cars. He is back ahead of Doble into Village. That leaves him half a lap to try and find a way past Alex Reid and hope that Joe Doble doesn't come with him. The queue of cars behind is getting bigger, but that queue is still led by Father Mike, so Joe doesn't need to worry too much. Matt Parks is in that group as well. He doesn't score points against the compact drivers. Let's not forget about Stephen Daly. He, in typical Stephen Daly fashion really, has disappeared off into the distance and is well on his way, it would seem, to yet another Compact Cup victory. What is going on for second, though? Grady hunting around to the inside. Alex Reid having none of it. So Conor goes to the outside line instead. Onto the brakes. Which way is this going to go? Can he go right round the outside like he did a lap ago? He's going to try it, isn't he? Now, it didn't quite work last time because he wasn't as late on the brakes into the club chicane as Alex Reid was. Well, actually, this time he's not even alongside. Alex managed to clear him on corner exit, and I think that might just be it. Conor Grady busy defending from Joe Doble as well. They turn through the left, through the right, and he's on the inside line into the last corner. Rattles into the side of Alex Reid's car. They both go wide. Where is Joe Doble? Stephen Daly will get the race victory. Who will be second is going to be Reid, I think, and Joe Doble doesn't quite get back past Conor Grady. It is second for Reid. It is third for Grady. Fourth for Joe Doble, and we will now work out what that all means for the points. I think Conor Grady will score 46 because I'm pretty sure he's got the fastest Compact Cup lap, the outright fastest lap of the race, going to Matt Parks, who won the Invitational class for the 1 Series. Joe Doble, for finishing in 4th position, scores 44, and I think that is enough for the championship. I think by 1 point, Joe Doble has done enough with a race to spare to wrap up the title. But again, we'll get official confirmation from the BRSCC a little bit later if we can. But yes, Joe Doble with a brilliant race there, well-managed race really. He picked his fights sensibly, didn't go for anything that he shouldn't be going for, and came out the other side, not with a race win, not even with a podium, but we think with the championship secured, pending any penalties or post-race scrutineering, obviously. All of the Compact Cup cars, actually the top 3 I think it is in the championship, all have their engines taken apart at the end of the season, or at least this is how it used to work anyway, and checked to make sure that there are no non-compliances there, and they will, I'm sure, do that to Joe Doble's car and to Conor Grady's car and Gordon Millen's, although Gordon might not actually end up finishing 3rd in the championship now because he's not here this weekend, and I think he pretty much used his drop scores already, so Mike Doble might have half a chance of moving ahead of him come the end of the weekend. Anyway, Stephen Daly the winner by 6.3 seconds in the end over Alex Reid in 2nd position. Bit of a spoiler in the pack there, wasn't he, Alex, amongst the title contenders. Conor Grady did everything he could, managed 3rd place, but I don't think that's enough for the championship. Joe Doble in 4th place, I think, has done enough. Mike Doble then comes home in 5th, Gareth Clayton 6th, Matt Parks, Adam Wright, Ed Lynch and Thorburn Aston complete the top 10. Parks and Lynch, of course, the top 2 in the 1 Series class. Then Max Noble 11th, Richard Sutherland was 12th. He was 2nd in the Masters, by the way. That class won by Mike Doble, up in 5th place overall. Matt Flowers and Gregor Pryor 13th and 14th. 15th place for Rod Langham in the end. 16th position went to Daniel Mountford. Paul Mizell was 17th, 18th Barney Lauer, 19th Darren Meadows and 20th Alex Corkwell. Martin Corkwell 21st ahead of Tim Seaford. Mark Grady was a lap down. In fact, Mark Grady never made it to the flag. He disappeared on the last lap, I think. We also lost early doors in that race. Xavier Ross, who's to the pit lane, and a non-starter, I think, was the number 12 of Darren Meadows. I think it might have been Tim Evans we were missing at the back of the 1 Series grid. It was actually Darren, I think, from 6th on the grid in that class, who didn't take the start. So, cars meander their way back into Parc Fermé and into the paddock area, where Richard John Neal, I'm sure, awaits, and we will hear from him and our podium finishers before too much longer. A reminder then that we're running to an amended timetable now. Next race will be for the Miltech Sports Civic Cup, then TCR UK straight after that, their penultimate round of the championship. So Paul O'Neill's got to put some actual work in over the next hour or so, which I'm sure he's absolutely thrilled about. But we are thrilled to have him in the box next. Give Richard a bit of a break. He definitely needs one. And we'll hear from him again later for the Fiesta Juniors. That's due to start at 2:15. There is an amended timetable. It should be available on the BRSCC website. So if you go onto their website, www.brscc.something.co.uk, and head to this events page, you can find the amended timetable on the notice board there. So you'll know if there's a particular race you're wanting to watch, you should be able to find out exactly when it will be starting. So Joe Doble, we think, has become the second member of the Doble family in 3 years to win the BMW Compact Cup. Wonder whether he will follow in his brother Mikey's footsteps into the BTCC one day. Well, I would love to say we'll have a chance to ask him, but he wasn't on the podium, so I don't think Richard will have a chance to speak to him. We'll find out who he has got now, though, down in Parc Ferme.
Well, we had a race and we've got to talk to a race winner, but we've got a new champion. Let's get outside in the light. Joseph Doble, many congratulations. We reckon you've done it on the points. So many to do. Initial reactions?
I'm over the moon. That race is over. I mean, it's probably one of the worst races of my life.
Really? Why?
My own driving. Just that mirror couldn't be any bigger, that race. But I'm so happy to get it done. You know, it was quite tight coming into this weekend. It could have easily gone wrong, but just keeping it safe, keeping your nose clean, and yeah, paid off.
It's not about the last race though, it's about a season, and you put in some super stuff over the course of the year, which has been great to see. And but the nerves are done now, so you can enjoy the final race if you do it.
Yeah, I'm still thinking about that. Don't want to risk any disqualifications or anything stupid. Car's been mega. Can't thank my dad, everyone at Midland Tyre Shaving, Unreal Tyres all year. And everyone that puts it all together. It's not just me, you know. He does most of the work. So yeah, just brilliant.
Well, many congratulations. Well done, Mike, and the team. Joseph Doble, champion, provisional, of course, but well done. Many congratulations. Well done. Let's see if we can grab a word with our winner. It was Stephen Daly took the win. It means I've got to drag Laura back this way and see if we can hunt down Stephen Daly and grab a quick word with our winner. We have got cars on track for the Civics. I'll be as quick as I can, with all due respect to our Civic folk. Stephen Daly, let's grab Stephen. Stephen. Anyone see Stephen anywhere? Oh, I was walking totally the wrong way. Stephen Daly. We had a quick word with the champion. I hope you forgive us doing that. But a race win. And I always said that when I'm doing the pit lane stuff, I usually get to do a winner's interview with Stephen Daly, and thus it proved today. Congratulations.
Yeah, car went great. Massive thanks to the KC Motorsport team for putting the car out there. As you've seen, it's in a world of its own this weekend. So thanks to them. Thanks to everybody involved in helping me get on the track. It's been phenomenal.
Absolutely brilliant. Any chance we can get you back full time?
We'll see. We'll see what happens in the future. But no immediate plans yet, but never say never.
It would be great to see you back. Always love seeing your races team. Great drive. Many congratulations.
Yeah, thank you to my daughter Emily and Nicola if they're watching. Hello. So thank you for that.
You've done that. We'll see you for race 2 as well. Stephen Daly, very well done indeed. And Alex Reid, let's have a quick word with Alex. I know it's got to be a quick one because we've got cars and tracks. Well done. I wanted to talk to one of our 1 Series drivers as well. We just haven't got time to do it at the moment. But cracking race, and you got involved there with Connor as well. There's all sorts of games going on.
Yeah, I figured the best thing to do was just race hard. I was always going to be fair to them, but to stay out of the championship battle was going to be really tricky. So yeah, really good race. We found some pace. Go one better in the next one, I reckon.
Fingers crossed. I hope we get to do that with you. Alex Reid, thanks so much. Honda Civics up next. Alex Reid, they're second in that race. So we've got our new champion. We spoke to our winner. 1 Series will have to wait for another day, but a big story coming there with the new cars on track as well. Let's think about our Civics.
Cars on the grid then for our next race of the day. It is the final round, disappointingly, of the Miltech Sports Civic Cup. This has been another fantastic season of racing for the Civic Cup. They've put on some fantastic racing already this year. And let's hope, with the championship already decided yesterday in the favour of the reigning champion, double champion, Max Edmondson that this reverse grid race will be another thriller. Let's see what happens then. Dave Marshall and Daniel Petters row 1, Alex Kite and Alistair Camp on the second row of the grid, Spencer Stevenson and Josh Files together on row number 3. Liam McGill and Lewis Kent are on row 4, Wesley Swain and the newly crowned double champion Max Edmondson complete the top 10, with Jack Riddell and Aidan Hassan on row 6. William Butt and Mark Hughes are on the 7th row, 8th row Anthony Gannon and Gary Townsend, Jordan Brennan and Scott Smith row 9, and Simon Welch and Jamie Petters on the 10th row of the grid. Jackson White, Harvey Caton and Harry England all at the back of the 23-car field. I'm joined by Paul O'Neill to one last time this year get excited about Civic Cup racing. You missed Thruxton, Paul. You missed an absolute thriller there in the reverse grid race. I think this one could be much the same.
Yeah, I heard amazing things about that Civic Cup race at Thruxton. It sounded absolutely immense. Gutted that I didn't get to witness it myself. I'll have to have a look at it on the stream, but I heard good things. Really looking forward to this, mate. There was a little bit of contact, wasn't there, in the last race, but we're going to go green, I think.
We might get some time to talk about that as the race gets underway. Probably not, though, to be honest. 15 minutes of action now begins. The lights are out. Dave Marshall on pole. That means we're guaranteed some action. And Daniel Petters, who's been quick this weekend, up there on the front row with him. Didn't get off the line terribly well, though, so Marshall leads. Kite into second. Josh Files getting a bit punchy there up the inside of Spencer Stevenson. Picks up a place already. In fact, no, losing a few places, actually. He started 6th, did Files. He's fighting back, though, up the inside of Petters and Kent into Village. Oh, a tiny little banging of wheels. Petters almost gets into Kent. That opens the door for Josh Files, and it all got a little bit touchy-feely there through Village for the first time. Harvey Caton making some good ground up from the back of the field, and one of the Petters, Daniel, slowing with a problem.
Oh, that's a nightmare, isn't it? I don't know if he's ran wide and trying to get back on track and not slide across the grass. So, yeah, that front row start for him has not ended well.
Hasn't really, has it? But Alex Kite, finding some form this weekend, is going after the race leader, and Liam McGill has been absolutely flying as well. 4th yesterday, unlucky to miss out on the podium. Up the inside of Campy, though, and into 3rd place, confident on cold tyres.
Yeah, very confident. Ooh. And, well, that's Dave Marshall, isn't it, going wide? And that is going to be a move that might not, if he gets around the outside, I'd be well impressed. That's a great move. Wow.
Alex Kite, I mean, I've never doubted his ability. We've seen that in other categories. He struggled, I think, to get to grips with the Civic, but seems to be getting there, doesn't he, at the end of the season. Gets past Dave Marshall, and he is in the lead. So Marshall loses the lead. It is the Pro Alloys car that leads the way. Pro Alloys haven't done a lot of winning this year, really, have they? Area Motorsport have had the majority of the limelight in that regard. Alex would love to bring them a victory at the end of the season. Lewis Kent there at the inside of Alistair Camp, and that is Josh Files there too. Josh sideways through farm, not as sideways as Max Edmondson, though. This looks tasty.
Oh, wow, down the inside of his teammate. And is the championship finished? Yes, it is. But does he want to get past Josh Files? Yes, he does. Will he? I don't think he will. And it looks like he's going to lose out to Spencer Stevenson as well.
Yeah, Stevenson took full advantage of that, didn't he? But I don't think Max meant to do that. I think he got a wheel on the grass coming out of Village after that slide. He's got more than a wheel on the grass there coming out of Chapel. But I just don't think he could get the car stopped and sort of converted that moment into an overtake. It hasn't quite panned out right, though. Spencer Stevenson back up the inside of him down the hill. And Max Evans is going to have a fight on his hands into the braking zone. They have got Wesley Swain, I think that is behind them. Wesley, his first ever podium yesterday, second place. Another driver who just out of the blue, really, Paul, has found some form.
Yeah, he was unbelievable in that FM2 yesterday. He was really good, well impressive. But this is impressive, and it's Spencer Stevenson. It's going to have to... Oh, that's Max Edmondson locking up sideways, rears all locked up. I did see Jack Ruddle on the move as well.
Yeah, he's buying into this as well, on the tail of Wesley Swain now. Next in line is another one of the Pro Alloys cars. Not sure who that was, actually. But they come out onto the main straight. It could be Aidan Hassan, that maybe, who is knocking on the door of the top 10. Anyway, across the line they go. The timing screen says Alistair Camp's leading the race. Alistair would love to be leading this race, but he's not. Alex Kite is leading. Dave Marshall's second, but the man on the move is definitely Liam McGill. The Scotsman is right there with them. Kite wide, though, and Marshall back to the front.
Yeah, Marshall's done it, and he just squeezes him to the edge of the track, and that's made sure that McGill is now into second place in the 62. Good stuff. It seems like they're really struggling. Look at Dave Marshall, how wide he is coming out. That is going to be hard work to keep these tyres up to temperature. Down these long straights, they just got so cool.
And the brakes as well. Yesterday, lots of people were locking up, even deep into the race, when you'd expect the brakes to be up to temperature. They were really struggling. Marshall, though, back out in front. Doesn't want to brake, probably, because he's got a whole horde of cars crawling all over him. But he does keep Liam McGill behind him for now. Kite, Camp in this group as well. Then Lewis Kent, then Josh Files, as Alex Kite might now be in danger of losing... in fact, he's back alongside, isn't he? Liam McGill into Vale.
Oh, is that going to be a change for Lee? Oh, nearly into his door. Fair play, McGill. He got that done. But look what Alex Kite's done. He's placed himself ever so well, and that's going to be a nightmare for McGill, is it? No, he's still outside. I thought he was going to lose places. Good lad.
Well, he was off the trap, but he wasn't off the throttle, was he? Just kept it pinned, carried the momentum off the corner. Max Edmondson set the fastest lap because he's not in the middle of this mess. He is catching it, though, with the headlights ablaze in 7th place. Campy and McGill, Area Motorsport teammates together, and Alistair Camp. How nice would it be to see him round the season out with a win? Kent on the grass, and again, now sort of forced into a move, almost slips up the inside of Campy, but I think we'll settle back in line, maybe even behind Josh Files.
All Files has got Lewis Kent all sorted out for this move. That all come from running wide through the fast left and right turn 1 and 2. But yeah, these cars are really struggling. As soon as you get on these big long straights, Andy, they just struggle for tyre temperature, but also brake temperature.
Yeah, exactly so. But Dave Marshall seems to have got this sorted, and that FN2 looks a little more stable in his hands than it did at Thruxton. Certainly he likes a lively car. I think he took it a bit too far at Thruxton, but still nearly won. The Area Motorsport Brigade, meanwhile, all getting themselves together. Normally this is for a podium position, but they're some way down at the moment, not really able to get through the pack as effectively as we're used to seeing from them. Lewis Kent there on the inside, Files on the outside. That gives him the inside line for the right-hand element at Club, and Edmondson is literally right on his rear bumper.
This has got a real end-of-school feeling, isn't it? This is where you get your shirt signed, but or you get fired in the gravel. Anyone that's got any beef with anybody, they're going to be firing it out and dishing it out. But to be fair, they don't usually do that. They're pretty good. 98 with track limits, and that is Jordan Brennan.
Yes, it is. Where is Jordan? 14th at the moment, but not far off the back of this group, actually. There's sort of 2 packs of cars. There's the leading group of 12, and then Jordan Brennan in 13th place, or 14th place, just behind Will Butt at the front of the next queue. You just saw them in the background. Lead pack, though, heads down towards Chapel Corner. Is my personal best, 2/10 quicker than Alex Kite behind, but Ali Camp into 3rd was quicker than the pair of them. So Alistair Camp closing in on Kite. Daniel Petters has been off again, though. This has been a disastrous race for the man who started on the front row of the grid. Camp for 2nd, though, and these FN2s suddenly coming to the good. Would you imagine this is a track that suits the FN2, Paul? Because we've seen some really good pace from FN2s and not necessarily the usual front runners.
Yeah, I'd say so. They've got the rear beam on the FN2 compared to the independent suspension with the EP3. So, yeah, I would say that... Oh, that's a big hit in the door. Kite will not be happy with McGill doing that. Keep the throttle open. And that all come from just a little bit of late braking. And that's going to be a big hit in the door, that.
Oh, Kite will be furious. He was on course. He was leading the race, wasn't he, until he had that little moment up at Village, and now that put him back in a fight he didn't want to be in, and he's hemorrhaging positions now as they go into Abbey Corner. Through have gone most of the Area Motorsport team. Lewis Kent trying to finish the job, which he does, and Spencer Stevenson in behind as well. Jack Riddell behind him, and then Harvey Caton, who started from the back of the grid. Harvey Caton into 10th position, is starting to close in on this group as well. So Harvey Caton, again, as we've seen several times through the second half of this season, very much mixing it with the big guns at the front. Campy into 2nd place. Now, I'd be interested to see here whether he's quicker than Dave Marshall. On the previous lap, he was 2/10 slower, but he was busy overtaking Liam McGill for 2nd place. Now that he's into 2nd, though, I reckon he's catching the leader.
It's all getting a bit spicy, this, isn't it? But Dave Marshall is holding his own, isn't he?
Oh, that's
Gary Townsend.
Oh, Gary. Doesn't have much luck, does he, Gary Townsend? But that's an engine that's expired. Just at the top of the hangar straight. Should be able to get the car out of the way, but that's a shame for Gary, isn't it?
It is a shame. I spoke to Gary just before this race started. Max Edmondson just prizing the door open. That was a proper centre move, wasn't it? It was like, well, if you shut the door, we're both going out, so make your choice.
Yeah, that wasn't so much an overtake from Edmondson as accident avoidance, I think, really, from Liam McGill, but it worked. Oh, Caton sideways was heading for the pit wall for a moment there. Good car control to keep it roughly in a straight line.
Yeah, that was bouncing off the curbs. I think someone got into him. But yeah, the bouncing off the curbs, you're just out of control there. It's a bit of a nightmare, but the cars are so leery. I can't believe how fast and scary they look through turn 1 and 2.
Yeah, it looks good fun though, doesn't it? The cars always look spectacular, especially on a high-speed circuit such as this one, where they're really sort of let off the leash, so to speak. Spencer Stevenson, meanwhile, is back behind Jack Riddell. Well, he was behind Jack Riddell. He's just gone back past him, but Spencer's lost some ground since last we saw him, and he's bringing Harvey Caton potentially through with him now. Down the hangar straight they go. Spencer Stevenson into 8th position then with that move. As up the road, Lewis Kent is now nibbling away at the rear end of Liam McGill's car. Looks to the inside into Stowe. Late on the brakes. More Area Motorsport on Area Motorsport action. And Max Edmondson having some action of his own up in the distance, well off the road through Stowe Corner. And as they drop down into the Vale and Club section of the track, Lewis Kent does manage to get ahead of Liam McGill, who just seems to be slipping away now in the second half of the race.
Yeah, definitely. This is, well, Campy's catching, isn't he? Campy's really catching. Wow, look at this. They're all on it now.
Yeah, Files coming with them as well. So actually, Camp on that lap only 100th quicker than Marshall, but Files nearly half a second quicker than both of them. So Josh Files and Max Edmondson, in fairness, both quicker than the leaders. Oh, big moment for Alex Kite. Even this late in the race, you'd think the tyres are up to temperature now, but the rear of the car's on casters still. And Alex Kite, another good example of car control.
Yeah, and that just shows you these cars have to be set up so leery. Speaking to Ryan Bensley, who's moved from the Civic Cup into TCR, he's just saying how much easier the TCR cars are to drive because they just have loads more lateral grip. And I did tell him that would be the case, but these are such leery little cars that you see the real cream rise to the top.
Absolutely. Didn't Ryan do well yesterday as well in that debut race in TCR UK? More on him later, I'm sure, but I was very impressed with Ryan Bensley in that first TCR UK race yesterday. Very impressed with Harvey Caton in this race, though. He's into 9th place, now going after 8th position, having started 22nd on the grid. We've seen him have some good races from the front of the grid. This is one of the best comebacks through the field that I think we've seen from Harvey. Very impressive stuff.
Yeah, it's good stuff, and he had that. He's had a wake-up call, hasn't he? You don't want to be hitting that curve.
That'll wake him up.
Yeah, that's the kind of damage you don't want. But he nearly ended up in the pit wall, didn't he, before? But he's definitely gone out of that. This is going to be a great race between these two FN2s.
Yeah, it's nice to see, isn't it? We've had quite a few races this year where one of these two have been at the front, but rarely have we seen the two of them going door to door. But we're going to be treated to that in this final race, I think. Camp has caught Dave Marshall, looks to the outside into Village, not trying to overtake there, but just trying to get the better exit, the momentum down the hill, put the pressure on Dave going down the Hanger Straight, and that presumably is where Campy will try to make the move. On the previous lap, he was a 10th.5 faster. Right now, though, it's not about tenths, it's about trying to make the overtake. Marshall goes defensive, Camp to the outside. Oh, Camp's gone through. Did Marshall miss a gear? He was very slow on that first part of the Hanger Straight. Seems to have picked up speed now. Has he? I'm not sure. I fear that car has run into some issues.
That's not good, and Smith's having some issues as well, isn't he? So I think you're right. I think he's missed maybe fourth or fifth gear, which is easy to do. Or if you're thinking of, it looks like he's defending hard now, isn't he?
Yeah, is that car back up to speed, or is this just him defending? I'm not really sure. But anyway, Josh Files now around the outside. Josh will want to get on with this because Alistair Camp is sort of starting to stretch his margin already. See, Dave's car now seems fine, so I think it might have been a missed gear. He then had to defend, as you say, into Stowe. That slowed him down on the exit. Now the car seems okay, but that would be heartbreaking if it cost him the race win. It's not over yet, of course. He's only 3/4 of a second away from the race leader, but now with Josh Files on his case, he's going to struggle to focus entirely on going after the leader. He's going to have to get his defending boots on.
Yeah, definitely, and it was this part of the track that he really struggled, didn't he? I think the thing is that if you do notch a little gear, it gets worse and worse and worse. So let's just see. It looks like he's been through all the gears again, and it seems okay. And he's just gapped, hasn't he? Josh Files a bit there. So let's see how he gets on. But it was coming out of here, I think he missed a gear. Let's have a look.
Let's see. That's third to fourth, I suppose, isn't it, out of Chapels? All seems okay this time. Didn't have a brilliant run off the corner, but he's not losing too much time to Josh Files behind him. Edmondson, remember, keeping a watching brief in fourth. Edmondson will want to make sure he doesn't do anything silly in this race. The championship is wrapped up, barring any penalties that he may or may not accrue in the final race. So he'll want to make sure it's a clean finish to the season for him. And then you've got Lewis Kent in fifth, McGill sixth, Kite seventh, Stevenson eighth, Harvey Caton ninth, and Jack Riddell completing the top 10 at the moment. They drop down through the left-right at the club chicane, and Campy looking good.
Yeah, looking good. The FN2 does look like the car to have here, I'll be honest. I think it may be maybe an aero thing, and also the rear beam being fixed, maybe good in the high-speed corners, because it looks like EP3s are really leery. Whenever I watch them, they look so unstable. Not massively unstable. They just look at that. As I said that, Max Edmondson's go, oh my word.
Quite unstable, I'd say.
What a shot that is.
Great, isn't it? And I think people sometimes forget just how high speed a corner, Abbey corner is. That's a proper corner, isn't it?
Oh, it's just, sometimes it's not even a brake in some cars. It's a little lift, but I think it's a little dab on the brakes for this. Caton using the curbs like it's like some kind of like curb challenge.
He's just taking the shortest way around the track. That's what he's doing. And he's trying to find a way past Spencer Stevenson still. They're both catching Alex Kite, I would say. Yeah, Kite 3/10 slower than them on the previous lap. So Alex falling back into their clutches. Is Caton going to have a go here into Stowe corner? He's maybe close enough to think about the inside line. Does he make the late move? Yes, he does. But is that from too far back? No, he's made it stick. Lovely stuff from Harvey Caton. Doesn't run too wide on the exit. Job done.
Yeah, job done, but this isn't job done for Josh Files. Dave Marshall doing a great job here, keeping him behind, and it's not unfair defending, it's just good defending. And I tell you, the leader can't get away. Campy cannot get away.
No, he can't really, although the gap may be a little bit bigger this time. Yeah, nearly a second now, gained a quarter of a second that time, because Marshall started defending, of course. It's such a momentum circuit, this, that if you do start defending, you lose a chunk of time to the cars around you. But Dave Marshall, he might now have to accept that second place is kind of as good as it will get in this race. Josh Files, though, not an easy man to keep behind you, and Josh has learnt a lot this year, his debut season in the Civic Cup, and enjoyed himself a lot as well, I think, crucially. Might not have won the championship, but he's certainly had some good fun. Mark Hughes isn't having much fun, though. He's pointing the wrong way down at club.
Yeah, it's not good, isn't it? I was going to say about the FN2s and the EP3s, I think it's fantastic, as we see one of the Petters off there.
Oh, Marshall.
Oh no, Dave! What's going on?
Same spot on the track as well.
Something's not right. That must be gearbox. What a nightmare.
And this time looks a bit more terminal, doesn't it? Because he's got no speed now heading down the straight. Paul O'Neill needs to find some speed, though, because the checkered flag is about to come out. He's got some interviews to go and do, so Paul dashes, and we are waiting a checkered flag this time. Alistair Camp, then, as is so often the case, the race is running away with us a little bit. These Civic Cup races, I've always said, are too short, but they're just the right length if your name is Alistair Camp, because he's picked his way through the field beautifully. He leads the field off the final corner. The checkered flag awaits, and Alistair Camp wins the final round of the Miltech Sports Civic Cup. It is second place for Josh Files, third Max Edmondson, fourth Lewis Kent, fifth Liam McGill. Area Motorsport 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yet again, they've done that twice this year. They did it at Thruxton. It looked like Pro Alloys might be able to take the fight to them in that race, but it hasn't quite happened. The best of those drivers, Alex Kite in 6th, Dave Marshall 7th, Harvey Caton 8th, Spencer Stevenson 9th, and Jack Riddell to complete the top 10. Will Butsy comes through the final corner. Where is he? He's 14th place. But a nice clean race for him. He dropped back, though, I think, towards the end. He was ahead of Wes Swain and Aidan Hassan, Jordan Brennan, that group, so dropped down to 14th by the flag. And still they keep coming. Scott Smith got going again after his off up at Village, I think it was. Then you've got Anthony Gannon and the 727 of Jackson White coming through. Simon Welch is there at the back as well, but it's all about Area Motorsport once again. They're going to form up for the team photo down the Hangar Straight. It's been a perfect season, this, really, for Area Motorsport, winning almost every race this year, dominating in the championship. Second consecutive championship for Max Edmondson, beating the likes of former champion Alistair Camp, double former TCR champion Lewis Kent, TCR international star Josh Files. This will mean an awful lot to Max Edmondson to have wrapped up the title with a race to spare, and almost, in fact, he was on the podium in the end in the final race of the season as well. Campy gets the win then. Alistair Camp victorious here at Silverstone. Josh Files second and Max Edmondson third. Lewis Kent and Liam McGill complete that leading quintet of Area Motorsport Civics. Alex Kite 6th, Dave Marshall 7th. Harvey Caton, Spencer Stevenson and Jack Riddell complete the top 10 ahead of Wes Swain. Not quite achieving the highs of his podium yesterday, but another solid race in 11th. Aidan Hassan, Jordan Brennan and William Butt in 14th position. 15th then for Harry England, former Fiesta Junior runner. Harry England in 15th position. 16th place, despite a spin, was Scott Smith. 17th for Anthony Gannon, 18th Jackson White, 19th Simon Welch, and Dan Petters. A troubled race that for Dan. He eventually retired to the pit lane, by the way, with a lap to go, having been off the track twice prior to that. Mark Hughes we saw off at club, never got going. Jamie Petters retired as well, and Gary Townsend's engine expired mid-race out on the Hangar Straight. So that's it for Civic Cup, not only this weekend, but in the season on the whole, which is a shame. It's been a fantastic year of racing, as always, for the Miltech Sports Civic Cup. I've thoroughly enjoyed covering this championship over recent years. And yes, the racing, I'm sure in 2025 will be just as exciting. They'll have a new home, but I'm sure will present themselves to a whole new group of fans who will fall in love with the racing in one of the most competitive one-make championships in the United Kingdom. And we'll have to wait and see who the main challengers are next year when we get there. For now, though, Paul O'Neill down in Parc Ferme, ready to catch up with our race winner.
What a race! We're down here in Parc Ferme, Miltech Sports Civic Cup. Let's go and find our winner, because he did an awesome job. Ali Camp, wow. Let's go and ask him about what happened with Dave Marshall, actually, because the lead wasn't his early on, but he got it done. So Ali Camp, where's he gone? Ali Camp. Have I just walked past him? Where's he gone?
He's gone.
Oh, is he gone?
In the next race.
Oh, Alistair Camp's in TCR UK, so he's had to run off. What a shame! Absolute nightmare. No worries at all. Josh Files.
Oh, the Campy's winning interview, shall I?
Well, should we just say that you won instead?
Yeah,
because you can't be arrogant and just go off and do a TCR UK race, can you? I forgot that's the next race, isn't it? How was it for you, mate? There's quite a bit going on there, actually, wasn't it? Second place is good, though.
Yeah, I'm dead happy. I don't know if we spoke before the weekend, but might have buzzed the engine earlier in the season and it's down on compression, so we knew it was going to be tricky. So it was nice, though, to have a nice race like that to sort of end the season, and hard fought. And actually, Campy and I were joking. I said to him, well, you better win, because then you can be the arrogant dick that just goes off and doesn't do his interview. And there you go, he did it.
Well, I'll apologise for Josh there, just using not the most aggressive swear word, but how has it been for you, mate? You said one thing to me that's always stuck in my head before the season started. You wanted to go and enjoy it. You wanted just to have some fun and to be smiling. You finished the weekend and you are doing exactly that.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. You know, I think the Civic Cup is now the headline act, in my opinion. And no, it's just been really good fun. I've had great teammates this year as well. And to be fair, I think I've said it many times, but I'll just say it one last time. The guys driving the Civics have been so fair and raced hard, close, wheel to wheel, nudges, and that is where it ends, at nudges. And it's nice that I've got every original panel on my car, and most of the cars do. You know, you watch the Fiestas earlier, and it's ridiculous. So, you know, as driving standards go, I think the Civic Cup actually just genuinely has it in spades.
One of the main things I've always took from this championship and said to all the drivers is it's one of the cleanest, hardest one-make championships in the UK, got to be.
Yeah, I totally agree. And these cars, you know, they're a bit old now, but I tell you, they are so hard to drive. I genuinely can honestly, hand on heart, say it's the hardest car I've ever driven. I've driven all the historics and everything. These are the hardest cars to actually get quick. So yeah, no, it's a fantastic championship, and it's been, yeah, thoroughly enjoyable this year.
Good man, it's been great to have you around, mate. Hopefully you're going to be here again, but we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see, eh? Max Edmondson, third place finish, got to be happy with that. Yeah, it wasn't third place middle of the race, but you got there in the end.
Yeah, I don't think we had the ultimate pace today, but we just had to have fun. I won it yesterday, so yeah, I'm happy. And in the 2 years I've done Civic Cup, I've never had a third place somehow. So I now have my first ever third place.
So that's something to take away from the weekend that you haven't done, mate. Everything else, though, was the championship all set in for you, all settled, and you've been strolling around, haven't you, and enjoying your racing? It's been nice having Josh as a teammate as well.
Yeah, obviously quick guys coming into the championship, they're trying to prove their worth, which they already have, and I'm trying to prove my worth, and I think I've done that this season. It's been good to have Josh as a teammate, and just everyone in the area works well together.
Looking forward to next year. I know you've been asked the question a million times. Things looking good. Are you looking somewhere else? Are we going to see you in a championship where you really should belong and maybe battle with the best?
Yeah, hopefully, but obviously, as you well know, it's all about money these days, and we just need to get some sponsors on board, some more sponsors on board, get the fun in together, and hopefully we can do something bigger and better.
Best way to do that's to win, mate. And what have you done?
I came third.
Overall?
Yeah, overall won it.
Top man. What are you going to do now? Drink some water?
Yeah. Drink some, what they call it, electrolytes.
Yeah, you get that water back in you, mate. Well done. Go and have a drink, fella. I'm sure you are mad for it. Right, OK. I was going to have a little word with Dave Marshall, but I can't see him, so I want to know what happened to him. Is that the back of Dave's head there? No, that's Lewis, isn't it? No. OK, I wanted to see what happened with Dave Marshall. He was leading the race, but now he is, well, he's back there. But yeah, that's game over for him anyway. Bit of a shame for Dave Marshall. Right, I'm going to leave you to it. We'll catch you later on for some more live action.
And that live action is courtesy of the TCR UK Championship. Cars making their way around on towards the grid for what could be a pivotal race in the championship. 2 races to go in the season. 3 drivers came into the weekend mathematically in contention for the title. All 3 of them could still be lifting the championship trophy at the end of the day. It looks good for Carl Boardley. It looks slightly less good than it did at the start of yesterday. He doesn't really seem to have the ultimate front-running pace, whereas his 2 rivals seemingly do. But now with a reversed grid, he'll be starting ahead of them. He knows that this could be a crucial race. He could be champion at the end of it if a few things fall his way. But if is a very big word in motor racing, so we won't be counting any chickens just yet. We'll wait and see exactly what the championship situation looks like when we're done with, but certainly Carl Boardley knows if he can stay out of trouble in these remaining 2 races, then his championship number 2 in a row, should be heading his way. We've got a big grid this weekend as well. Lots of returning names, people like Matt Wilson back on the grid, which is nice to see. Also some new names too, Andrew Dyer making his debut. And we've got some new cars with the Laidlaws, Sam and Stephen Laidlaw, now in this. I don't think we call it a Gen 3 Cupra, but it's the Cupra Leon VZ, which is the sort of facelifted, updated Cupra, which makes its TCR UK racing debut. And yes, that car looked pretty quick, didn't it? They both qualified inside the top 10. Had to start from the back because they'd had a change of engine. Well, they had a change of car since last round, but they had to start from the back of the field. Did then manage to pick their way through the order and finished reasonably well. Well, one of them did. Stephen Laidlaw was the one making the most progress. He was up in about 6th or 7th, I think, at one point before retiring with some sort of mechanical issue, whilst Sam Laidlaw made it back into the top 10, finishing in 9th position. That means he will be on the front row of the grid for this second race alongside Matt Wilson. So Matt Wilson returning to the championship on pole position for this one then in one of the now old-shaped Cupras, I suppose, the Gen 2 Cupra Leon Competition, which will be starting up on the front of the grid. Lots of stories, and the championship tale really is the headline, of course, coming into this weekend. And Boardley knows that if he can beat Newsham and Hutchison in this race, he will be the champion. If he doesn't beat them, well, he can still finish some way behind them and take a comfortable lead into that final round later on today. But with no dropped scores to rescue you at this final round, remember, you can't drop any of the races from this final event of the season. Thank goodness, because it means we don't have to work that out in the championship calculations. But not really great news if you're Carl Boardley trying to defend a ever-diminishing championship lead, because if he were to non-finish this race and either Brad Hutchison or, well, actually, Brad Hutchison were to win with fastest lap and Boardley didn't finish, they'd be tied on points going into the last race. Now, that would certainly be very exciting, wouldn't it? We're not wishing that on Carl, but this is why we like not having dropped scores at the last round. It keeps it interesting right until the final lap of the season. Cars then have made their way around onto the grid. They're just rotating the tyres, as always is the case with front-wheel drive touring car championships. Then they'll be released onto the green flag lap, and we'll have a 20-minute race potentially to settle the championship, but more than likely, I would say, Paul O'Neill, to set the stage for the championship decider a little bit later on.
Oh, definitely. This is going to be an interesting one. You've obviously got Carl Boardley alongside Brad Hutchison. Ali Camp, I cannot believe Camp is already in that car. I've literally just run after him for an interview and he went, gotta go, mate, got a race to do. And I'm like, what are you doing? And I didn't realise that it was TCR straight after. So, yeah, difficult, isn't it? Nice to see Cedric Block actually get a Gen 1 Cup victory yesterday.
Yes.
Had a little chat with him for our social. Lovely guy. Bit of a legend, in my opinion.
Absolutely, yes, and survived a very scary moment yesterday in qualifying. Had a huge spin at Farm Curve, and he was telling me yesterday that, you know, he might have had a chance of holding it, of course he would say that, but because he's got hand controls, when the wheel was upside down as he was steering into it, of course the pedals, whatever you call them, are the wrong way round. So the accelerator's now on the left, the brakes on the right, and you try spinning backwards at over 100 mile an hour and try to remember that. So he said that was an added complication that you don't really think of necessarily until you sit in the car with hand controls, which he has to use after that accident he had a number of years ago on a motorbike. And now, still sticking at it, going racing, back with TCR UK for this final round, and hopefully we'll see more of him again in the future.
I think we're going to see some really, really Larry driving on this first lap because the temperature is just not there. I think it's colder than yesterday.
Yes.
Ambient temperature, and the rear tyres on these cars, it's a short lap, you cannot hardly get any heat in the fronts to put on the rears, which you've just been seeing on your live pictures. So really difficult. Spoke to Sam Laidlaw, who lines up P2. He was telling me he is going for the win.
Really?
Yes, because in testing on Friday, honestly, he was seriously quick, and I think it may be the delta between the front and rear axle on these races where you have to get the temperature in them really quickly, and in qualifying, that's really caught the Laidlaws out, because they should be a lot closer to where they are. But they've got this warm-up lap as well. So yeah, let's see what happens. But I think Wilson, he's led races, he knows the score.
Absolutely so, yeah. This should be an interesting race then, shouldn't it? Forget the championship fight. There is a good race to be had, I think, amongst some drivers at the front of the grid who know this could be their last chance to win a race this year. Matthew Wilson, one of them, starting from pole position. Sam Laidlaw in the new Cupra alongside. Luke Sargent also came from the back of the grid yesterday. He starts third in the Audi, and Darren Lewis in the Hyundai starts fourth. Alistair Camp then in another i30N is fifth. Ryan Bensley, impressive on debut yesterday in the Lincoln Co. He will come from sixth on the grid. Then championship leader Carl Boardley, car number 1, 7th on the grid, directly ahead of one of his championship rivals, his nearest rival actually, Brad Hutchison, who is 41 points back coming into this race with 82 points still left to play for. Adam Shepherd, heartbreakingly close to a victory yesterday, only for a misfire to strike on the final lap. He lost the lead at the last corner, and Callum Newsham swept in to pick up the win. Shepherd starts 9th, Newsham starts 10th, and Newsham definitely needs to try and go after Carl Boardley in this race. Andrew Dyer, his debut weekend in the championship, he starts 11th on the grid alongside Stuart Lyons, Cedric Block and Mark Smith together on row 7, with Rick Kerry and Stephen Laidlaw on row number 8. So, Carl Boardley, if you're Carl Boardley, and you know Carl better than most probably, Paul, he doesn't need to win this race. He just needs to beat Hutchison and Newsham. He knows if he beats them both in this race, he's the champion. But even if he doesn't, he's got another race to come later on. Is he the kind of person that will want to get this done now and make sure that nothing can go wrong in the last race? Or is he pretty calm about the situation? Does he know that over these 2 races, without anything going wrong, he should still be able to hang on?
I think Carl Boardley is a two race person, if I'm being honest. The worry for him will be Adam Shepherd behind him. I think he will let Adam clear him, but I seen how fast Brad Hutchison was yesterday early on in the race, like really pushing hard. So he knows his only chance is to get past Boardley and Scarpa, and Boardley just needs to be out of the way. But you know what it's like, mate. I don't know if you ever played rugby, but if you go in half-hearted, even in football, if you go in a half-hearted challenge, 50% of what you should be doing, that's when you get injured as the tackler. So that's what you've got to be careful of. He could turn himself across anyone. I think you're right. I think he will be looking at the 2 races.
Yes, that's the sensible thing to do, but like you said, really, it's all kind of out of his hands. It's almost out of Newsham and Hutchison's hands. All they can do is try and win the race, hope that Carl Boardley gets involved in something, doesn't have a very good result, and there's not really a lot they can actually do about that. It's what the other drivers really behind do, or around Carl Boardley do, that could have a bearing on this championship. You're pointing at a few names on my grid sheet, one of them being Alistair Camp. Are you expecting good things from him?
I think Campy could be on the podium here for sure, or if not, race win. Darren Lewis he's found a lot of speed, to be fair, when I spoke to him before. He had a lot of toe in on the front right of the car from contact with Bensley. So Camp and Lewis are people that I would think could win this race, because I think Boardley is going to be looking in the rear more than he's looking at the front. There's a big gap here. Boardley very slow, very slow. He did that yesterday on the warm-up lap, very slow, and it's the worst thing that you can do for the people behind, because you just don't get enough speed to get the rears up to temperature. So look at Boardley backwards, could be a nightmare. There could be some spinning cars at the rear of this.
But also, all of the cars ahead of him have been sat there doing nothing for a long time, losing their tyre temperature, so...
Yes, but they had a longer run at getting into... They'll have more heat in the front, but the 2 on the front will be very nervous now, and Sargent might smell a little podium here as well. Could be good, this one, mate.
Oh, I think so. Right then, penultimate race of the season in TCR UK. Place your bets, everyone. Red lights on, red lights out. Away they go. Matt Wilson with a really good start. So too Bensley in the Lincoln Co. Not a great start for Boardley, though. Hutchison passed him already. Shepherd to the outside. Newsham has cleared him too. Disaster for Boardley off the line. He's right in a world of trouble. Going into the first corner, Newsham sweeps round the outside. Callum Newsham gunning for a win, and already well on his way to the front as they head through Farm Curve for the first time. Now hold your breath, everyone, onto the brakes, into Village. Hutchison up the inside of Newsham. They've tangled a few times this year already. They tangle again, and Hutchison goes by. Newsham won't like that. Gets back into the side of the Cooper driver. Down the hill they go. Shepherd on the grass behind them. It's all kicking off. But Newsham and Hutchison know they're not only fighting Boardley, they're fighting each other as well.
Yeah, they're really holding each other up. And look at Matthew Wilson. He is gone. He is gone, isn't he? And Bensley there, look at them swarming alongside. And that's Boardley just looking and seeing what's going on. Camp's down the inside of him. There's all sorts going on. This is going to be Larry into Stowe.
Both of the Laidlaws are behind Boardley. I don't know what's happened to Sam Laidlaw, who started on the front row, just dropped like a stone at the start. But Boardley is really in the middle of all of the traffic. What a start, though, for Callum Newsham. 4th at the end of lap 1. And now surely looking like one of the favourites to win. Hutchison up the inside of Darren Lewis. Darren ain't going to move out of the way, is he? He stands his ground on the inside, levers the Cooper driver wide, and Carl Boardley is now the next car behind them. So not looking good for Hutchison. Newsham, though, is absolutely flying. So it is Matthew Wilson who leads lap 1, Bensley 2nd, Luke Sargent 3rd, 4th Callum Newsham, 5th Adam Shepherd. That's the lead group. Then I get back to Darren Lewis in 6th, Hutchison 7th. Here, though, for the lead, Ryan Bensley on the inside.
He's done him. He's done him. Wilson's left the door open. Bensley, the debutant, up into the lead. Absolutely mega stuff. Look at Shepherd into the back of Newsham. Newsham down the inside. Newsham's going to be on for this win. Bensley's going to be looking in his rearview mirror and going, where's he come from?
Newsham to 2nd, still ahead of Shepherd, crucially. Remember, he started 1 place behind Shepherd. That is off the road Andrew Dyer, I'm afraid, in the Hyundai up at Village, I think that is. Hopefully far enough out of the way that it doesn't need a safety car. Down towards Stowe we go again. Bensley lead. Ryan Bensley leading in only his 2nd ever TCR UK race, but he's got one of the championship contenders right behind him.
Yeah, Luke Sargent running wide, leaning on that left rear. There was no grip there. He should get down the inside of Wilson, though, who's just leaving the door open, doesn't want any damage in his Cupra. Lewis down the inside. No, he gets that boxed off. We might switch him back. Brad Hutchison, status quo. Boardley into the back of Hutchison, not in a safety car.
Yeah, safety car out. This must be because of Andrew Dyer's car. Ooh, bit of punching further back, and Carl Boardley nearly into the back of Brad Hutchison. That wouldn't have gone down well.
So Andrew Dyer's car looked like it had a broken right rear toe link. That I was just about to say that car was stuck.
Right.
And when I said Brad Hutchison into the back of Boardley, I didn't mean contact. I just mean he was right into him. He's right with him.
So, breathe, everyone. That was 2 laps. That was 2 very hectic laps. Callum Newsham and Adam Shepherd, though, making very light work of the cars around them. But it wasn't made easy for them. They just picked their moments. They read the situations ahead of them very well. Newsham up into 2nd position, in a good place at the moment to take the championships to the last round. Boardley 8th at the moment, so he actually has lost a place from where he started. That wasn't in the script, was it?
No, not at all. But you can see the people who've made the gains, who have got nothing to lose. Yes, Shepherd. Callum Newsham's got nothing to lose. Brad Hutchison will be very happy that this safety car's come out. But to be fair, Hutchison and Boardley are the ones with compensation weight. They're the ones who struggled yesterday with that weight and plateaued, really, and couldn't make any more moves. They're going to come up through the field because there's no way that you're going to see the race end like this. No. Definitely not. I mean, the worry I have now for Ryan Bensley is that it would have been easier for him to lead this race and just carry on and then try and defend Callum Newsham. I can't remember the last time, if ever, which it isn't, he has never driven on slicks for a safety car restart. And if you don't get it right, yes, you are in trouble. And Callum Newsham will be looking at the back of Bensley's Lincoln Co going, you're mine, mate.
Yes, exactly. And Bensley, with not a huge amount of experience in these cars, as you alluded to, this is his first ever weekend racing them. He's done lots of testing in the car, but his first ever race event in it. Callum Newsham fully up to speed and with a championship to win. As it stands, by the way, I know you're saying it won't finish this way, and I do agree with you, but if it were to finish as it is now, Newsham would be taking 20 points out of Boardley. He's 47 behind. He's nearly halving that gap in one race. Now, okay, race 3 later on isn't a reversed grid, so Boardley will be starting towards the front, but the pressure just starts to ramp up, doesn't it?
What about if Newsham won it?
Another 5 points.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
And then, and of course, we've got the point for fastest lap as well. So
that's a worry.
That would be a worry, wouldn't it? Because it only takes something to go wrong in that last race for Boardley, and suddenly it's wide open. The permutations, by the way, of which there are many, but Phil Kinch from TCR UK has sent us a few. Carl will win the championship in this race if he finishes ahead of Brad and Callum. Has to beat both of them to win the championship in this race. It will go to race 3 if he finishes behind Brad or scores 7 points less than Callum. Well, both of those at the moment are true. There are lots of other permutations, of course, but right now it would go to the last race and it would still be a 3-way shootout with one race to go. So Boardley will not be enjoying this.
That'd be quite cool, actually.
Oh, we'd be enjoying it, definitely. Yeah, that's exactly what we want to see. This isn't what we want to see, though. Andrew Dyer's car on the back of the low loader, and yes, I can see the damage on the back, so he's had a little bit of a collision with someone or something. That's a shame, because he was going okay. The former City Car Cup driver, amongst other things, Andrew Dyer, making a bit of a leap up into TCR UK, but going pretty well.
Yeah, I spoke to Andrew on the Friday, and I just said the same as what I did to Ryan. I was like, you're good enough to be in the top 6. You're a top 6 driver, in my opinion, in this championship, but it's just how you battle the car. The Lincoln Co. is an easier car to drive, but for me, the Hyundai is very, 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 very difficult to drive. Lights are out on the safety car. This is where it's going to get leery. Let's see if Bensley tries to jump before the start line, or he backs everyone up and then goes. Josh Cook, who's helping him out this weekend, will have told him exactly what to do.
Let's see if he was listening then, shall we? He's got the lead, he's backed them right up. The safety car has long since disappeared into the pit lane. And when does Bensley hit the loud pedal? Not yet, not yet. He's backing them up. Might wait until they get into the turning point at the club chicane, perhaps. Hope to catch Callum Newsham on the hop. Does he hit the throttle now? Yes, there he goes. That was decent, in fairness, from Bensley. He's pulled a length or so over Newsham. That was about as good as we could expect, really. And actually, Newsham is already having to watch his mirrors, because Adam Shepherd, who's all over the curb on the exit of club, is all over the back of the Hyundai driver. Newsham cannot afford to be losing places, has to be going forward. And if he can get a car between himself and Shepherd, that would help him no end. He's closed right in on Bensley, though. More confidence on cold tyres. Goes to the inside into Village. Callum Newsham for the race lead. Goes through, does he? The Motion Motorsport Lincoln Co. runs wide. Newsham goes through, and Shepherd, I suspect, will follow.
Yeah, that was always going to happen. Bensley does not want to get into this fight and argument. Oh, Newsham's gone wide, and that's Shepherd into the lead. It's going to be side by side. Bensley needs to back out of this and pick his fight wisely.
Oh, but Newsham and Shepherd, they're not picking their fights. They are going to go after each other, aren't they? We've got Luke Sargent in there in fourth as well, side by side between the two drivers who contested the win yesterday. Newsham trying to go right round the outside. Shepherd will show him the edge of the road if he does. And actually, Newsham's sensible, I think, there to slot in behind. Behind them, Luke Sargent trying to get past the Lincoln Co. of Ryan Bensley as Newsham comes back up the inside of Shepherd into the club chicane. He's going to be up the curb. That'll be the outside line, though, into the right-hander. But Callum Newsham, driving like a driver with nothing to lose, knows he needs to win the race. But beating Adam Shepherd twice in a weekend is not going to be an easy thing to do.
Wow, this is really good stuff, this. I cannot believe how quick they are. And it looks like Boardley is now having the Steve Laidlaw car trying to get into the back of him.
Steve was quicker than Carl, I think, yesterday until that car had its mechanical issues. So Carl could end up losing more places here. That, again, would not be in the script for the championship leader. So the order then, Shepherd the leader, Newsham second, Bensley third, Sargent fourth. There is the championship leader, Carl Boardley, seventh place. So he's picked up one position from where he started. Both he and Steve Laidlaw got past Matthew Wilson on that lap. But he could end up back in eighth place before too much longer. Laidlaw's car, as you said at the start of the race, has got pace.
Yeah, definitely. This is going to be very, very interesting. Tell you who's got pace. The 117 Shepherd has got pace. And that Audi, he's got some pace. That's late on the brakes. That's a great move. But Bensley will stick it round the outside. No. Whoa, wow. We both don't need that. Bensley coming back on and going, I'm not letting you get away with that, mate. Interesting. Two very good drivers and two very good cars. And the side of that side of that Lincoln Co. has had some work done on it over the last two races. Lewis is going to have a bit of go with this.
Oh, and Hutchison in there as well. In fact, Darren Lewis on the inside of both. He's up the curb, just avoids the contact. But, of course, this is the worst thing that Carl Boardley wants to see in front of him. Hutchison up the inside of Darren Lewis, about to try and gain a place into Abbey Corner, which he has not yet done. But what does Boardley do? Through goes Hutchison. Boardley wants to get involved, but knows he's got to be careful. He's sideways through Farm, backs out of it. Does he? Yes, I think he probably will. Darren Lewis chopped across his nose, and Carl Boardley, this is a nightmare for the championship leader. He wants to move forward. He wants to help his championship hopes, but cannot afford contact.
Oh, this is such a nightmare scenario for Boardley because he doesn't want to be getting involved with Darren Lewis. Darren will, no quarters given with Darren. Literally, he will go side by side for any place, and you can't afford that on cold tyres in fast corners, and Boardley will not want that. But Hutchison is getting away. Oh, here he goes. Lead change. Is that another problem for Shepherd, maybe?
Oh, car looks slow. Car looks slow down the hill. I think we've seen this before, haven't we? We've just ticked past half-race distance, and Adam Shepherd's car seemingly slowing. That is Brad Hutchison past Luke Sargent, so Hutchison gaining some more points as well. But, of course, Carl Boardley may yet gain some ground as well. Lewis, for a second lap in a row, tries the inside at the last corner. For the second time in a row, it doesn't work.
Yeah, Yeah, Shepherd's car looks okay now, but it's not as fast as it was. Newsham with the fastest lap, another point.
Boardley up the inside of Lewis, goes through, and in fairness, Darren didn't fight that one too hard.
Yeah, not at all there. Interesting, isn't it? Laidlaw just waiting in the wings as well. Campy's involved.
Yep, Camp's there as well. This is a big group of cars, all the way down to 9th position. Matthew Wilson and Sam Laidlaw debating 10th further back. In fact, Laidlaw may have gone through, I think I spotted in the background. So Newsham leads the way. That is 40 points. He's got the fastest lap, that's 41. So he's on course for the maximum amount of points he can get from this race. Carl Boardley in 7th is scoring only, at the moment, 18 points. That is 23 of the 47-point lead that he's got set to disappear unless he can gain more places. Newsham can do no more. It's on Boardley now, isn't it, to put in the drive of a champion.
I didn't think that this was a Callum Newsham Hyundai circuit.
No.
I honestly did not think. But that compensation weight on Boardley's car has absolutely ruined him, isn't it?
Yeah, but he's still doing enough at the moment. He'll be not happy with this, but at least he's staying out of trouble so far. Newsham pumping in more fastest laps. That car's long run pace is impressive, isn't it? As Alistair Camp there has a little look up the inside. Shepherd's dropped back 3.5 seconds. Now, the other thing that could happen here is that Shepherd's car fades down the order. That could be more points for Boardley. But Adam Shepherd might decide here, if the car is still sort of intermittently running, might decide to get all defensive.
Who on?
I'll leave that to your imagination, Paul.
Adam's not that kind of guy.
No. But he will fight for his position, is my point. So I think even if it's a Hutchison or a Sargent behind him, he might start defending if he feels the car is going to reach the end. That could have an impact, couldn't it? But the car is slowing again.
It's finished.
Well, through goes Hutchison, through goes Sargent, and he pulls in front of Carl Boardley. Hasn't yet got out of the way of the championship leader. Adam Shepherd then out of Stowe Corner. Does he pull into the pit lane? Answer, no. Is he still in front of Carl Boardley? Answer, yes. Is he defending from Carl Boardley? Well, yes, it would appear he is. Oh, Bensley! Bensley's in the wall.
Oh, no.
That's up at the top of the circuit. I thought we were missing Ryan Bensley in that previous shot, so the Lincoln Co is off. Now, Adam Shepherd is not letting Carl Boardley through. Adam Shepherd is going very slowly. Darren Lewis is going very quickly around the outside of everybody and might well get past Carl Boardley as well. Now, Shepherd gets out of the way, but Darren Lewis has a chance, can't quite get the move done. The Cupra slows, Shepherd is out of it, but Carl Boardley was delayed in all of that.
Yeah, that's a shame, isn't it? But Boardley now is having to defend from Lewis hard, but he's still in front of him, and that's the main thing. So I wonder what's happened with Bensley. That must be far out the way because there's no safety car.
I think it's round here somewhere, maybe, up through Village, the Link, Chapel. I can't see him from there, but I can't think where else it would be. He's a long way off the track, I think, and was out of the car, and okay, but sadly that shiny new Lincoln Co, not quite so shiny anymore, is it? Now, of course, what all of this means is that Carl Boardley is now in 4th place. So actually, that's worked out pretty well for Boardley. He's now scoring 27 points. That's only 14 points less than Callum Newsham. So 10 points gained in a lap and a half there for Boardley. Some through his own doing, some through a bit of good fortune, but you need that sometimes.
Yeah, definitely. You need this as well, don't you? Darren Lewis is now being attacked by both Laidlaws. Steve goes through with the pink wing mirrors, and Sam will be trying to get onto the back of Lewis. So, yeah, this is. Oh, it's not his Camp. Sorry. That's the battle. All right, okay. So Campy's getting fully involved in this battle then.
Yes, he is, isn't he? Yeah, that Civic Cup race warmed him up, and now he's keen to impress again in TCR UK. As it stands, Phil Kinch tells us, both Brad Hutchison and Callum Newsham will be 33 points behind Carl Boardley, tied for 2nd place. 41 points, remember, will be available after this race, so it's looking good still for Boardley. It's not looking so good, though, for Adam Shepherd. He's back in the pit lane, and that is his race done. They just can't get to the bottom, can they, of those problems?
Such a shame. Such a shame. One of the fastest young kids that I've seen. I know he's not a kid, but he is super fast, and he deserves more than he's had this year. Real shame.
100% agree. Should have been in this championship conversation at the last round, shouldn't he? He was saying yesterday 6 or 7 races that he thinks he should have won, and just wasn't able to because the car didn't make it to the flag.
And I don't think that's exaggerated.
No.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Well, you have to say this one was looking good, wasn't it, really? He was getting away from Newsham before the car started to slow down again. So, anyway, Callum Newsham leads. Carl Boardley is not yet secure in 4th place. Darren Lewis flashing the lights at him there as he comes through Club Corner. So Darren might not have made life too difficult for Boardley when Boardley came past. But I think if he sees a chance to get back through, he'll go for it.
He will go for it. I think Lewis can see that Boardley's Cooper is not the fastest thing in some of the sections, and I think it's through here really, and the tighter sections that he's really struggling in that car.
And that'll be the weight, right? Through the low speed, changing of direction. That is where, on a front-wheel drive touring car especially, that's where it hurts.
Exactly that, yeah. The change of direction, the lateral load across the front and the rear axles, the car just doesn't want to go as fast as it can in a straight line. He's going to burn them headlights out.
Just thinking that he's burning a hole in the back of Boardley's car, I think, but it's not really working for him. Luke Sargent, you're pointing at. Personal best lap last time for Sargent, a 10th quicker than Boardley, and matching sort of the race leader's pace, actually. Good stuff, this from Luke.
This would be his first podium?
I think you're right. I will double check that, but I think you're right, yes.
I'd be very happy for him if he can get this across the line, because he's worked hard for this.
Yeah, it would be his first podium, absolutely correct. So, yeah, Luke Sargent, well, can he hang on, though, because he's not a million miles ahead of this group. There he goes, Brad Hutcherson, remember, into second place, sort of quietly gone about his business in this race, Brad Hutcherson. 9 seconds nearly behind Callum Newsham, but Brad up into second place, still in the championship conversation. At the very least, could finish second in the championship if he can get the better of Callum Newsham in the decider later on today. But what is the gap going to be back to Boardley? That really is the remaining question to be answered. 3.5 minutes left to answer it. Do you think, looking at what you're seeing here, Boardley is going to finish in 4th place?
I would say 50-50 actually now, because the Hyundai is not the fastest car in a straight line because of the balance of performance. So I would say when he gets into the Stowe, you're going to see Lewis will close up, and into the slow stuff he'll close up again. As long as he can stretch his legs in the fast stuff, then I think he'll be okay. But Darren is there, like he's battling against Boardley for the title. This is great. I love it when drivers don't care disrespectfully, just don't care. It's another position.
Well, exactly. Sometimes drivers say, oh, no, I don't really want to race the people fighting for the championship. I don't want to decide the championship. Well, you are deciding the championship by not racing them. You need to just go out there and treat it like a normal race. Don't hit them. Don't take them off. Don't get in their way. But race them like you normally would, because otherwise it's not really a fair fight, is it? Exactly. So, yeah, and Darren, in fairness, I don't think is the kind of driver to back out of a fight in the best of times. He is not far behind Boardley. He's also got Stephen Laidlaw, though, behind him. Stephen sort of fishing around behind the Hyundai. Sam Laidlaw dropping off the back of this group, maybe just running out of front tyres a little bit in the closing stages, but if it all starts kicking off in front, he could still join in the battle. Off Chapel they go. Lewis a lot closer there, it seemed, to Boardley, but maybe carried a bit too much speed that time.
Yeah, it looked like it, didn't it? It was a really interesting line coming down the Hanger straight, and he's having to defend. Rick Kerry leading the Gen 1 Cup. That's already a done deal. He's finished as champion, which is great to see. Shame that Will Beach isn't here, isn't it?
It is a shame, really, because that was the closer of the championships actually coming into this weekend, but it wasn't meant to be. Now, Carl Boardley may not finish in 4th place. That might not be because Darren Lewis gets past him. It might be because he catches and passes Luke Sargent, because he suddenly is taking chunks of time out of the Audi. On the previous lap, he was actually slower, so it might have been a mistake from Luke on this lap, because that gap has suddenly come down to the tune of 0.3 of a second. It's only half a second between them, 2 laps to go. Is Carl going to take the risk, though? Is it worth the risk?
It depends. I think Carl will only go for the gap if he puts that much pressure on Sargent. Sargent cracks, but fair play. Sargent is getting all the apexes.
Yeah.
I just think maybe he's running out front tyre. That car inherently is an understeery car from when I've driven it. But he's getting the exits, and the car is fast enough in a straight line to not have any problems. I don't think Boardley will get that unless he locks up and he just sails past an apex and dives down his inside.
Well, Luke's lap before the last one was his personal best, so maybe it was just a mistake on the previous lap, but it has definitely brought Carl Boardley a little bit closer, and he'll be interested in gaining another place. Another place here would be worth another 3 championship points. They could prove crucial at the end of the day. Down into the club chicane they go. He's right on the boot lid now of the Audi as they turn left. Oh, that was campy on the inside of Stephen Laidlaw in the background. That had contact written all over it, but they are both still there, albeit a bit further behind the curb hopping Darren Lewis.
Don't do that again. I was literally looking at the time and you scared me. I thought something drastic had happened.
If we learned anything from yesterday's race, it's that there's always something drastic round the corner, even on the final lap, and it could centre around Carl Boardley this time. He's on the tail of Luke Sargent. 1 more lap to do it. He's definitely the quicker of the 2 right now, but can he find a way through? Callum Newsham's already halfway down the Hanger straight, though. 11.7 seconds his lead at the moment. This has been a truly dominant drive, this from Callum Newsham, and he is well on his way to another race victory to keep his title hopes at least mathematically alive going into the decider. We think 33 points adrift of Carl Boardley, unless Carl can do anything about Luke Sargent. Callum Newsham, though, accelerates through Club Corner for the final time. It's going to be another win for the Hyundai driver, who crosses the line and will take the fight to the final round. Newsham wins again at Silverstone. 2 races from 2 as well. I don't think he's won all 3 races over a weekend before. He'll be gunning for that later on this afternoon. Second will go to Brad Hutchison. He's still in the fight as well. Oh, Boardley trying to throw everything at Luke Sargent in the final few corners. Can't quite get there. Sargent third, Boardley fourth, Darren Lewis fifth, and Steve Laidlaw just gets the better of Alistair Camp for 6th position. Sam Laidlaw, Matt Wilson, and I think Stuart Lyons, yes, there we go, Stuart Lyons will complete the top 10. Lyonsy off the final corner, and he will finish in 10th position. But Callum Newsham, 40 points for the win. Bonus point for the fastest lap. 41 points scored, and Carl Boardley for 4th position will score 27. So 14 points gained. So, yes, that is going to be still a sizable advantage for Boardley going into the last round. Also, first ever podium there for Luke Sargent. Worth making another mention of that, because he hadn't had a podium before, as we established during the race. And he is going to be extremely pleased to have come home finally on the podium, and on merit as well. I know it was a reversed grid race and he started 3rd, but he had front-running pace, really. He was only reeled in by Carl Boardley in the last few laps. So that was genuinely a strong run from Luke Sargent. So Callum Newsham now will move ahead of Brad Hutchison as well. They're tied for points, but he's had 6 wins to Hutchison's 2. So Callum Newsham would, if it were to finish that way, beat Brad Hutchison on countback. Callum will be on pole for race 3, Hutchison 3rd, Boardley only 5th. If Boardley finishes 6th or better in that race, he's the champion. It is not over, this. It is absolutely not over. If Newsham won and Carl dropped 2 places, Newsham would be the champion, so it could still go his way. Newsham is a double winner, though, here at Silverstone. Brad Hutchison in 2nd, Luke Sargent in 3rd. Carl Boardley, Darren Lewis and Steve Laidlaw complete the top half dozen, ahead of Ali Camp, Sam Laidlaw, Matt Wilson and Stuart Lyons. Rick Kerry in 11th wins in the Gen 1 Cup. Cedric Block in 12th was 2nd, and Mark Smith 3rd in that category, with Adam Shepherd a non-finisher. So too, sadly, Ryan Bensley. That is a shame. That could take him out of the race later on, depending on how bad the damage was. And Andrew Dyer also sustained some damage going into Village Corner. So, set your alarms, everyone. TCR UK race number 3, the final race of the season, due to start at 5:30. We are running, though, quite a long way ahead of time. We're about 20 odd minutes ahead at the moment, so I just wouldn't go anywhere. I'd just stick with the BRSTC live stream. I think you're guaranteed a good, entertaining afternoon. We've still got more racing to go. The Fiesta Juniors up next, then the Mini Melias, then the Fiesta ST240s, the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Championship, Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup, and the Mini 7s, followed by TCR UK's final race of the season at the very end of the day. So, TCR cars arrive down in the pit lane. Paul O'Neill has to, of course, make the long trip down to the other end of the pit lane to try and hear from our podium finishers. But yes, Callum Newsham then on pole position for that race later on as well, of course. So that is the other significant thing, isn't it? He's starting where he needs to finish. Carl Boardley's only starting 2 places above the lowest place that he can, well, in fact, 1 place above the lowest place he can afford to finish. 6th or better would be needed for Carl in that race if Newsham wins the race. So it's going to be a nervy time, that, for Carl. He's had, what, a pair of 4th place finishes so far this weekend. So in theory, if he can do the same again, he will be champion. But there are other drivers that just look to me like they've got an answer to him. Darren Lewis, Steve Laidlaw, Campy was quick in that one as well. If we get Adam Shepherd and Ryan Bensley back out for that race later on, they could have a part to play in it all too. So it is certainly going to be a interesting final race, let's say that. And you won't want to miss it. So we have, as I said, more racing coming. Hopefully we'll have time to hear from Paul. Yes, we do. Paul O'Neill then with our title contender and race winner here at Silverstone, Callum Newsham.
What a belter of a race, TCR UK. 2nd race of the weekend, 1 to go. Callum Newsham has cut those points down, 33 points off championship leader Carl Boardley. he's going to be disappointed, I think. He's going to be loving the win, but disappointed that Carl actually was quite far back, and then he's just made his way through with a couple of instances that happened in front of him. You all good?
Yeah, Carl's good. I could see, Brad behind me. That was a bit disappointing, but that's all I could do really, is win the race. And I think, did we get fastest lap maybe? Yeah, that's all I could really do.
You've done your job, mate, but still, it's the last race. Next one, you're still there. It's doable. It's possible. You've got a fast car. The thing is, Boardley's car looks very stale. I've got to admit it.
Yeah, I think he's struggling this weekend, isn't he? But yeah, our car is mint so fast.
so much better than Thruxton. It's good to see you back.
Yeah, cheers. Appreciate it.
Oh no. Right. I'll leave you to it, mate, but well done anyway. But, thank goodness that's the only crash that your crash helmet's going to have. Right, OK, super. Let's talk to Bradders. Bradders, you did all you could do there. And who's to thank you to, mate?
Well, everyone. Marshals, officials, obviously the team, MPHR, Bondale and River Supplies, everyone. It's it's so hard to get to the grid, as everyone knows, and to say thank you really, because we've come a long way. Since me and Dad were young lads karting. Well, I was young.
You were young.
Yeah. He's always been old, hasn't he? We've come really far, and obviously now with all the support we've got with the team behind us and everything, it's just at core we're still Dad and Lad, still a family-run team. So yeah, we make it work, and we do all right, I think.
And still battling as well, mate. You're down to the last race now. You and Callum you've got a better chance than you had after race 1 now.
Yeah, chipping away. I was a bit disappointed. I thought Carl Boardley is the man with the elbows, but he's been a bit soft here this weekend. I've been trying to wind him up all weekend, hoping he'll bite and we can have a bit of a tango, but no, so far he's stayed really cool, hasn't he? He just doesn't care. It's really annoying, but yeah, no, it's always fun. I mean, we're battling with touring car legend Carl Boardley and touring car legend's son Callum Newshaw. I mean, it's a very nice place to be, isn't it, really? Can't complain.
It's definitely fast up the front, mate, and you're still there, so well done. Good stuff from the team, and a thank you from Brad Hutchison. Nice touch, that is. Let's go and see the man who's got his first ever podium. Hey, big lad! He's done it. Well done, mate. Luke Sargent.
Long time coming.
Wow. How does it feel? I had to run away from the TV with a lap to go. Boardley caught you within a lap, but I just knew that you'd have a little bit more just to hang on.
Yeah, the brakes are going sort of 3 laps from the end, and I just couldn't stop it. So the last left-right chicane, I just couldn't stop it. I was just trying to slow it down, turn it in, and get out. And I think Boardley, he could have got past me in the last corner, and I like to think he just let me have it because he was close, and if it was me in his shoes, I'd have pushed me. So yeah, it means the world. Obviously, starting with area, moving team, it's been a bit difficult, and it's been a long time coming. So I've nearly cried. I was like, don't get out of the car and cry. But no, that's amazing.
It's nice when it comes together, isn't it, mate? And yeah, you were hitting every apex on those last couple of laps, and that's what you just needed to do. And you had the speed in a straight line. Boardley was compensation weight. Yeah. It was always going to be just get off the corners.
Yeah, the car's mega. It was the last few laps. I couldn't drive it properly. It was just going away from me a little bit, and I was just like, please, looked to see him catching me. I was like, when's the last lap ball coming out? And then I saw it. I was like, right, just keep it on the black stuff and just brake when you can and stop it. And yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Awesome. And I think you might have another interview lined up now, so I'll let you crack on. Well done, mate. Spot on. Let's go and speak, if we can, to Rick Kerry first. 1 second. Ricky? We'll just get Rick. Oh, he's just with his family. Sorry. Hello, mate. Sorry about the interview with the family. Yes, that went well. Got some strong competition this weekend. Cedric Block obviously won the First Gen Cup race yesterday, but all good though. You happy with that?
Yeah, it was good. It was nice to be in the pack with all the Gen 2s, and then I got hit on the front wheel when Di went off, and so my track and my steering wheel was like about 45-degree angle, but so I had to nurse the understeer a little bit. But yes, it's nice to be a bit of a race. Ended up a bit lonely, but hopefully Cedric can fire up a little bit earlier and he can give us a race into the last race.
A bit lonely, sounds like my love life. Right, okay, mate, have a good one, Ricky. Top man, where's Darren Lewis? Let's see if we can get a quick word with Darren, if Darren's about. Is he around?
He is.
So he's the Goodyear Diamond Trophy winner. I can't quite see him at the minute. Yeah, no, Darren looks like he might have gone missing, so he has got a cap on apparently. But anyway, we can't see him, and yeah, I think we're going to have to leave it at that. We got everybody else, so yeah, back over to you guys. But great race.
Thank you, Paul. Well, fantastic racing in the TCR UK Championship, as we sort of have come to expect, really. We hope for more now in the final race of the season for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. The championship, as we've said already, wrapped up yesterday. There are two fights, really, two battles worth watching in this race. We've got the fight for second in the championship between Jacob Hodgkiss and Finn Leslie. We believe 7 points between them coming into this race, with Hodgkiss now ahead of Finn Leslie coming into this final race. Then, in the champion of Silverstone, Jacob Hodgkiss 4 points clear of Alfie Garford, champion of Silverstone, a 3-event, 9-race sort of championship within a championship for the 3 events at Silverstone, 2 on the international circuit, 1 on the national circuit that the junior championships had this year. Jacob Hodgkiss 4 points, we think, ahead of Alfie Garford in that particular battle. So still plenty to fight for here, even with the championship pretty much settled, and we look forward to getting the Fiesta Juniors out on track in a moment or two. There is, however, a bit of barrier repair work to be done where Ryan Bensley's Lincoln Co ended up. There is Ryan Bensley's Lincoln Co on the back of the recovery truck. We really hope that car's going to make it out for race 3 later on, because he's been having an absolutely brilliant weekend. Josh Cook I saw there inspecting the damage as well. As Paul O'Neill was saying, he's been giving Ryan Bensley some tutoring this weekend. And yeah, there we go, the Silverstone van leaving the scene. That is good news, and it means that we should be able to get the race restarted before too much longer. Oh, started, I should say, not restarted. Started sooner rather than later.
Yeah, you're getting premature with the restart. We had a few of those today, haven't we?
I'm not manifesting a restart, Richard, that much I can tell you. What I am manifesting, though, is a good race, I hope, here amongst the Fiesta Juniors. Last day of school, maybe, but I think they will be all gunning for a race win. It means a lot, doesn't it, to go into that winter break with a race win as your most recent achievement, and there are plenty of them, I think, who will fancy their chances, especially because actually Jensen O'Neill going did not seem to have the pace in race 2 that he had in race 1 yesterday.
He's going for the win.
Oh, of course
I've been told. So, but yeah, absolutely good point. He was forced by Melanie's mum to go and race last time, as we heard on the interview. You do get a good interview out. He's just honest and open.
Yes,
yes. And indeed, most of the juniors give you sometimes not the positivity that you want to hear, but that's just passion, isn't it, at the end of the day, from the youngsters who go out there and race. Jensen, one of the two Jensens who knows that when we're talking about both of the Jensens, Jensen Mason as well, two guys that actually know a bit of engineering as well.
Oh, okay.
And can, because Jensen Mason was helping with his own engine change last night. There aren't too many youngsters that get involved in that side of it, so that's really nice to hear.
It is, and that will serve them well going forward,
yeah,
won't it, in their career? So
yeah,
that's good news. Yep, they're a good bunch of drivers this year in the Fiesta Juniors. They've had their moments, definitely, but they've provided some good racing and some good characters on the grid as well, which is what we like to see, not only for our benefit this year, but moving forward. You know, these are the stars of the future. We want them to have a bit of personality and bring something about themselves to the racing, and I'm sure that lot will absolutely be able to do so.
Oh, we had a fun one talking about personality, and I can't remember if I've mentioned it on air before, but one of the things we do at the scholarship is the presentation. Kids come in and do a presentation. Hayden Gray did his presentation while doing the Rubik's Cube. We just reenacted that with an interview. We've done it as a pre-record, so if it makes it back to the guys at Alpha in the broadcast centre, we've got an interview that I did with Hayden Gray doing the Rubik's Cube, and he solves it while I'm still talking to him, which is like mega. So.
Well, he might have some competition in that regard, actually, from Luke Austin of Alpha Live, because he bet me earlier on that he could solve a Rubik's Cube before the barrier damage was repaired, and he did. And the Silverstone staff were quick with that barrier repair.
We could have Rubik's racing, couldn't we? We could
have that's a good
Rubik's
idea.
match racing.
Yeah,
Hayden Gray versus Luke Austin.
I think we should get them signed
Round
up for
one.
that.
Never mind the darts for something a bit more intellectual, isn't it? Mind you, the math side of darts, I've got to say, some of those darts players, how they
I'd be lost.
Sort that out.
No, absolutely.
Is Jacko good at the maths on that, is he?
I think he has a calculator. Yes, I think that calculator is Jack Finland from TCR UK. I don't know. I don't think Jack is in charge of the of the points. Right then, anyway, quickly, before I offend Jack for the 6th time today, let's go through the grid, shall we, for this Fiesta Junior race. They're out on their green flag lap. Jenson O'Neill going on pole position. Jacob Hodgkiss alongside him. Jacob, remember, battling Alfie Garford for the champion of Silverstone. Well, Garford starts right behind him, 3rd on the grid. Finn Leslie starts 4th. Finn is in a fight with Jacob Hodgkiss for 2nd in the championship, so Jacob's going to be fending them both off, I think, here, if he can at the start of the race. Tom Merritt and Oliver Heron on row 3. Good result that for Oliver Heron, and he'll be really excited to be starting so close to the front. Archie Davis and Jensen Mason share row 4, with Jake Wardle and Callie Clifford on row 5. They're down in the rapid Maggie Webster, 12th on the grid, but we know she's been better than that really all weekend long, just hasn't had the look. Aaron Beattie and Jack Sant together on row number 7. 8th row Bobby Holmes and Jack Burgess, Harry Lindley and Josh Jarvis row 9, and 10th row Atlanta Le Breton and Hayden Gray. George Foxlow, Billy Blockley and Henry Foote at the back of the field as we prepare for 15 minutes of racing. Hopefully uninterrupted racing here in this final round of the championship for the Fiesta Juniors. Pick a winner out of this one. Like I said, if Jenson O'Neill going doesn't necessarily have the pace that he had yesterday, and he's got 3 drivers behind him, all with a little bit more to fight for than he has, I don't think he'll have this all his own way.
Yeah, I mean, you could write the script any way you want this to go, couldn't you, really? Jenson, we could expect, possibly, wouldn't be surprised if he gets the hat-trick, the new champion. Jacob Hodgkiss, more than capable of wins. Alfie Garford, I felt from the interview in race 2, had a little bit in reserve. Finn Leslie, we know, is a race winner. Thomas Merritt is a race winner in waiting. He's 5th on the grid. Oliver Heron, as you rightly pointed out, was a bit surprised. Did manage to grab a quick chat with him after race 2 for his first podium interview on the Mark 6 podium. Who's to say he's getting to grips with these cars very quickly, could take a win as well. Then you've got like Archie Davis, who we know is quick. Jensen Mason's a race winner. Jake Wardle. Yeah, we could have all sorts of surprises. So that's the thing, you know, again, in BRSCC formally, so many drivers that are capable of podia or wins.
There are, and especially at this end of the year. I always say this about junior categories, but they're always more competitive at the end of the year than they are at the start of the year, because inevitably at the start of the season there are some second-year drivers maybe, or drivers that have just clicked with the car straight away, and they tend to do a lot of the winning. By the end of the year, though, there are often drivers, Maggie Webster, a prime example, who, let's be honest, wasn't troubling the top 10 at the start of the year. All of a sudden, one of the fastest drivers on track, because they get to a round, and a couple of them, it was Thruxton last time, where it all just clicks, it all just falls into place, and then suddenly they're winning races. So I always enjoy the sort of last 2 or 3 events of a junior racing season, because you know you're going to have more people in contention than you had at the start of the year.
Absolutely right. Lawrence Tomlinson always used to say the same thing about Ginetta Jr., and he would say that, yeah, you'd get to that point, and for different drivers it comes at different times, and it doesn't matter if you're later than everybody else, but you just see something happen, and we're about to see something happen on track. Our final Fiesta Junior race of the season. Somebody wasn't quite in the right place. It's hot out there again. We've got drivers. I guess it does get a bit hot and sweaty in there.
Well, yeah, I was making this point earlier on, wasn't I? When you're in the car and you're in your race suit with your helmet and your fireproof gear and you're in a very enclosed space, the engine's creating a lot of temperature and just the stress of the situation probably. You always feel a bit warmer when the heart rate's going, don't you? So yeah, I can imagine they'll be grateful for a little bit of cool air inside the car. Also, they'll have been sat in the cars in the assembly area for quite a long time. They're not just jumping into the cars as soon as the green flag lap begins. So, yeah, they're going to have a... they're going to be feeling the heat out there, literally and metaphorically, I think. But all about to get properly up to speed with the beginning of our final race of the year. The green flag, I think, being prepared at the back of the grid. Jenson O'Neill going. Jacob Hodgkiss on the front row of the grid. Jenson says he's going for that Champion of Silverstone award. He'll need some good luck if that's going to happen. It's realistically the 2 drivers who start behind him who are in that particular battle. Red lights on. Let's go junior racing one more time in 2024. The lights go out and Jenson O'Neill going. Looks for a good start from the front row. Chops aggressively across in front of Jacob Hodgkiss, but he was well clear of him. So that was a perfectly legitimate move, and he will hold the lead into Abbey Corner for the first time. Hodgkiss second, Garford third, Leslie and Merritt side by side for fourth. And actually, that was probably the most orderly run through the first corner we've had from the juniors all weekend long. Everyone getting a pretty even start, but it could all start to change as we get into the complex here for the first time.
Orderly at turn 1 can mean disorderly turn 3, 4, 5 ad nauseum.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Have a little faith, Richard. They've learnt a few things over the year. That's been a very good, clean start. But yes, I think at the end of the Hanger Straight, we're probably going to see a few of them pulling out to try and make a move.
I think and hope that we will do. It's unbelievable that we're at the last race of the season for the junior. What a year it's been, and I chose this meeting over going to the Ginetta Scholarship because I'd followed it all year. I really didn't want to miss the finale of all of the BRSCC formulae. And I'll tell you what, we've got a race on our hands here because Jacob Hodgkiss, again, like race 2, is not letting Jensen O'Neill Going get away with it.
No, he's not going with him, bringing Garford with him. Finn Leslie is the interesting one because he started at the front in race 1, but in those conditions just didn't seem happy. Slipped well down the order, 16th I think he finished in that first race yesterday. Yes, he did. Oh, Maggie Webster. Oh, and over she goes. And that was a bit of contact with Ben Doughty, and Maggie Webster just can't buy any luck. That was such an overreaction almost, wasn't it? For a tiny bit of contact, she didn't deserve that, and she's ended up, thankfully, back on her wheels, getting out of the car, I could see in the background, but no doubt about it, out of the race. And we know what that means, because that car's going nowhere. That will likely require, in fact, red flag. Red flag is out straight away. And once again, Maggie Webster's race comes to an early and dramatic end. That was so unfortunate.
What a shame. That's 3 out of 3, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, and again, didn't really, I'm not saying it wasn't her fault, we couldn't see whose fault it was, but certainly didn't deserve for that to be a race-ending incident, did she? And that's been the case in the other incidents she's been involved in too, so that is a real shame. Maggie Webster, though, hopefully will be okay after that. It looked dramatic, a fairly low-speed roll, though. I think there are 2 cars that need recovering, which is the main reason for the stoppage, and the red flags fly once again. Well, there is Maggie, she's out of the car, and I think it was Ben Doughty that she tangled with. Whether Ben got going, no, he didn't, I don't think. Also, I'm not sure we've had George Foxlow out there, but his car was involved in an incident, or did it break down? I forget now. Might have broken down.
He was involved, wasn't he? Wasn't it with
it might have been both,
Billy Blockley, wasn't it, in race 2?
Yes, and then I think it broke down at the end of the pit straight. Yeah, so I think he had an engine issue as well, but don't think he has made it out onto the grid for this one, so that's a bit of a shame. So a couple of cars to be recovered, red flags back out again, and that's what we wanted.
You were talking about restarts earlier on.
Yeah, that's a very good point, yes. And you did also say that a calm first corner might not last the whole first lap, and unfortunately you were right. But it was just such an innocuous little touch going into the corner, and then they tangled wheels, over she went.
Maggie's there by the rescue car, as you can see, and the ambulance. If you're alarmed, try not to be, because you know they get checked out, the youngsters. It's part and parcel of the procedure. You know, it used to be when an ambulance was not seen in the old days when I started racing, it was a bad sign.
Yeah.
An ambulance was there because they'll call it if it's needed, kind of thing. But now it's as a matter, of course, to make sure.
Yes.
I'm wondering whether I should go down and maybe grab some chats or something.
I think they're preparing to grid them, so that might not be a bad idea. I don't think it'll take too long to get that car out of the way, but you may get a few minutes down there.
Okay, I'll whiz down there. I'd rather get down there and then get told to come back. So I'm sure I'll be reporting back.
Excellent, we look forward to it. Richard John Neal signing off for now, but we'll hear from him somewhere, either back in the box or down on the grid before too much longer. They've actually stopped the cars up at the other end of the start-finish straight because, of course, they will wait for the new, well, either a grid or a new grid or a reissued grid to be released to them, and that will then decide what the order's going to be, but it will be original grid order because they'd only completed 1 racing lap. It's 2 laps normally, I think you have to have completed for it to be a reissued grid, and the order, I think, is going to be exactly what they started the first time, and it hadn't really changed at the front, had it? O'Neill Going was leading, he'd started on pole, Hodgkiss started second, he was running in second, Garford third, Leslie fourth, Tom Merritt fifth, Oliver Heron sixth, Archie Davis, so that's the first change. Archie Davis isn't 7th anymore, but I can't see Archie Davis there. I don't know. He was all the way down in 19th. Maybe he got involved in one of those incidents as well. Not so sure. So he will have to move back up the order. But where exactly he will take the restart, I'm not so sure. Sorry, where exactly he lost on 1 round, I should say. I'm not so sure. I know where I'll take the restart. 7th place, provided the car isn't too badly damaged. But we'll have to wait and see whether the whether or not that car sustained any damage in that incident. And again, the doors start flapping as the drivers try and cool themselves down on the grid ahead of a restart over an as of yet undetermined distance in this final race of the season. So, Jensen O'Neill Going, will have to do that all over again. Had a really good start there, Jensen. Was able to get cleanly across to the inside of the road to defend from Jacob Hodgkiss, which he successfully managed to do. And it was a pretty flawless getaway from Jensen. His start's been pretty good this year. There's been a few races where he's lost some ground, I seem to remember, but absolutely nailed that one. And of course, the frustration is when you do nail the start and you lead into turn 1 and there's then a red flag, you've got to do that all over again. And that is going to be the story here for Jensen. Marshall's wandering out onto the grid, I think now starting to prepare themselves for the regridding process. And here, Jensen's engine very much still running, so he's not switched it off. He's chatting to the marshals. I think any moment now will be ushered down onto the grid. The trouble is, I'm thinking more of Richard John Neal here. By the time they are gridded up, I think the incident will have been cleared down at Club Corner, because it's only, as far as I could tell, the one car that needs moving. I think Ben Doughty's car may have got going again under its own steam, so likely won't take them too long to get Maggie Webster's car out of the way. We shall see. Hotchkiss there pulling in front of me. We'll see where Doughty's car is. Is it at the back? Did it make it back to the pit lane? Not entirely sure, but it will make itself apparent, because it's a very distinctively liveried car, isn't it? The pink Parrot car, the Ben Doughty, as we've learnt. And the white and pink machine hopefully didn't sustain too much damage. It was as he got turned into the spin that Maggie's left front wheel, I think, connected with his left front wheel as they were facing each other, and over she went. It was probably, as I said, looked a bit more dramatic than it actually was, but there's Archie Davis, so I don't see any damage on Archie's car. And in the background, look, the pink Parrot car is there too, so Ben Doughty will be taking the restart, it would seem. Bit of damage to the left front corner, but they will want to check that car. I think the scrutineers will probably want to check the car as well to make sure that the steering isn't too badly damaged, the wheel isn't about to fall off, anything like that. And hopefully it will be race ready. So Davis trundles down the inside of the grid to his restart position, which should be 7th, which helpfully is on the outside of the grid. Now, we also, I think, we're missing a couple of cars, actually. Oh, in fact, no, his car is possibly heading into the pit lane. Look, yeah, so Davis's car heading for the pit lane. It's turning right through the gap in the pit wall. That's a shame. So Archie Davis, they're not going to be a part of the restart, it would seem. So in he will come. Takes the hard right turn into pit lane. But I was about to say we're missing a few others. So he is now going to be absent from the 4th row of the grid. Jake Wardle now coming into position. There goes Davis. So Archie Davis pulls into the pit lane. Now doesn't seem entirely sure where he's supposed to go. Doesn't know where his team is, of course. The team could be positioned to his right, further up the pit lane. Someone coming over now to chat to him. Find out what the problem is. There's obviously a mechanical issue of some sort that can't see any damage to the race car consultant's machine, so I think it will just be engine trouble. So he pulls in. Wardle has now made it into position. Ben Doughty, of course, is the other one who's missing from the outside of that grid, but he is the next car in line at the back of the field, so he will eventually trundle through. And I wouldn't mind getting a good look at the front of that number 28 car, because I'm pretty sure it's sporting some significant damage to the left front corner. Whether it's significant enough to prevent him restarting, I don't know, but that's a decision that he, the team, and the clerk at the course ultimately will try to make. Into position goes the number 16, that's Hayden Gray. And there you can see the 16. Looking immaculate for the time being. Pulling into 20th position on the grid. There you can see the 2 gaps, can't you? So you've got 3 cars on the outside of row 1. Then there's a gap where Davis should be. Then you've got Wardle. Then there's a gap where Doughty should be. He's going to be a non-starter. And a gap on the inside now, is there? Where, in fact, no, there's a... Is there a gap on the inside? Is that my eyes deceiving me now? I think there is a car missing on the inside behind Callie. Oh, that's Maggie Webster, obviously. We know Maggie's not going to be taking the restart. So 3 of them missing then. But all of the expected front runners, I suppose, in fairness, certainly as far as championship battles are concerned, all still very much present and correct. With there, Ben Doughty now, that's car, yes, the team are going to be allowed out, I think, to address the damage done to that car, the bodywork damage in particular, and also to assess whether or not there's any steering or suspension damage done to the left front corner of the car. Right, Richard John Neal's been for his daily walk up and down the stairs.
So how is it then that I go out of the commentary box and I come back and it smells of pizza? Is this to get rid of me while you eat pizza? Is it?
That wasn't part of the plan, I assure you, but we did receive a very, very nice and very a delivery we're very grateful for whilst you were away. It was nothing to do with your absence, and I can assure you I'll save you a slice, Richard.
Thank you very much. I think it was Alan Hosey as well, thank you.
Yes, it was, yes.
As well. Has it got pink carrot on it by any chance, I wonder? As we look at the... I'm sure there must be a thing called a pink carrot, because you get different coloured vegetables, don't you? Different varieties, so there could well be one somewhere. I can see what they're doing. So it's a neat little logo, isn't it? Great that they're going to try and get that car back. Saw Mrs. Webster rushing down to just check that things were okay with Maggie, and I said, you know, we've seen her out. I know, but Mum wanted to see her. Go quite right too. So didn't want to stop her going down to see her daughter. But another stoppage, and we're told it's going to be done quite quickly. So hopefully we'll be racing quite quickly. So Ben Doughty coming to take place on the grid, repairs seemingly okay, flagged into place by the marshals. When we talk about marshals, so many different roles that there are. I chat quite a lot to some of the paddock marshals. It's not necessarily always about being trackside. It can be other things as well, like getting the cars to grid up in a formation area. You've got the trackside roles there, as you saw, where the drivers are guided into place to make sure they're in the right place for the start. So many different varied roles that you can get involved with marshalling. So I will, me personally, I've not said a thank you to the marshals this weekend. Andy, you have many times, but my own personal thanks as well to all the marshals for doing what they do. Very often get marshals coming up to me and say, make sure you say thank you. I do try to, and of course you can't listen to a 7-hour broadcast, can you, when you get back? So I think some of the marshals probably miss out, but we do offer our very grateful thanks to everything that the marshals do, and other volunteers that we've got, of course, at the track as well. So many rescue crews, medics, and everything else that we cannot go racing without. And I'm sure they're probably looking forward to a break. If anything like me, with the break 1 minute board being shown, the winter break, I used to loathe the winter break. These days I'm quite happy to get a couple of weeks off, but rest assured I'll have itchy feet after 2 weeks of a break after the winter. We get the scholarship done, and I'll be thinking, yeah, I've got a couple of weekends off. And then third weekend, what can I do this weekend? Why isn't there any racing on for me to do? Mind you, we'll have some sim racing. That's another matter to do midweek, which is fun. Not something that I thought would ever float my boat, but it does. Really, really good fun, sim racing. It was nice to see Rich Hayden from VRRC here today, and catch up with him, because we do so much catching up online now.
Yes.
I think companies miss, business-wise, we were talking about this with business the other day, companies miss out on actual face-to-face stuff. The companies that can get away with it, get away with Zoom calls and things like that. And I'm going to blame the accountants here, so if Matt loves listening, the accountants don't want you to meet up, they don't want you to travel, but it's such an important part of mental health as much as anything else. We're sociable animals. We should be allowed to meet up, and that's the thing about racetracks. You'll never replace real racing.
No, I absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. And the social skills that come with meeting face to face as well. And it's definitely better. There's a place for both, I think. And I think a lot of real world motor racing enthusiasts have now found enjoyment from sim racing, and perhaps some sim racers who start taking real life motor racing a bit more seriously as well. Now quite a few of them making that transition over as drivers, but also media personnel, and indeed even people working down in the pit lane, having had a background or found an interest in racing through sim racing, and then actually tying that into maybe an engineering interest that they've also got, and coming and doing it for real. So because there are some very clever people who do sim racing. You've got to be, I think. That's why I've never been terribly good at it, I think.
You're all right, I know.
Through luck more than judgment, I find, generally.
Modest.
But, yes, I'm fine until the computer starts doing things it's not supposed to, and then I tend to give up, to be honest. So.
Yeah, when the internet goes down and you get thrown out. All that kind of.
Yes, exactly. But there's no danger of that happening here, as the Fiesta Junior drivers, many of whom probably do a lot of sim racing as well themselves, let's be honest. It is the way these days, isn't it? Not just for recreation, but also it's a good training tool for the youngsters. Track time at a premium sometimes in the real car. And jumping on the sim for a bit, it's not the same, but you can certainly, when it's the first time they're racing at a track, a lot of them do genuinely say to me, yeah, I jumped on the sim for a couple of hours, I know which way the track goes now, and that's really helpful, because as daft as it sounds, first time you jump in the car, you know, you need to know where you're going, don't you?
A couple of these youngsters are actually joining me for sim commentary in the upcoming weeks. One of the guys up front there, Thomas Merritt, who'll be joining us on VRRC in a few weeks' time for a round, and we've got 2 rounds with Henry Foote. Who is Henry out there in the glue car? Did he make it back out? I can't remember. He had a shunt in the previous race, quite a nasty one, wasn't it?
Henry Foote, he's shown at the back of the grid. I have to say, I haven't noticed whether he's there.
I'm not sure whether he's there, but Henry's joining us for that. And we had Alicia Palmowski in the box. Great news for her to be testing the Formula E car with Alice Powell. You have to have initials of AP to be a successful female race, because you've got Abby pulling as well, not she's in the E1. But Alicia joined us and was giving me stick as well, as ever she does.
That's always a good sign.
She's great. Actually, it is. You know, it's quite nice to have somebody who's quite happy to give it back. She's always been a little bit like that, as Alicia, and you know, won the Janetta Junior Scholarship. So yeah, really excited with the sim connection, and looking forward to working with Thomas Merritt and Henry Foote. And I was talking to Greg Graham, we might at the Fiesta Scholarship this year, but keep an eye out for other people. If they're good with presentations, things like banter and getting to know us, we may well get some scholarship people involved in co-coms as well.
That'd be good.
For sim. So if you are thinking of entering, first prize we were thinking would be 1 round commentating with me, second prize would be 5 rounds commentating with me.
The better they do, the less time they should have to spend.
Absolutely right, yeah. Before anyone else comes out. Anyway, we've got a race coming up. So.
Yes, we have. Over 15 minutes still, so they've actually not shortened the race, which is nice to see. So a full 15-minute restart for the Fiesta Juniors. Let's try again, shall we? Red lights will go on, and when they go out, Jensen O'Neill going hopes to recreate that beautiful start he made the first time round. Let's see if it happens. Off the line he goes again. Rinse and repeat, moves straight over to the right-hand side of the road to cover the inside. He's actually had an even better start, I think, this time. Well clear of Jacob Hodgkiss as they head for Abbey Corner. Hodgkiss second, third Garford, fourth Finn Leslie. So exactly as it was before, grid order at the front of the field, and the rest of them streaking through behind. But here comes Garford already keen to get past Hodgkiss. He's had a really good run through Abbey. I think he's more or less got the move made. Hodgkiss will try and fight back on the inside line. Garford outbreaks himself, actually, and in the end makes it quite easy, not only for Hodgkiss, but also Finn Leslie to get alongside.
Here they go. We're going to be 3 wide. Garford just grabs a little bit of curb, dishevels the car a wee bit, and look, Going's checked out, isn't he? He's away. He said he wanted to do this in this race. Wrap up his, well, it's not wrapping up his junior career. He can still do another 2 seasons.
Yeah, I think so.
Potentially.
Yeah, at least one. Yeah, at least one. Wonder whether he will. Well, I suppose he'll have to, won't he, for something to do next year. Right, Finn Leslie second then. So Leslie went from 4th to 2nd there. This is the highest we've seen him run all weekend long, and he needs to run well in this race if he's going to have any chance of beating Jacob Hodgkiss to 2nd in the championship. And he needs to be a few places ahead of Jacob. At the moment, he is only 1 in front, but look, there's a whole sea of Fiesta Junior drivers behind, keen to get involved, including Alfie Garford, who goes to the outside, but can't quite make that move stick. That is Callie Clifford, by the way, in 5th position. So Callie Clifford, the second best of the Mark 6s.
Is that Oliver Heron, though? Is that Oliver Heron?
Oh, sorry. You may be right. You may be right. It's Oliver Heron, yes, who I'd forgotten qualified well. Well spotted, Richard. So he does come through in 5th. Where is Callie Clifford? Still inside the top 10, but albeit down in 9th position.
Yeah, cracking racing from the juniors, and Finn Leslie wants to go out. He doesn't want a Mark 7 win, he wants the overall win, so he's got some work to do to catch up on Jensen O'Neill Going, who, as I said, he doesn't want to interfere with anyone else's championship battles, but what he does want to do is win the race. And that means that potentially if there is a squabble, it will interfere with. But it's a race by definition, so he's entitled to do that. But at the moment, he's showing everybody else a very clean pair of heels.
Yep, couldn't agree more. Out of the right-hander at Chapel they go, side by side this time for 3rd. Now this, remember, is the battle for the champion of Silverstone. Hodgkiss and Garford, 4 points apart. So Hodgkiss doesn't really want to lose this place to Garford. It's Hodgkiss who's got the lead at the moment in that championship. This being, of course, the final race, but I think he's about to lose that 3rd position to Alfie Garford. Garford slips through then into 3rd. That would mean he's outscoring Hodgkiss by 4 points. So if it finishes like it is now, they'd be tied. And one of them will have won more races than the other. I'll figure that out if it becomes relevant later on. I think it might be Hodgkiss. Oh, they both had... yes, Hodgkiss has had 2 wins. I think Garford's had 1. So within champion of Silverstone anyway. So I think it would go to Hodgkiss on a tie break. But of course, Oliver Heron is right there behind them as well. Heron a guest driver, though, so doesn't score points.
Yeah, you're right on the race wins.
Good,
so it would be Jacob Hodgkiss on tieback. Yeah, it's good that. Well, I'm glad you thought of that, because there would be me floundering around usual Parc Ferme. So you were talking about Callie Clifford.
There she is.
There she is.
Where is she now?
Ahead of Jack Sant at the moment.
So back in 9th place then. She was 10th at the line, but 9th by the time they reach Abbey Corner. She's had a good weekend. Someone was off in the background. That is Bob... no, who was that? Harry Lindley? Possibly? Anyway, we'll figure it out in a minute. Yep. I've seen that car a few times. I think it's the 69. We'll find out, because whoever it is will drop down to the back of the timing screen, having had that moment. But I think they did manage to carry on.
They did. So too is Jensen O'Neill going. So can Finn Leslie close him down? Finn, I noticed, had his lights on earlier on as we watched the action right down in the mix. Thomas Merritt, we were talking about, comes out, passes Ben Doughty. So Ben's had a reasonable start, because Thomas was ahead of him earlier on. These two having a good old battle at the moment in the patched up car as well.
Well, exactly, yeah. That car that surely was damaged in that collision with Maggie Webster, but still going quite well. So he's got Thomas Merritt in front of him now, which means he's lost one place. You can't imagine that car is handling quite as it should. Here comes Callie now, the inside into club. Nicely done.
Oh, look at
through.
that.
That was absolutely picture perfect, wasn't it? That wasn't.
No, that wasn't. But yeah, Callie Clifford really showing some good stuff there. Of course, the last Jam Sport Junior scholarship winner. Jam Sport running a senior scholarship next year, which I know some of the guys and girls are going to enter to race in. Is it JCW Sport? It's not in JCW's, right? Is it Sport? As this year's was, Albert Webster won the mini scholarship.
Oh yes,
for this year. And loads of talk in the paddock this weekend about Mini Coopers and JCWs and Sport. So there will be a few people moving on, but we'll get a good influx of new people as well. And we'll know more about that after the scholarship in a few weeks' time.
Certainly will. Right, out onto the hanger straight comes the fight for third. Garford versus Hodgkiss. So Garford, at the moment, we don't think doing enough for the champion of Silverstone. He needs one more place, or needs Hodgkiss to lose one more place. Well, that doesn't look that likely to happen, because they're dropping the cars behind, and the next car behind is Oliver Heron, who is a guest driver, so that wouldn't matter anyway. He's not scoring points. So really, if Garford's going to win the champion of Silverstone, he needs to catch and pass Finn Leslie. And of course, Finn won't want to let that go, because he's fighting Jacob Hodgkiss for second in the championship. I haven't looked at how that one stands yet. I'll do that maybe whilst we have a look at this little battle going on further back. I think that is the car I saw spinning, number 69, up at Abbey Corner.
Yep, Bobby Holmes is the other car. Harry Lindley was the spinner earlier on, but back on track and running well. Bobby's, we saw the interview in the lunch break. Bobby Holmes' social media after his escapades at Thruxton, didn't get to race, but went out in qualifying and wanted to thank the team. Did a lovely bit to social media. As his family said, he's after your job. He's very welcome to it.
Yes, so I've done the maths, by the way, on the fight for second in the championship. As it stands, Leslie would take second in the championship by 1 point over Jacob Hodgkiss. But of course, if Garford passes him, that all changes again. Right, this looks quite entertaining. Ben Doughty, every time we've cut to him in this race, Richard, has been in the thick of the action.
He has. Jack Sant, the man that he's having the dice with at the moment. They'll come out wide. They'll cross the markings there. No track limits there. They'll watch the exit. There will be some track limits watching going on there. But it's a job to know where to look, isn't it, with all these issues going on? Don't know if we'll have another warm-up round next year. An extra
That'd be good,
extra
wouldn't it?
event. We had a few drivers that missed out on coming to the opening round here.
Right.
Which was a shame. We were down on numbers by any stretch of the imagination, but it would have been nice to see everybody at all the rounds.
Yes, that's true, I suppose. That's true. A little pre-season warm-up, like you said, but some drivers not ready necessarily for that. Ooh, Doughty's been turned into a spin once already down here. That didn't end particularly well. He's definitely got a bit of understeer in that car. Atlanta Le Breton going quite slowly there further back, maybe destined for the pit lane, but Ben Doughty battling away here as they head onto the main straight with Jack Burgess. Callie Clifford in the pit lane as well. So Callie Clifford, that's a shame. She was running really well from 8th position, retires to the pit lane, and Doughty getting hung out to dry there. Might lose another place now to Billy Blockley, although I think he managed to force his way back onto the track just about in front. But this is a great battle going on further down the order. Oh my word, very late on the brakes, Billy Blockley. Nice move, well done.
Yeah, lovely move from him. And we've got Aaron Beattie coming up in the mix as well in the black car, and there's Henry Foote. We were asking whether Henry Foote was in the race, and Henry's made some great progress actually from the very back of the grid up into 14th.
Yes, that's true, actually. I've forgotten about that. Yeah, so 14th place and in the middle of this battle now. So Henry could still pick up a few more places before the flag. There's Callie Clifford's car. So they're looking at the left rear wheel, which they've taken off now. So I'm presuming it's not the wheel that's the issue. It's suspension damage, maybe a knock on a curb, possibly with another car. As here, Jensen Mason for 5th position is up alongside Oliver Heron.
Oliver Heron neatly down the inside, and you could see with that class podium that he took in race 2 that he's thinking, I've got to come back and have some more of this next year. But he's got to learn another car for next year. Oh, Jensen Mason just tags the back of him. They come out of it. Oh, Jensen come off the throttle there, which was the right thing to do. Inadvertent bit of contact, but came off the throttle. Good stuff. Thomas Merritt busy chasing as well. Thomas is going to fly past Heron, or is he?
Yes, I think he is. Yep, gets through. So, well, not Merritt, but Mason does. And Jensen Mason then understeers very wide, though. Might now lose that place again to the Jam Sport driver heading into Village. Heron trying to go around the outside. That isn't quite going to work. Jensen Mason leaves him just enough space, though, so Heron comes back at him through the link and almost clears him into the right-hander at Chapel. Did he get that move made? Sails into the corner and comes out in front. So nicely done that from Oliver Heron. Holds on to 5th position. And these three continuing to squabble. The Mark 7's rather ganging up on the Mark 6 here, aren't they? I think they might be bump drafting down the back straight. Tom Merritt into the back of Jensen Mason, then pulls out to the middle and tries to get 2 in 1. This could get very interesting into Stowe. They've both gone past Heron. Can Merritt complete the manoeuvre on Jensen Mason? Mason a bit sideways on the inside line, and I think should keep Merritt behind him. I'll tell you what, Heron's coming back into this now. 3 abreast towards Club, Richard.
Yeah, very nearly a squeeze on there. Thomas Merritt's going to be hard on the brakes down the inside. Heron's got the position. And here we've got Jensen Mason grabs the inside for the final part of the complex. Forcing, well, he goes wide and forces Thomas Merritt even further. I thought Thomas was going to pay a visit to the air ambulance station. He's a patron of the I think it's the Kent Air Ambulance charity as well, which is great work from him. Good battle going on between these three.
Yeah, Jensen wasn't for letting Merritt back in.
No,
there,
he
was
wasn't. No,
gave him a bit of a squeeze coming off the corner, but anyway, no crisis averted, no major contact made, and he's already back on the tail of Oliver Heron. Look, launches to the inside. They are the last of the late breakers, the junior brigade, aren't they? That might work. He's going to be on the outside again through the link, though, as he was a lap ago, and Heron will hang on to the place for now. 5th position then for him as they drop down through Chapel and onto the Hangar Straight. We've got 4 minutes 40, well, 4 minutes 30 really to go in this one. And as they head down the Hangar Straight, these three continuing to scrap over 5th position. Heron, a guest driver, but very much getting stuck in with some of the championship regulars, one of whom is back up the inside of him into Stowe Corner, that being Jensen Mason, who was 7th at the start of the lap, wants to turn that into 5th place by the end of the lap. He slides the car into Stowe Corner. That was a lovely move, but Heron will stand his ground, keeps on coming right round the outside, and here we go again, side by side into Club. We've got Tom Merritt behind as well, and they're going to have to sort it out into the braking zone. Jensen did not want to be stuck on the outside there. He knew that would compromise his line through the right-hander, and so he nips back in behind Oliver Heron. They head out of the corner onto the main straight. Oliver Heron's car with that bit of bodywork flapping a bit loose on the tail of it, but not slowing him down, and he is not letting Jensen Mason through.
he isn't. I'll tell you what, he's a bit of a find, isn't he, this lad? I hope he comes back next year. And he's only done, his background is short circuit oval racing, quarter mile short oval racing, which only turn one way, apart from the opposite lock when you get a slide on. But no circuit experience. I don't know if he's done a little bit of testing or anything, but it is a different discipline. It's totally different to kart racing. But what it does give you is very good experience of close quarter racing, short circuit racing. And I did ask him if he was anything to do with the Polly family, because Joe Polly's dad ran that number 306 on his hot rods over the years. And normally when you see an oval driver coming in with 306, you think it's something to do with the Polly family. He's not. It's just the way he got the number. And I think Joe Polly said she might go over and have a chat later on as well, which is lovely to see the number, and for gives us an opportunity to think about Joe's dad, who's a great character. She said he's still grumpy. I don't know if you've ever met George, but he comes across as that, but he's a lovely guy.
Well, I think Oliver Heron will be a bit grumpy if he lost this place. He's defended it well so far, doesn't want to lose it in the closing stages. Still Callie Clifford's car being worked on in the pit lane. Oh, Heron's wide, he's over the curb, he's very much not on the right line into Club Corner. To be fair, neither is Jensen Mason, so Tom Merritt gets on the inside of both of them, clears Heron, and almost had a go at Jensen Mason as well. Across the line they go, flashing past our commentary point. Behind them a good side-by-side battle between Jack Sant and Billy Blockley as well. Blockley on the inside line into Abbey Corner. But all of this going on some way behind the leaders. The lead battle, you're not really missing much, to be honest. Finn Leslie has been taking a bit of time out of Jensen O'Neill going in the last few laps, but he's still 2.5 seconds back. Finn Leslie then about 3/4 of a second clear of Alfie Garford. And Hodgkiss next in line in 4th position, a further second back, let's call that. There is a penalty showing, I'm afraid, for Oliver Heron. Now, what that's for, I don't know. I'm going to imagine it's track limits. Let's have a look. 5 seconds pending. That screams track limits to me. So, unfortunately, track limits penalty for Heron. He's not really in this battle on corrected times, but he's still very much a part of it on track as they head down towards Stowe Corner.
Yeah, I'll be disappointed with that, but he'll be very, very happy with his performance in the weekend overall.
Mason sideways.
He's going to hang on to this. Thomas Merritt won't need a second invitation to come through on the inside. Here he comes. He's got a little bit more momentum as a result. Thought Mason lost out there, but it's the outside runners that come into the club chicane, and Heron spots the way through as well.
Oh, well, straight on goes Mason. I don't know if he had a helping hand there or just outbraked himself. Careers back onto the road. Needs to get back up to speed. He is at the moment ahead of Oliver Heron, but Heron will have the extra momentum off the final corner, finds a gap to the outside, and will go back ahead. This has been a terrific battle between these three. Merritt's still very much a part of it, look. Almost gets shuffled over towards the pit wall by Jensen Mason, who doesn't know which driver to defend from. Through goes Heron, through goes Merritt. 2 places lost for Jensen Mason, although he's already trying to get back ahead of Merritt as they head through Farm. Right, we are on maybe the final lap of the race. It'll be touch and go, but Jensen O'Neill Going's lead came down by about 6/10 on the previous lap. He's got 1.8 seconds over Finn Leslie, who also was caught by Alfie Garford. So if we do get one more lap after this one, it could be a real showdown on the final tour. Jensen O'Neill Going will be hoping definitely to see a checkered flag. They got 11 laps out of the race earlier on. Whether they'll do that again this time, I don't know, but Jensen O'Neill Going, if it is a checkered flag, it will be another race win, a hat-trick to end his season.
Henry Foot up into the top 10. A good recovery drive from Henry. A reward for his travelling from Cornwall all year. We didn't think he was going to see out more than the first 2 rounds, but he's managed to complete the whole season. And we'll look onwards into senior formula. We will follow his career with keen interest, as we will do with Jensen O'Neill Going, who it might come back. There's a potential for him to come back and race a Mark 7. I'm not sure I would do that, having won the junior championship once. You know, you've got a bit of a hiding to nothing, but if he wants to race,
yes,
you know,
yes.
I wouldn't stop him for one.
If it's that or nothing, then yeah, get another year of racing under your belt. You'll learn quite a lot, won't you? And in equal machinery to everyone else, all in the Mark 7s, that would be a fascinating prospect going into 2025, definitely. We do get one more lap then. This is the final lap of the race, and Jensen O'Neill Going, the lead diminishing, but I don't think Finn Leslie is going to get there. He's been spurred on, though, with the chance of fighting for the win, because, look, he's got away from Alfie Garford.
So Finn Leslie, we're at the moment P2 in the clubhouse, in the championship, points-wise. Andy's just going to double-check for us.
So at the moment, Leslie's second, Hodgkiss is 4th, isn't he?
Yeah.
That's 38. So I reckon by a point, Leslie is second.
Second in the championship.
And in champion of Silverstone.
And champion of Mark 7s.
And champion of Mark 7s, yes. well pointed out. And then in the champion of Silverstone, Hodgkiss with a 4th place finish would get 38. And we'll sort the rest out in a moment, shall we? Let's get them across the line, Richard.
Yeah, we'll do that. So Jensen O'Neill Going is there. Finn Leslie in second position. Jensen will take the checkered flag, wraps it up with a hat-trick here. Why I'm taking him across the line, I've got to get down and do a podium as well, as Andy's looking at the points. All provisional. The calendar's provisional until the races are run, and then the results are provisional. That's what Phil Cooper from Legends always used to tell me. I better nip down and do a podium.
Yes, just quickly, I think Hodgkiss and Garford are tied for the champion of Silverstone. Hodgkiss has 2 wins, should win it on countback, but again, provisional. We will wait and see. The drivers might have something different to tell you, I suppose, when you get downstairs. Jensen O'Neill Going won the race, though, that much we can tell you. Only by 4/10 in the end over Finn Leslie. Alfie Garford second. Jacob Hodgkiss Alfie Garford third. Hodgkiss 4th. Jensen Mason in 5th position. Then Tom Merritt and Jack Sant, with Henry Foot, Oliver Heron and Ben Doughty to complete the top 10. Off the final corner comes some of the battlers further back. That looks like Callie Clifford. Yes, Callie Clifford back out on track again after a lengthy stint in the pit lane. 3 laps down in the end, so yeah, at least you got the car back up and running. Finished the race. Nice to take the checkered flag in the final race of the season, of course. And Atlanta Le Breton will once again be the last car to see the checkered flag. She will not be last in the race because Clifford was still running at the flag. So will be classified as a finish. There is Atlanta Le Breton. The hazard lights flashing. That's because the ABS on the Ford Fiestas, it's the same with the seniors as well. When they use the ABS from braking so hard, it flashes the hazards to warn other cars around them that that car might be braking quite suddenly. Well, yes, I think they all pretty much get the picture. And Atlanta Le Breton comes across the line to complete the Fiesta Junior season. So, Jenson O'Neill going a winner, only by 4/10 in the end. Made that look a little bit harder than he probably needed to. He got the maximum points from that race as well, 51 points, just to solidify his position at the top of the championship table. That was a hat-trick of wins. I think I'm right in saying the first time anyone has won all 3 races in a weekend this year. So that's another little achievement there from Jenson O'Neill going. He claims his 3rd win of the weekend at Silverstone, with Finn Leslie 2nd and Alfie Garford 3rd. Jacob Hodgkiss and Jensen Mason complete the top 5 ahead of Thomas Merritt, Jack Sand, Henry Foote, Oliver Heron, dropping down the order, of course, because of that 5-second penalty, and Ben Doughty in 10th position. Billy Blockley 11th, Jake Ward on 12th, Hayden Gray 13th, and Jack Burgess in 14th position. 15th place for Harry Lindley, Josh Jarvis 16th, Aaron Beattie 17th, then Bobby Holmes 18th, 19th Atlanta Le Breton, with Archie Davis in 20th place. Wasn't putting in the flag though. Callie Clifford was, despite being 6 laps down. Yes, I misread that. 6 laps down, not 3 laps down. And Maggie Webster obviously didn't take the restart after her part in that red flag-inducing incident at the club chicane. So, cars once again trundle down into the pit lane, through to Parc Ferme. Richard John Neal will be waiting to receive our triple race winner, Jenson O'Neill, going, and really just completes his season in, honestly, the only fitting fashion, really, with another race win, having been the winningest driver of the year. So, anyway, he won 2 races at Brands Hatch. He won another at Alton Park, another at Croft, then he won a 5th at Silverstone on the national circuit earlier on in the season in August. Then he claimed a 6th at Thruxton, and then 3 this weekend makes it 9 wins for the season for Jenson O'Neill going, and he is able to catch up now with Richard John Neal down in Parc Ferme.
Well, what a way to finish the Fiesta Junior campaign, a hat-trick for Jenson. We need to talk to Finn Leslie. Congratulations, Finn, on wrapping up the Mark 7 championship. Jacob Hodgkiss, we think, provisional champion of Silverstone as well. Plenty of things settled, and we're on the scene. Let's go in and grab a quick one. We spent a lot of time chatting to Jenson. We always get a nice word. Many congratulations. What a fantastic weekend. I mean, racing-wise as well as wrapping up the championships.
Well, yeah, obviously I've just made Fiesta Junior history in that race 3 by winning 3 overall outright race wins, which has never been done before in junior history. And to do it in the Mark 6 as well, you know, it's one of the best cars for junior racing there is. And yeah, those last couple of laps are quite nerve-wracking for me, but obviously wrapping up the championships just made my weekend so much better.
And first year rookie champion as well, of course.
Yeah, it's my first full year of car racing, so we've won rookie, overall and Mark 6 championship. So
has it started to sink in yet?
I think it will later. At the minute, not quite.
That's great. Jenson, well done. Great season. Look forward to catching you up. We can never catch you up, but we'll catch up with you later on and follow your career with interest. We need to talk to Finn Leslie. Finn, Mark 7 champion.
Thank you.
Superb stuff. Well done. A great drive there. And for our point of view, you've shown great character. I mean, problems earlier on in the meeting, but you've come back, dealt with it, and taken that title.
Yeah, I know it was a really hard race, to be honest. You know, I had Alfie pressuring me behind. I just couldn't make any mistakes. I had to keep going. The tow obviously is massive, so at the end when Jenson did drop back a bit, I managed to pick up a bit of a tow and sort of stabilise the gap, stop anyone from catching. But yeah, you know, just one of them things in race 1, put us right at the back. And then for race 2, we drove back through, and yeah, you know, it's just been good.
The competition in the Fiesta Juniors this year has been as good as ever, and what a superb competition you had. Yourself and Jacob have shown that you can come back from issues. That's what you have to do, isn't it, as drivers?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's my first year in car racing. You know, I know Jacob's done quite a few now, so obviously his experience around these tracks has probably helped him here and there. You know, I just sort of looked at this season as my first, go, maybe see what happens. But yeah, it's gone really well.
It's been a pleasure to watch you from your first first meeting Donington last year to this point, and we'll follow you in the future. Finn Leslie, many congratulations. Finn Leslie, our Mark 7 champion. Sadly, not time to catch up with our Silverstone champion. We have spoken, of course, to Jacob Hodgkiss over the course of the weekend, but our congratulations to him on wrapping that up. Cars are on the grid, so let's look forward rather to our next race coming up in just a couple of moments.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, we've got cars on track. Not for the Mini 7s, which is the grid that I just picked up, but for the Mini Melias. Easy to get your Minis mixed up, I suppose, at this point in the weekend. The final race of the season for the Mini Melias, and an exciting race in prospect here, I think. The 17th race of the weekend. Not for the Minis overall. It's a busy weekend here at the Silverstone International Circuit. And we look forward to this one, the Mini Melia Championship then coming to its conclusion here today. Now, in the Melias, we were doing some maths in the break between races. We think now that the championship is... Sorry about that, everyone. Yes, we think the championship is pretty much wrapped up now. Jeff Smith, I don't think, can be caught by Aaron Smith. It looks like in the Libra class, Josh Evans is also now untouchable now. I don't think Julian Proctor's going to be able to beat him to that one. It is Jeff Smith on pole for this one with Ben Colburn alongside. Endaf Owens and Aaron Smith, row 2. Kane Aston and Rupert Deeth on the 3rd row. 4th row, Colin Peacock and Ryan Taylor. 5th row, Ian Curley and Phil Bullen Brown with Jody Lees and Gordon Pocock on row number 6. 7th row, James Cuthbertson and Sean King. And on the 8th row of the grid, it will be Damien Harrington and Rob Howard, Mark Howard, Mark Burnett, Joe Polly, Steve Ewell and Mark Sims at the back of the Melia grid, with Josh Evans and Richard Colburn on the front row of the grid for the Libras. Josh Evans and Richard Colburn at the front of the Melia Libra. Mini Libra class, and they, remember, have been putting on a good show as well this weekend, so look forward to seeing what they can do. Josh Evans so the Minis make their way back out onto their green flag lap, and I think they get a green flag because they're on slick tyres. That's why they get a second green flag lap, I think, anyway, similar to TCR really. So it does give us a time to properly go down through the grid then if we want to. And Jeff Smith and Ben Colburn then together on the front row of the grid. Well, as I've just been through the grid once, so I won't bore you with it again. But I don't think I've finished the Libra. So Josh Evans, Richard Colburn on the front row, Hugh Turner and Julian Proctor row 2, and Phil Harvey and Steve Trench together on the 3rd row of the grid. In Libras, that is, back row of the grid overall. So championships, we think, are pretty much done and dusted for the Melias now, so we can just enjoy a good race. And a good race is something that the Mini Melia Championship is well and truly capable of putting on for us. So excited to see what race number 17 of the weekend, their 17th race of the season, actually, as it happens, has in store for us. 2 races so far this weekend, of course, one being that sort of conjoined race yesterday between the Melias and the 7s, the Cadwell Park race that never was. And that race was won in the Melias by Aaron Smith, Rupert Deeth second and Jeff Smith in 3rd place. But then, of course, they were joined by Andrew Jordan, who didn't race at Cadwell, so he didn't do that race, but he is doing the 2 races today. Andrew Jordan, who is going to be gunning for another win, just managed to keep Ben Colburn at bay in the race earlier on, which saw some dramatic racing throughout it. There were penalties, I think, possibly after that race. 1 position penalty applied to Aaron Smith for contravention of Motorsport UK Regulations C2.3. I don't know what that is, but I'm going to imagine driving standards of some description. I can't remember whether he was involved in contact or whether it was could be a flag infringement, I suppose, but I won't speculate because I don't know off the top of my head what that regulation is. But anyway, he broke the rule and he received a 1-place penalty, which knocked him back behind Endaf Owens. So I'm going to guess maybe it was overtaking off track or under yellows or something, because they just knocked him back specifically behind Endaf Owens. So maybe it was a an advantage that he gained from getting past Enda. Not too sure. But anyway, Richard John Neal back with me in the commentary box for this one. 2 more mini races to go, and I think we're in for another very exciting 20 minutes.
We should be, just for the race to see who can be second after or at the penultimate lap.
Yes. Yeah, or maybe not. I mean, sometimes it's
yeah.
not been the best place to be, has it? So I think what we should have learned after all these years is we don't really know. There is no magic formula, is there, to winning in this category.
Did you say Jeff's got the championship in this one? Is it done?
Yes, I'm pretty sure he has, yes.
Right.
Pretty sure he's got that one wrapped up. He starts from pole position as well and launches off the line pretty effectively, holding the lead on the run towards Abbey Corner for the first time. Colburn second. Aaron Smith there trying to get the better of Endaf Owens for third, but Endaf will carry some good speed around the outside into Abbey, and I think will go ahead into third place. Yes, he does. Now moves up alongside Ben Colburn to the outside line on the brakes into Village, and very late on the brakes Endaf Owens makes the corner as well. That was impressive on cold tyres.
It was, and many of these drivers are, as we've said many times. We've got some great talent here. Joe Polly being challenged by Rob Howard in the 72 car, Joe in the 76. The year of birth there. I should never give away a lady's age, but that's why she runs 76.
Ah, right. Okay. Didn't know that. Everyone knows that now, though, Richard. I'm sure
sorry,
thank
Joe.
you for that.
Yeah.
Endaf Owens wants the lead, and he wants everyone to know that he wants the lead. He pokes out to the inside, goes past Jeff Smith cleanly, and the brightest thing on the grid is now the fastest thing on the grid, certainly at the end of the hanger straight anyway. Breaks through into the lead. Jeff Smith second, Colburn third, someone wide further back, not sure who that was. Hopefully they found their way back onto the track, and they will rejoin towards the back end of the top 10, I suspect. But Endaf Owens has been pretty impressive, actually. Went well in the race earlier on today, finishing in fourth. He was another driver who didn't race at Cadwell Park, so we've only seen him out once this weekend. But yeah, he was well and truly in the mix for a win until really getting shuffled out only in the last lap or so.
These things move as well, don't they? And the shots that Alfa are giving us do actually pick up the speed.
Yes, definitely. Especially that zigzag past the pits as they weave around really shows the speed. Not only that they go in a straight line, but the speed with which they can change direction. That's always been one of the great appeals of a classic Mini, hasn't it? And the Amelia's handle so well. They need to when you're racing in close quarters like this. You need to be able to react pretty quickly to what's going on around you. Aaron Smith reacted well there, found a gap on the outside at Village and slipped through into second position, bringing Rupert Deeth with him. Now, Rupert, I think we haven't really seen the best of. He finished second yesterday, but earlier on today just didn't really seem to have the pace. He was only sixth, so good to see Rupert, who's usually a factor in these races, up at the front once again.
And here we come with the big split. Ben Colburn is hungry for his first win. It was nice to chat to him and his dad Richard yesterday in the podium interviews. But yeah, Rupert Deeth could get something here. It's in the black 23, and Ben Colburn in behind, but now Ben gets shuffled back a position as well. Oh, sorry, Andy, caught you. Andy's choking on the drink. Medic not required at the moment. Nor for Endaf Owens, who leads it. They go 3 wide into the club chicane, and coming through there is Jeff Smith. So we're going to have another Smith. He's got Aaron Smith on his outside. So are they going to swap ones next year? Presumably Jeff will have number 1 next year. I don't know what Aaron's. I can't remember what Aaron's normal number is.
20-something, I want to say. 21 rings a bell, but I may have just made that up. I'm not entirely sure. Ian Curley's back at the party as well. Didn't really mention him in the race earlier on. He was only 9th, but this looks like a much more competitive race so far, doesn't it? Look up the inside of Jeff Smith, maybe. No, not quite. So Smith slots into, what's that now, 3rd position, because Endaf Owens, whisper it, everyone, he's getting away at the front of the field. He wasn't in that shot. Look, that's a lead. That's an actual lead for Endaf Owens.
Jensen O'Neill going type thing, isn't it? He's away and down the road. But that doesn't necessarily last very long, because the others might tow each other and work to try and catch up. Aaron Smith is the man with the mission at the moment. Is he going to be able to tow anyone with him? They're all trying to pick the tow up. As you can see, there's no straight line running at all. They're all like angry bees, as Paul O'Neill would say. And he said Paul O'Neill going would say, but
I nearly did that before. Yeah, I nearly did that.
He's
been called worse.
I wish he would go sometimes. Sorry, Paul.
He takes it well. He doesn't get much choice, but he does take it quite well.
He's good. Yeah.
He's got a good sense of humour. Right then, yes, Endaf Owens, I mean, this is a very good lead. I would be interested to know, maybe it's something you can ask the drivers after, what sort of gap you need to have to say that you've broken the toe. How far back can you be and still pick up a bit of a slipstream down the straights? Because the gap between Endaf Owens and Aaron Smith was 9/10 at the start of the lap. Quite a big distance in Mini Melia racing terms, and yet still Aaron Smith was quicker on that lap. Might not have all been down to the slipstream, but he was a couple of tenths faster.
Yeah, he was. There is Jeff Smith at Marshall running.
There was a car in the barrier there on the approach to Village, and I'm not entirely sure. It might be Damien Harrington No, he's in the pit lane. It's not Damien Harrington. It's the 89 then of Sean King, I think, that didn't come through. Not a nice place to find the barrier, is it? Hopefully he's okay. Marshall's running to make sure he was and see whether or not that's going to require a safety car period to get the car out of the way.
Fingers crossed not. No more safety cars or stoppages required today. As, well, Endaf, he was away, but away no Mua.
Indeed so. He's got Aaron Smith to his outside and Ian Curley up there in third position. There is the car of Sean King. It might not have made the barriers, actually. It might have just stopped short of the barriers. I think the first camera angle made it look like he was closer than he was. So hopefully no major damage done. But Endaf Owens, yeah, he's not going to lead anymore, has he?
No, he hasn't. I'm just looking. So basically it's 6, isn't it? 6 of them for the lead at the moment.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, I can just about count that high. Yes,
is
all
that
the way
a
back to
sextet
Rupert
or a
D.
septet?
That'd be 7, I think, wouldn't it?
Septet.
Septet, I think so, yes.
Why is September the 9th month? Anyway, sorry.
See, these are the questions. These are the questions.
Someone will be doing it on the YouTube feed because I never get time to read, but I'm sure someone will.
Somebody will.
I made a comment about a cloud once, and somebody corrected me on whether it was a cumulonimbus or whatever.
Oh, really?
Oh.
Because that's what matters.
But thank you for those of you who do take the time.
Yes, we do. It's sometimes fun to look back through the YouTube comments, and lots of people do get involved, and there are people, God love them, who sit there all day listening to us, watching all of the races through the day, and we really do thank you for your support. It's something we don't often get the chance to do, but everyone who tunes in to watch these live streams, a lot of effort goes into putting them together, so we really do appreciate you coming along for the ride, enjoying a great day of racing. Speaking of great racing, we're a third of the way in, and still I make this at least 6 drivers, maybe more, who could still win the race.
I'm just shaking my head, literally shaking my head at how they get onto the straight and then they just burst one way out the way. It's just a great spectacle, isn't it? And Endaf Owens has done a super job of not only getting away but also soaking up the pressure since he's been caught, not only by Aaron Smith but Jeff Smith in the mix as well. Ian Curley now down to 5th because you've got Ben Colburn around the outside. Curley lost a bit of momentum there. Now we've got Kane Astin who's come up into the mix as well, so it is 7 cars for the lead now, and Owens still there. Is he going to be able to hang on to this? Jeff Smith, you kind of get the impression, is starting to wind himself up to just ping the car in 13 minutes time, 12 and a half minutes time, whatever it might be, up into lead position. Ben Colburn still wants his maiden win, very deserving of it. There's Rupert Death, multi-winner in the black 23. There's something very retro about an all-black Mini. Probably saw quite a few of them racing in my youth. And it kind of resonates something. The bright livery is not so much, but the black one does.
Well, of course, everyone goes for a bright livery so that they stand out. But, of course, when everyone's got a bright livery, sometimes just going plain black can be the better way. 3 abreast for the lead, maybe 4 abreast for the race lead. Ben Colburn sniffing around on the inside as well. I think Endaf Owens, though, has got the measure of them, hasn't he? Seems able to fend them off lap after lap into Stowe Corner, although Jeff Smith might have found a gap on the outside here. That's the inside line into the club chicane, and I think number 46 car is going to go through. This is tremendous racing as they head through. He's outbraked himself, though. He's over the curb. The car bounces wide. Endaf Owens tries to judge the switchback right. Didn't really do it perfectly, though. That stacks everybody up, and well, count them across the line. I said 6 for the lead. It's now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of them, I think, in the lead group, and it's 3 abreast for the race lead.
Lovely to see Colin Peacock up on the lead group as well. Fantastic stuff. And Endaf Owens is he's giving us a real masterclass here of how to lead these races. Maybe he doesn't want to be there, but he's, we heard the game of chess thing. Do you want to be in the lead going on the last lap? Do you want to do all the work through the race and then lose it in the closing stages? If that's what's happened, he's given us an absolute treat out front so far.
Yeah, this has been the race of the weekend so far, I think, hasn't it? Without a doubt. Don't forget in the Libra class, by the way, Josh Evans leading that class from Richard Colburn in 2nd position. So Evans on course for the championship in the Libras and also leading in the class. We're not even halfway through this race yet, and still we are getting more and more drivers contesting for the race lead. It's 3 abreast again. Ben Colburn tries the middle this time. Endaf Owens sideways on the inside. Just manages to keep the car pointing in vaguely the right direction, and again holds on to the lead. I wish I could explain how he's doing this, Richard, but he is.
Yeah, if he gets a podium, and he could end up in 9th place if he makes an error on the last lap. But it's almost like, and he's not the cork in the bottle, but it looks like he could be. He's got the pace, he's just leading this, but look at them all behind. What other formula do you get this many? People talk about legends. Legends don't do this.
No.
They don't have 9 cars dicing for the lead.
No, that's true, actually, yes. Yeah, and just constantly changing positions. And you could fall 5 or 6 places down this group and still legitimately say, I can win this race. And that is great to see. We've got people like Jeff Smith, for example, down to 4th place now, actually. He was leading not that long ago. But consistently, it is that bright yellow number 12 car that seems to find itself out in front time after time down the Hanger Straight. That's the car that seems to emerge as the race leader. Now, as if 9 cars wasn't exciting, we might have a few more on the way now, because the 10th placed car just lapped quicker than all of those ahead. That's Ryan Taylor, and he's bringing with him some friends, the number 37 of James Cuthbertson and the number 15 as well coming with them of Pocock. So both of them starting to close in on this leading group. The more they battle, the more chance there is that we could get even into double figures as far as lead contenders. Jeff Smith is sideways, he's up the curb, he's into 3rd place. He might be 2nd by the bottom of the hill.
He could well be. So he's on the left of shot, the red car. It's still Endaf Owens out front. And maybe Endaf has been benefiting from the squabbling behind him, because people have tried to take the battle to him, but they've been busy squabbling amongst themselves. And this is the thing that Andrew Jordan said was the issue here. When you've got a big pack, you can't say, yeah, it's P2. It's just pot luck.
Yes, yeah, it was him that said, wasn't it? I think it's pot luck as to where
you... Andrew Jordan in this one. He's thinking about
that. He'd be 7s, wouldn't he? Oh, hang on. No, you're right.
Mike Jordan 7s, isn't he?
Yeah, no, you're actually right. Remember, he had that contact, didn't he? I think
of course,
it may have damaged the car, possibly. Well spotted, though. It goes to show how exciting the racing's been. I haven't even noticed Andrew Jordan is in it. Imagine if we added him into the mix as well. That would add just a little bit of extra excitement to the pot. So, out of Chapel Corner they go. Fastest lap set by Jeff Smith, by the way. He is in the lead. Now, it's the first time in quite a while it's not been Endaf Owens leading onto the Hanger Straight. He may be leading by the end of the Hanger Straight, but that is a slight change in the dynamic, isn't it?
It is. So Endaf Owens has a go. He's got his nose in front by the look of it at the moment. The rest of them just ping across whatever bit of track they want. So it is Owens back up front. Ian Curley back up into 3rd position. Ben Colburn is next up. Be careful which Colburn I say, because there are 3 of them that race.
Yes, that is Ben.
Only 2 in this.
True, but still easily confused, aren't we, as commentators? So Ben Colburn it is, who is in this lead group, and at any given time he is 2nd or about 7th. He's been sort of up and down the mid part of this group. Rupert Deeth there at the inside of Ian Curley as well. And the one we haven't really mentioned an awful lot is Aaron Smith, certainly not in the last 5 minutes or so. He shuffled down to 6th position. That might become 7th if he's not too careful. Could be 5th actually by the time they get to Abbey Corner, as there the 79 car is recovered. That is Mark Burnett.
So here come the leaders again. Jeff Smith, is it the timing for him? A bit of a lock up there as he goes into the corner. He's busy defending from Ben Colburn at the moment. Smith and Owens, plenty of wins under their belts. Ben Colburn's been knocking on the door for a while, and probably one of the younger drivers in this championship. And the Westbourne team will do a mega job getting him further up the order. Jeff Smith still with fastest lap. Owens, though, back in front. They should have laps led stats for these as well.
Yes.
Or points or something like that. You're doing touring cars, don't you, for a point led, and one wonders whether, in order, but not that we need to encourage place change, because we get it anyway, but to maybe stop the people thinking, I need to be further back.
Yeah, good point.
Not that we need to stop anything with mini racing, really, it's fine as it is.
No, it does seem quite a good formula, doesn't it, really? If it ain't broke, don't fix it, maybe. But yeah, this is a fantastic squad. Well, Jeff Smith carries all the speed in the world through the left part of the club chicane, but had a face full of Endaf Owens, so couldn't really go anywhere with that momentum. There is Aaron Smith, car number 1. Not looking likely to claim a win at the moment, but you never know. This could all completely turn on its head, couldn't it, in the last few laps? And suddenly drivers we haven't really been factoring into this could be at the front of the group. Endaf Owens defended into Abbey Corner, ran wide on the exit as a result. Jeff Smith up alongside him now on the inside line into Village. And for the second time in the last handful of laps, it is Jeff Smith who leads at this part of the track. But it doesn't matter if you lead at this part of the track on the last lap. You've got to lead at the line, and that consistently, so far, seems to be Endaf Owens.
Aaron Smith and Rupert Deeth getting stuck in again. It is Jeff Smith then that leads here. They're all trying to work their game plan out, even to the likes of Colin Peacock in 9th position in red. Can he pick them off and work his way back up? We go side by side for the lead again. Endaf Owens wants to get the yellow car back in front. I think he's done it here. Whether he's got the line into the corner remains to be seen. Yes, he has.
Ooh, only just though, sideways. I don't know if there was a touch or if it was just the slightly leery rear end on Endaf Owens' car, but he was sideways at the apex. He's got the inside line down the hill. Ian Curley wants to try and find a way into this battle as well. Endaf Owens goes into the corner ahead, comes out of it ahead, and Jeff Smith, not for the first time actually there, just sort of bouncing out wide, losing momentum. That car doesn't seem to want to stop quite as well as some of those around him, and that won't help his chances on the final lap.
It won't, will it? We've still got 5 minutes 28 of this race to go, which is absolutely brilliant. And this is the lead pack. I remind you, I need to do that as we drop back a little bit further on. Josh Evans leading the Libra class at the moment.
Yep, down into Village. There you go. Yeah, Josh Evans from Richard Colburn from Hugh Turner, who won a race yesterday, I seem to remember, in the Libra class, or was leading it anyway for a time. Lead group then heading out onto the back straight. Who's in the lead this time? It's Endaf Owens, and not for the first time. He's got a little bit of daylight between himself and the rest. That won't last, but again, he's the only driver that seems capable of doing that.
Yeah, he's broken it whilst they have a bit of a sort out for P2, and he might hope for that in the later stages of the race with 4 minutes to go. So it's Ian Curley up to P2. Matt James, if he's watching us on the stream, will be wanting to celebrate with a pint with it. He'll have a pint anyway, Matt James, won't he, with Ian Curley, regardless of whether they get the win. And Curley, has he gone through? Has he made that? Difficult to see from the angle here, but it looks like we could have another leader with Ian Curley, although Endaf Owens is hard on the brakes, turns in.
And does not go through. Ben Colburn, by the way, in the pit lane. Ben Colburn pulling into the pit lane in the background, Richard. Not sure why, but that's a shame. So that takes one potential winner out of the equation. But there are still plenty more where Ben Colburn came from, so I'm not worried at all. This is still going to be a competitive final 4 minutes. Endaf Owens then with the lead. Jeff Smith round the outside of Ian Curley for second, just like that. And look who's creeping back into the picture. Aaron Smith, who I said I hadn't really mentioned a lot through the mid part of the race, up in 4th position and not out of it yet.
He's definitely going for it, isn't he? Rupert Death side by side with Kane Astin. Coming up there as well is Phil Pullen-Brown in the mix too. Is Endaf Owens he's going to be absolutely gutted if he loses his race. The amount he's led this race is going to be absolutely gutting for him.
Yeah, but is he almost being lulled into a false sense of security? I'm not saying the others don't want to get past him, because I think in a race like this they genuinely do, but you can sometimes be tricked, can't you, into thinking, oh, I've got this all in hand. I'm always leading at the end of the lap. Doesn't matter if they overtake me, but all it takes is for you to fall into second at the start of the lap, then maybe third at the complex, and suddenly you're too far back to do anything down the hanger straight. So he's got to be a little bit careful here. Yet again, though, he holds them all off as they come out of Stowe Corner for this, the 13th time of the race. Ian Curley tries to go around the outside of Jeff Smith, can't quite make it work. And again, it's Owens who will lead at the line.
So close between second and third place. Ian Curley, Aaron Smith quietly. Is this a stealth mission here by Aaron Smith? Is he going to... There was something in your tone of voice you told me we could see Aaron Smith get this on the last lap. Is he about to pick off another place? Ooh. We won't know, because Curley has a look down the inside. Smith goes down the inside as well. How do they keep it all together? And Owens, despite the attack, still hanging on to it, but he's on the outside line, and Jeff Smith will get the lead. Curley's going to the outside. Aaron Smith looking to try and get through into third place. We hold our breath. The drivers are probably doing the same, or exhaling now with the amount of effort that they were doing, and Endaf Owens still there.
I don't know how any of them are still there. That was so close to disaster. Contact at Abbey Corner there between Jeff Smith and Ian Curley initially, I think, and then Endaf Owens on the outside kind of got the last bit of that. Somehow they're all still going, and they're all still in the fight as they head down the hanger straight towards Stowe Corner, and Endaf Owens again drafts through past Jeff Smith. Doesn't matter how much they try and knock him down. I think if Endaf Owens is going to be beaten in this race, they almost need to gang up on him, don't they? Get him down to third, get him down to fourth, and maybe, just maybe, that would be enough to prevent him getting back through on the last lap. The last lap is beckoning, by the way. 2 more laps to go, so this and one more. This that they're about to start and one more. And Endaf Owens leads. Jeff Smith second, Ian Curley third, Aaron Smith fourth. Fifth is going to be Phil Bullen-Brown, I think. I don't think we mentioned him. No, sorry, fifth is Kane Astin, actually. Then Phil Bullen-Brown battling Rupert Death and Colin Peacock. But that will probably have already changed by the time I finish that.
It will do. Lights on now, because we're getting into a bit of Libra traffic for the race leader. Traffic won't be a problem. He's been dealing with that pretty much all through the race so far. Because Owens and Smith, a little bit of a gap back to third place. Ian Curley's still there at the moment.
Oh. Curley carrying the speed into Village. That was Very, very impressive car control, which you need to have in these things. They move around an awful lot underneath you, and trying to maintain that car control whilst also battling around so many other cars. This takes so much doing. Down the back straight they go. So yes, Libra traffic ahead. Hopefully not too many of these Libra cars. We don't want that to decide the race. Let's hope that this lot get to settle it amongst themselves. Interestingly, Jeff Smith and Endaf Owens now with a little bit of a lead over the rest of the pack. Whether that lasts through the final lap, I don't know, but that could change things, couldn't it? If Jeff Smith is in second place with no pressure behind, you'd think he might be content to just sit in second until the run down the Hanger Straight, but he's trying again on the outside into Club, and that will almost certainly mean they're all back together again by the time they get to the line.
Yeah, he had a go there, but it's still Endaf Owens out front. Endaf grabs a little bit of a lead as they come through that final turn, and that was the way the momentum fell really for Jeff Smith on the way in. He was, if you time it right, you can get a run down the straight. Didn't quite work for him. Here comes Ian Curley again. Is Curley going to have a go at Smith? Not quite close enough. Aaron Smith busy behind him trying to put the pressure on as well. Then it's Kane Aston, Rupert Death, Phil Bullen Brown and Colin Peacock still in the lead group, not that far behind. The other runners as well could possibly join in, but the clock has ticked down now.
Who's going to win?
Endaf Owens.
Okay, you heard it here first then.
Who's going to win?
Oh, I have absolutely no idea. Down the Hanger Straight,
they're not fair, Andy McEwen.
I know, I agree with you. I think Endaf's got this. He's been managing this race well. But it could all change, couldn't it? It all could all go wrong on this final run down the Hanger Straight. Here comes Jeff Smith to the outside line. One last push, one last go at stealing the victory away. Gets his nose ahead, but he's not cleared Endaf Owens, and I think Endaf might be a bit better on the brakes. Yes, gets into the corner first. Back of the car steps out, though. He drifts a little bit wide, and Jeff Smith is now going to have to try and overtake into the club chicane, where his car hasn't seemed quite as settled as Endaf Owens, I would say. There's no gap on the inside. There's no real gap on the outside because Ian Curley is there. Curley tried to go around the outside of them all. They're all banging into each other. And Richard, you're absolutely right. As I also confidently predicted, Endaf Owens comes off the final corner, heads for the checkered flag and wins the final race of the Mini Melia Championship for 2024. Second for Jeff Smith, third Aaron Smith, fourth position for Kane Aston and Rupert Death in fifth. What a race. That was fabulous stuff. And Endaf Owens manages to come home victorious at the end of 20 minutes of breathless slipstreaming action. That was Mini Melia racing at its best. Josh Evans, by the way, comes across the line to win in the Mini Libra class. Mark Cowan pulled into the pit lane right at the end, so an outright place gained for Evans, but he was already on course for the Libra win. Second goes to Richard Colburn, and third to Hugh Turner. That was nearly a side-by-side run, and that is Ian Curley. Well, he was involved, I think, in a little bit of a touch there with Jeff Smith going into the last corner. He was on the outside line, but I think that car had a bit of damage to the front of it anyway, with some trim that had been hanging loose from early on in the race. I don't know whether maybe there was an issue developing anyway, but Ian Curley, sadly a non-finisher. That's a shame. Within sight of the checkered flag, he ended up not quite managing to reach the finish, but good racing from the Mini Melias. And if you're interested in following their championship again next year, head over to their website. It's not the Mini Melia website, it's the Mini 7 Racing Club, so www.mini7.co.uk. And from there you can find out all the information as and when it becomes made public, obviously, about the calendar for next year. And if you want to get on the grid, if you've liked what you've seen today, and I suspect you probably have, and you want to get involved next year, then head over to their website, get in touch with the championship. They'd be more than happy to have you on board. And who knows, you could be up there battling like that for race wins this time next year. Endaf Owens then, the race winner. Jeff Smith comes home in second, Aaron Smith in third, and Kane Aston fourth, with Rupert Death in fifth position. Phil Bullen Brown sixth ahead of Colin Peacock, then it was James Cuthbertson, Ryan Taylor and Gordon Pocock, Rob Howard 11th, Joe Polly 12th, Josh Evans 13th, and Mark Cowan in 14th place. 15th position then was Richard Colburn, who was in the thick of battles himself. Hugh Turner next. They were second and third of the Libra, with Josh Evans, of course, winner in the Libra class. Steve Yule was 17th, Julian Proctor 18th, Ian Curley wasn't running at the flag, but Phil Harvey was, so he will probably inherit that 19th place. Ben Colburn was a non-finisher, pulling off to the side of the road. So too number 79, Mark Burnett, who was off up at Village. We also lost to the pit lane in that race, number 53, which was Jody Lees, and 29, Damien Harrington, significant. We expected him to be a factor in that one, with number 89 also going off. That Sean King, wasn't it, who retired in the early stages. So, fantastic race. Still more mini racing to come, don't forget. We've got the Mini 7s, their final race of the year, coming up later on at, well, in theory, 4:55. I don't know how we're doing the time now. We're about on time, actually, 3:20. I think we're pretty much bang on time for the time being, with the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240s coming up next. Right, let's head down to Parc Fermé, hear from Richard John Neal and our Mini Melia podium finishers.
So we're going to head down and have a word with that. What a race, absolutely mega entertainment. They never ever fail to deliver entertainment. NF Owens, I've got to say, mega congratulations. Let me take this earpiece out so I can hear you. Very often when you lead for that long, you can get mugged, can't you, in that race, but me and Andy both said Endef's going to win this, and we were right.
Jinx me.
I'm sorry, but we didn't.
No, very lucky. It was a mega race. I didn't think I'd manage to hold them because the toe was so strong in these, but Dave, who done the engine, has done a monster of a job. So it's super chuffed and mega close race with Jeff. So no damage. Happy days.
The respect that's shown out there is incredible. And a question that Andy had for me, which I'll relay, is you were talking about the toe. What distance here, say, would break a toe?
Yeah, I probably had about 10, 12 car length, and I knew that wouldn't be enough. You can't leave 2 or 3 cars working together. It's so strong with the toe, but our car was phenomenal, and I was shitting myself, but it was good.
Apologies for that one. That's all right. Not as bad as it used to be. How do you get your head around a race like that, though?
I don't know. Cheers, Kelly. It was just, I'm always very not very confident in anything, so I always think of the worst and things are going to go wrong. So it was nice to see that checker flag.
Well done, Endef. Absolute pleasure to interview you. Top step of the podium. Let's have a quick word with Jeff Smith. If Jeff is here, has Jeff disappeared to the podium? Over there, Jeff. So Laura's followed me over here. I'm going to be really, really rude. I'm going to be rude. Jeff, congratulations on the title and a cracking race. And thank you to everybody in the Mini 7 Club for great entertainment. You know, whether I'm working on it, watching it, it's fantastic.
Yeah, I think I said to you yesterday, it's such close racing, and that could have been any one of 6 or 8 of us or something could have won that. It was absolutely fantastic. And little bits of rubbing here and there, but enough respect for us all to stay on track, and absolutely fantastic, unbelievable racing.
The driving skills and standards are incredible.
They are. How can you go through turn 1 2 wide? I think we were 3 wide on one lap. It was like, oh, yes, we got through.
Andy counted just the lead group alone 10 drivers in that lead battle. You guarantee there is no, I'm sure, nowhere else where that happens.
No, I don't think there is. They're obviously not very aerodynamic, so it's like a house brick. If you're the first house brick in the row, you ain't going to come out on top. So if you're second or third, then you overtake the front player. So it's really good, fantastic.
I'm getting the call to wrap things up, Jeff. So many congratulations. Cars on track. Cheers. Hopefully see you again next season. Look forward to that. There's Joe as well. One on Joe. So there we go. Mini Melia, superb racing. Sorry we can't get to chat to all the other drivers on the podium. Cars on track for our next event. So we'll have the grid in just a couple of moments.
The Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championships final race of the season coming up next here from the Silverstone International Circuit, and we are looking forward as always to the Fiesta Seniors as they are still sort of known amongst the paddock, heading out onto the track. The championship settled in the favour of Alistair Kellett already. Zach Lucas in second position is pretty much secured as well. Gary Miller in third. The slight question mark was over the AM class, wasn't it, where we had still a reasonably close battle raging there between the top 2 in class, but I think that's pretty much been settled now, to be honest, after the races earlier on. Henry Howarth coming out of this weekend very well, battling away in that category for the AM Class Championship, with Archie Johnson, who ended up 6th in the race yesterday, with Howarth coming home 2nd in class. But actually, it's your overall finishing position that matters. So Howarth was 7th, and Archie Johnson was 12th. And then earlier on today, it was Archie Johnson who finished all the way down in 16th position, and Henry Howarth up in 7th, so I'm pretty sure he's got a nice little lead going in to this final race of the season. The grid is headed by Alistair Kellett, Henry Howarth starting alongside him, then Morgan Kidd and Charlie Ellis together on row number 2. Row 3 for John Cooper and Graham Colfer, the guest driver, who remember doesn't score points but has very much been a factor all weekend long. Luke Waugh and Joseph Knight together on row 4, with Zach Lucas and Gary Miller having to come from the 5th row of the grid. It's not a reversed grid at the Fiesta Zoo, but a randomly jumbled grid, hence why we've got Kellett at the front and Lucas and Miller at the back of the top 10. James Pope is next alongside Harry Hayes on row number 6. 7th row of the grid, Christopher Blackburn and Marco Ricci. Then it is Matt Chambers alongside Archie Johnson, so Johnson with some work to do from 16th, and Connor Blackburn at the back of the 17-car grid. In theory, do we have everyone there peering out of the window to have a look? Archie Johnson appears to be there. Yep, I think we're all good. Bit of confusion at the back of the field as to who's going to be starting where. I think Matt Chambers had put himself onto the wrong side of the road, but gets his way back into position. And Connor Blackburn, likewise, having had a trip through the gravel in the race earlier on. I forget now why he retired from that race, but I think it was just mechanical, possibly as a result of that off, that took him out of the race. So he lines up then at the back of the field, and our final race of the season in the ST240s about to get underway. It's been a cracking year of racing the ST240s. And what does our last race, with no real championship battles to watch for, what does this last race have in store for us? The red lights then will go on momentarily, and our final race of the season in the AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship bursts into life. Alistair Kellett and Henry Howarth on row 1, and it's a good start made by Kellett, I'd say, with a narrow advantage over Howarth. Well, actually a big advantage, chops across in front of him, and Graham Colfer from the 3rd row into 2nd place already. Brilliant start from Graham Colfer. Looked like Zach Lucas had picked up a position or two as well from where he started. He's sideways, but into the top 5 already, Zach Lucas, so a really committed start from Zach. He wants to get after Kellett, doesn't he, before Alistair makes his exit out in front. All of them safely through the first few corners by the looks of it, heading through the link. Gary Miller there just ahead of James Pope, but a clean run, Richard John Neal, through the first few corners, particularly for our race leader.
Yeah, who'd have thought? Reverse grid. Oh.
Yes, yeah, that worked out quite well for him, didn't it, that? The randomly jumbled grid. It doesn't sound quite as catchy, that, does it? But it
is, isn't it? Yeah, randomly.
Yeah. But it works. I suppose the trouble is, it mixes, not to tell the championship what they should be doing, obviously, but the trouble is it puts some quick cars at the front and some at the back. You kind of want all of the quick ones together, don't you, at the back? But I don't think Kellett will have this all his own way, regardless.
Probably not, as he extends his lead massively.
For now. So 20 minutes is a long time, Richard, and Zach Lucas is up for the fight, isn't he? Look, he's already sort of into the side of John Cooper, and that has not helped his progress, actually.
Yeah, that lost him a lot of momentum, actually, isn't it? So, yeah, Zachary Lucas. Zachary's had a good season. This will sort of bolster, for me, Graham Colfer up in P2, and that's the AM class. So I think a guest, because he's only round, isn't he? Will be a guest. He won't be scoring championship. But there's Luke Waugh, who's been a very welcome addition, and Jarmus Chellis. I told him, I'm never going to let you forget that now, wearing his pyjamas with a sweatshirt in the paddock. That will go with him. Might be his last race, running out of budget. As we saw him break the 4th wall yesterday.
Yeah.
Saying, he's a future touring car driver, and fair play. It was a good little shout out that he did. A little character.
He's got some ability behind the wheel as well. He's driven well at times this year. He's slipped back a bit here at the start of this race, but we know he's a good racer, and I'm sure he'll be looking to move his way forward. The trouble is he's got Gary Miller up the inside, and Gary's one of the fastest drivers this weekend, so I don't think there's much Charlie can do about that. Gary Miller goes through. Morgan Kidd in behind, just inside the top 10 as well. Looking for forward progress after a promising weekend for Morgan that ultimately hasn't delivered the results it should have done, a bit like Thruxton really. But she's in the back of the top 10, and we'll be looking to try and make some forward progress over the remaining 17 minutes.
Nice to see Luke Waugh up into the top 10 as well. He's tried different formulae over the years. He did the Song Yang pickups originally, going back, Focus Cup.
Wow, that was a while
ago.
A
little bit of Ginetta, and fingers crossed he can get a top 10. I'd love to see him continue to improve, because he's a lovely guy, and great to see him in this championship.
Vaguely remember seeing him in a Clio as well for a couple of years.
I think he might have done. I think he's got the record of whatever Toka Support Championship he went to was then canned. So if there's any championship you don't want to see on Toka anymore, Maybe we should get him in Carrera Cup.
Ooh, that won't go down well with certain members of the Toka community, will it?
Jesting. They know I'm jesting. But we've got there's plenty of Porsche actually.
Yes, there is quite a lot, isn't there? Which is it's a popular brand in the UK. So is Ford, though, obviously. And you were saying the Fiesta Championship heading towards its 30th season with the BRSCC. That's impressive.
Yeah, I think that is going to be. I'll put the bit of paper away now, but I think it's the year after next. So.
Yes, I think so. And some great names have come through that this championship, as we've discussed earlier this season, who have gone on to win at the top level of certainly national motor racing.
And there's a former champion told me he's coming back. I won't say who it is because I don't think the announcement's about to be made yet, but we have a former champion who told me at Silverstone, Toka around, that he's coming back. Got a car.
That's interesting. Okay, well, watch this space.
To do my Irish accent, I won't tell you who it is now.
Okay.
There's a clue there. Did you get that?
Yes, I did. I have. Oh, okay, very interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Anyway, talk amongst yourself, everyone, whilst we speak in code in the commentary box. Alistair Kellett is 2.2 seconds in the lead of the race, and Graham Colfer doing his best to go after him, but really busy defending here, isn't he, from Henry Howarth and Zach Lucas. So Zach Lucas, if he can get past these two quickly, which he's about to, look, he's up the inside of Howarth already into Chapel Corner, he will definitely have ambitions of chasing down race leader Alistair Kellett, but hasn't yet made that move stick, and actually by going in on the tight line ended up slow on the exit of the corner, and Henry Howarth probably can breathe a sigh of relief down the back straight, although he's still defending into Stowe Corner. So Kellett not giving up the fight just yet. Then Gary Miller comes storming up the inside from a long way back, gets the car stopped though, in fairness, didn't get the place, but did at least make the apex.
He did, he got it round the corner, and that shows the pace that he's got. So he's on the outside run of Zachary Lucas now. Lucas busy trying to hunt down Henry Howarth. Saw Lucas Hayden, by the way, earlier on. He's okay.
Oh, good.
I didn't, not to speak to, but he was up and around, and I think giving his bit of events to the officials, which is good to see him okay, which had a nasty incident earlier on.
Yeah, that didn't look nice, did it? I think we've got an issue for Joseph Knight in the background. That's a shame. He seems to be pulling over with a slightly smoky Ford Fiesta ST, as Zach Lucas is still alongside Gary Miller, and hasn't yet shaken him off. Gary's got the inside line here if he wants it. No, couldn't quite keep the overlap into the braking zone at Village, so Zach Lucas stays in front. Then Luke Moore and Morgan Kidd, both of whom are sort of slowly picking their way up the order. Luke 6th, Morgan Kidd 7th, but they might trade that position before too much longer the way things are going.
Yeah, Morgan's got... Oh, I was just about to say, Joseph Knight not looking as good in this one, and very definitely not. I hope Delphi have enjoyed working with him. He's been a great guy to have in the paddock, and he's been a good ambassador for that brand.
Yes, he has, absolutely. And again, hasn't always had the look that he deserves. He really found his feet, I felt, in the second half of the season, performance-wise. But the result's not necessarily there to write home about. That car was smoking at the end of the previous lap and has pulled off now at the first corner at Abbey. These two must have done now over a lap side by side, I think. Ever since Gary Miller stuck it up the inside at Stowe a lap ago, he hasn't completed the manoeuvre, but nor has Zach Lucas been able to shake him off. Finally, Miller goes through, but that was really good, clean racing.
Yeah, Morgan Kidd has got the better of Luke War and wants to join in as well and have a go at Zachary Lucas. Meanwhile, Kellett, Colfer and Henry Howarth, 1, 2, 3. Henry Howarth presumably go in the pro group next year if he stays with us. And we said, going back, was Brands the first round? I can't remember if Brands Hatch was the first round or not.
Hang on. It was, yes.
It was, yeah, because the juniors were here on their own, weren't they? And then
that's right.
Joined up with, and we were saying how whether the AM rating was right for some of the drivers, it has worked out right the way that the club did it and assessed it. So a good call from them, but there'll be some reassessment at the end of the year. Drivers moving up into the pro category, like Henry Howarth, who is there at the moment, involved in a great battle for P2, and it looks like he might get it.
He's got the inside line, hasn't he? Graham Colfer defended into Chapel, was slow on the exit as a result. Look at the late-breaking Gary Miller, though, the inside of both of them. Howarth turns in. Again, you hold your breath. That time Miller didn't make the corner. Drifts a bit wide. I think Colfer might get him back down the hill, but that is Gary Miller's strong part of the circuit, isn't it? Good on the brakes into Stowe. Didn't quite work for him that time, but that could be relevant at the end of the race. Gets into the back, does he there, and Colfer. Morgan Kidd's up the curb in the background, trying to get the better of Zach Lucas, but they all come out of the club chicane still in the same order through the final turn. All of this, of course, is playing beautifully into the hands of Alistair Kellett, who is 2.6 seconds up the road and lapping about 4 to 5 tenths of a second a lap faster than them right now. As the second place pack starts to get it ever bigger, doesn't it? You've got Howarth second, Colfer third, Miller fourth, Lucas Kidd fifth and sixth, Luke Waugh is there in seventh. So that is, what, 6 of them in a line. It's a bit like the Mini Emilia race, this, isn't it? Very, very close stuff. Might not be for the lead, but a good battle for the lower steps of the podium.
It is some really, really good racing, isn't it? So Miller with the fastest lap, which is Graham Colfer in third place. Henry Howarth now up into P2. And I'm sure someone said at the start of the race they didn't think Alistair Kellett was going to run away.
No, I've no recollection of that.
No, okay.
No, I think
it wasn't minuted, so it's minutes must be kept. It wasn't minuted,
yeah,
so
never happened. Never happened. Well, look, we're not even halfway through this race yet, though. And the pace that Gary Miller has got, in particular, I wonder whether he might be able to bridge that gap if he gets through into second position. He's not yet got past Graham Colfer, though, who's proven to be a difficult man to overtake today on a number of occasions. Not doing anything wrong, he's just defending really well, and yeah, keeping some very experienced drivers behind. Miller to the outside into club. That opens the door then for Zach Lucas to almost get alongside. Lucas can't quite get to the inside line, I don't think, through the second part of club. No, he can't. So they come off the corner still in the same order. Kellett 2.5 seconds clear. Fastest lap, Henry Howarth. Now he's into second place. He is lapping quicker than the leader, only by 1/10 of a second. But again, Henry Howarth proving he's as good as anyone in this class now.
Yeah, and this will set him up. If he maintains that, this will set him up for next year, because presumably he'll want to come back and have it.
Oh, no.
Spoke too soon.
Tangles with Colfer, both of them off. Colfer's got broken steering. I hope he realises Howarth might have got away with that. Oh, that is a shame, isn't it?
That's a big, big pity.
Damage to the, bodywork damage to Henry Howarth's car. Hopefully not suspension or steering damage. He's sort of feeling the car out, look there, wiggling around down the Hanger Straight to see how the steering feels. I think he's decided it's okay, so he's had a lucky escape there.
Yeah, the worrying point will be the brakes. Here comes Zachary Lucas looking up the inside, and of course he's got a slightly more pristine car than Henry Howarth. Looks okay, made it through that turn. The bigger braking zone, we'll see whether that makes an impact or not. We don't want to use the word impact particularly, apologies for that. Here they come though. And Zachary Lucas on the outside, yeah, he's going to get that position. Morgan Kidd's going to try and go through as well. And then Luke Waugh still with his battle as well. This is a good drive, as good a drive as I've seen from Luke over the course of the season.
Yes, probably the best we've seen of him, to be honest. I will have a little look at what his best result has been so far this year, but I don't recall seeing him this high up the order particularly often. That is Graham Colfer. That's a shame, isn't it?
Yeah,
Colfer's been going well all weekend. But just getting himself involved in something there. But he'll live and learn from that, and he's certainly caught a few people's attention.
Yep, these formerly pristine cars. Henry Howarth very definitely affected. He did have the fastest lap. That's now gone the way of Alistair Kellett. So Morgan Kidd trying to go through.
What did you ask me to look up?
It was Luke Waugh.
Best finish of the year.
Best finish.
Yes. I haven't got an answer for you yet, but I've remembered the question.
I'm at that stage of life as well, actually. So Gary Miller then P2. He leads the pack with Zachary Lucas in third place. Henry Howarth on the timing screen still showing us fourth, and Luke Waugh is going to pop through here and maybe go into fifth.
Which would be 5 places better than his previous best finish.
Well, now
he's
sure,
had a 10th place.
We're missing a couple of cars, but that aside,
no, absolutely,
this is a good drive from him, and he's starting to go to script. This is not like anything he's raced before, to be perfectly honest. So he's dialing in well. It's a great looking car and makes the move. All right, you know, Henry's battle scarred, but he's made another pass. Henry Howarth's going to fight back.
He spoke too
enjoying
soon
the race.
there.
Yeah, good
Howarth
stuff.
Going back at him. That's good
Lucas
racing.
fastest lap now.
Yes, it is. Now that was a 15.6. That was 3/10 quicker than the leader, who is 3 seconds to the good over this man Gary Miller. But of course, with Lucas catching Miller, there's a good chance these two will now start to fight, and that could allow the leaders to get away. Morgan Kidd in 4th place. That's worth a shout out, because she was behind Howarth and Waugh and a couple of others a few laps ago. She's picked her way through some of the drama, yes, but she's running in 4th place, and maybe now has a chance to get the kind of result that I feel she really deserves out of this weekend.
It's amazing how things can turn around and come back to you. We've seen that in the juniors with fortunes ebbing and flowing for some drivers, and we're seeing that here just in terms of a weekend. So Morgan Kidd qualified well. He's going to be very happy with a podium if she can get it. Not far away from Zachary Lucas, so a good battle in the offing between those, but it's our champion. Do you think Alistair will believe that he's champion this time?
Maybe.
He's caught. Alistair's caught. He's a great guy to talk to. He's such a lovely, calm man to talk to. Got a great accent, great voice, great tone. But yeah, I think actually quite careful. He didn't want to claim the championship. He wasn't 100% sure of it. James Pope up in the mix now with Luke Waugh.
Yes, he is, and bringing with him Archie Johnson. Now, remember, Johnson fighting Howarth for the AM Championship. I don't think Howarth can realistically be beaten, but it depends, because you don't just score points within your class, it's your outright position. If Howarth keeps dropping down the order and Archie Johnson could pick up a few places, that could still change, I suppose. Through Abbey Corner go Luke Waugh and James Pope, and here comes Archie Johnson. So Johnson with a run round the outside. That's the inside line for Village, and he made that look very easy.
He did. Lovely move there by Archie Johnson, who's another great little character in the championship. And we'll take P2 in the AMs, assuming things stay the way they are. I'm sure Henry Howarth will know. The youngsters tend to know the points more than anybody else, don't they? Oh, yes, you know, and do the maths in the head as they're going round as well. As Gary Miller continues the chase. 2.4, the gap's come down, I think, was it 3 seconds at one stage? I think ahead was Alistair Kellett. Gary Miller now 2.489 seconds down. Zachary Lucas in third. Luke Waugh's going to have another go here at Henry Howarth, but we're too far back, showing his nose. He realises that he's got Archie Johnson and James Pope busy trying to close up on him. They're engaging in their own battle. James Pope's going to have another go. Looks to the outside run as they come down into club. Close up under braking. And Luke Waugh, a little tap on the back there. That caught Luke out just a little bit. He came off the throttle, loses momentum, and will lose a little bit of ground to Archie Johnson and James Pope. You can see now that Johnson and Pope are actually nearer to Waugh. Johnson breaks out. He's going to try and make the move down the inside. Would have for sure had a better run, but Pope looks to the outside line as well. So the battle between those two reignites, and actually is going to let Luke Waugh maybe just break free, because he won't be in that battle, and he will try and close down again for another go at Henry Howarth. Having said that, Archie Johnson, where did he find that speed from? Goes through, makes the move down the inside line, and Archie Johnson goes through, and now James Pope's going to go through and pass Luke Waugh as well.
Yes, he is, down, or maybe not though, and they're side by side down the back straight. Headlights ablaze on both cars. Waugh, I think, is just clear of him. And actually might get a run here on Archie Johnson, whose car seems quite slow in a straight line, doesn't it? He's on the inside line, but definitely Luke Waugh seemed able to drive pretty easily back alongside him there. Round the outside, makes the move stick, so Luke Waugh picks up the place, but Archie Johnson, I'm not sure that car is running at 100% health. And he's now got James Pope behind him as well, so Johnson's car hasn't really looked all that quick, to be honest. Oh, he's also got a penalty. I've just noticed, Archie Johnson.
Oh, has he?
Yes, a 5-second penalty, I'm going to assume, for track limits. And that really does now take him out of contention, I would say, which is a shame, because he's just arrived at the party and all of a sudden finds himself with a 5-second penalty that takes him out of contention. There is Alistair Kellett, 2.1 seconds his lead over Gary Miller, so it's come down by about 9/10 over the last couple of laps. And Zach Lucas in third just set the fastest lap of the race.
It's been changing, hasn't it, all the way through the course of this one, with 4 minutes to go. We could yet see some more, but Zachary Lucas finding some pace. There is Alistair Kellett, champion, goes through shot. Gary Miller in second place, third of the championship. Zachary Lucas, championship runner-up. Morgan Kidd back in fourth, not that far away from them. Then it's our amateur champion-elect, Henry Howarth, who is there. Gap back to Archie Johnson, he mentioned has the penalty. Luke Waugh still in the mix as well. Charlie Ellis flashing his lights at Luke Waugh. He's quite a way back. It's not really going to put him off, as James Pope looks to the outside run here, but hanging on to position is Archie Johnson. Johnson holds on to it.
Yes, he does, fending off James Pope, who tries to stand his ground on the outside, has the inside line down into the Vale, and wing mirror goes flying off one of these cars, probably Johnson's, I'd say. And the other one might get lost now, because he's again rattling down the side of Pope, but holds onto the inside line through club corner. So Archie Johnson then keeps James Pope behind. Luke Waugh in 7th position. Up over the curb slightly goes James Pope, and tries to cover off Luke Waugh, who's just slipped down the order a little bit over the last few laps, but that's, well, he's trying to do something about that. Looks to the inside of Abbey, that's a low percentage move, but yeah, Luke Waugh down in 8th, but that could easily become 6th again by the time of the checkered flag.
It could well be. Just great to see him racing with these guys. So Kellett's still out front. Oh, the gap's come down again, 1.9, so under 2 seconds now.
Only 2/10 quicker that time, but the closer he gets, the more of a slipstream he'll pick up from Alistair Kellett's car. So if you get within a second or so, I would imagine maybe he'll start to gain even more time. That was a new fastest lap that for Gary Miller as well, worth a bonus point for what that matters at this stage.
I don't know if you heard Endaf Owen's answer about the...
Yes, yeah, well, he told me what wasn't a big enough gap, which was half of what I asked.
I don't think he's found out what that gap is.
A pretty sizable one. one, I think it's got to be, hasn't it? Certainly in Mini Melia racing anyway. Fiesta's slightly different because they're going a bit quicker maybe down the straights, I suppose. They're bigger, but they're more aerodynamic than the Minis as well, so maybe a little bit closer you have to be. It's usually about a second or so, I think, is the margin, but these two are closer together than that. There we go. Can't get much closer than that, can you? Archie Johnson levers aside James Pope. Both drivers, I think, who came through the Fiesta Junior Championship, aren't they, these two? Maybe not at the same time exactly, but I'm pretty sure they both came through the junior category. Luke Ward didn't, but he is getting stuck in with them anyway. Looks to the outside. And Charlie Ellis now starting to close in on them slightly as well in 9th place.
All good stuff. 1 minute 33 remaining. The gap goes out to 2.209 seconds. First to second. Gary Miller still chasing. Here's the leader. There's Gary Miller in red. Zachary Lucas in third. Morgan Kidd is going to get a decent result here, I think. I just suddenly thought, should I have done that? Because I've got to touch wood, touch my head. There we go. We wish her well. Really good qualifying performance and just really out of luck, you have to say. Henry Howarth in 5th and is the lead. It'd be good for him to sign off the AM campaign with an AM class win, and it looks like he's going to do that right now.
Yes, and to win the championship with a win as well. I think he's pretty much wrapped the AM championship up anyway, but he'd like to make absolutely sure of that by winning the race. Charlie Ellis bouncing around up the inside of Luke Ward's car there at Stowe Corner. More touchy-feely stuff. It's nice, though, to hear drivers in most of the categories this weekend. It was the Civic Cup. Josh Files was the one who said, you know, we don't mind a little bit of rubbing, we don't mind a little bit of door handle bashing. That's good, clean, hard racing. And we're seeing a fair bit of that in the Fiestas. Not all contact is to be frowned upon. That is just really good, close racing and respectful stuff as well between those two for now. As Archie Johnson defends here from James Pope. This, of course, is for 6th overall, but 2nd in the AM class as well. So it is for a position within the AM class podium. And we're only a lap away now from crowning our final podium finishers of the season. Alistair Kellett already probably heading down the hang straight for the last time. These two here almost side by side into Village Corner. Blackburn starting to close in as well. This, though, is the lead group, or the lead pair, and it's still just under 2 seconds between them. Alistair Kellett well on his way to the race victory. Turns his way through Stowe Corner. Gary Miller not quite had the time, has he really, to chase down the leader. If he'd got into 2nd place a bit sooner, might have been able to give Alistair Kellett a bit of a run for his money. But Alistair Kellett has managed the race well, and again, fitting really, I think, that he is likely going to sign off in 2024 with another race win. Kellett then through Club Corner, heads for the timing line, the checkered flag awaits, and Alistair Kellett wins the 3rd race of the weekend in the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship, punches the air in delight. 2nd place for Gary Miller, 3rd Zach Lucas, and a career best finish for Morgan Kidd. Not quite on the podium, but 4th place is a little bit of reward after what's been a bit of a tough season at times for Morgan. Henry Howarth wins in the AM class, also now confirmed provisionally anyway as the AM class champion. James Pope comes home 2nd in that class, and Luke Ward actually got the better of Charlie Ellis. Of course, Archie Johnson had that penalty, didn't he? That's why he drops down quite a few places actually, given how close they were in that group of cars. Marco Ricci comes through in 12th position, the leading AM Masters driver, and the Pro Masters class won by Alistair Kellett. Again, not a huge surprise. He is the Masters champion as well within the Pro class, I would imagine. And within the AM category, Christopher Blackburn, I suspect, will be the... actually, no, it might be Marco Ricci, because Christopher Blackburn, not sure, that could be close. They were only a few points apart at the top of the Masters battle in the AM class. There goes Matt Chambers through. He'll be the last one to see the checkered flag. We lost Graham Colfer, of course, to the pit lane, didn't we? Joseph Knight retired also. And John Cooper, I don't think I noticed John Cooper, but Cooper ending up out of the race as well. That's a shame. So John Cooper was a non-finisher. He's not really had the look at the second half of the year that he would have felt he deserved either, it's got to be said. Alistair Kellett, though, well, his luck was in a little bit, but you make your own luck, don't you? He's been the fastest driver on the track for much of the season. Even when he hasn't, he's had a habit of picking up solid points, and that is why he is the champion for 2024, and he signs off the year with another race win. Gary Miller 2nd and Zach Lucas 3rd, with Morgan Kidd coming home in 4th position. Henry Howarth wins in the AM class. He's also provisionally your AM class champion for 2024. James Pope 2nd in the race, with Luke Moore next in line. Charlie Ellis, Connor Blackburn and Harry Hayes complete the top 10. Then Archie Johnson and Marco Ricci, Christopher Blackburn and Matt Chambers in 14th position. 15th place, well, actually a non-finish in the end for Graham Colfer. Joseph Knight also failed to reach the flag, as unfortunately did John Cooper. So another race done. The Fiesta ST240 Championship complete, and we are, well, working our way through the day. We've still actually got 4 races to go. The Audi TT Cup Championship are next, then the Championship decider, or the final race anyway, the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. The Mini 7s will be up after that, and then it is the Championship decider. Actually, I think really the last championship yet to be decided, and fittingly, it's TCR UK that will complete the weekend here at Silverstone. Let's head down then to Parc Fermé once again, here from Richard John Neal and our Fiesta podium finishers.
The last few cars coming through into Parc Fermé, and well, that's the conclusion of our air taxis. Matt Chambers, the last car, bringing them down. I think we might have to drag them up because we normally try and stop them out here for the podium, but we've had mix and match. We've had some in Parc Fermé over here, and that's where we're heading now. Hopefully Laura won't get run over going backwards, which is brave stuff. Much better than me at this sort of thing. Even when I was younger, I couldn't have done that one. Now, Henry Harrath has just jumped up on the roof. So what I might do is, I think what we'll do is we'll find Alistair Kellett and properly congratulate him on the championship, and then we'll do a Henry Harrath moment as well as amateur champion. So let's have a quick look and see if we can find Alistair Kellett's over there. So let's grab Alistair. Sorry to go through the cameras. Sorry, Laura. Alistair, congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done. Lovely. What a way to wrap up a championship winning year.
Yeah, and it's just been mental all year, and DNFs and trucks and everything else, and then 2 red flags this morning and 3 restarts. It just got a little bit hectic, and that was the end of it. Then it was finished. So, and got luck with the reverse grid draw and pole. Just got my head down and everything, and then I seen Gary come. I was just trying to manage the gap. Wanted to win, to be honest, because I've won it every weekend this year. So just to finish it off, and I sold my favourite car.
No!
It's going to a new man next year. I probably can't say who it is, but you'll find out soon enough. But I'm coming back next year.
You've got to build it. Oh, brilliant.
I have Barry John Dog. Graham drove this today. Is my new car for next year.
Fantastic. Well done. I've got to catch up with Henry Harrath as well. But
big thank you to my wife Samantha and kids and everyone else that has helped all during the year. There's hundreds of people, but thanks very much.
Alistair, top man, it's been a pleasure this year seeing you as always. Well done, team. Thank you very much, guys. We need to get Henry Harrath as well very, very quickly. It's Henry, amateur champion. So it's a champion's interview this one. Many congratulations. We saw what it meant to you as you came in, and well, just talk us through what's your season been like?
It's been an interesting one. Like, at first we didn't think we were going to be able to do a full season with a budget, so yeah, first of all, big thanks to Jams and my family for backing me this season. Like, we couldn't have done it without them, and my dad for working extra hard to put us onto this grid, been doing insane hours at work just to be able to, for me to race. So yeah, it's just unbelievable what we've been able to do this season.
Well, mega stuff, mate. We've got the Audi TTs on track, but I wanted to say well done, Henry Harrath, amateur champion for the Fiestas. Well done, and we'll follow your career as we will the other youngsters. That's it from Parc Fermé. We'd love to interview the other drivers. No time because the Audi TTs are out, and we'll be with them in just a couple of moments.
Thanks, Richard. Cars gridding up already for our final race of the season in the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Championship, and it is a different grid to what I have on the sheet in front of me, so we'll go off the screens. It's Adam Blair on pole position with Ryan Edgecombe alongside him. Is that right? Looking out the window, yes it is. Ross McCarr and Carl Swift row 2. Will Stacey and Paul Luty together on row number 3. Fourth row of the grid, Jason Pelosi and Sam Heading, and on the 5th row, Bradley Burns and Matt Luff. Top 2 in the championship, in reverse order actually, starting together on row 5. Row 6 then is David Robb and Steve Foden. Steve Foden a bit closer to the top 10 than we've seen from him this weekend. Charlie Budd and Oliver Devine King on row 7. Row 8, Brad Kaler and the 113 machine of Andrew Rogerson. Luke Handley is on the 9th row of the grid alongside the 123 of Joe Moss. 10th row for Daniel Budd and Paul Savage. 11th row, Tim Gray and David Richardson. Patrick Booth and Richard Former share row number 12. 13th row of the grid for Sam Meager and Joe Weaver. Oh no, there's not. Joe Weaver and Jonathan Williams, with Morgan Root and Sam Meager out the back of the grid. And I'm not convinced Morgan Root will be there. I had a few of them actually who have cover crop up over the weekend. We had a couple of cars in the barrier actually at the start of the race earlier on today. Hopefully that doesn't prove to be the case here in the final race of the year for the TTs. Big crowd of people overlooking the start-finish area, ready for another exciting race. 15 minutes will be the distance. Red lights on, and we're about to go racing for the last time in the debut season for the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Championship. Adam Blair looking for that first victory from pole position. Good start made by Carl Swift, though, from the second row of the grid. He gets up the inside of the second-place starter, Ryan Edgecombe, and will move into second place, I think, as they sweep through Abbey Corner for the first time. A couple of those further back taking it a little bit more easily. Look at Brad Burns and Matt Luff battling with Sam Heading, and Burns goes right round the outside into Village. That was an inspired bit of driving if it works. He gets hung out to dry though, bit of contact maybe with Pelosi, bounces back on the road. Luffy goes through, and Brad Burns loses a couple of positions. So that didn't quite go to plan, did it, for the champion-elect, who is already, we think, mathematically crowned the champion. Big moment further back for... was that Samiga maybe, getting it all out of shape. There are two of the Martini liveried cars together at the back, just to confuse me even further. Two of the three that we have racing here this weekend. As the Rob Boston Racing prepared car of Will Stacey was a bit sideways on the outside line into Stowe Corner as well. Round the right they go, dropping downhill towards the Club Chicane. And a brilliant sight they make as they approach the left-right sequence. That is the 111 car going slowly of Tim Gray, pulling off to the side of the road somewhere up near the link, I think. Sam Heading gets eased out wide there by Paul Luthi. Matt Love making some good progress through the order here at the inside of Luthi. Gets that place made, I think, as he comes off the final turn. Or maybe not. Luthi coming back at him, actually, on the outside line. But Matt Love, with nothing to lose now in the championship, just wants to get a good result. Brings Sam Heading with him, though. So Luthi losing a couple of places there. Former MG man Paul Luthi losing 2 spots on the run through the first corner. Might be another one now to be lost because Brad Burns is to his outside, and Sam Heading was into the back of Matt Luff. Sam actually is the one who is slow off the corner. Burns and Luthi go either side of him, and that didn't really work out well, did it, for the former MX-5 driver? Another Rob Boston Racing prepared car. Not onto the Hangar Straight they head then. Adam Blair, though, with a comfortable lead, really. 1.3 seconds the margin over Carl Swift in second place. Ryan Edgecombe third, with Will Stacey in fourth position, looking to the outside into Stowe. And Matt Luff, Richard John Neal, has had a really good start here from 9th on the grid, 5th place as we come towards the end of lap 2.
Yeah, that's what you want to do, isn't it? Make a little bit of progress. Can't win the race in the first lap, but you can certainly add a little bit of progress to it. So P5.
Oh, no! That's Luke Handley.
Luke Handley.
Someone ran wide on the outside, tried to get back on the track, and Luke Handley was in the way. Oh, straight back into traffic. And I think that was Ross McCarr that got walloped. And Luke Handley's race comes to an end. McCarr's likely over as well. He couldn't really stop the car on the grass, I don't think, and I don't think he maybe realised how much speed he was carrying onto the track. But Luke Handley's a very experienced driver, and I'm sure would have avoided that if it was feasibly possible.
Yeah, bad enough, but could have been a lot worse, to be honest.
Been, yes.
Could have been worse.
Yes.
So anyway, we move on with Adam Blair out front. His team saying that they would enter him again next year if he won. So whether the others are, we'll have Adam back. Adam Blair is away. We know he can win off the front or otherwise. Say he had a good year last year. Carl Swift would equally love to sign off with a win, a lot of detritus on track, a huge amount of detritus on circuit.
Well, yes, most of the rear end of an Audi TT, I think that is. Presumably, did Ross McCarr cross the line? Yes, he did. I don't think all of his car has survived the rest of the lap, but I think Ross McCarr has continued. There is Luke Handley. Well, only he will know exactly what happened there. The initial thing, a spin, wasn't his fault, was it? Someone sort of tried to merge back onto the road from behind him and got into him, but from that point on he lost control and was heading towards the scene of the accident. Thankfully he's okay. He's got the car out of the way though, and as long as that bit of bodywork can be moved from the start-finish straight, which it hasn't yet, hopefully we won't need a safety car. They
won't know it's there until they're past it, and they, drivers with good memories will be looking out on the future laps to see it there. But if you're wondering why marshals don't run out and get it, would you want to? No, I wouldn't as well. You can only do it when it is safe. If that causes a huge danger, then the option will be to maybe pop a safety car out for a single lap.
Yes.
And sort it out. But now everybody knows where it is. Danger, of course, is someone could sort of go offline and hit it and forget it's there if they're making a move.
Well, exactly, yes, and I really don't think they'll leave it there. I think if they can't move it under a local yellow or something, then I suspect we might need a safety car. We'll wait and see. Brad Burns here chasing down Matt Luff. This for 5th position then. So Matt Luff in 5th place. Burns with the fastest lap though, 1:14.5. The man who claimed the championship earlier in the weekend, looking to march his way up the order a bit further. Will Stacey, meanwhile, has forced a bit of a mistake out of Ryan Edgecombe there, I think. So Ryan Edgecombe managing to slip a little bit too wide through Stowe. Stacey to the outside of him through the club chicane. That's the inside line for the right-hand element of the club chicane, and also for the second part of club. And there may well be a yellow flag on the pit straight, so he needs to get the move made quickly, which he has. And Ryan Edgecombe has no choice in the end but to slot back in behind him.
Out front, though, 2 prolific winners, Adam Blair and Carl Swift, and not engaged in battle yet, but it's fascinating to watch how they handle things. Both of them would love to go out of this year's championship with a win. Adam Blair probably more so because he hasn't had a win this year. As Edgecombe comes under pressure, Matt Luff up into P4.
Yes, he is. Yes. Brad Burns tries to follow him as well, and does. So 2 places lost there, well 3 really, in the last half lap for Ryan Edgecombe, with Will Stacey having already got through into 3rd place. But yeah, Blair yet to win. To be fair though, Carl Swift, I think I made this point earlier on, hasn't won since Snetterton in early May, I think that was. It's been a long time since Carl Swift won a race. He won.
Rub it in for him.
I'm bigging him up in case he does it to make it feel like more of a fairy tale story if he wins today. But he won those first 4 races of the season, hasn't won since. It would be very nice for him, wouldn't it, to sign the season off with a victory. Got a yellow flag on the pit straight, I presume, because a very brave marshal has dashed out to pick that bumper up, which means they better sort this out quickly. They're heading towards that yellow flag zone now.
Yeah, fingers crossed they get that sorted out. Adam Blair will go across the line. Carl Swift trying to close him down, but a fairly big gap between those 2 at the moment. Will Stacey is next up, and then Matt Luff kind of leading the big 3 from this meeting, if we may call them that. So goes Paul Luty, still going through the tunnels, we are.
Yes, Paul O'Neill just came and raided my stash off them, so yes, I'm 1 short now. But
take
yes,
one out of mine, have they?
That's quite all right. I've got plenty to be going with. Paul Leaty was very generous at the beginning of the weekend with his gift that he brought us. We thank him again for that. We are open to bribes from any driver in the paddock if you can bring something of a sweet variety. Always complaining we're underfed up here in the commentary box. So
the late night party though will declare everything along with our manifesto. But rest assured, we will.
That was, I'm afraid, into the pit lane, by the way. Daniel Budd, I think. Yes, Daniel Budd, 47. Not had a great weekend, really. And Oliver Devine King's in the pits as well. That's a shame. He's been creeping towards the top 10 all weekend, but his season's going to end with a non-finish, it would seem.
That's a shame. Met him at the Fiesta Junior Scholarship and didn't realise it was him because they only gave us first names. And so... What have you done before? And I don't remember. And of course, he's like 6 foot high with a beard now, so I'm not quite sure how he went in the junior scholarship last year, but he did.
So you're a talented young driver, though.
He's doing well. Yeah, he's had a good debut half
season.
I hope so.
Yeah. Right, lead gap down by 3/10 that time. So Carl Swift's now starting to ask some serious questions of Adam Blair. Fascinating battle in prospect here. I think Blair has arguably been a bit quicker than Swift this weekend. Luffy, meanwhile, on the charge as well. Look, going for 3rd now alongside the Rob Boston racing car of Will Stacey. He tries to skate round the outside at Village. That's the inside for the link, but the outside for Chapel Corner. I think Stacey will stand his ground here. He'll have the inside line for the right-hander. Sails off into the corner. They're both going to run wide. And guess who will benefit from that one, Richard?
Yes, indeed. So Brad Burns looking to try and make his way through. Burns with fastest lap in P5 at the moment still. How much further can he get? The pressure off really for this one, isn't it? Wouldn't it have been nerve-wracking though if the points had come down to the reverse grid race?
Yes, exactly so, yeah, especially because Luff made all that early progress, but actually Burns is ahead of him now. Matt Luff has found himself on the outside looking in as he tries to find a gap up the middle down the hill.
I was going to ask, who won the Masters? Did Sean Smith do enough in the early point of the season to take the Masters because he's not here this weekend?
I think he did. Patrick Booth was next, but over 100 point back on drop, so yes, I suspect he'd done enough, yeah. Scott Woodward hasn't told me that I need to watch the Masters, so I presume that means that was
I want to say a big thank you to Scott for the information he posts, and he just
100%.
Works like a Trojan. I mean, it's he's not here with us at the minute, but he's probably listening somewhere. But when he is here, a massive help to us.
No, he is. Absolutely, yes. I would have been lost without his fact-checking of points this weekend for sure. So big thank you to Scott, who will be somewhere. He's never not working. So
I think he's focused, he's concentrating out in one of the other booths. So
right, got you. I'm sure he's listening along though, and you'll see him sometimes up on the starting gantry snapping pictures for social media at the start.
I'm sure there's 3 of him because A, the amount of work he puts out, and B, like he's up here, then he's down in Parc Fermé, moving getting cars for us, and then he's taking pictures.
Oh, that's right. Edgecombe on the grass. He won't want a picture of that.
Edging the grass. You get nice little clippers to do that.
Yes, Richard. Yes, Richard. He has bounced back onto the road. I'm not going there, Richard. He's got back onto the road and he is back behind Will Stacey, who gave him the squeeze down the Hanger Straight, and Ryan Edgecombe, whose race started quite promisingly, has not quite gone to plan in the middle part, but he's got 5 minutes left to try and get back up there. Right, Adam Blair, 3.5 tenths now the gap, so Carl Swift's right with him, isn't he? Where, if anywhere, can he make his move?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? So whatever happens, reverse grid or otherwise, we get a battle for the lead in the Audi TTs. Blair looking for his first win of the season. Did so well last year. I mean, this to me is going to throw up so many questions about next year because we wait and see who leaves, we wait and see who joins. And I'm sure a lot of drivers are sitting on the sidelines thinking, yeah, we could have a bit of this. Remember, at the start of the year at Brands Hatch, we very nearly had split group racing.
Yeah,
it was only that one car dropped out that it got down to the limit where we managed to squeeze them all onto one grid, but we very nearly had split grids.
For the first ever championship round of this series. I mean, that was absolutely remarkable, wasn't it? And you know, when I said it's captured the imagination of a lot of people in the United Kingdom. That's what I mean. You know, that is unheard of, really, for a brand new formula to generate that much interest for its opening round. So, you know, inevitably as the season goes on, a few drop off through budget or damage, maybe, and maybe just focusing their attentions on next year. But I'm sure they'll come back with another big grid at the beginning of 2024. This, though, is the fight. Realistically, I think between the only 2 drivers likely to win this race. Brad Burns is lapping fractionally quicker than them, but he's nearly over 4 seconds off the lead in 3rd place. Might have to settle not for a win in this one, Brad, but 3rd place, a solid way to end his season. Carl Swift and Adam Blair, though, they're set to do battle, and for the first time that we've seen anyway, a defensive move there forced out of the race leader.
Yeah, it was. I've seen Adam racing for ages, Formula First back in, I think I've mentioned that before, so it's been lovely to see his race. See him come back, you know, see when he was a youngster, see him trying to get up the ladder, but fantastic to see him come back, and I hope he carries on racing because he's a good guy to have a natter to, but he's getting a little bit concerned here because he's got some traffic lights go on just to flash and let the slower car know that he's coming through, and that's good driving from our back marker.
David Richardson, that was, who, I think had seen the blue flags, and if he hadn't, he saw the headlights suddenly flick on in his mirrors, stayed out of the way, and we're going to have 2 more laps to go at the end of this one. Then 2 more laps for Swift to try and find a way through. Pelosi here on the outside of Paul Luthi, meanwhile, for 8th position. And Jason Pelosi, with momentum on the high side, tries to get the inside line into club, but isn't quite close enough to do it. Paul Luthi, though, good to have him in and around the top 10 all weekend, really. Been a bit of a step forward from the recent past for Paul. Didn't have a great time of it at Thruxton, did he, with a non-finish in the first race, but had some strong pace, actually, that weekend. Continuing that here at Silverstone, as the leading 2 head for Village. Matt Luff, he'd love to get one over on Brad Burns here, wouldn't he? And prove that, OK, Brad, you beat me to the championship, but I can still beat you in the final race of the season. He's got to catch Brad Burns first, though, and that's not going to be easy. He was 1.1 seconds back at the line and actually half a tenth slower than Brad on the previous lap of the race. A lap and a half to go then, and Adam Blair continues to lead from Carl Swift, who has been close for a few laps and hasn't yet really made a move.
No, he hasn't. Adams responded reasonably well. I'm wondering whether he's never going to be happy, is he, to sign off with a P2, but it's still a decent result and shows the form that we saw from him early doors. I remember wasn't Adam the first driver other than Carl to win on the road? Snet, do I remember that? Was
and then lost the win.
And lost the win on the.
I think you might be right. Yeah, you might be right, because that race.
I remember thinking, "Wow, Carl Swift hasn't won." You know,
yes, yeah, that was the win that Foden took, wasn't it? Yes, after
that's
the,
right.
the penalty or disqualification, whatever it was for Adam Blair. Was it a penalty? I'm trying. Oh yeah, it was DQ. Yeah, disqualified. Yeah. Absolutely right. So shame that Steve's only real highlight of the season as well was an inherited win. There he is. Right,
well, it was the interview he did with me afterwards was the highlight, to be honest. But
of course,
for me,
for him or for you, yeah.
For me, it was a good one actually. I think it's still online somewhere if you want to catch up with his podium. His winners interview, which is we did it midweek. Because he hadn't had a proper winners interview, so we tried to catch up, and we might do more of that next year if we can sort of budget out for it.
Yeah, that'd be good. That would definitely be good. Yeah, so many stories to come out of a race weekend that we don't necessarily get the chance to bring you. So yeah, that's something I would definitely get my backing on that. Right then, into Stowe come the leading two. Checkered flag awaits for Adam Blair. Hopefully a win that this time he gets to keep. His second win on the road, as we've just said, but this time I haven't seen him do anything that he shouldn't have done. The car, I'm sure, is running correctly to all the regulations, and I'm sure he will be able to complete his season with a race victory and defending beautifully from a 4-time race winner this year, Carl Swift. So this has been well and truly earned for our race winner, Adam Blair, who crosses the line and takes the checkered flag here at Silverstone to win the final round of the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Championship. Carl Swift second, Brad Burns in third, with Matt Luff and Sam Heading fourth and fifth, Will Stacey and Ryan Edgecombe next, with Paul Luty in 8th position there, just getting the better of Jason Pelosi, and Charlie Budd in 10th position. Steve Bowden just narrowly misses out on a top 10 with 11th place. 12th position then for Andrew Rogerson, 13th Sam Meager, 14th Joe Weaver, and the rest coming through behind. There's Brad Kaler across the line. And he is not the last one through. Paul Savage and Ross McCarr will be next. McCarr, I think I saw getting caught up in some shenanigans at the start of the race off in the background. So, in fact, no, McCarr was the one caught out with Luke Handley, wasn't he? Down here. There is McCarr's car, yeah, minus rear bumper as we suspected. And crabbing, oh my word, look at the angle on that left rear wheel. Is that the wheel sticking out, or was that bodywork on the Ross McCarr car? I think that's the left rear toe sticking out at a ridiculous angle after that collision with Luke Handley. How he kept that car going, I don't know. And his pace wasn't too bad either at the end, only a couple of seconds off the race leaders. The race winner was Adam Blair, though, fending off Carl Swift by a second in the end, with Brad Burns coming home in third. Matt Luff and Sam Heading were next, ahead of Will Stacey, Ryan Edgecombe, Paul Luty, Jason Pelosi and Charlie Budd in 10th place. 11th Steve Foden, 12th Andrew Rogerson, guest runner, and 13th position for Sam Meager, with Joe Weaver in 14th spot. 15th place David Robb, with Joe Moss 16th. Patrick Booth, the winner of the Masters class, in 17th, with Brad Kaler, Paul Savage and Ross McCarr completing the top 20. David Richardson one lap down. Dan Hood retired to the pit lane. Oliver Devine King likewise, and Luke Handley, of course, out with that dramatic clash with Ross McCarr down at the club chicane. So that was a dramatic race for the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Championship. If you're interested in getting yourself out on the grid next year, as I said, it's one of the most affordable ways of going motor racing in a proper bit of kit as well, the Audi TT Cup car. And if you do want to get out there on track, you can head over to the BRSCC website and find out a bit more about it. Essentially, if you've got your donor car, if you've got an Audi TT, you can take it over to SW Motorsport, and for £8,000, just a shade under, you can get all of the TTCR controlled parts included and get yourself out on the grid next year. Right then, for the final time in Audi TT Championship this year, let's hear from our race winner.
Right, okay, so I've got to be quick here because we're getting a hurry up from a lot of stuff, but I'm going to talk to Carl Swift first. Carl, it was P2. Great to see you back up at going for the win from Adam Blair. Not quite to be, but a decent end to the season.
Yeah, decent end. We were just too level pegged. You know, I got on his bumper, but there was nothing. There was nowhere for a dive. It was just too level.
A good clean racing from you two, which was great to see. Yeah. Are you back next year?
Yeah, I would think so.
Yay! Yeah. Good stuff. Look forward to seeing you. Thanks, Carl Swift. We've got to go down here and find Adam Blair. So you never know. We might end up with more time than we actually need. But let's see if we can find Adam. What's going on here, of course, is we've got the post-championship scrutineering for the 240 Fiestas. Make sure that everything is checked out and all okay. Scott Woodward is very kindly pointing out Adam Blair. I do know Adam reasonably well, as we said, from Formula First days, and we're going to go and have a word with him. He had a win at Snet, that got taken away as you heard, but he's finally done it, and we'll see if we can get confirmation of him coming back for next year. Adam Blair, race winner, well done. We finally get to do the interview.
We got there in the end.
That was good, wasn't it?
It was all right. It was probably a lot harder than it looked, to be honest. Car's mega quick. He's just so fast. Feel a bit bad for him that he didn't win the championship, honestly. I know the other two guys are really mega drivers, but I was sure he was going to win it. But he, yeah, obviously had a bad period during the middle of the year and didn't, but you know, it's just so fast.
You'll get those at various times. And we had a little chat yesterday, and I said, like, I asked everybody, are you coming back next year? And you said if the team do it, and they said if you win.
They did, didn't they? They probably shouldn't. They're probably regretting saying that at the moment. But yeah.
Is Adam back next year?
I think so.
That's good news. Adam, you're back next year.
Take it. I'll need a pay raise though.
Pay raise, we'll see what we can do for that. Congratulations, lovely to see you on the win. And cars are on track. I was going to try and grab a quick word with Patrick Booth if we can. I can't actually see Patrick anywhere, so as we're on the green flag lap, we're probably going to have to hand over, and I can't see Patrick, which is a bit of a shame because he's had a little bit of a struggle this weekend. But Patrick Booth did win the Masters. Congratulations to him, and our Masters champion Sean Smith, who was here as well yesterday. We saw him. Wish him well in whatever he does. Might build another car, he said. Who knows? Let's look forward to our next race though, coming up in just a couple of moments' time.
It's the final race of the year for the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. They had a 15-minute race earlier on in the day, dominated by Stephen Daly, with Alex Reid coming out in second position, and third place for Conor Grady. That is therefore the way in which they'll line up for race number 2. Daly, Reid, Grady and Joe Doble at the front of the grid, with Mike Doble and Gareth Claydon sharing row number 3. Row 4, Adam Wright and Thorburn Astin. The 5th row, Max Noble and Richard Sutherland, with Matt Flowers and Gregor Pryor on the 6th row. 7th row, Rod Langham and Dan Mountford, and on the 8th row, Paul Musell and Barney Lauer, with Alex Corkwell and Martin Corkwell together on row 9. 10th row, Tim Seaford and Mark Grady. Javier Ross at the back of the Compact Cup grid, and then running in the 116. The 1 Series Super Cup class, the Invitational class, is where we find 5 of these new 1 Series BMWs. Matthew Parks, the runaway winner in that class earlier on today, will start at the front of that grid ahead of Ed Lynch, Ian Howes and Darren Meadows on row 2, and Danny Wilkinson at the back of the grid. So those 5 1 Series, but they are, I think, quicker. Certainly Matt Parks' car was the fastest on track earlier on. He did a fastest lap in race 1 of a 1:21.1. That was 7/10 quicker than anything Conor Grady could do, the fastest of the compact drivers. And of course, Parks spent most of that race in traffic coming through the Compact Cup runners, who are a little bit slower than him. So it was a pretty straightforward run to the class win for Parks, but he was constantly surrounded by traffic as he picked his way through the order. So as they head for the end of the green flag lap, Stephen Daly wanting to sign off his championship or his season with a race win. We believe, by the way, that Joe Doble has done enough for the championship. Generally, he probably will need to finish this race just to be absolutely certain of it, but he'll be feeling pretty confident, I reckon, that a race win will be coming... that a championship win will be coming his way. He'd like to sign off with a race win, of course. Is Joe Doble there? No, he's not, is he? So Joe Doble, I think they've done the maths. They've realised he has won the championship, and they've decided not to go and race in this final race. Now, some people don't like it when drivers do that. I can absolutely understand why they don't want to go out and race, because if he were to pick up a penalty, that could cost him the championship. If he were to be docked some championship points, that is the system across almost all of the BRSCC championships. If you pick up a driving standards penalty, you get points on your licence. That comes with a docking of championship points as well, so he wouldn't want that to happen. Also doesn't want to risk damaging the car when he's already wrapped the championship up. So there will be no Joe Doble, but everybody else is there and ready to do battle on the Silverstone International Circuit. And yeah, with all of the main positions in the championship now pretty much settled, it's just a straight race between the likes of Daly, Reid, Grady. Mike Doble should be contender. Gareth Claydon as well, who was really quick at the start of the season. Gareth Claydon, he'll be wanting to get in on the action as well and maybe return to winning ways in this one. So back a few rows of the 1 Series class in position. Martin Corkwell there at the back of the field will have, he's gridded up with the 1 Series for some reason, but anyway, hopefully he knows that he doesn't start the race when the rest of the compacts start, because he's behind the 1 Series cars. I presume he has to wait until they start the race. Anyway, green flag waved at the back of the grid. 15 minutes of Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup racing about to get underway here at Silverstone. Eyes on the lighting gantry. When those red lights go out, we will be off and racing. Lights on now. Out they go. And is it a good start from pole position for Stephen Daly, or has Alex Reid been able to challenge him? Well, Reid is trying to challenge him, but no, Daly will clear him on the run into the first corner. So Stephen Daly with a good start leads them into turn 1. Conor Grady there slipping into 3rd position as well. Off go the 1 Series further back, and that looked as though it was Ed Lynch maybe actually who had the run into the first corner. I didn't see whether Matt Parks was there. Double check that in a second. Through the right-hander come the compacts though. There's Max Noble out wide. Richard Sutherland not quite as wide as Rod Langham in the number 42 car behind, who will lose a position probably as a result of that. Stephen Daly, Martin Corkwell off. Sorry, I got the wrong Corkwell, didn't I, before? It's Alex Corkwell who was at the back. Martin Corkwell will be at the back now after a spin up at Village Corner. But Stephen Daly leads the field down the hang straight for the first time. And, well, I wonder whether Alex Reid and Conor Grady can go with him this time. I sort of got the impression, Richard, that they were kind of busy battling Joe Doble at the start of race 1. That's kind of what let Daly steal that immediate march. At the moment, though, they're going with him.
They are. Alex Reid was pretty bullish about being able to go for the win. So we've got
safety car.
Safety car. Presumably that for the Corkwell car.
I can only imagine. I haven't seen anything else that would suggest the need for a safety car. So yes, I think it will be. It was quite close to the edge of the road, wasn't it? And maybe stalled. So that's a shame. Safety car out then. The pace immediately slows, and it's only a 15-minute race as well. So it's always a bit of a shame when the safety car comes out early doors in these races. So across the line they go. The safety car, of course, hadn't actually gone back into the pit lane yet because it was only the end of lap 1. So that speeds things up slightly. They can immediately come under the control of the safety car at the conclusion of lap 1 rather than racing past the line, meeting the safety car somewhere else. So yes, they will immediately slow down to safety car pace, and once everyone's gone through, be able to double check we are only missing 1 car. Well, the timing screen actually says we're missing a few. Now, Matt Parks, I'm not convinced. No, that's Matt Parks, isn't it? The number 38 car, the blue one. I thought that was Matt, the dark blue car. Yes, it was. His transponder now working.
And I've teed him up because we've been, I know the club and rightly are keen to promote the 1 Series, and we didn't get a chance, mainly because of timing, and it's the club's fault for running an efficient meeting and getting on to the next race. You know, nobody else's fault. But we get the hurry up when we're doing the, as you probably realise, we don't get to talk to all of the podium runners. But I have teed up Matt. I said, if you win the next one, can you make sure you're hanging around us so we can talk about the car? But we will do our level best to try and get a 1 Series interview. Got to do our race winner, of course.
Yes.
Our overall race winner with Jude Davis. Oh, safety car lights off. By the way, I did invite Joe Doble, as he wasn't racing, to come and co-commentate.
Right. Oh, yes.
But he didn't say why he didn't want to, but he didn't fancy it. So
I won't take it personally. It's all right. He's probably on partying already, isn't he?
But it would have been lovely to have had a...
Would have been nice, yeah. Absolutely, yes. But anyway, I'm sure he's found himself a good vantage point somewhere trackside. Safety car
in the bar, probably. Is there a bar here?
There's definitely one in the hotel. I would imagine that's got a good view of the action as well. So if he's sensible, that's where he'll be. Right then, race about to restart. And Stephen Daly comes through the club chicane. Then no overtaking, of course, until they cross the timing line. But then it's all bets off. And Alex Reid, with a really good restart there, has very much gone with Stephen Daly. That's impressive. He's closing in on Daly, actually, as they go across the line towards Abbey Corner. So good restart for Alex Reid. And he is going to try and take the fight to the former champion if he can. Great shot there from the bridge and the starting gantry at the start-finish line. The start line, I suppose, if you're going to be pedantic about it, and into Abbey Corner, which is such a quick right-hander. And then after that, the left at Farm, the hard break into the right-hander at Village. And yeah, Alex Reid is going after Stephen Daly here.
Yeah, he said he was going to, and well, we'll see whether that pans out for him and he can get through, but Stephen Daly's a notoriously difficult driver to overtake. Conor Grady wants to get on terms with Alex Reid as well from third place.
No.
And Grady Senior involved, and wouldn't you know it, the guy I was going to interview in Parc Ferme teed up the wrong guy, didn't I?
I was going to say, you better hope he wins now, hadn't you? Because if he doesn't, you've teed up the wrong person. That is, by the way, Gareth Claydon slowing as well, so they're dropping like flies a bit in this one, aren't they? His car pulling off to the side of the track. Not entirely sure what that's all about, but he's going to try and find a safe place to park. There's lots of tarmac runoff area. Is it runoff area? If it's on the inside of the track, there's a tarmac area anyway for him to park into. Mark Grady pulling off after his involvement in the Matt Parks incident. If Matt continued, to be fair, there's still a chance he'll win the class because he was comfortably the fastest one series in that earlier race, although he's only got now 9 minutes and 50 seconds left to try and get back into contention. Leaders go through. Conor Grady in third place with the fastest lap. They're all coming back together.
They are. Is that another one? Is that a normal speed one series, or is that a problem one?
No, I think that's a problem one. That's Danny Wilkinson. Yeah, I think has maybe had a moment recovering from that as well. So who does that leave in the one series? It leaves Edward Lynch, I think, doesn't it, as the class leader, 14th overall. 1.4 seconds clear of the number 12 car of Darren Meadows. And then 227, not far behind, is Ian Howes. So that is a three-way battle for the win in that class, unless Matt Parks can close back in on them.
I need to clarify, I said about it being, we had the close-up of the Close livery, Close Racing. Mike Close had driven the car and done some work on it, but it's not actually prepared by Close Racing.
No,
but,
Lindsay did come up and tell me that earlier on, but she said they were still very grateful for the
any publicity is
yes. Apparently they've had a few people saying, messaging them already saying, are you running a BMW next year? So it might have actually done the trick for them. We'll wait and see if they do make an appearance.
I hope they do. He's a good guy. Nice people.
No, they're very nice people, yeah, absolutely. I know Lindsay for a while. She used to do a bit of presenting work for the BRSCC, didn't she?
She did, yeah. I saw some of those when I was researching some of the old Mazda results.
Yes, that's right, yes. So, and now, of course, coordinator for the BRSCC of a number of different championships, including, I don't know if she still does the Mazdas, actually. I think she was winning City Car Cup the last couple of years, I seem to recall. Anyway, she's at Brands Hatch next week, she said, so that's the festival and Mazda MX-5s. Make sure you tune in for that. Always a highlight of the season. Right, Conor Grady here, challenging for second. Does more than challenge, goes into second place. That was a nice move up the inside of Alex Reid, and Conor Grady will now set off after Stephen Daly.
Saw how determined he was there, just carried maybe almost a little bit too much momentum, went a little bit wide, but just enough to keep in front of Alex Reid, who's a good racer as well. But this is allowing Stephen Daly to open up a little bit of a gap. Gareth Clayton's made it back into the pit lane, which is good news.
Yeah, that's a shame, though.
Not good news that he's in the pits, to clarify, but not stranded.
Yes, better than being stuck out on track. Yeah, exactly. It's a shame for Gareth, really. He started off the season very well, but just hasn't sort of faded over the second half of the year. He would have been a title contender, I think, had it not been for that, but wasn't quite meant to be. Downhill we go. Bit of a locked break for somebody there. What's going on in the one series battle? Well, Matt Parks, I don't think got going again, by the way. He is showing us 2 laps down, so I think it is going to be a genuine fight here between Edward Lynch and the number 12 machine of Darren Meadows, who I think has... No, he's not gone through yet. He's the red and blue car, number 12, on the outside line. They've also got the 227 of Howes not far back as well. So a 3-way fight for the win. I don't think we saw Howes out in the earlier race, did we? So good to have one of the extra one series cars on track this time, 227. But number 63 coming towards us is your class leader, Edward Lynch. I think these cars will produce some pretty good racing, actually, when the series championship kicks off proper, hopefully next year, given... or provided we get enough interest in it, of course, but they look like good cars, look fun to drive, pretty quick, and hopefully provide some pretty good racing. That was Gareth Claydon rejoining the circuit. There is the 334 machine, that's Barney Lauer, battling away with the one series. Oh, and a big slide there for the number 12 coming out onto the hangar straight as Darren Meadows tries to chase after the class leader, but not going to catch him with sideways antics like that.
No, he won't. Here they come downhill into the chicane again. Stephen Daly, always going to be a difficult... I just wish he'd commit and come back and do a...
I don't think the rest of them do.
We know one. Well, no, but he's such a peddler. Remember when he came out in Ginetta as well?
Yeah. Immediately on the pace there as well. He's just a talented driver. I think he could jump into any car, couldn't he, and go well. But he's not as quick as Conor Grady at the moment, is he? Conor Grady, fastest lap of the race, half a second faster than the leader that time.
Conor will be happy to sign off with a win, especially as he's seen Dad out of the race, and he's definitely taking the race now to Stephen Daly. So Alex Reid in third place. Joseph Doble, I'm sure, will be watching this one with interest.
Yes, absolutely. Possibly a little part of him wishing that he was out there, but it is the sensible thing to do. If he were to get involved in something perhaps unintentional, but something that led to penalty points being applied, it could cost him the championship. It'd be silly to throw away a season's work like that, wouldn't it? So
yeah, it would.
I do understand why they sit out the last race sometimes when they've won the championship, but it means he's got a grandstand view somewhere of this great battle between Stephen Daly and Conor Grady. Conor Grady pulling up behind, looks to the inside. That's not going to work, goes to the outside line instead. I'm not convinced that's going to have any more effect either. Stephen Daly knows where to position a car, doesn't he, to not only defend the place, but then not compromise his speed on the exit of the corner and open up the door for Grady to get the switch back.
Yeah, Conor was trying to get the momentum, wasn't he? But it didn't quite work. He's got it now, but he's going to have to try and grip the car on the outside run. Doesn't work for him. Not too close at the moment. Might get a good exit here out of the final turn. Draws level. It was a good move by Conor Grady. Side by side they go onto the Lewis Hamilton straight, and this is bringing Alex Reid back into it as well. So it's a three-way battle now for first position. Connor's looking up the inside. Stephen Daly's just got the edge as they go into turn one. Grady now's got his mirrors full of Alex Reid. We've got Mike Doble leading the Masters. Let's not forget Mike. He's in fourth position, so a class win. The more the Dobles drop out of the race, but we've got a Doble still in it and winning.
Yes, he is actually. Yeah, Mike Doble is a little distant from the leading trio, but yeah, leading the Masters pretty comfortably. Rod Langham second in that class. 8th overall, Rod Langham doing well at the moment. Richard Sutherland third in that class, and still Edward Lynch leading in the 1 Series. Right, here comes Grady's had an even better run out onto the hanger straight this time, but again, Daly covers the inside route. There's no way through there. Grady just has to settle back into the slipstream. Is he going to go for a bit of a lunge up the inside? Thinks about it, but Daly just wanders over to the middle of the road, so he's not fully committing to the outside line, but he's not fully defending either, so not completely compromising his exit speed. That's that really clever defensive driving I was talking about earlier on, and it will be frustrating Conor Grady, no end to this, but he must have to admire what Stephen Daly's doing. It's not easy.
No, this is great stuff, isn't it? We know Stephen Daly's fast, but he's a great tactician as well on track. Conor Grady's no slouch as well, and this has been good to see Alex Reid there in that third position and starting to hit a little bit of traffic, closing up on that 77 car. There they come. It's back to our one-class racers. Really good to see the new Super Cup cars. Wonder how many they'll get built. Now we see it, really important showcase today for the Formula, and see that number of cars out on the grid, and that could multiply very quickly, couldn't it, over the winter months?
It's always the case, isn't it, with a new championship? People don't want to commit the time, effort and money into building a new car if they think they're going to be one of 5 cars on the grid. But as soon as you can tell them, no, there are other cars coming, look, we're going to get a decent-sized grid, it snowballs, doesn't it? And suddenly lots more start coming out of the woodwork and say, yeah, go on, we'll give that a go. So
the great thing about what the club are doing, in my opinion, is that anything new. I mean, they could race in the other 2 new series that are coming out, the multi-class ones. So
that's true.
There's no risk if you want to build a car. There's going to be somewhere to race it, either in the single make proper championship for whatever transpires, or coming out in multi-class. So and ultimately it means if the class doesn't work 5 or 6 years down the road, you've still got a place to put the cars with the club.
Exactly so. And that was also kind of the point of the Evolution Trophy, wasn't it, as well, which was kind of a breeding ground for new series or struggling series whilst they tried to build the grids back up. So there's always somewhere to come and race with the BRSCC. And hopefully the 1 Series will get a grid of their own. I think they probably will next year. There's definitely seems to be a bit more momentum now, isn't there, behind that championship. Right, 2 laps to go. Can Conor Grady build up the momentum here to find a way past Stephen Daly? So far the answer's been no, but I don't think he's given up just yet.
He's going to give it all he can in the remaining minute and a half plus whatever time is going. He's getting closer again now. Hasn't got the attention too much of Alex Reid, but when he started to chase the race leader, that's when Reid has begun to close in himself. Final laps of the Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup for 2024. Stephen Daly looks like he could well sign off with a win here, but it's not done by any means. He's held the lead from the get-go, but this has been big pressure. It's real cat and mouse between these three.
It is indeed. Under the bridge they go. Stephen Daly covering again that inside line. Of course, the danger for Grady here is that if he pulls out of line to make a pass, it opens the door for Alex Reid. So he's got to be very, very careful. It is always the most difficult place to be as a racing driver, attacking the car ahead, but with someone perched on your rear bumper behind. Both of the top two run a little bit wide there through Stowe Corner. Conor Grady still carries good speed off the turn, goes to the outside. Does he commit round the outside this time? No, Stephen Daly just floats the car into the corner, rolls off the brakes maybe, carries an extra mile an hour or so into the left, which means he's ahead by the time they turn into the right. So Conor Grady running out of time, running out of options. Where can he find the inspiration needed to get the race lead away from Daly, who certainly hasn't run away with this one in the same manner that he did this morning, but will he be leading at the end of this final lap of the circuit?
That's the big question. The three of them still go very much at it. It's Mike Doble leading the Masters back in 4th position, and Ed Lynch still leading the new formula off the back now. And look at this, Reid goes wide there. He's trying all sorts of things to get momentum. Conor Grady's tucking his nose up the inside, leaves the gap, and Alex Reid's coming up into P2. And look how Stephen Daly starts to pull away as these two compromise each other.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Grady got the overlap, but he was on the wrong side for the kink on the link. That is a sharper left-hand turn than it looks from that camera angle, and you don't want to be stuck on the wrong line through there. He holds on to second, but Daly just had that extra car length or so advantage then down the back straight, and I think should be able to hang on now surely as they turn into Stowe Corner. Conor Grady turns into the long right-hander over the crest, down the hill, and Stephen Daly, if he doesn't make a mistake, it's hard to see a way that he gets beaten here. Down into the braking zone at Club. Conor Grady doesn't do anything stupid, doesn't nip up the inside, and I think it's going to be status quo now to the line. Stephen Daly defending beautifully, as you'd expect from the former champion and multiple Scottish Compact Cup champion. Stephen Daly comes out of the final corner and does the double here at Silverstone. He flashes the lights just the once in recognition of what he's achieved. A double race victory here for Daly. Grady second, Alex Reid third, Mike Doble in fourth, and Thorburn Aston in 5th position. 6th place will be Max Noble, 7th Adam Wright, and the rest of them coming through behind. Ed Lynch wins in the 1 Series class, having benefited from Matt Park's misdemeanour early on in the race. And, well, Matt Parks will not be interviewed by Richard John Neal down in Parc Fermé, but hopefully Richard will be able to tee up an interview with one of the other front runners in that category. Hopefully Ed Lynch, the class winner. Sliding his way through the last couple of corners is Alex Corkwell, and he will be one of the last through. Tim Seaford and actually the number 88 car running within the 1 Series category, that will be the last car home, Danny Wilkinson. There goes Tim Seaford, and Danny Wilkinson, hopefully not too far behind, will bring the curtain down on an entertaining weekend of BMW racing, or an entertaining day really, single day format for Compact Cup, which they like to do when they can. It's one less race for them to do over a weekend than if they're here for 2 days, but it brings the costs down significantly. Just 1 day's worth of entry fees, just 1 night needed in a hotel or in the paddock or whatever. It's much easier for them to come and just do the 1 day of racing. And it's a busy day at that, but it's been a successful day for Stephen Daly, the winner of both races here today at Silverstone. Conor Grady second, Alex Reid third. Mike Doble came home in 4th ahead of Thorburn Aston with Max Noble and Adam Wright next. Ed Lynch wins in the 1 Series category with Rod Langham 9th. Ian Howes was the second 1 Series home. Richard Sutherland 11th ahead of Matt Flowers, and then the third of the 1 Series, Darren Meadows. Dan Mountford 14th place at the checkered flag. 15th place went the way of Paul Missel with Barney Lauer next. I don't think Joe Doble was 17th because he didn't do that race. 17th was Alex Corkwell, Tim Seaford 18th, Danny Wilkinson 19th, Martin Corkwell 20th, and 1 lap down with Gareth Claydon retiring to the pit lane. We also lost the number 16 of Mark Brady and 38 Matt Parks after their issues up at Village. So cars returning. 2 more races still to go. The Mini 7s are up next for their final race of the season, and then it is TCR time. The deciding race of the TCR UK Championship 2024 will be up hopefully about on time, I think. We are... oh, actually we're well ahead of time, never mind, we're 25 minutes up for now. So it might be a slightly earlier dash than we were expecting. Right then, let's head down before I incriminate myself any further to hear from Richard, John, Neil, and our top 3 finishers in the BMW Compact Cup.
So we're just going through the Parc Fermé garages, heading down to chat to Stephen Daly, our race winner. Hopefully we'll get a word with Ed Lynch in the 1 Series car as well. Number 63, I don't think he's back. Oh, there he is, Ed Lynch as well. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to grab Ed Lynch first of all, and so we tick that box, because we did have a chat with Stephen. There's Stephen as well. Come to you in a minute, Stephen. Just going to grab a quick word with that new car. Very quickly, Ed Lynch, we wanted to promote this car. Congratulations on the win, and tell us about your experience with this new machine.
Yeah, so I did a qualifying in Donington about 3 weeks ago. It went brilliantly, got P1 in class, but unfortunately because of the weather conditions, it meant that the race was called off. But to get a win today is just incredible. Got a good start, and then kept it through the lead. Racing with the compacts, sharing with honoured to be sharing with some great drivers, and got through the field, and there we are. But
fancy doing this as a championship?
Yeah, definitely. It should be good fun. Hopefully we can get a championship win.
That'll be really good. I hope we do get that status. Ed, thanks for chatting to us. Great to see you in the car. Great to see that car there. Now, I did have Stephen Daly, but he's disappeared. Stephen, over here. Because we get a bit... Hold on. Oh, sorry, here we go. There we go. There we go. So here we go, Stephen. Sorry, it took me a while to catch up. We wanted to grab a little bit of a quick word to talk through the new cars in the race as well. But yours is a double.
Yeah, it's a double. Quite a hard fought win that one was. Connor pushed me quite hard there, to be fair. He just about had me on the inside. But we were thankful enough to hold them off.
As well as being a quick driver, I was saying in the commentary, you need to have an understanding of tactics and racecraft, which you very clearly have. And whilst it wasn't lots and lots of passing, there were some great tactics out there.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, round the parts at corner was quicker. I just had to kind of back up and just try and get the runs off the corner, so he wasn't going to to the next corner, etc., etc. So a very good race.
There he is. Connor, what can you do about this fella? We were just saying that was a real game of cat and mouse, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a good race, and we were trying to keep it clean, so we to finish out the weekend really. So it was a good race. I enjoyed it. So
coming back next year?
Yeah, definitely coming back.
It's a standard question. We have to do that one. Okay. Alex Reid was third. We'll get Alex in real quick as well. Cars are on the grid. Mike Doble, turn around. We'll get a quick word with you as well. Alex, you promised me you were going to win that one.
Yeah, I had a good go, right? In honesty, I didn't really have the pace of Connor, and I worked that out. I thought my best chance was those two fighting and seeing if it came to me, but it didn't. But it was a great race. So yeah, really good way to end the season.
Nice one. Thanks for having a chat with us. And
massive thank you to my sponsors in Standard, JRP Direct, and EST Performance. Top
job, Alex. Well done. Thanks for that. And Mike Doble, sorry to interrupt. Mike Doble, Masters champion. I think third overall in the championship too on the last race. We think with our maths as well. Quick word. Proud dad, champion. Two Doble champions. We have Mikey winning 2 championships on one day. Now we've got 2 Dobles winning championships on one day too.
Well, that sounds good, but I don't think I won the Masters. I mean, GMAC still won that from my calculation.
Can't drop the last round and he's not here.
I don't know if that's written into the regs or not, but anyway, if it is, then great. If it's not, then good, well done, GMAC. But
always not official till it is.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but no, it was a good race. I got stuck behind Gareth, and we got not stuck behind him, but that little gap between the front 3 and Gareth and I. And then he had a problem, and just really trying to catch up the top 3, which closed a few times. But yeah, pretty lonely race really. But happy with the day. Obviously with Joseph winning, hopefully the engine will be all good, which I'm sure it is. So.
Absolutely, and we'll see you spectating in the festival next week?
Oh, definitely next week, festival, week after that, Fiestas with Mike at Alton, and then you got the trucks at Brands again, yeah, so.
Brilliant, we'll see you there. Mike, great to see you, well done, many congratulations. Mike Doble, third of the championship, Masters, provisionally, possibly we'll sort the points out. Meanwhile, we've got, don't forget, next week, festival, remember your Stroop waffles as well, because it's the Gerrit Van Cowen Festival, 40th anniversary. Cars are on the grid for the Minis next up, the Mini 7s, their second race of the day. They'll be with us in just a couple of moments.
Yep, Mini 7s lining up on the grid then ahead of their final 20-minute race of the season. We'll rattle through the grid quickly because we think this might be a race start coming up very shortly. Two teammates on the front row of the grid, Joe Thompson and Kane Aston, with Ross Billison and Conor O'Brien sharing row 2. Darren Thomas and Damien Harrington, on row 3 together. Then Dan Bell and Glenn Woodbridge, Stephen Hopper and Jamie Payne, with Andrew King and Nigel Davis on row 6 together. Then the 7 S's headed by Oliver Burkitt and Michael Winkworth. Row 2, Arnold Duncan and Joel Wren, Matt Ayres and Giles Page. Row 3, row 4, Matt Page and Phil Anning, with Bertie Woolard and Bradley Jordan on the 5th row. 6th row, Jonathan Page and Andrew Hack, with Callum Perfect and Jack Vanner on row number 7. 8th row, Alfie Glennie and Tony Perfect. Dave Rees and Louis Burkitt are next, with Mal Dickinson and Tony Ayres on the penultimate row. And the back row of the grid, John Hobbs all by himself. So, entertaining race ahead here, I suspect. Joe Thompson in a good position coming into this one. Ross Billison in the race earlier on was... where did they end up? Billison winning the race, Joe Thompson 4th. It looked for a long, long time like it was going to be Joe Thompson outscoring Ross Billison, but as it was, Ross was able to pick up the win. It all went wrong, really, for Joe Thompson right at the last couple of corners, and it meant that the... unfortunately for Joe, he lost a load more points to Ross Billison. I think that's now pretty much wrapped the championship up in Ross's favour. Right, that is a green flag being raised, so we're going to get a separate green flag lap for the Mini 7s, having rattled through the grid as quickly as we could. But anyway, it gives us plenty of time now to build up to this race, which should be an exciting one. The first race certainly had that 5 car battle, really, for the lead. Shame it all ended in a little bit of contact, though, at the final corner. But that can happen. It happened a little bit in the Amelia race earlier on today. I did bump into Mike Jordan briefly. I don't think he was best pleased with how that race ended, but Mike looks like he's out there. Or is that Bradley Jordan, actually? Mike Jordan might not be taking the start, which is a bit of a shame. So no Mike Jordan, former British GT and BTCC ace. Mike Jordan, whose son Andrew, again, sat out the Amelia race as well earlier on today, possibly after some damage sustained earlier on. Very rare, though, that you get damaged cars at the end of Mini 7 races. It's generally a very friendly paddock, very clean racing out on track, but I think just the nature of this circuit, the fact that the slipstream is so powerful, the fact that it all comes down to those last few corners. No one wants to lose out, having spent 20 minutes trying to position themselves right for the race win. But yeah, it can only go to one driver, I suppose, and it was Ross Billison who came out on top earlier on, and that's the kind of driving that has put him now in this very comfortable position for the championship. 7S's were a good battle as well. For most of the race, there were a lot of them in the battle, and then Joel Wren and Matt Ayres sort of detached themselves from the rest of the field. Once they broke away, they were able to pull a very big lead, about 4 seconds or so, over Michael Winkworth and Matt Page, who were battling behind. But Joel Wren got past Matthew Ayres late in the going, held on to win the race, and it was a great battle between the two of them. Joel Wren, to see him acclimatising nicely to Mini 7 racing. There he goes, sliding the number 741 Mini through shot, and round to the end of the formation lap. One more race after this, remember, as well. TCR UK Championship decider still to come, but for now, Minis taking centre stage, and with a big grid of cars, a wide open, high-speed Silverstone circuit, we are pretty much guaranteed a action-packed 20 minutes of racing. So, waiting for them to filter through. Still, they keep on coming. There really are lots of them, aren't there? I think it was 34 starters for the earlier race. We might be down to closer to 30 now, with a couple of withdrawals, but plenty of potential race winners amongst that front-running group. Even in with Mike Jordan seemingly not taking the start, we should still have all of the other contenders up there. Joe Thompson, Kane Aston, Ross Billison, Conor O'Brien. They were all in that lead group last time, and I wouldn't count out the likes of Damien Harrington and Darren Thomas either.
That's both the Jordans missed their second races.
Yes, they both got involved in late skirmishes, didn't they, I think, in their earlier races. Mike particularly came off quite badly from that one.
Yes, he did, didn't he?
Yes, that car quite badly damaged. I was saying on your way up here, I did bump into him. He wasn't particularly happy after that race earlier on.
Was he coming up to see the
I think he might have been up already.
Stewards, yeah.
So he did take time to comment on how nice my lunch looked, though, so he wasn't
very
too bad a mood. That was.
I apologise to Mike if you're listening to the stream, or if anyone picks up on it. I did see him when I was going down the stairs, and sorry we didn't get to say hello properly, so it wasn't being grumpy or whatever. But you can't. We run everywhere. Here we go, though.
Here we go. Red lights on. Final mini race of the day gets underway, and it is who that gets the best start from the front row? Either Joe Thompson or Kane Aston. The two cars almost identical. There is a little white highlight, I think, on the wing mirrors of Kane Aston's car. Ooh, had a staller in the 7S's. Let's hope they all miss him. Yes, they do. Who was that was a bit slow away? That was Callum Perfect. Not exactly a perfect launch off the line, but he will get back involved again from the back of the field. Right then, leaders through Village for the first time. I think that's Joe Thompson out in front with Kane Aston in second position, then Ross Billison, the number 3 in third. O'Brien is fourth. Thompson there in, Thomas in fifth position, the first of the two green cars. And then Damien Harrington, I think, in behind. So more or less grid order for now, Richard, but we know that won't last.
It won't last. Neither will the light. It's starting to get slightly colder, slightly darker out there. Might affect the performance of some of these cars, but the mini racing again has been exemplary. I do hope they get with us again next year.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. The perfect place for them to showcase what they do best is the Silverstone International Circuit. Through Stowe Corner comes the leading group. Bit of side-by-side action for fifth position there. Who's that getting in on the action? Glenn Woodbridge, maybe, the number 39 car, I think. The leading 4 turn through. Bit of a hop and a skip and a jump there from Kane Aston as he sort of pitches the car in. The front tyres not gripping quite as he expected them to. They then accelerate out through Club Corner, and towards the end of the opening lap, Thompson leads. Aston second. Third position for Ross Billison, but he's trying to turn that into second place now as they head for Abbey Corner.
He is. He's having a good go. He's got it. He got very good momentum there. Gets the turn in. Look at that drift them in. Wonderful stuff.
They don't look like they're connected to the road, do they? They just sort of skate across the surface of the track. It's very spectacular to watch, as is this battle for the lead in the 7S's. Michael Winkworth and I think that was Oliver Burkett going side by side into turn 1.
It was great racing in whatever class you get. I must admit, my eyes sort of opened a bit when they brought in the S class and the Libra, and thought, why do they need that? But it's just added more and more cars to the grid, brings them in. You know, it's almost a taster formula, isn't it? In some ways, you don't have to spend the money to get into the 7s or the Melias, but if you do and you like it, you can move up.
No, exactly. And actually, they produced some of the best racing, to be honest, the 7S's in that race earlier on today. All going a bit wrong here for Kane Aston, isn't it? He's under pressure now from Conor O'Brien, who doesn't quite go around the outside of him at Stowe Corner. Then Damien Harrington, the sort of turquoisey car in, fifth he was. He's going for fourth now, actually, on the outside of O'Brien, heading into Stowe Corner. Here are the S's, and, Oliver Burkett was battling for the lead half a lap ago. Now he's outside of the top 6, I think, as they head out to Stowe Corner towards the end of lap 2.
Yeah, such is the way of mini racing, and plenty more sort-outs to happen before we get to the end of this one. Fastest lap with Damien Harrington at the moment, at the sharp end of things. But yeah, it's a big grid, isn't it, with the very, very big grid of the S-Class.
Well, yes, they make up 2/3 of the overall grid, I think, these days, don't they? And as I said, produce some great action. So through come the S's. Who's at the front of that group now? Winkworth still, but Matt Ayres up into second place. Remember, he was battling for the win with Joel Wren in the early race. Now, Joel Wren is off the road. That was
Joel.
A well-timed segue, but not a positive one for Joel.
Did he get a penalty for that previous one? The missed starts? Do you remember he had the...
I don't think he did.
I don't recall seeing the result, but he said I'll probably get a penalty, but he won on the road, so we...
The result I've got says he still won the race. I haven't seen an amended result since then, so no, I think he did get it.
He didn't gain out of it, did he, for sure?
He lost, actually. He lost a handful of places, yeah. So,
but very often if you jump the start, even if you lose out, they'll still penalise you for it, so...
Yes, they do. And again, whether or not you gained an advantage from breaking a rule really should be the most important factor in my view. But anyway, I don't think he got a penalty, but he won't be winning this race because I think he was pulling off there with a mechanical issue. Oh, Matt Ayres, that was a good save.
That was, super save by Matt. And he's still in third position. I mean, you can have that sort of mistake and disappear down, but these guys just hold on to it. If you haven't driven one of these cars on the road, I thoroughly recommend it. Probably the chance to do so is much less than it was, but they are great cars. It's why many people have them. I had it as my first, third and fifth car Mini. I would, as I said yesterday, would dearly love another one, but probably not practical at the minute.
What did you alternate from Minis to what was that the same? The second and fourth cars?
Talbot Sunbeam and Vauxhall Chevette van.
Oh, a Chevette van. Right, okay.
You always get a useless answer, don't you?
Well, not what I was expecting. Right, okay. So, but the Mini was always the first love. That's the one you kept returning to.
Absolutely.
You can see why. You really can. Right, in the sevens, well, this looks a little bit tame, doesn't it, really? Joe Thompson getting away from Ross Billison, 1.1 seconds the margin. Then a battle for third. Kane Aston and Damien Harrington together, and Harrington breezes past Kane Aston down the Hanger Straight. Then you've got Conor O'Brien in 5th position, 6th Bell, Dan Bell and Darren Thomas in 7th place. Round the right-hander at Stowe Corner they go, and back down the hill. And we're going to see Damien Harrington under renewed pressure here from Kane Aston. Well, no, we're not, because we're going to go back to the 7Ss. Michael Winkworth with now Matthew Page in 2nd position, and actually Matthew Page going into the lead. So yet again, Richard, really, it's the 7Ss that seem to have the more competitive race, and that is our second, maybe third different leader of the race so far.
Yeah, they never fail to deliver, do they? And big pressure coming up at the moment. Here they come, and as I say, when the numbers go, I wonder how they'll police it and do it in terms of, as you said, 2/3 of the grid is these cars now. What do you do? How do you do the other ones? Do you put the other ones in with the Miglias and the Libra, or?
Yeah, I'm not sure really, because they are there's not a lot to choose in lap time either. The fastest 7S car in this race doing a 24.4, so they're only about a second a lap slower than the 7s. They're not really doing any harm at the back of the 7s grid, are they, at the moment? So I suspect they'd keep it the same way as it is for now. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see, won't it? This definitely seems like an attractive class, though, doesn't it? The 7Ss. More or less the same performance, very much the same quality of racing, but for a significantly lower price. It's a bit of a no-brainer, isn't it, really? And you can see, actually, they are catching now the back of the regular 7 field. 12 7s in the race, and the rest of them all running in the 7S class. 31 cars still running as the 7S class lead battle arrives down at Stowe Corner.
Well, Matthew Ayres got back into 2nd position in class, but Winkworth now, Michael Winkworth, back into P2. So whilst they're, again, they don't get the email from me, do they? About working with each other, let's get into the lead. They'll just continue battling race long.
It's a lost cause. I've long since accepted that. But do you know what? I shouldn't complain, because we like seeing them trading positions.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if the leader starts to get away, then that's when it can get a bit frustrating. But hey, it is going to be a very interesting 3-way battle at the very least, maybe still a 4-way battle. Oliver Burke, it looks to me like he's closing in on this trio again. Yep, 24.4, half a second nearly quicker than the race lead at that time. So Burkett almost back with them to make it a 4-way fight for the win, as they again skate their way through Abbey Corner, up through Farm and towards the braking zone at Village. The head of the field, by the way, Damien Harrington with the new fastest lap of the race, closing in on Ross Billison as Matt Ayres slips up the inside of Michael Winkworth. Goes into 2nd place, perhaps only briefly though, because Winkworth is back through on the run through the link.
Yeah, it's not easy for long, is it? They'll just chop and change and argue, but they've got to catch the other Matthew, haven't they? So Matthew Page still out front, and he'll be quite happy to see a squabble behind him.
Yes, he will, although I fear he may end up becoming a part of that squabble again by the time they get down to the Stowe Corner. Whoops, that's Bradley Jordan with a big moment up at the top of the screen, and hand out of the window. I don't think he's waving to his fans. I think he's maybe signalling his frustration there.
Is that Andrew's younger brother?
I think it is, isn't it? I'm sure it is.
Don't know.
Seem to recall seeing an interview with, guess who, David Addison earlier on this season, Mr. Mini 7, who was chatting to all 3 members of the Jordan Mini racing family. And I'm pretty sure Bradley was the younger brother, yes. Less experienced, obviously, than the other 2, but getting stronger as the year's gone on by the looks of it. That won't be how he wanted to end this season.
No, it won't be. Now we've got Oliver Burkett back in the mix in 4th place. So what was a trio is now a quartet. And I dare say more cars may well join in as well. Back to the front order, Ross Billison busy chasing Damien Harrington. So cracking racing either way you look at it. It's only 10 minutes to go of this.
That was actually a change for 2nd place. That was Damien Harrington ahead of Ross Billison. Yeah, back ahead of Ross Billison. So will they... going to say it, will they now work together to try and chase down Joe Thompson? I know already the answer to that question, but I thought I'd put it out into the universe anyway. Fastest lap for Harrington, though. So Damien is the fastest car on the track. It would make sense, would it not, for Ross Billison to settle in behind and let him sort of slipstream, draft them up towards the race leader, because on the previous lap, Harrington was half a second, nearly 6/10 actually, almost exactly 6/10 quicker than the race leader. Back in the 7S's, that's Winkworth, isn't it? Still in front, I think. Matthew Page second, Matt Ayres third, and Oliver Burkitt very much part of this fight now in fourth.
Yeah, great battle, isn't it, between these? So Winkworth, who was at the back of the trio, now finds himself at the front with the 2 Matts in the Sarnie as well. And that was funny. I was using the Sarnie analogy, or sandwich analogy, earlier, in the week when I was working with Alicia Pauls. Didn't know. I said Butty. Oh, Butty. Oh, what didn't you say?
Yeah, well, that would be my go-to. Yeah. I did ask for a bacon butty in the cafe earlier on today and did get a funny look, and then I remembered where I was. So I didn't then fall back upon Sarnie, though. I have to say I stuck to my guns. But anyway. Here, the S's. We get on to some interesting topics, don't we, by the end of this day? It's absolutely fine. Oh, that's interesting. 3 wide for Abbey Corner. And Matt Ayres, I think, came out of that on top. Second position. Somehow, despite the fact he was in the middle, the meet in that mini Sarnie going through Abbey Corner. And Oliver Burkitt, I think, will slot into third place. But all of that has just allowed Michael Winkworth, I think, hasn't it, to break away slightly from these 3 battling behind. So we'll have to wait and see whether they're able to close back in on the class leader, who I think has put a couple of the 7s now between him and the other 3.
He has. It's quite a lot of space as well.
Yes, that's him, isn't it?
Oh, there he is, yeah.
Yeah, two 7s, I think, before you get 14. To Matt Ayres.
Countdown.
Very good. Yes, Matt Ayres, well, about to make that 1-7 now between them, but I'm sure he'll be back on his tail again before the end of the race.
I'm sure he will be. As we've got 8 minutes 39 remaining of their last race of the... I don't know if they've got a winter championship this year or not.
And they often do, don't they?
Or winter weekend or something like that. We've got Janetta back this year.
Oh, my word. That was clumsy. Oh, and Matt Ayres gets clobbered as well in all of that.
What a shame.
Well, actually, he's carrying on. The car looks remarkably undamaged. It was the 26 that got it all wrong, really, Nigel Davis. And just a bit of a miscommunication, I think, on the way into the corner that then had ramifications for everyone else. That's the other car that was involved. There goes Davis, but there was a grey car that got involved with him, and Matt Ayres, completely luckless, had nothing to do with that, but ended up coming out of that with damage too.
He did. Big shame, and it's taken out. Hello, Moore joining the party.
711 and 717.
Giles Page.
And Philip Anning. Yeah. That looks unrelated, though, doesn't it? To
I think it is, yeah.
Yeah. Possibly happened as a reaction, maybe, to what had happened just in front. But that has safety car written all over it, I would say. 2 cars at the side of the road, neither of them obviously looking like they're going to move. So that could change things if we get a safety car period, because Joe Thompson's 2.8 seconds nearly clear of Damien Harrington. That gap would, of course, disappear with a safety car.
Yep, it will indeed. Let's just having a look.
Oh, another one now. That's 16, Andrew King. That looks more mechanical, I'd say.
Like flies, aren't they, really, at the moment?
Yeah, it's a shame. At some point, you feel they're going to have to make the call that there are now too many broken minis at the side of the road, and they have made that call. The safety car is out, and the race being neutralised rather predictably, I suppose, with, well, at least to my knowledge, 3 cars in dangerous positions, maybe more. Debris on the track as well, look through the middle of Club Corner. So not a huge surprise, really.
The only positives, of course, are that they're very light and easy to move, and all 3 went off at the same time rather than having one stranded. And
yes, that's true. As long as we've got enough recovery trucks to go and move them all out of the way, I'm sure here at Silverstone we're well catered for. Hopefully they will be able to get them out of the way quickly. But 6.5 minutes left, though. Might not be much of a sprint to the finish. No, that's a bit of a shame. So Thompson's lead will be eradicated, but he'll still have the track position advantage, and he's pulled away from the rest of them once. No reason why he can't fend them off, he will be thinking. Now, this is always interesting. Can you read the body language of the 2 drivers involved?
What are you doing?
Well, they're both sort of looking back with perplexion at the circuit, aren't they? As if maybe there was something on the track, perhaps, which would explain the slightly odd initial incident where it did rather look like no one could stop for the corner. So maybe, give them the benefit of the doubt, maybe there was something slippery on the track that caught them out, and that would explain why there were then more cars throwing themselves at the scenery moments later. And further to that theory, Andrew King's car, I think, has stopped with a mechanical issue. I don't think it's crashed.
No.
So you can see where I'm going with that, can't you? Maybe he was dropping some fluid, and that's caused carnage behind. There's Matt Ayres' car. Look in the pit lane. He's out of the car. That's a shame. So Matt Ayres Going no further, 7S champion this year, of course, Matt Ayres. Luckily, he'd wrapped that up before this weekend.
It's a fair old beard he's got there, isn't it, going on?
Yeah, yeah. Lightweight cars such as these, you'd have thought they'd want to save as much weight as possible. Having all that facial hair must slow them down by a tenth or so a lap.
Just makes it more airy.
Not your best, that one, Rich.
Sorry about that.
Anyway, Joe Thompson in the altered image car. Oh, my word, yeah.
Oh, that's, yeah.
It's literally pulled the radiator out, hasn't it?
Yeah.
That's a lot of damage. That won't polish out.
But it is the last day of the season, so.
Got plenty of time to fix it, yes, before the start of the year.
And how many drivers do we see, and this is not a dispersion on this particular guy, but how many drivers do you see still vetting the cars when they rock up for the first meeting of the year, having had 6 months? Oh, it'll be ready. It'll be ready Tuesday.
That is often
they still
the case.
mess about with them, don't they?
Oh, they always do, especially in a series like this, because they're always tinkering with their cars, aren't they? Red flag, that's a shame. I think this is because they've decided it's going to take the remaining 4 minutes to tidy the track up. So, race being stopped, I don't think it'll be restarted. I think that will be it. So that's a shame, not the way we wanted that one to finish. We don't get our grandstand mini finish that we were sort of anticipating we'd get. Instead, it ends under red flag, actually, with Joe Thompson claiming the win in the 7s, Kane Astin second, and Ross Billison second, Kane Astin third, and in the 7Ss, a win for Michael Winkworth, Matt Page second, and Oliver Burkitt will complete the 7S podium. So, one last time, Richard John Neal will jog down the stairs. If I don't get a chance to, I probably won't get a chance now to thank you on air, Richard, but thank you very much for joining me. Been a pleasure as always. I'll see you next week at the festival.
Thank you very much, Andy. Always a pleasure, and yeah, I look forward to seeing you. Don't forget your street waffles.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. I will. I'm sure that's a reference to something I've forgotten.
Garrett Van Cowen used to.
Oh, I see. I'm with you.
Waffles, so.
With you, right? Okay. Okay.
If you didn't know, it's fine. We're just educating you. I think it's going to be a street waffle festival.
I consider myself educated, and I'm certainly not going to turn one down if one's offered at Brands Hatch. That is for sure. We will hear more from Richard momentarily, and the cars make their way round to the Parc Fermé area. We've got one more race to go. It's the final round of the TCR UK Championships, and make sure you stick around for that one. With the championship on the line, Carl Bordley versus Callum Newsham and Brad Hutchison, a three-way fight for the championship coming up next here from Silverstone. Richard makes his way downstairs, and we'll have a chance in a moment, I think, to run through the results, provisional though they will be, because of course the race ending under red flag conditions means that it's not a certainty that this will be the final official classification, but it is Joe Thompson who claimed the race win here in the final mini race of the weekend. Thompson the winner, Billison second, Kane Astin third, and Conor O'Brien fourth, with Damien Harrington in fifth place. Dan Bell, Darren Thomas and Stephen Hopper were next. Michael Winkworth in ninth, won in the 7Ss, with Matt Page in 10th. Jamie Payne, Oliver Burkitt, Jonathan Page and Glenn Woodbridge were next, ahead of, in 15th position, Matt Ayres. Now, he probably won't be classified 15th because he was in the pit lane and not running at the time of the red flag. This is what I mean when I say provisional. Andrew Hack 16th, Bertie Woolard, Jack Vanner, Tony Perfect and Alfie Glennie were next, ahead of Louis Burkitt, Callum Perfect, Dave Rees, Mal Dickinson, Bradley Jordan, Nigel Davis and Tony Ayres 27th. 28th for the number 712, which is John Hobbs. Andrew King was a lap down, and then a few that weren't running at the flag, I think. Philip Anning, Giles Page and Joel Wren. Sad that Joel Wren wasn't part of that race right until the end, having been competitive in won the race earlier on today. So, last mini action of the weekend is completed, and we now turn our attention momentarily anyway towards the TCR UK Brigade, their final race of the season, like I said, coming up next. But before that, we'll have an opportunity to hear from Richard John Neal and our podium finishers in hopefully a moment or two. And we'll see what stories they've got to tell after an entertaining final race, but final weekend all round, really, in the championship. So still waiting for them to arrive. I think they have now arrived in position down in the assembly area. And we have a chance now for the final time to hear from Richard with our podium finishers.
Right, so let's go and grab a quick word with Joe Thompson. A little bit of a picture opportunity here, so I'm not going to interrupt the photographers. That's a good picture as well. And we get it on our VT and live stream. Joe, congratulations. We'll do the handshake. Always a shame to have a race red flag, particularly minis, because we love the action, but you didn't read the mini script because you were away down the road.
Yeah, I say it wasn't a shame with how long it was feeling out there on my own. They always say that, you know, it's easy, but it definitely isn't when you're on your own. But yeah, really, really happy with that. Car's handling like an absolute dream. The circuit was interesting, changing lap by lap. Oil dropped down. Every corner there was a new slippy part, so it was certainly a learning game as we went. But I was just literally managing the gap to the cars behind, and luckily it sort of stayed as it was.
Well, the luck's the luck you make yourself, isn't it? Preparing the car. And season summary.
Spot on. A bit of a roller coaster at the start, but the old man's literally pulled it out of the bag with the car. It's been spot on, and then to round it up like that is a good way to sort of end the campaign of the year.
Do you come back and defend? Do you move on? Or, I mean, there's lots of options.
I'd like some input on that because I don't know myself.
Well, the great thing is we'll get some news on that, won't we, over the course of the winter. But many congratulations. Thanks for entertaining us, you and the other guys over the course of the season. Joe Thompson. And next up, we are going to talk to Kane Aston. Let's have a word with Kane. First time we've had a chat this weekend.
Yeah.
Boy, you're busy, aren't you, as well?
Yeah, God, I had an opportunity. You know, I was just saying to everybody else, Tomo, this used to be his Miglia, okay. So it goes back a long, long time. I think he last won the championship in 2009, maybe, 2010, sorry. So they literally just converted it back to a 7 2 weekends ago. Phoned me last Sunday, said, do you want to go testing in it? If it's on the pace, and they've given the opportunity. And, you know, I raced one of these for 6 years, back in 2003 to 2009, and yeah, it was good fun. I mean, I was in the right place at the right time, and the oil certainly caught me out. But yeah, it's magnificent. I mean, you know, Tomo builds these in a garage, and
it's real old school, isn't it? You don't hear too much.
Unbelievable how he builds these, builds the engines all himself. Give him an iPhone, he wouldn't know what to do with it.
Absolutely brilliant. And we'll have a little moment to talk about Amelia's as well. Obviously, we've seen you out on track there.
Yeah, I love Amelia's. I struggled a bit this weekend, to be honest. I had a clutch issue, then it jumped out second gear, so you have to drive the car in second gear, which is not ideal. But yeah, overall, again, he builds my Miglia engine. What can you say? I mean, he's just a great man, a great engine builder, and yeah, it's superb. So.
I'm guessing there's never a need to try anything else in terms of formulae.
Well, yeah, but I'm getting too old now. And it's
you're never too old. There's Masters divisions and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I just have an historic and enjoyed that. But with these things, you need, you know, if you want to be at the front, you've got to spend the money. You need to be on the pace. You need to, whatever new bits come out, you have to have. And I think with the Miglias, they are what I want to stay in, and that'll be my race career probably.
You talk about new bits. I mean, this is a classic car, isn't it? So what new bits sort of come out? How does it change?
I'd say new bits. I think it's just all the lightweight stuff. People are making things lighter to make them respond quicker. I'm not mechanically minded, but you know, there are always new bits out there to buy to potentially make you go quicker or the engine's faster. But yeah, it's been a great season for me, really. I think I finished third in the championship. Yeah, we'll go again next year.
Nice one, Kane. We look forward to seeing you. Always a pleasure. Thanks ever so much.
Cheers.
Kane Aston, he gets a ripple as well. Ross Billison was in third position. We got Ross around. We did speak to Ross earlier on, so what we'll do is, if he's not there, we'll go down and have a quick chat with some of our S-Class runners. Now, I'm confused because we had the run to the flag, but let's have a quick word with Michael Winkworth first. Parked in the middle. Did you get the win?
I think so. I hope so.
I'm not sure, because when it's red they talk about you going back a lap. But what we will talk about is if you did. Congratulations on the win. Well done. We'll do that. That's on tape. But Frantic Racing, and you guys were closer pretty much than the front guys.
Yeah, to be fair, it was a tight battle all the way through, and then before the safety car come out, I'd actually gapped the S-Class for a little bit, and there was a few sevens between me, which I was like, I've actually got a bit of breathing space for a few seconds, settle down and just do my thing, and then the safety car come out, unfortunately, because I think a car dropped some oil, and yeah, unluckily there's 2 guys stranded at the chicane, so I hope they're all okay.
How quickly were you aware of the oil? Was that on the way down to the chicane, the oil?
It was in a few places, to be honest, but I hit it worst in the chicane and just touched one of the sevens, like, unfortunately, but it wasn't too bad a contact, so yeah.
We can't really often see that, which is a bit of a pain. You guys get to see it before us, and we're seeing cars go off and have all sorts of problems or otherwise. I'm getting the call that TCR cars are going out on track. One final one. Happy season and looking forward to next year.
It's just a great end to the year. I seem to do well around this track, so I'm glad I ended up coming.
Nice one, Michael. Thanks for entertaining us. Great drive. Well done. We'll see you next time. Michael Wickworth, haven't got time as the TCRs are coming out. Need to give them a little bit of build-up for their final race with us with the BRSCC. So TCR coming up with us in just a couple of moments. Stay with us.
Yes, thank you, Richard. Perfect timing. TCR cars are on track, heading around to the grid then ahead of the final round of the 2024 championship. And who would have thought that we would have a three-way fight for the title coming into this last race of the season? It really looked like Carl Boardley was going to have this wrapped up, maybe not yesterday, but certainly in race one earlier on today. His pace just hasn't been there, though, really, whereas Callum Newsham has been on absolute fire, winning both of the races so far this weekend, and looking now for a third race victory, not only to end the season, but a third race win of the weekend, which, I mean, I'm trying to scratch my head to think if that's ever been done before. I can't think of anyone who's ever won 3 races in a weekend. We've had people do the double, I think, back in the early days. I don't think we've ever had a triple header winner. So Callum, if nothing else, on the verge of achieving that. But Paul O'Neill, that's not really the big prize he's got his eyes on, is it?
No, not at all, no. He will want to be... He'll just want to get across the line first, won't he? And then we just need to see where Carl Boardley gets. But that's... Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting one, isn't it? Because where Boardley is not probably massively ideal, but at the same time, it's not at the back of the grid. So there's a chance, isn't there? There's more than a chance that Carl's going to win this.
Yeah, I mean, it would take something to go wrong. There are many permutations. Basically, if he finishes 11th or higher, he's the champion. Doesn't matter what Carl Newsham? Callum Newsham does. Or what Brad Hutchison does. They are tied on points, by the way, I believe, for second place, aren't they? So whoever finishes highest of those two will be runner-up, and then if Boardley's out of the race, whoever finishes higher of those two is the champion. So that would be quite exciting, but yeah, it does look good for Boardley unless something were to go wrong for him, which again, we're not wishing on him, but final race of the year, strange things happen, don't they? There are plenty of other drivers as well keen to end their season with a win if they can, so they're not going to make life too easy for Carl Boardley, whether he's on the verge of a championship or not. I've been locked away in my commentary box all day, Paul, but you've had a bit of a chance, I'd imagine, to wander up and down the pit lane, chat to some drivers. Any interesting stories? How are the contenders all feeling? What's the feeling down there?
It's weird, actually, because the last time I spoke to most of the front runners and the guys who can win this championship, Hutchison was, to be fair, was quite, I'd say he was emotional, but he was, the one thing he did want to talk about was just saying thank you to everybody that had helped him out.
Yeah.
And I think the realisation that he's still in with a chance, which I think is pretty special, to be fair, still in with a chance, just shows how far he's come as the lad and dad race team that him and his dad Martin are. So yeah, so there was a lot of that. There was a lot of self-reflection going on, I think, and also Callum Newsham was the same. I mean, they didn't really speak about the championship. They were just happy to be here and happy that they were having good results. So that might put them in good stead for this, because there's not really much they can do. All they can do is try and drive to a win or drive to just stay at the front. Whatever happens to Carl. So I think that's the best mindset to be in. There's no pressure on them.
No, there isn't really, is there? And Callum Newsham, as I said, if nothing else, will want to try and claim that win and complete what has been a really strong season for him. Not to bang on about it, he will be ruining that crash at Thruxton. Without it, you'd have to say if he'd have come here level pegging with Boardley, as it looked like he was going to, could have been a very different conversation we were having right now. The pace that Hyundai's had, obviously that would have made a difference in the compensation rate, etc., but still, he has looked super, super strong all season long. A real breakthrough year for him, definitely, and for Brad Hutchison as well. New car for Brad this year, and he really has made the most of it and got better and better with every round.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, with Callum, he's been a standout. Driver this year. The one thing that's impressed me about him is just how he turned up and hit the ground running. You know, it's an old car, that Hyundai.
Yes.
But it just shows you how good it is against cars like Carl Boardley's, the proper Generation 2 machines with, you know, better kind of everything. but it just shows that the compensation weight and the BOP, the balance performance, all works, because I never had a Hyundai down to be fast around here. It's too long straight. It shouldn't suit it. It mostly generates its lap time from the cornering, in which it does very, very well. So I think this could be a barnstormer. The TCR races around here have been very good, I'll be honest. They're usually not brilliant as a tin-top circuit. It's been very good around here, very, very good.
Absolutely, helps we've got a big grid, lots of drivers coming in keen to prove a point maybe at this final round as well. So yeah, it's been a good venue this. I'm afraid Andrew Dyer's car, look, is being pushed off the grid. Now remember, he had a little bit of contact, we think, in the earlier race that broke something on the rear suspension, and they're sending him back into the pit lane. So it could be that he's felt something on the outlap that he didn't like. Maybe it's a separate issue, but that's a shame. He's shown some promise on this, his debut weekend.
Well, let's just see what Andrew does. If he goes to the pit lane and starts, or goes to the garage, then we'll know. He's going quite far down. I think he's going towards his garage, isn't he? It's a shame that, because Andrew Dyer's a top peddler, I've known Andrew for quite a while, and I've watched his exploits. He's super quick in TTs, super quick in City Car Cup, and that is a shame. But yeah, at least I said to him, just enjoy your weekend, and you should be fine. There's someone else missing.
Couple, maybe, actually. So who are we supposed to have? Let me pull up the grid sheet very quickly for this third race of the weekend. So we've got on the front row, obviously, Callum Newsham and Adam Shepherd. Bensley, I did wonder about the Lincoln Co, whether that would be well enough to start. Then we have got Darren Lewis, Luke Sargent, Steve Laidlaw's there, Matt Wilson, Andrew Dye we've seen, and Rick Kerry, I think.
Rick Kerry, that's who's gone as well.
That's a shame. So Rick won the Gen 1 Cup, didn't he, in the race earlier on today? So not sure why he's absent, but anyway, the rest of them make their way off the grid, and the green flag lap, final green flag lap of the season gets underway with Callum Newsham and Adam Shepherd. Well, the big question, I suppose, about Adam Shepherd is, can that car last the distance? If it can, a race win surely is on the cards, but it hasn't been able to for quite some time. I can't actually remember the last time he finished a race, Adam Shepherd, so hopefully they've got it sorted. He could be a factor in this race if the car is working as it should. It could be a factor even if it's not really, because you'd expect it to up there at the front for the most part. So, the grid for our final race of the 2024 TCR UK Championship. He's one of the 3 title contenders starting from pole position. Callum Newsham needs to win the race realistically. Certainly can't finish any worse than second in this race. He needs the win, and he needs to hope that some misfortune befalls Carl Boardley. But he's starting from the best position possible. Newsham on pole, Adam Shepherd alongside him, with Brad Hutchison, the other title contender, alongside Newsham and Boardley starting third. Alistair Camp, he could be a factor from 4th place. Carl Boardley 5th, so the lowest of the title contenders, but he knows that 11th at least is enough for the title. Ryan Bensley absent on that third row. Just missing a few drivers on the grid. That plays really into Boardley's hands as well, doesn't it? Darren Lewis and Luke Sargent together on row 7. Steve Laidlaw in the new Cupra is 9th, with Matt Wilson 10th. Andrew Dyer, a non-starter sadly, so Sam Laidlaw on his own on the 6th row of the grid. Row 7, no Rick Kerry, but we do have Stuart Lyons, and then Mark Smith and Cedric Block at the back of the field. So, the final race of the year. Predictions, Paul. First of all, Newsham or Shepherd for the win? I suppose that's the first question. And then what does that mean for the championship?
Well, I would like to say Shepherd, if I'm honest, because I think he deserves a break, but I just don't see why that car would finish if it hasn't finished for however long, which is such a shame. Who can I see winning this? I've got a feeling something's going to happen up front, but I've got to say, Callum Newsham, you'd be a silly person to not bet with Callum Newsham. He's been absolutely brilliant. I think the title will be Boardley. He's too far up the front, but you never know what's going to happen here, and it's the last race of the year. If there's any scores to be settled within the grid, not saying that anyone would do that, but you just never know what people have got planned. For some people that may have had instances with them, and that's across the whole grid. So yeah, I am very intrigued to see how everyone ends up here, but I would like to see Campy get on the podium as well. That'd be good.
Yeah, that'd be nice actually, wouldn't it? I think he's got the potential, you know, 4th on the grid, and if something happens to Shepherd, he could be in the position to benefit from that, couldn't he? Callum Newsham really working the tyres. We've seen in both races so far this weekend, haven't we, Paul, that they've been weaving around for a couple of laps after the race has started to try and generate that tyre temperature. that tyre temperature even when the race gets going. That's not ideal, is it? How many laps do you think in these conditions before they actually feel confident enough to lean on those rear tyres?
Well, I'd say probably 3 laps is going to be what it is, because it's getting colder now. The problem is, people don't realise is that there's 2 long straights here, and the tyres just go stone cold when they're going down the straight. But it's not just that, it's the brakes as well. The brakes have cooling, the brakes get cold, and what happens then is the brakes snatch. So it's not really cool. But at least we've got our 3 title contenders right up the front. Brad Hutchison, and then we've got Callum Newsham and obviously Carl Boardley. They're on the same line of cars on your right-hand side. So if someone makes a cock-up at the start at the front, this could either cause carnage or it could be good for somebody else.
Yes, place your bets, everyone, then. One more race to go in the 2024 season. 3 drivers gunning for the title. Who's going to get there first? The red lights are on for the final time in 2024. We go racing in TCR UK. Callum Newsham with a good start from pole position. He's going to lead uncontested into the first corner. Stephen Laidlaw away really well mid-grid.
Oh, no!
Newsham! No, Newsham slowing on the run to the first corner, and that is his championship hopes done. That looks like a drive shaft, surely off the line, and that is heartbreak for Newsham. All the work they've done to get that car on the grid. It is now down to Brad Hutchison to take the fight to Boardley.
Yeah, definitely. And look at Boardley. Boardley is very nervous. Maybe not nervous, but he just is doing what he needs to do, and he's already got Camp gone past him.
My word. Right, Shepherd leads, Hutchison second, Laidlaw is in third position, Campy fourth, Boardley held his grid position in fifth then, but that is major drama in the championship. Down the hanger straight they go for the first time. Callum Newsham's car has not yet appeared in sight at the top of the screen. I fear that he is pulling over to the side of the road. Is he then to retire? We'll see if he does make an appearance or not, but I don't think he will. There he is crawling at the top of the screen, and that is Callum Newsham's championship over. They do not deserve that. They've done such a terrific job just to get that car on the grid for this final weekend, and that is not the result they deserved. And now Hutchison getting a bit of a tap in the tail from Laidlaw.
Yeah, Laidlaw's fast starting there, wasn't he? Absolutely flat out. You can see that picture in picture. That's a drive shaft. I think you've called it dead right. It was in the second phase of the start where he pulled for second, and the drive shaft's just given up. And what a shame that is. But Boardley under big pressure now, isn't he, from Sargent, that is.
And look how cautious he was turning into Abbey. Doesn't want to lean on the back of the car, gets sideways. That could cause havoc. He just needs to finish the race. There are now only 12 cars running, so he basically just needs to finish. Here comes Sargent round the outside at Village. Darren Lewis is there as well. Almost a touch. That opens the door for Lewis. The trouble is, if Boardley takes this too easily, the others behind will have no choice but to attack.
Yeah, exactly. And for me, I mean, his car looks nervous as well. Everyone's car looks nervous. They're still weaving down the straight. Boardley is the main person doing that. And I've got to say, Boardley, he looks so defensive and cautious that sometimes can catch you out and you can be caught by someone in the rear quarter by accident. Oh, Sargent leaning on Lewis. I tell you what, he's got his dander up, hasn't he?
He certainly has. Now, Stephen Laidlaw weirdly falling back into the clutches here of Alistair Camp. Don't know if he's made a mistake somewhere. Newsham's made it back to the pit lane, but championship hopes over, and your heart goes out to him, the whole team, the whole family. They've poured everything into this. Really felt they might have had a chance of certainly going into Thruxton. They felt they had a really good chance. Just not meant to be. Shepherd leads 2.9 seconds back to Brad Hutchison. Now, if Hutchison finishes second, he can still win the championship, but he needs Boardley to non-finish at this point. 15th or lower, that's a non-finish now with 12 cars running. But Brad Hutchison is in the lowest possible position in which he could mathematically still take the title.
Yeah, I'm very concerned, about Carl Boardley, because he is now reacting to Luke Sargent's flashing of the headlights. He's missing apexes, the car's running wide, he's got wheel spin. I think Sargent's going to pull out of his draft here and get overtaking him.
Made a move, didn't he, on Darren Lewis down here a lap ago, so the Audi driver pretty confident under braking. Down into that braking zone go the leaders, but all the action happening behind them, really. Here comes Sargent up the inside of Carl Boardley. Does Carl let him go? Yeah, absolutely no interest in fighting that one. The championship leader lets the Audi driver by, and it's now Darren Lewis who pulls in behind him. Down the hill they go, and Carl Boardley then loses a position, but that is fine. He could run around 30 seconds behind everyone in this race and still take home the title. It's not the way he'd want to do it. He might lose another spot here. Darren Lewis had a much better run through Club Corner, and yes, has gone through. So 2 places lost, but no contact, no damage sustained, and now a bit of clear air behind him.
That's probably the sensible decision. They're the 2 hardest fighters on the grid at the minute, to be fair. Darren Lewis and Luke Sargent with his dander up in a very fast Audi. So that is probably the right thing to do.
Fastest lap of the race set set by Adam Shepherd. Surprise, surprise. The car working well for now. There's Stuart Lyons, meanwhile, battling with Sam Laidlaw a little bit further back. And Stuart actually going after Matthew Wilson slightly. Matthew Wilson was on pole for the reverse grid race, remember. Here, the fight for third position. Well, you said you wanted to see Campy on the podium. To get on the podium, he'll have to overtake Stephen Laidlaw. And we saw at Thruxton last time, didn't we, in race 3? That's not an easy thing to do.
No, not at all. And Steve Laidlaw will have his dander up also after a stellar weekend at Thruxton in the older Cupra. So all looking good for him. I must admit, Boardley's pace is drastically slow.
Isn't it? 1:10.2, 2.5 seconds slower than the race leader that time around. I'm all for taking it easy, but that is a bit concerning, isn't it? This will be a bit concerning for Steve Laidlaw as well. Alistair Camp hunkering up behind the Cupra. Again, one of the much older Hyundais taking the fight to the newest car on the grid. And at the moment, I would say, Paul, looking quicker.
I would say looking quicker. These Hyundais this weekend have absolutely caught me off guard. They generate the lap time around the corner, so you really have to wring the neck. And that's what Campy and that's what Callum Newsham have done all weekend, and that's why they've been so fast. They're not the quickest things in a straight line, but we'll probably get a better idea of what's going on now as Laidlaw's new VZ comes out of here. Just with a bit of push, that car's got a bit of understeer, isn't it?
Yeah, it has, which might not be a bad thing on cold tyres, but late in the race might start to come back to haunt him a little bit. But remember, the one and only other time we've raced on the international circuit here a few years ago, it was a double Hyundai win. Max Hart won one race, Lewis Kent the other, but it was a different championship back then. We had no Gen 2 cars on the grid. They were mainly up against the old Cupras, a Golf or two maybe. This is a very, very different challenge now. The fact that the Hyundais are still seemingly one of the cars to have anyway is a little bit of a surprise. But Campy at the moment, the highest place of those cars. He's got 3 Cupras of differing generations ahead of him, and he wants to try and do something about the number 100 car immediately in front.
Yeah, it's all to play for, but I think that Boardley's just found his rhythm, hasn't he? And he's just keeping a safe distance so he doesn't get too close to Darren Lewis, because the last thing he wants is Darren Lewis defending and then bringing everyone else back into play.
And he's got a 4.5 second gap back to Sam Laidlaw. Both he and Stuart Lyons got past Matthew Wilson, so Matthew Wilson drops down to 10th position as a result of that.
The other thing we need to remember is that we give a carless fueled driver of the weekend. So I was thinking Callum Newsham, but it's a bit of a shame up to now. What's happened? We'll have to have a look at some other standout performances.
To be fair, it's not like he retired through a driver error. It was...
might have pulled reverse.
I have seen drivers do that, actually, not necessarily after the race has started, but I have seen someone do that on the grid before. I don't think that's what he did. I think it was just a mechanical issue. He still certainly has been the standout driver, really. He and Adam Shepherd likewise, but neither of them necessarily getting the results to show for it. Perhaps the winner of this particular battle could be a candidate as well, because both Campy and Steve Laidlaw have had good weekends, and here they are fighting for a podium place.
Yeah, definitely is. Steve Laidlaw was absolutely on fire in that first race I watched yesterday on the live stream. He come from nowhere to be in the top 6.
Yeah.
Absolutely, from the back of the grid. It was brilliant. Car looks brilliant, doesn't it?
It's such a good look. It just looks very futuristic, doesn't it? I know it's only a facelift, really, from the previous generation Cupra that Adam Shepherd and Brad Hutchison are driving, for example, but it really does look the business, doesn't it? Again, though, you can see just understeering a bit wide there. Camp taking a tighter line out of Chapel, out onto the hanger straight, but then the Cupra certainly not losing any performance in a straight line, I wouldn't say.
This is the worry, you see, because this car is quicker on the brakes, better technically at Stowe. The Hyundai, as I say, if it's in the toe, that's your worst nightmare, because it does lose straight line performance. If it's in your toe and you come out of a slow corner and it's in your toe, you're in trouble.
Yeah, well, Camp thought about the inside there. I think Stuart Lyons here thinking about the... In fact, no, it's Matt Wilson going up the inside of Stuart Lyons for 9th position down at Stowe Corner. And Matthew Wilson goes through it. But nice to see Matt come back again next year. I know he's been doing some other bits and pieces in that car this year, but always seems to enjoy himself when he comes and races in TCR UK. We certainly enjoy having him around. Nice character as well, Matt Wilson, isn't he? Very unassuming character.
Very unassuming, and sometimes you see that and he's driving. So not a bad trait to have, but sometimes I just want to see him get his elbows out a bit if he's in a really good position. But no doubt about it, he can pedal a car.
Certainly can, as can Alistair Camp. We've seen that through his Civic Cup exploits over the years, over this weekend even, but just can't break through the defences at the moment of Stephen Laidlaw. Luke Sargent behind, matching their pace, but not gaining. He really needs these two to start getting into each other a little bit, doesn't he? Darren Lewis, by the way, has just retired to the pit lane, pulled into the pit lane anyway, not sure what that issue is. So Boardley up to 6th, Sam Laidlaw 7th, and Darren Lewis sadly looks like he is out of the race. Another place gain for Boardley, all just falling into his lap now, really. Could have been different, maybe, if Callum Newsham had survived the start of the race and was leading right now. That would have put the pressure on a bit more, but as it is, he can afford to just coast home. There is Newsham's car in the pits, so too was Darren Lewis's. Now we're pausing, Paul, because we've just spotted Adam Shepherd's car weaving around. He just dropped 2 seconds on the previous lap.
Right.
Here it comes.
That's a fuel pickup issue. So he's feeling that the car is misfiring maybe again. Maybe it's something to do with heat, isn't it?
Yeah.
If the car's misfiring, the first thing you will do is try and slosh the fuel around in the tank to get it onto a pickup to be fired into the engine by one of the pumps. So if he does it down the straight here, it's not good.
And there's no way you can keep this up for another 10 minutes, is there?
No, he's done. I mean, if that's happening now, the hotter it gets, the worse it will get. We've seen it with this car. What a shame.
So Brad Hutchison might end up winning the race yet. If he wins the race without the fastest lap, which I don't think he'll take away from Adam Shepherd now, then Carl Boardley would need to finish somewhere. I'll figure that out. 12th, I think. So yeah, still just needs to finish the race. But Brad Hutchison at least would go out with a bang, wouldn't he, with a race win? Shepherd again weaves across the line, the gap coming down ever further. And now I think the lead about to change, is it? Oh, not quite. Hutchison flashing the lights, wants Shepherd to get out of the way, because of course what Hutchison doesn't really want is to engage in a battle here that could end in tears, just in case this all falls back into his lap if something goes wrong with Boardley. But it's difficult, isn't it? Because Shepherd's car, when it works, is very quick, but then it slows down again very suddenly. You'd imagine down the next straight there, wouldn't you? Brad will be through.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? Oh, was that Stuart Lyons?
That is Stuart Lyons, yes.
It's a bit of a race of attrition, this, isn't it?
And 3 Hyundais, for how quick they've been this weekend, 3 Hyundais running into mechanical issues all at once. Here maybe comes the lead change, does it? Hutchison pulls to the inside, mirror signal manoeuvre, through he goes, and Adam Shepherd didn't defend that one little bit, did he? Unsurprisingly, I suppose. Through will go the Bondit Elland Roofing Cupra, and the blue Cupra that's been such a great addition to the grid this year, out in front now, and Brad Hutchison perhaps on course for a 3rd win. That would be a nice feel-good story, even if it's not enough for the championship. Always a popular winner.
Yeah, definitely. And I spoke to Brad and the team, and so well supported. And Bondit were here in person. We had the CEO here, the COO. So yeah, they're very, very well into this. It just shows you, doesn't it? Car looks great. They have a lot of return on investment, and it's good to see sponsors coming in and actually enjoying a day out and saying how well the driver's done and how good it is for their business. So yeah, really good stuff from them.
So Hutchison leads, Shepherd now falling back towards this battle, which will soon become for 2nd place between Steve Laidlaw and Alistair Camp. Camp then still hasn't found a way past the Cupra. Could this present an opportunity? Not really. Shepherd pulls out of the way to the inside line. Through will go Laidlaw, through will go Camp. And as they make their way underneath the bridge down towards Stowe Corner, the Cupra driver off the podium now. And through will also go Luke Sargent, more than likely. Yep, Sargent goes by. The next car to come through will be Carl Boardley. This perhaps the last hurdle that Carl needs to dodge, if of course Shepherd doesn't bail for the pit lane.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens. I think Shepherd would be silly if he didn't go in the pit lane, to be honest. There's just no point in driving race straight in.
Straight in, yeah.
That's such a shame. He is one of the very best front-wheel drive drivers I have seen in this country, and that I'm saying covering other top-line touring car championships. That kid deserves to be doing a lot better than he is. It's such a shame. They try so hard as well.
They do, absolutely. And you could have forgiven him for not turning up at Thruxton or turning up here at Silverstone, and yet here they were. You know, he might have said after the last couple of rounds, oh no, I'm not bothering with the next one, but you always kind of believe he will, because he is passionate about his racing, wants to try and fix the car as well, of course. The more mileage he does, the better his chance of doing that will be. But yeah, he's passionate about racing, wants to go out there and prove that he is the best on the grid. I really hope he has an opportunity in whatever series it may be next year to really show everyone what he's capable of.
Yeah, definitely. This is battling. This is heating up, this battle, isn't it?
It is, definitely. And Steve Laidlaw, Ali Camp, nose to tail, but Camp's been close behind Steve all race long. doesn't appear to have the pace in the right bit of the track to make a move. So what are your options if you're Alistair here? You're not quite close enough into the big braking zone. Stephen's not defending. He's not making any mistakes. What can you possibly do short of just flashing the lights and hoping for the best?
Well, he's just trying to get him into a mistake where he can just try to get down the inside of an open door. But I think Steve's got this under control in a lot of the places where he just can rely on the aero of that VZ. So, yeah, that car with pink mirrors is looking super quick in the right places. Ooh. But at the same time, you never know. The tyres, you know, the Hyundai has driven a lot of laps. They know what setup's on it. It'll last all the time. The last 5 minutes of this race will be vital because it's definitely using more front tyres, the VZ, that Cupra of Steve Laidlaw's.
Hyundai seems to roll a lot more through the corners. Now, there will be ride height adjustments made as part of the balance performance, TCR balance performance. It could be set up as well, but that car seems to have a higher ride height, softer suspension. Is that helping the rotation, do you think?
It'll definitely help it. The one thing I always try to do is put dive into the car. And what I mean by dive is when you hit the brakes, all of the rear weight, as much as you can get, it goes over the front tyres and makes you be able to brake later and harder and turn into the corner. And that's what the Hyundai does really well. But look, it just gets gapped in the middle of that corner, but he's proper trying hard now, isn't he? This is exceptional stuff. This is by these two. Steve Laidlaw has not put a foot wrong. No. You've got to remember, he hasn't really done that much racing in TCR, and he's been like someone who's on the podium most weekends. He's very much up the front a lot of the time.
Does seem to absorb the pressure very well, doesn't he? Exactly as at Thruxton in that third race, which he won. Here again, Camper's never been more than a couple of cars length off his rear bumper. It's just like Stephen's almost oblivious to the fact that Campy's there. He's just running his own race, hitting his marks, running his line, and on the previous lap was 3.5 tenths quicker than the race leader as well. Both of them were, actually. Don't know if that was a mistake for Hutchison or maybe tyre starting to go away, but yeah, these two are the two fastest cars on track right now, spurring each other on. Maybe Camp looks to the inside here at Stowe, just a bit too far back to commit to the move.
Yeah, and still Laidlaw gets to the apex. It's as if he's bent his mirrors and he doesn't even, he really literally doesn't even know he's there. But like you say, so much dive into the Hyundai, and that's just something that is inherent in those cars. They're very much, you know, they are all race cars, but the Hyundai is like when you drive one, it's like a proper race car. It's got like so much rotation, whereas the other new generation cars, they rely on quite a bit of aero to make them stick into the ground for mechanical grip.
Another 2 tenths quicker than the leader that time for Steve Laidlaw, and Alistair Camp has picked up a penalty for track limits. I did see him doing it coming out of the final corner. Yeah. It's actually a 10-second penalty, so he's already been pinged once for it, and the same again. So it's a battle on track, but actually, in reality, that might hand... It would at the moment, yes, well spotted, Paul, hand third place to Luke Sargent.
That could be a carless driver of the weekend.
That's a good idea, actually, yeah. Because he hasn't really made a mistake, Luke Sargent, that I can remember. He's got stuck in more than I remember seeing from him in the past. And finally seems to be getting to grips with a car and seems to have found a TCR car he quite likes.
Yeah, he's had a few of them.
I think he's had one of everything, but he'll be after one of these new Cupras next, probably, won't he? But he was Campy to the outside. He probably doesn't really care that he got this penalty, does he? He wants to go through if he can. And for the first time all race, Paul, he's got Steve Laidlaw defending.
Yeah, that's the first time we've actually seen Steve Laidlaw look in his mirrors and think, oh, we could be in a bit of trouble here. So, yeah, and again, he runs wide, doesn't he, coming out of the final corner. So let's see what happens here. He might not know he's got a penalty because he's been looking at the back of Laidlaw's car, you know, trying to get through these super quick turns 1 and 2.
It's that dark out there, he probably can't see the pit wall anyway, and even if he could, I don't think he's looking. He's intently staring at the back of the Cupra. The rear end of that new shape Cupra will be burned into into Alistair Camp's memory. That is Callum Newsham's car being pushed into the garage. Day done, we already sort of knew that, which is such a shame that he didn't even have the chance to go out there and take the fight to Carl Bordley in this one. Brad Hutchison leads. We're going to have 2 laps to go at the end of this one. Flawless drive really from Brad. Okay, lucky that Adam Shepherd's car expired in the way that it did, but Brad has put together a really good second half of the season in general.
Yeah, he's been absolutely astounding, hasn't he? Brad's been spot on. He's I'd like to see how the points have all worked out. The last half of the year, he has been very, very consistent, and not just consistent, but consistently good as well. Good points haul as he's gone through the back end of the year. He's been spot on, and that's why the sponsors and everyone are so happy with his performance, and so they should be, because they've really gone on top of that car and took it to the best of them.
Yeah, he's had a whole host of podium finishes, hasn't he? In fact, the last 4 races he's finished on the podium. Had that win, didn't he, back at Silverstone on the national circuit with a 3rd and a 4th to boot. So he quite possibly has been, maybe not scoring quite as many points as Boardley. Boardley's had a couple of wins, 3 wins, hasn't he, in the last couple of rounds, but I would say maybe the second best scorer, certainly after Newsham's disaster at Thruxton. So yeah, Brad definitely showering himself in glory in the second half of the year. He's going to have one more lap to go at the end of this one to go, and before he can go and celebrate with the team, another race victory for the Cupra, the blue Cupra, which has been, as I said, such a great addition to the grid, real fan favourite team. And he drops down into the club chicane for the penultimate time, 2.2 seconds his lead. He's backed things off now. He dropped about 6/10 on the previous lap. Carl Boardley, though, I mean, it's not been his best weekend, let's be honest. Sort of saw this from him at Brands Hatch last year, actually. Just did what he had to do for the championship. And Carl Boardley is, by the looks of it, only a lap away now from a second consecutive TCR UK title.
Yeah, so let's see what goes on with that. Sam Laidlaw into the back now of him. He's trying to catch him up, but let's go for a Carlos Fuels driver of the weekend. I'm going to go with Luke Sargent. Yeah. I'm going to go with Luke Sargent.
I'll go with that.
Yeah.
I'll agree with that.
Sweet.
For reasons mentioned earlier on, pretty good weekend this for Luke, and okay, it's not quite going to be a podium. Well, it will be a podium in this race on corrected times. And really, I think he deserves one the way that he's gone so far this weekend. Right then, last time down the Hanger Straight, Paul O'Neill begins his lengthy dash down the pit lane to speak to our winner momentarily, and it is Brad Hutchison who he's going to speak to as the race winner. It's Carl Boardley who he will speak to as the champion, it would seem. And as they round the right-hander at Stowe, head down into the Vale. A really great season this for Hutchison. He will be second in the championship. I think if we'd have told him at the midpoint of the season that he could achieve that, he would have been very, very pleased to accept second in the championship, but it's not quite going to be the top step of the championship podium. Off the final corner he comes, though. Brad Hutchison wins the final round of the 2024 TCR UK season. Steve Laidlaw just fends off Alistair Camp for second, but actually Luke Sargent will inherit third after the Camp track limits penalty. Carl Boardley has done it again, though. 2 from 2, a double TCR UK champion, and he did it with a 4th place finish in the end. He too actually moved ahead of Alistair Camp after that 10-second penalty. Carl Boardley the champion, Brad Hutchison your championship runner-up, and Callum Newsham, well, really unfortunate, you'd have to say, to end up only 3rd in the championship, but has certainly turned a few heads this year. Second half of the season, he's arguably, along with Adam Shepherd, you would say, been the top scoring driver, and those, the fastest driver, and those two have probably been among the lowest scoring of the front running drivers. The Gen 1 Cup, by the way, is going to be won by Mark Smith. Mark Smith is ahead, not by a lot, of Cedric Block. 2.5 seconds the gap between them, but the Gen 1 Cupra is going to come out on top. There is Cedric in the Audi, which he pilots using hand controls. Mark Smith, the winner in the Gen 1 Cup, and Cedric Block follows him home in second position. And with that, the curtain falls on another season of TCR UK racing, with the championship provisionally going the way of Carl Boardley, who moves up now to accept the congratulations of his peers. And it'll be very interesting to see, actually, what the response is from Carl, because it's been quite an emotionally challenging season. He possibly won't care to admit it, but I know that some of the things that happened mid-season probably got to him a little bit. That rivalry with Adam Shepherd that spilled over into some on-track incidents a few times. I don't think he enjoyed that at all, and it will probably mean a lot to him that he's come out on top at the end of this season, just as much probably as it did when he won his first title 12 months ago. Brad Hutchison then is your race winner, Steve Laidlaw second, and Luke Sargent comes home in third. Carl Boardley, though, is the champion for the second year in a row, with Alistair Camp in fifth. Sam Laidlaw, Matt Wilson 6th and 7th. Mark Smith wins in the Gen 1 Cup in 8th position, and Cedric Block comes home in second position. Adam Shepherd, sadly, back on the non-finishers list after that race. He will end up 5th in the championship, but well, when did he last finish a race? Well, he had that race actually on the national circuit, didn't he? International circuit, yeah, race 1 he managed to finish reasonably well, second place, but before that, you have to go a long way back to see an Adam Shepherd finish, and that's not really what he deserves. Stuart Lyons, Darren Lewis, Callum Newsham and Andrew Dyer all also failing to reach the flag. Dyer, in fact, non-starter with the Hyundai pulling off the grid right at the beginning of the race. So the curtain falls not only on TCR UK, but also on this finals weekend for the BRSCC. A last chance to remind you that there are still 2 more BRSCC live stream events to come. Next week, the Brands Hatch Formula Ford Festival, and the week after, the Fun Cup Endurance Championship finale at Alton Park. Carl Boardley, though, will celebrate with the team, first and foremost, and the team gathering around to join in the celebrations there, the CBM with Heart GT squad. And it's been a really tough slog, this, for Boardley, but he has managed an exceptionally good championship running, picking up the wins when he could, really. And, you know, with more wins this year than anyone else, he is a deserving champion, there's no doubt about that, and he was still winning as recently as Thruxton last time.
Ladies and gentlemen, everyone at home, what a TCR UK season it's been. Carl Boardley has done it. I bet that was the longest weekend he's ever had. Didn't really have the pace, needed to do what he did, but big round of applause down here in the pit lane. Nick Hart from the team made up for him. I think we'll try to get first person. Brad Hutchison is in there saying well done to him. Let's get a little word from the champ. I know this will mean quite a lot to him. Let's go try and get into him, and then we'll speak to Brad in a second. Let's make sure we get away with the champ. Champ, that'll do, innit? How are you, mate?
It's been a bit of a struggle today and this weekend. Didn't have anything like the pace what Callum had and Adam. So we knew what was wrong on the Friday, but we didn't really want to change too much, just in case we went and hit up. So yeah, we were nursing it through, but just a case of, you know, using your head, picking your battles, letting people go when you don't need to have a race, and bringing it home and making it worthwhile for that lot.
Yeah, well, it looks like it is. A big cheer. Nice of Brad to come over to you, first person, congratulate you. Yep. He wins the race, he gave it all he could, but it's nice, isn't it, to play with good people and have a good weekend?
Yeah, of course it is. That's what it's all about. You know, I get on great with, with everyone on the grid. And yeah, we've built some friendships that'll last a while. So yeah, it's good. It's good to get on. It's good to race hard and fair. When we put our helmets on, it's always a different story. But then when we're back in here, it's laughs and giggles as well. So it's great.
Well done, mate. Is it your car that stinks of gearbox oil?
I think so. I was nursing a vibration probably from about mid-distance, and I was a bit concerned for front tyres. So it was a case of just back it back a little bit and bring it home.
You'll do, mate. Go and enjoy yourself. Go and celebrate with the team. Well done, Carl Boardley, TCR UK champion 2024, double champ. What a guy. Where's Brad Hutchison? Let's get Brad. Where's Brad gone? Need to find the tallest man alive. Follow me, Laura. Follow me. Brad's over here. He's the race winner. We have a bit of a deal with the comms. They go 3, 2, 1. Live TV goes 1, 2, 3, and 1 will do, won't it? I bet. Did you really know that? Could you see Carl behind you, or did you know?
We had our pit board was saying Carl's position, and I saw P7 at one point, and I don't know the points exactly, but I heard something about he needed to finish P7, and I thought, come on. But yeah, it wasn't, obviously he didn't win the championship today. He won it, but every round this year he's been there, hasn't he? We got close though. We came close. I think we can be proud of that, can't we?
Sum up your year, because it's been a journey, like you said, and I think, judging by your emotions now, I think it's the realisation that you're battling with the best and you nearly beat them.
Yeah, you're going to make my eyes sweat again, so I'm going to try and avoid that. But
chopping onions.
Yeah, that's it. But yeah, I think we tried. Yeah, no, I think we can be proud. It's just see the team.
Yeah. A lot goes into it, Brad, and I'm going to leave you to it, mate, but be proud of yourself tonight and have a drink.
I will. Big one.
Well done. Wow, there's a lot of emotion down here, and I'm nearly crying as well. Jesus Christ. What's going on with me? Let's go and find P2, which isn't Ali Camp, it's Steve Laidlaw. Let's get a little word with Steve. Steve, can I borrow you 1 second? We're live. Every time you say you're live to Steve, he swears. Don't swear because it's live and it's a Sunday. People go to church.
So don't say anything.
No, don't say it. Mate, what a result. Did you know Alicante was behind you? You hit every apex and didn't flinch.
Let me tell you, that man is a very proficient and competent driver, and he might have looked pressure-free from outside, but it certainly wasn't inside. At one point, I've got my rear-view mirror, and he was flashing me constantly. I ended up whacking the rear-view mirror down to get him out of my eyesight. That was one of the most fun races I've ever had.
Amazing.
What a way to end the season.
And he was great as well, wasn't he? Because there's a couple of times he could have lunged, but you had it covered. You only defended once that I could see.
I think, do you know what? I really hope that Ali's on grid next year, because we've got that. I feel like the last couple of races we had a really good balance of being really hard racing, but also not reckless and quite respectful. Plus, I think he knew that at this point in the season, a trophy's worth a lot to me, so I would definitely take his door out to keep a position.
And to be fair, he ended up with a 10-second penalty because he was trying to keep up with you so far.
Well, do you know what? He got a P3 on the road, and that was a great battle.
Top man. Well done this year, mate. Excellent work.
Thanks, Paul. You too.
Top man. Excellent work from Steve. Let's go and speak to Luke. And by the way, Steve was Goodyear Diamond Trophy winner as well, so that was good for him. Lukey, he's right now. He doesn't want to leave that third place, does he? And I'll get out of this shot, by the way. Let's wait for Luke to come over. Wait for the photographers to... How many pictures do you need to take? Jesus. Right, okay. Follow me. Well done, mate, sorry. Come here, Captain. We were just laughing because you didn't want to be going away from this, did you? Congratulations. Another podium. You look very confident. You didn't mince your words when you were trying to get past Boardley and people like that, were you?
No, I just thought... I was like, I don't care. I didn't care. I pushed him in the first lap and I thought, there's no way he's going to defend. So I flashed him, say, get out of my way, I'm coming through. And eventually he sort of got the hint and got out of my way, but good move though, wasn't it?
It was very good, mate. I was very impressed, very, very impressed. You must be happy with how it's gone. You are also the Carless Fuels driver of the weekend. Me and Andrew awarded that to you. I know you didn't go third on the road, but it was still a good effort, mate.
I'll take it anyway. I knew when obviously on the start line he was in the air at the 1 minute board. I was like, is it 5 or 10 seconds? I didn't know. So I was like, just try and keep with it. I think those two battling it out helped me. If they hadn't, he'd been up the road. So I know it's not on the road, but I'll take a podium anywhere. So,
well, it was excellent to see. Well done, 2 podiums. It's a good effort, mate. Really good effort. Well done. It's been a lovely podium, this has. And the last person we're going to speak to is the Gen 1 Cup winner. It's Marky Smith. He'll be well happy with this. I'm sure he'll be well happy. Well done, boy. Gen 1 Cup winner. You're happy with that?
Yeah, I'm really happy. Cedric kept me honest though. All the way around, he was right there, and I just one slip in it been there. Cedric's amazing. He's such an amazing kid. I mean, to do what he's doing is unbelievable. I've just totally admired him. It's just amazing.
Cedric to be driving a car with hand controls and doing what he's doing.
Yeah, there's me. I've got everything going, all the up and down, everything's going, and he's still catching me, and I'm just amazed by him, honestly. I could cry because he's amazing.
Well, listen, well done. Enjoy the podium, which will be in a bit, so well done to you. One of the best podiums I think I've ever been involved with. Real end of school atmosphere, but just emotion and people happy for everyone else. It's been a fantastic TCR UK 2024. Back to you, Andy.
Yep, thank you, Paul. Fantastic. What a conclusion to the championship. Carl Boardley, a double champion, becomes the second driver to take back-to-back titles in TCR UK. He and Lewis Kent are part of that club. What does 2025 have in store? Well, who knows? Make sure you follow TCR UK's social media channels over the winter and keep up to date with all of the news heading into a new season, a new home for TCR UK, of course, next year. And I'm sure everyone at the BRSCC will wish them the very best of luck with that. For now, though, this is my chance to sign off. A big thank you to everyone who's joined me this weekend, to Jack Oliphant, Richard John Neal, and of course to Paul O'Neill for being 3 wonderful co-commentators. Looking forward to having the chance to working with them again in the future. Back with Richard John Neal at the Brands Hatch Formula Ford Festival, the Gerrit Van Kerwen Formula Ford Festival, in just a week's time at Brands Hatch, all live stream courtesy of Alpha Live. And as I said, back with Richard again the week after. Actually, we'll be sick of the sight of each other by the end of the season with the Alton Park Fun Cup Endurance Championship finale still to come as well. So we hope you'll tune in or maybe come along trackside to enjoy either of those 2 events. For now, though, from everyone here at the BRSCC and TCR UK from Silverstone, it is good night.